In her previous life, Bai Li Gu Lan leveraged her family's power to assist a scoundrel in his quest for dominance. Little did she expect that after seizing the throne, this rogue would fear her father's formidable reputation and annihilate the entire Bai Li clan. It was only upon her demise that she realized the scoundrel had long harbored treasonous intentions, and her existence had merely served as a stepping stone for his ascent to power. In this new life, she finds herself transported back to the day she brought the scoundrel home. This time, she resolves to abandon him, yet he remains obstinately attached. Instead, she chooses the son of the Duke of Jingguo, who had perished prematurely in her previous existence. She yearns to secure a future for the Duke's household, but the son is solely focused on establishing his own success. Thus, she resorts to various seductive tactics to entice him. Eventually, the son, unable to contain his affections, pursues her ardently, declaring, "Once we have a child, you shall belong to me forever, and you can never forsake me." In due course, the reincarnated rogue kneels, pleading for forgiveness. Bai Li Gu Lan coldly retorts, "You are unworthy." Chapter 1. A fortuitous encounter across lifetimes. In the Diyu dynasty, on the bustling East Avenue, a woman clad in red finds herself surrounded by onlookers as she rides upon her steed. What a respectable young lady, yet here you are, brazenly abducting a man in broad daylight. Truly, the morals of society have decayed, one voice chastises. Indeed, release this delicate scholar at once. Do not tarnish your reputation, another adds. Bai Li Gu Lan observes this familiar scene unfold, knowing she has returned to the moment at 16 when she had bound Song Zhan and taken him to her home. This had also transpired in her past life. Her father, the king of the north, commanded an army of 300,000 in Jianzhou. Fearing rebellion, the emperor issued an edict demanding that his legitimate children be sent to the capital. However, the emperor, a lecherous and foolish man, worried her father might force her into a marriage with him as she reached the age of betrothal. Without any engagement or suitor in mind, her father devised a plan. Should she encounter someone appealing on her journey or upon arrival in the capital, she could simply abduct him as her husband. Thus, on the very next day after her arrival in the capital, she hastily ventured into the streets. It was there that she found herself captivated by Song Zhan's appearance and promptly took him back to her residence, intent on marrying him. In her previous life, Song Zhan adamantly resisted, even threatening her with his father's status as prime minister. Yet her father was a regional lord with a formidable army, and she had grown accustomed to her own arrogance in Jinzhou. She was not intimidated by him. The more Song Zhan resisted, the stronger her desire to conquer him became. Confident in her beauty and abilities, she believed it impossible that she could not subdue a delicate scholar. Eventually, under her coercion, Song Zhan consented to the marriage. He feigned the role of a devoted husband while secretly plotting to exploit her and her father's resources for greater power. Reflecting on those times, she recognizes how young and naive she had been. Otherwise, she would not have married Song Zhan, unwittingly becoming a pawn in his schemes, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the Bai Li family and the heavy burden of infamy she bore. Meanwhile, the Song family ascended to great heights, leveraging the influence of the Bai Li clan, while she was left to languish in a cold palace, haunted by guilt. In the end, she managed to exploit his brother's treacherous ambitions, luring him to the cold palace and administering poison, resulting in their mutual demise. However, his death could never atone for the thousands of lives lost from the Bai Li clan. In this new life, she is determined to make him pay for his blood debts. Bai Li Gu Lan gazes down at the bound Song Zhan, her grip tightening around the whip in her hand, a tempest of resentment swirling within her heart. At this moment, she yearns to strike him down, yet she refrains. To kill a noble's son in public would only affirm her father's treason, and although he commands an army of 300,000, half of those soldiers had only recently rallied to him during a military campaign. These soldiers had followed her father for a short time. Should they learn of his treachery, they might swiftly return their allegiance to the throne. Having already caused the downfall of the Bai Li family in her past life, she knows she cannot repeat that mistake. The crowd continues to murmur disapprovingly about her actions. Her maid, Tingyin, places her hands on her hips and addresses the bystanders. "My lady is selecting a husband. To be chosen by her is a stroke of fortune. Oh, please. Though your mistress is a princess, my young master is the son of a prime minister, with countless noble ladies eager to wed him."
Who would want you?
The small servant of Song Zhan is cut off mid-sentence by a glare from Tingyin, who bares her teeth in a warning. Earlier, he had been reprimanded by Tingyin for his insolence, and now he dares not speak out. Song Zhan, looking at Bai Li Gu Lan, is filled with humiliation and resentment. Witnessing the crowd rallying to his defense, he grits his teeth and declares, "I am grateful for your support, but even if this woman binds me to her home, I will never take her as my wife." Such spirit. An elderly man nearby praises. In her previous life, Bai Li Gu Lan had been captivated by Song Jian's unyielding pride. Now, she perceives it as utterly trifling. He lacks both literary and martial prowess. How had she been so blind in her past life? Ting Yin, if he does not wish to marry, then release him. What? Ting Yin asks, puzzled, moving closer to inquire, "Lady, why release him? Have you forgotten the Lord's orders?" Bai Li Gu Lan scoffs, "Not at all. The world is vast, and there are many more handsome suitors than he. If he refuses to be my husband, there are plenty who would gladly accept." Upon hearing this, Ting Yin understands, "You are right, my lady. There are indeed many who would wish to marry you." With that, she strides over to free Song Jian, stating, "Remember, it is my lady who no longer desires you." "You." Song Jian glares at Ting Yin, then turns his gaze back to Bai Li Gu Lan. He has just returned from his reincarnation, surprised to find himself back on the day she had bound him. Yet, something seems amiss compared to his previous life, causing him to question the situation. Nevertheless, he is convinced that Bai Li Gu Lan will ultimately take him home and compel him to marry her, such is fate, from which no one can escape. You, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the North, are brazenly selecting your husband in public. Do you intend to abduct others as well? Song Jian asks, eyeing Bai Li Gu Lan. She retorts with a cold laugh, "What I do with others is of no concern to you." He falters, his brows knitting together. In her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan had threatened and seduced him. Her current indifference raises his suspicions. Has her reincarnation altered her? "You ordered your maid to bind me before the public. Now I demand an apology," he asserts. With the King of the North commanding an army of 300,000, he alone could assist the Song family in achieving greatness. Therefore, he still intends to marry Bai Li Gu Lan, but this time he will eradicate any threat she poses, ensuring she never has the chance to poison him again. Bai Li Gu Lan gazes at Song Jian, a sense of confusion washing over her. Why does he still cling to her after she has released him? Is fate determined to lead her family to ruin once more? The tragic fate of the Bai Li family resurfaces in her mind, leaving her gasping for breath. No, she must alter her destiny. She cannot follow the same path. Taking a resolute breath, she declares, "If you wish for an apology, then have your father the Prime Minister submit a petition to the Emperor, and I shall go to the Prime Minister's residence to offer my apologies." Song Jian is left speechless. If this matter reaches the public court, Bai Li Gu Lan may face condemnation, yet as a man of stature, he would be deemed petty and lacking in magnanimity. He clenched his fists tightly. "My lady, do you still intend to choose a husband here?" asked Ting Yin. Bai Li Gu Lan, perched atop her steed, surveyed the surroundings. Upon meeting her gaze, several bold young men from the northern prince's residence eagerly declared their intentions. However, Bai Li Gu Lan paid them no mind as her attention was drawn to a figure standing at the entrance of the tavern, observing the scene. "I shall select another." Chapter 2. Bringing a handsome man home. The crowd followed Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze and beheld a tall, elegantly dressed gentleman, his countenance as fair as jade. With a jade fan in hand, he exuded an air of sophistication that rivaled Song Jian. "A lady of discerning taste," Ting Yin exclaimed, both praising Bai Li Gu Lan and preparing the whip that had just been used to bind Song Jian. The onlookers, witnessing her intentions, could only sigh in resignation. Partly lamenting that Bai Li Gu Lan had not chosen them, and partly regretting that the men of the capital lacked the strength to compete with her, someone remarked, "Young master, the eldest daughter of the northern prince's residence has taken an interest in you." A servant, visibly anxious, cautioned Tang Yu. Having heard of Bai Li Gu Lan's formidable prowess, he feared for his master's safety. Tang Yu too realized he had become her target. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he had an affection for beauty. Yet, being publicly bound by a woman would tarnish his reputation as a noble scion. With a decisive snap, he closed his fan and declared, "Let us depart." "My lady, the young master intends to leave," Ting Yin quickly advised. "Bind him." Bai Li Gu Lan urged her horse forward. "At once." Ting Yin responded with excitement, calling to the accompanying guards, "Go, assist the lady in securing her future son-in-law." During their time in Jinzhou, they had been met with caution and respect, making this collective pursuit a rare occurrence. The guards, invigorated, rolled up their sleeves and charged after him. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gasped in horror. Tang Yu was swiftly apprehended by Ting Yin, but as she secured him, he collapsed to the ground. "My lady, I may have exerted too much force and rendered him unconscious," Ting Yin confessed, causing those nearby to reproach Bai Li Gu Lan. They accused her of pushing the young man to his limits, fully aware of his unwillingness, yet still intent on dragging him away. Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at the fallen Tang Yu, a flicker of memory from her past life surfacing, recalling details about him. Had he been in a fight yesterday? Was he injured? Dismounting, she sought to inspect him. As she reached for his clothing, his attendant, Zhou En, hurried forward to intervene. "My lady, this is a public square. Please spare my young master." "Is your young master injured?" Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. Zhou En hesitated, recalling Tang Yu's explicit instructions to keep his injuries confidential to prevent his mother from worrying. Just then, Ting Yin's voice boomed. "Speak. My lady is inquiring." Observing Zhou En's indecision, Bai Li Gu Lan deduced the truth. She commanded her guards to hoist Tang Yu onto her horse. "My lady." Zhou En attempted to protest, but was silenced by a piercing glance from Bai Li Gu Lan. Recognizing his powerlessness, he resigned himself to seeking the Duke for assistance. As Bai Li Gu Lan prepared to depart, Song Zhan, weighing his options, concluded that to ascend to the pinnacle of power, he would need the Northern Prince's influence. Thus, he approached Bai Li Gu Lan, adopting a tone befitting one in authority. "He is the heir of the Duke's residence. Even in his injured state, you would take him away? Are you intent on causing his demise? Do you not fear the hearts of the Northern Prince's 100,000 soldiers being turned cold?" Upon seeing him, Bai Li Gu Lan's fury surged anew, her eyes icy as she regarded him. However, she recalled that among the 15,000 troops her father had recently acquired, 10,000 had previously served under the Duke. Following the failure to defend Chaozhou, her father had taken command of the forces. Many soldiers had perished or been wounded, with some later replaced through conscription. Turned cold? Everyone witnessed his injury. I am merely taking him for treatment.
Who would be disheartened by that?
Yet you, obstructing my efforts to save him. What are your true intentions? If harm befalls him, can you take responsibility? Song Zhan fell silent. Faced with a significant change in Bai Li Gu Lan since their last encounter, he could not help but wonder if she too had been reborn. The thought filled him with an inexplicable dread, yet he resisted the notion. If Bai Li Gu Lan had indeed been reborn, she would surely have killed him by now. Yet she had not. Uncertain, he decided to observe her further. "There is a clinic nearby, you could take him there. I have a physician at my residence capable of treating all manner of ailments. Can the clinic's doctor compare? You would do well to step aside, or I shall not be so courteous." Bai Li Gu Lan flicked her whip. Seeing Song Zhan remain obstinate, his attendants were forced to pull him aside. "Young master, please move aside." Should Song Zhan be injured, he would undoubtedly face punishment upon his return, and his attendants clung to him tightly. Watching Bai Li Gu Lan ride away, Song Zhan felt a surge of frustration. He struggled to break free from his attendant's grip, eager to pursue her. But his legs could not outrun her horse's speed, and soon Bai Li Gu Lan and her entourage vanished from sight. Returned to the residence, Song Zhan commanded his attendants. He intended to consult with his father, the Chancellor, to ensure that the Northern Prince's power did not become a tool for others. If he could not attain it, neither should anyone else. At the Northern Prince's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan had already summoned the household physician to examine Tang Yu. He indeed had internal injuries, though they were not severe. With a course of medicine, he would recover. Word spread that Bai Li Gu Lan had brought back a handsome young man, and her siblings, curious, came to see. Observing the figure resting on the bed, Bai Li Ao Shui exclaimed, "Sister, your taste is exquisite. Who would have imagined such a handsome young man existed in the capital? Once I come of age, I too shall bring one home." At her words, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a momentary daze, recalling her past life, where Bai Li Ao Shui's fate had been far from favorable. Bai Li Qing, hearing his sister's remarks, scoffed, "Isn't he merely dressed better than our Jinzhou men? Look at his pale complexion. He must be a delicate weakling." His words were abruptly cut short as Bai Li Ao Shui twisted his ear. "This is the future brother-in-law chosen by our elder sister. You shall not speak ill of him." Bai Li Gu Lan scrutinized Tang Yu closely. His skin was indeed fairer than most. Yet, from her past experiences, she knew his martial prowess was commendable. He was no delicate flower. Once, when the Duke was ambushed, he had rushed to his aid upon seeing a signal flare, single-handedly fending off 10 assailants, a feat that had stirred the entire capital. Perhaps due to his often carefree demeanor, people underestimated his abilities. It was a pity, however, that he would succumb to a grave illness 2 years hence, despite the Duke's desperate search for renowned physicians, ultimately leading to his untimely demise at a young age. He fell ill and passed away within approximately 3 months. Whenever people spoke of him, they couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that with his capabilities, had he lived a full life, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable general guarding the realm. Bai Li Gu Lan sighed inwardly. Her reason for bringing him back was also driven by selfish motives. By choosing such a short-lived individual as her husband, she believed the influence of the Bai Li family would be rendered useless, potentially altering their fate. Sister, does this mean you are to be married? You must quickly write to our parents and have them come to the capital for your wedding, Bai Li Ao Shui exclaimed joyfully. Mother and father are coming to the capital? Bai Li Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 3. A Fortunate Event. At merely 10 years old, Bai Li Qing longed for his parents, having never been away from them for such an extended period. Bai Li Gu Lan gently ruffled his hair and embraced him. In her previous life, when the Bai Li family was slaughtered, she had been confined in the palace by Song Zhan, hearing that her brother and father attempted to resist and save their kin. However, the military power held by her father had already been dispersed in aiding Song Zhan's usurpation. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Bai Li clan was brutally eradicated. Big sister, why are you crying? Bai Li Qing, noticing her suppressed sobs, looked up in astonishment to see tears streaming down her face. Big sister, please don't cry. Has someone bullied you? We shall write to father immediately, asking him to bring troops to support you in the capital. Sister, what is the matter? Bai Li Ao Shui also inquired, her gaze fixed on her. Having been pampered by their parents since childhood, they had never faced any grievances, and they could not even recall the last time they had shed tears. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan weep pained them deeply. Bai Li Gu Lan wiped her tears away. It's nothing. I merely miss our parents, but they cannot be summoned to the capital, so I couldn't help but shed a tear. I miss them too.
So do I.
The thought of their parents far away in Jinzhou cast a shadow over the siblings' spirits. My lady, the medicine is ready. Should I give it to the heir of the Duke of State now? Asked Ting Yin, entering with the medicine. Yes. Bai Li Gu Lan composed herself and said to Bai Li Qing, you should write to our parents about the situation in the capital, so they need not worry. All right, Bai Li Qing nodded emphatically. The thought of writing to their parents lifted his spirits once more. I bought many things from the capital. Let the messenger take them back as well, Bai Li Ao Shui remarked. Having just arrived in the capital yesterday, everything was fresh and exciting to her, prompting her to make numerous purchases. Very well, off you go. After watching them leave, Bai Li Gu Lan settled by the bedside to feed Tang Yu his medicine. As soon as the medicine touched his lips, Tang Yu awoke. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan beside him with a bowl in hand, he quickly realized that what was in his mouth was given by her and, propping himself up, spat it out. You wretched woman! How dare you feed me medicine? Truly shameless, he exclaimed. Bai Li Gu Lan raised an eyebrow. You are in my residence. What is wrong with me feeding you medicine? Tang Yu glanced around and recognized that he was indeed in the Duke of State's residence. The fact that this woman had actually brought him here infuriated him. How could he ever face anyone again? He glared at Bai Li Gu Lan in anger. What's wrong? Humph. I never expected a woman such as yourself to be so brazen. Thankfully, I awakened. Were I not to have, were you planning to force yourself upon me after administering the medicine? Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback, realizing how he perceived her. Nearby, Ting Yin, witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan's misunderstanding, shot Tang Yu an angry glare. You are injured, and my lady kindly had the physician treat you and fed you medicine, yet you think of her in such a vile manner. Bai Li Gu Lan placed the bowl on the small table. If you don't wish to recover from your injuries, then do not drink it. She had never served anyone before. This was her first attempt at feeding someone medicine, and yet it was misconstrued so lewdly. How dare he assume such things about her character? Tang Yu froze, realizing his misunderstanding. Noticing the formidable presence of the master and servant, he chose silence. Casting a glance at the medicine bowl, he pushed aside the covers and got out of bed. However, he was still hesitant to consume the medicine, uncertain if it genuinely treated his internal injuries. Where are you going? Ting Yin inquired. Naturally, I am returning to my residence at the Duke of Jing, Tang Yu replied, adjusting his clothing and preparing to leave, only to find Bai Li Gu Lan standing in front of him. You shall not leave. Why not? I have brought you to my home. You ought to explain why you wish to depart. Tang Yu was momentarily speechless. Having thought she was merely misunderstood, he quickly saw through her true intentions. You are abducting a common man in broad daylight. What a disgrace. Do you possess no sense of decorum or honor? Bai Li Gu Lan shot him a sidelong glance. I will send someone to propose to your family. Remain here at the Duke of North's residence, and once the Duke approves of our union, I shall release you. Tang Yu nearly spat blood in anger upon hearing this. Are you not afraid of offending my family? Were it not for his injuries, he would have drawn his sword and stormed out. The Duke was gravely wounded in the last battle and lost his military power. What does your Duke of Jing have to fear now? Tang Yu was left speechless. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Jing's residence, Zhou was reporting to the Duke and Duchess about Tang Yu's abduction in the streets. My lord, the daughter of the Duke of North is truly overbearing. Unable to capture the son of the Prime Minister, she shamelessly abducted the heir. You must retrieve him quickly. Otherwise, if we delay too long, the rice may already be cooked. The Duchess looked incredulous. Yu is quite skilled. How could he allow himself to be captured by that girl? Zhou hesitated to mention Tang Yu's injuries. My lady, you may not know this, but the guards of the Duke of North are all highly skilled. Neither the heir nor I stand a chance against them. Upon hearing this, the Duchess grew increasingly worried. She turned to the Duke. My lord, this is absurd. We must send someone to the Duke of North to demand his release. However, the Duke remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea. When I was surrounded by enemy troops, it was the Duke of North who led his men to rescue me. If his daughter truly wishes to marry Yu, then such a union would be a fortuitous match. The Duchess was rendered speechless. But Yu was forcibly taken back by that girl. Even if it leads to a marriage, it should be negotiated properly. Moreover, someone so reckless and devoid of decorum cannot possibly be fit to be the mistress of a household. The Duke fell silent, recognizing that Bai Li Gu Lan's actions were indeed indiscreet. Yet, he sensed that there might be more to the situation than met the eye. Otherwise, with her temperament, would she not have had suitors in Jinzhou? The Duke's thoughts grew increasingly contemplative. Send someone to the Duke of North to inquire about the intentions of this young lady. Tang Yu sought an opportunity to escape the Duke of North's residence, yet wherever he went, someone shadowed him closely. As he wandered, he found himself back in Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard, just in time to see Tang Yin sending a matchmaker away, who was carrying a letter and a pouch. Upon encountering him, the matchmaker chuckled, revealing a grin that obscured her eyes. The young master is truly handsome. It is no wonder that he has captured the favor of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. When you two wed in the future, surely you will find happiness together. Tang Yu remained speechless. Angered, he considered retreating but instead turned to leave. As he traversed the covered corridor, he stumbled upon a young child practicing swordplay. The movements were both graceful and powerful, momentarily distracting him from his earlier vexation. Future brother-in-law, are you here to see me? Bai Li Qing sheathed his sword and joyfully sprinted towards Tang Yu. Initially, Tang Yu intended to retort, yet upon witnessing Bai Li Qing's innocent smile, a clever idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. Chapter 4. The Joyful Couple. What is your name? My name is Bai Li Qing. You may call me Qinger, just like the elder sister. Seeing Bai Li Qing's innocent smile, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile back. Since you have just arrived in Kyoto, why do you not venture out? Why are you cooped up at home all day? Bai Li Qing tilted her head and sighed. I do not know anyone here, and am unsure where to go for fun. Perfect. Kyoto is filled with delightful places. Would you like me to show you around? Sure. As they approached the entrance, Tang Yu struck up a conversation with Bai Li Qing. Do you know archery? Not really. Bai Li Qing admitted shyly, scratching her head. Then I shall teach you. Okay. Bai Li Qing nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Upon reaching the main gate, Tang Yu was not hindered by his entourage, and just as he thought he could exit the estate without issue, he was abruptly stopped by the housekeeper, Mr. Li, who appeared from nowhere. With a smiling face, Mr. Li approached. Young master, as the heir of the Duke of Jingguo, where are you off to? Mr. Li, I am still unfamiliar with Kyoto, and wish for my future brother-in-law to take me out for some fun. Hee. Young master, you may not be aware, but the young lady has issued an order that the Duke of Jingguo's heir must not leave the estate until the marriage is settled. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Tang Yu, scrutinizing him with an uncomfortable gaze. The atmosphere grew tense, and just as Tang Yu contemplated a way to break free, someone arrived from outside. Young master. It was Mr. Shen, the steward from the Duke of Jingguo's residence. Upon seeing him, Tang Yu peered past Mr. Shen. Did you come alone? Are you unaware that he was taken to the Duke of Jinbei's residence? Given the ferocity of those from Jinbei, could he truly persuade that woman to let him go alone? Certainly not. Without needing to think, the answer was already clear in his mind. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration, convinced that his internal injuries might resurface. Mr. Shin smiled awkwardly. Young master, the Duke has sent me to inquire. Is that necessary? Did Zhou and not return to report? Tang Yu snapped impatiently, clenching his teeth. He had noticed that all the servants from the Duke of Jinbei were highly skilled fighters. Otherwise, he would have charged out the moment he reached the gate. The Duke has asked me to consult with the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei, Mr. Shan explained meekly. Tang Yu shot him a sharp glance, prompting Mr. Shen to immediately fall silent. Return and have my father send someone. I refuse to believe that the Duke of Jingwa cannot contend with the few dozen people from the Duke of Jinbei. Mr. Shen, intimidated by his demeanor, bent low and repeatedly acknowledged his command. Seeing Mr. Shen hurriedly leave, Bai Li Gu looked at Tang Yu with confusion and asked, Do you not wish to marry my elder sister? Is that even a question? Tang Yu sighed helplessly, gazing skyward. My elder sister is quite remarkable. She is skilled in martial arts and possesses both beauty and talent. Many sought to marry her in Jinzhou but could not. Why not marry my sister instead? Tang Yu retorted, This is becoming increasingly absurd, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. At the Duke of Jingwa's residence, the matchmaker walked through the intricately carved corridors, unable to contain her delight. Observing the compatibility of the two families, she instinctively felt that this marriage was highly likely to succeed. The thought that this could be the best match she had ever facilitated made her feel quite euphoric. Madam, this is the matchmaker invited by the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei. Madame Huor, the matriarch of the Duke of Jingwa's household, frowned. Having lived so long, this was her first encounter with a matchmaker summoned by the bride's side. Were it not for the name of the Duke of Jinbei, she would not have allowed the person to enter. Greetings, madam. The matchmaker greeted with a smile. Please take a seat. Noticing the matriarch's displeasure, the matchmaker quickly offered compliments. Upon seeing your son, I was struck by his remarkable looks. Meeting you, I realize he takes after you, truly possessing both talent and beauty. As noble as the moon in the sky. Such flattery brought a smile to the dignified Madame Huo's lips. The praise struck a chord within her, as she was confident that few young men in Kyoto could rival her son. To mask her momentary lapse, Madame Huo took a sip of tea. So, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei invited you? Indeed. The matchmaker extolled Bai Li Gu Lan further. Yet, despite her praise, certain biases had already taken root in Madame Huo's heart, leading her to consider dismissing the matchmaker after a few exchanges. At that moment, the Duke of Jingwa, having received news, arrived. Still recovering from his injuries, he leaned on a cane as he hobbled to a grand chair. You are the matchmaker summoned by the girl from the Duke of Jinbei? Yes, yes. If the two families could unite, it would surely become a topic of admiration throughout the capital. Go back and tell that girl that I consent to this marriage, the Duke declared. Your Grace. The Duke waved his hand dismissively. I understand the concerns of the madam. Rest assured, this decision is not made lightly. Meanwhile, after Mr. Shin's departure, Tang Yu waited for someone from the Duke of Jingwa's residence to come retrieve him from the Duke of Jinbei's estate. However, as night fell, no one arrived. Seeing him sulking alone, Bai Li Gu Lan teased him. Surely the Duke has many sons and daughters? Tang Yu shot her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Bai Li Gu Lan chuckled lightly, propping her chin with her hand as she looked at him. Since the Duke has yet to send anyone to fetch you, it seems he has accepted our marriage proposal. Why not acquiesce and reside at the Duke of Jinbei's? We could become a pair of enviable lovebirds. What do you say? Tang Yu was no longer surprised by her words. Not a chance. I will not be marrying into the Duke of Jinbei's household, he declared, moving to another chair, turning his back to her. Having lived two lives, Bai Li Gu Lan had experienced countless life and death situations while assisting Song Zhan in his bid for power.
Now,
witnessing Tang Yu sulk with his back turned, she found his childlike stubbornness amusing. Yet, knowing his health was frail, she softened her approach. Then, I shall marry into the Duke of Jingwa's household. After we wed, we can have children together. In our previous lives, we had none, and although I was pregnant with Song Zhan's child, it was lost before 3 months. If in this life, we could have a child together, perhaps our fate could differ from before. Tang Yu turned back, shooting her a cold stare. Was she attempting to seduce him with soft words? Though she was quite attractive, he was not a man easily swayed by such temptations. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Bai Li Gu Lan continued to coax him gently. The Duke was severely injured last time and may not fully recover. He might not be able to lead troops into battle again. My father currently holds power. Do you not wish to leverage the influence of the Duke of Jinbei to restore the Duke of Jingguo's standing? Chapter 5. He was utterly frustrated upon hearing her words. Tang Yu fell silent. The Duke of Jingguo was the maternal family of the Empress. Now that the Empress was gone, both the Emperor and the ministers in the court were vying for the Duke of Jingguo's power. This was the main reason he could not enlist in the military or obtain a position of authority. If he were to marry Bai Li Gu Lan, the current predicament would undoubtedly be resolved. However, her method of directly bringing him to the Duke of Jinbei's household left him quite unsettled. Noticing his silence, Bai Li Gu Lan refrained from teasing him further and exited the room. That night, Bai Li Gu Lan slept restlessly, haunted by dreams of her past life. The scene flickers between her confinement in the cold palace, the anguished cries of her family, and the tragic demise of her sister during childbirth. As she clutches the lifeless infant, weeping uncontrollably, suddenly, she feels a constriction around her throat. It is Song Zhan, choking her, and she realizes she is powerless to resist. Teetering on the brink of death. Miss, what is wrong? Wake up. It is the voice of Ting Yin. In a daze, Bai Li Gu Lan awakens from her nightmare, her face streaked with tears, her pillow soaked. Miss, what has happened to you? Ting Yin expresses her concern. Having grown up alongside Bai Li Gu Lan for over a decade, she has never witnessed her in such a state. Bai Li Gu Lan sits up, gasping for breath. The scenes from her dream echo her past life, stirring a deep discomfort within her. Ting Yin changes the bedding, and Bai Li Gu Lan remains alone in her room for a long while before drifting off to sleep again. As dawn breaks, the birds chirp merrily on the branches. Bai Li Gu Lan rises early to practice martial arts, a habit cultivated over the past decade. As the eldest daughter, her father had intended to groom her for an advantageous marriage before her brother was born, investing significant effort in her upbringing. Hearing the sound of swords clashing from next door, Tang Yu leaps onto the wall. Witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan's fierce swordsmanship ignites a fervor within him. Yet, due to his internal injuries, he is not in a condition to wield a weapon. At the hour of the snake, a matchmaker arrives once more. Tang Yu ponders throughout the night, realizing that his father likely agreed to the marriage proposal since he did not send anyone to the Northern King's residence. As Bai Li Gu Lan converses with the matchmaker, he listens intently. As expected, the matchmaker beams with delight, proclaiming, "Both the young master and the young lady are blessed. Just yesterday, I visited the Duke of Jingguo, and upon sharing the news, he readily consented. However, she then presents an invitation. The Duke has stated that this marriage should be proposed by the Duke of Jingguo, hence I have brought this invitation. And they will send someone to discuss the engagement soon." Bai Li Gu Lan glances at Tang Yu, discovering him gazing back at her. Their eyes meet, creating an atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Tang Yu quickly averts his gaze, feeling frustrated. Even if the families are to be united, could his father not afford him some dignity? With the matter progressing smoothly, Bai Li Gu Lan feels a measure of relief. However, she must remain wary of Song Zhan. So, she instructs the housekeeper to take a message to the Duke of Jingguo. "Are you so eager to marry?" Tang Yu, in his 21 years of life, has never encountered a woman as unabashed as Bai Li Gu Lan, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Understanding his perspective, Bai Li Gu Lan sighs in resignation. "With so many financial wolves in the capital, marrying you sooner will grant me peace of mind." Following the matchmaker's departure, a eunuch arrives at the palace. The Empress heard that Miss Bai Li has arrived in the capital and, considering your arduous journey, she has waited 2 days before sending me to invite you to the palace. Bai Li Gu Lan sneers. She had seen through the Empress's ploy in her previous life. Her father holds significant power, making him a concern for all in the court. Thus, this invitation is not out of consideration for her fatigue from travel, but rather a strategy to diminish the minister's fear of her father. Yet today, her admission to the palace also relates to yesterday's events. Recalling her past life, even though the Empress had scolded her, she had, in light of her relationship with the Chancellor, thwarted the Emperor's desire to take her as a concubine, subtly facilitating her connection with Song Zhan. In this life, having chosen Tang Yu, would the Empress still act in such a manner? Bai Li Gu Lan dons her formal attire, and as she surveys her solemn appearance, Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing express their apprehension. Although younger than her, they have heard their father analyze the reasons for the Emperor summoning them to the capital. Aware of the potential dangers Bai Li Gu Lan may encounter in the palace, Bai Li Ao Shui anxiously implores, "Sister, let me accompany you to the palace. Together, we can look out for each other." Yes, Bai Li Qing nods. partially understanding the current situation, wishing he were the elder child of the Bai family, capable of shouldering their father's responsibilities, yet regrettably, he is not. Bai Li Gu Lan stands and adjusts her collar. There is no need. Do not worry. My father commands 30,000 troops. They would not dare to act recklessly. She departs for the palace, riding in the carriage. Tang Yu, seeing no one obstructing him, steps over the threshold and strides out confidently. Future brother-in-law, wait for me. Bai Li Qing hastens to catch up with him. Why are you following me? Tang Yu inquires. He. Aren't you taking me out to play? I've finished my homework, so it's perfect. Tang Yu frowns. He is over a decade older than Bai Li Qing. How could they possibly play together? Moreover, he had only mentioned taking him out as a temporary measure, yet Bai Li Qing took him seriously. I have matters to attend to today. So, I cannot take you with me. Bai Li Qing pauses. That's fine. I'll just follow you. It's good to get to know the capital. Tang Yu attempts to refuse again, but Bai Li Qing insists on accompanying him, and ultimately, he relents. As Bai Li Qing departs with Tang Yu, Bai Li Ao Shui boards the carriage to venture into the streets. In the palace, Bai Li Gu Lan walks alongside the eunuch along the palace path, encountering once more, as in her previous life, a noble person kneeling on the ground, being slapped by a concubine. From a distance, she sees the eunuch by the empress's side, and the concubine hurriedly ushers her maid away. Everything around her mirrors her past life, making her feel as though she is in a dream.
Miss.
Tang Yin calls out as Bai Li Gu Lan suddenly halts. Returning to reality, she lifts her leg and continues onward. Miss, what troubles you? It's nothing. Upon reaching the Yaguang Hall, the Empress awaits her arrival. Bai Li Gu Lan kneels to pay her respects. I greet the Empress. May you live long and prosper. The Empress, seated on a soft couch, regards her for a moment before saying, Rise. A palace maid brings a stool for Bai Li Gu Lan. The Empress, as in her previous life, begins by complimenting her. I have long heard that the Bai family produces beauties. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. In her past life, her flattery had been perceived by the Empress as the naivete of a young girl, leading to her being disregarded, even as the Empress attempted to force her to remain in the palace despite her father's influence. Chapter 6. The audacity to resist. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan neither flinching nor flattering her, the Empress signals a palace made to serve tea. You are newly arrived in the capital. Is there anything you find uncomfortable? If so, please let me know, and I shall arrange for someone to attend to you. While her words are sweet, Bai Li Gu Lan does not believe in the Empress's benevolence. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My father made arrangements before we entered the capital, so we are quite comfortable. Is that so? If the Northern King truly made proper arrangements, then your reckless behavior on the streets yesterday was also his doing? The Empress's reproach mirrors that of her previous life. Bai Li Gu Lan responds, Your Majesty, my father did not give such instructions. I merely saw someone who suited my fancy and hastily wished to marry. I will take responsibility for my actions. Responsibility? The Empress scoffs. I have heard that you first entangled yourself with the eldest son of the Chancellor's residence, and then switched to the heir of the Duke of Jingguo. Both noble youths were publicly humiliated by you. How do you intend to take responsibility? Your Majesty, please do not rush. Since I publicly brought the heir of the Duke of Jingguo to my residence, I shall naturally take responsibility for him. I have already sent a matchmaker to propose on my behalf, and the Duke has consented. I believe the marriage will be arranged shortly. The Queen glared fiercely. In matters of marriage, how can you be so willful? Without the consent of your parents, how dare you casually choose a husband on the streets? In her previous life, the Queen was aware that the young woman desired to marry Song Zhan, but it was not in such a reckless manner. She recalled that the Queen had even persuaded the Emperor to grant her wish. However, upon reflection, it was clear that the Queen, lacking the Emperor's favor and entangled with the Chancellor, had likely aided her out of the Chancellor's own intentions. It appeared that in her rebirth, having chosen Tang Yu, the Chancellor's household lost its benefit from her, and many circumstances had changed. Your Majesty, this daughter is already in her prime at 18. Before entering the capital, my father permitted me to act thus. Moreover, I am unwed, and the heir of the Jingguo Duke is also unmarried. Is it not fortuitous that we have found happiness together? Bai Li Gu Lan's assertive words startled the Queen. She snorted coldly. What of the eldest son of the Chancellor? What are your intentions regarding him? At that moment, a voice from outside announced, The Emperor has arrived. Bai Li Gu Lan rose with the Queen to pay her respects. No need for formalities. The emperor walked in and settled onto a soft couch. You are the legitimate daughter of the Jingwa Duke? He inquired, his gaze lingering on Bai Li Gu Lan, captivated by her graceful figure and stunning beauty. The lustful glint in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Yes, your majesty, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, lowering her gaze. The sight of the emperor's bushy mustache filled her with disdain. A man so lecherous and incompetent should not be ruling. The downfall of the dynasty was inevitable. A change in regime, she believed, would be a salvation for the people. Your majesty, the queen interjected, noticing the emperor's rapt attention on Bai Li Gu Lan. She could not bear to see him fixated on any woman, least of all this one. The queen shot a discreet glare at Bai Li Gu Lan.
Ah.
The emperor chuckled, masking his indiscretion. You siblings have been in the capital for several days. Have you encountered any discomfort? Thank you for your concern, your majesty. My father has made ample preparations for me, so there is nothing I find uncomfortable. Bai Li Gu Lan answered. The queen then inquired, why has your majesty come to Yaguang Palace at this hour? Is there a matter you wish to discuss?
Ah.
Nothing of great importance. I heard you invited the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei to the palace. As the emperor, it is only right for me to show some concern for the children of my ministers, he replied. After years of marriage, the queen understood that this feigned concern was merely a guise to indulge in his interest in beautiful women. With a subtle shift in her thoughts, the queen addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei has reached marrying age. I wish to bestow upon her a suitable match. What sort of match? The emperor, mistaking the queen's intentions as an attempt to facilitate Bai Li Gu Lan's entry into the harem, was taken aback when the queen continued. Yesterday, I heard she has set her sights on the eldest son of the chancellor. Thus, I wish to play the role of a benefactor and see them united in love. A pang of anxiety struck Bai Li Gu Lan. In her previous life, the queen had expressed such sentiments to the emperor. Though he had personal inclinations, he had ultimately acquiesced to the queen's persuasion. Hearing the queen's words, the attendant Ting Yin, standing by, shared Bai Li Gu Lan's distress. If only they were in Jinzhou, the prince would surely assist the young lady in resolving all matters. Bai Li Gu Lan, feeling uneasy, feared the emperor might agree to the queen's proposal. She quickly rose and knelt, saying, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Yesterday I chose the heir of the Jingwa Duke, and I have already engaged a matchmaker to finalize the marriage. The one I share mutual affection with is not the eldest son of the chancellor, but the heir of the Jingwa Duke. The queen was displeased. You have already provoked the eldest son of the chancellor and tarnished his reputation. I intended to grant you a marriage, and you have not yet faced punishment. How dare you resist? Moreover, this is not Jinzhou. Do you not fear the repercussions of your disobedience? Seeing the queen's fierce demeanor, Ting Yin grew increasingly worried for Bai Li Gu Lan. Sensing Ting Yin's unease, Bai Li Gu Lan cast her a reassuring glance. Should the queen insist on an enforced marriage, she would have to take preemptive measures against Songzhan. Yet, that would be too simple a fate for him. Not enough to quell her resentment. Bai Li Gu Lan cast her eyes downward to conceal her bitterness. I misjudged the situation. If the eldest son of the chancellor feels insulted, I shall offer my apologies. However, my engagement with the Jingwa Duke has been acknowledged and is not deemed a private arrangement. Thus your highness need not worry on my behalf. How clever to feign misunderstanding.
The queen seethed.
When did the Jingwa Duke consent to your marriage? The emperor inquired, sensing the silent clash between the two women. He remained wary of the Duke of Jinbei's influence. Should Bai Li Gu Lan refuse, he would not dare to enforce a marriage, let alone bring her into the harem. The queen's breath caught. Like her, the emperor regretted not having summoned Bai Li Gu Lan to the palace earlier. After Bai Li Gu Lan departed the palace, news reached the chancellor's residence. Upon hearing the news, Songzhan was convinced that Bai Li Gu Lan had also been reborn. Otherwise, she would not have hurriedly engaged a matchmaker to finalize the marriage. However, it mattered little. The Duke of Jinbei had 2 legitimate daughters, and in his previous life, Bai Li Ao Shui had also been infatuated with him. In this rebirth, he felt more assured of his success. If he could not utilize Bai Li Gu Lan this time, he would find other means. After all, the military power held by the Duke of Jinbei must be used to his advantage. In this new life, he would ascend to a position of greatness with unprecedented speed. Chapter 7. Is it a case of desire through restraint? My lady, that emperor is truly a lecher. His gaze seems to want to stick to you. Fortunately, the prince anticipated this. Otherwise, if he were to take you as a concubine, your future would be far from pleasant, Ting Yin exclaimed angrily in the carriage. In Jinzhou, anyone who dared to offend Bai Li Gu Lan in such a manner would certainly face dire consequences. Bai Li Gu Lan cautioned Ting Yin, this is the capital. Some matters should remain unspoken. We must be prudent in our words and actions going forward. Yes, I understand. I merely fear you might be too careless and overlook such things, hence my outburst, Ting Yin replied. Upon returning home, Bai Li Gu Lan was surprised to learn that Bai Li Qing had gone out with Tang Yu. She had not expected that man to be so willing to get close to her younger brother. Bai Li Gu Lan instructed the steward, Uncle Li, please visit the Guozijian tomorrow to arrange for Qingyu's studies. My lady, will you not invite a tutor for private lessons? The steward, Uncle Li, assumed that after arriving in the capital, there would be no change in their approach to education, as children from the Duke of Zhenbei's household had always attended private schools. No need. Wherever there are people, there are intrigues. Qing'er must learn to discern human nature. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. In her previous life, they had attended private lessons. In Jinzhou, their status had shielded them from those with ulterior motives. Yet upon arriving in the capital, they were aware that those around them were coveting their father's power. But they remained unguarded. Having learned from the lessons of her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan recognized that understanding human nature was paramount. Many people were wolves in sheep's clothing, their existence unnoticed until it was too late, often resulting in loss of life. Now that her marriage was tentatively settled, she needed to expedite subsequent matters to prevent prolonged uncertainty. Moreover, there was one crucial thing. Songzhan had ascended to the highest throne in her previous life. Though circumstances had changed, fate might not have altered. Therefore, she required more allies to monitor him. Bai Li Gu Lan approached the desk, lifted her pen, and began to write a letter. Tang Yu had taken Bai Li Qing to a horse ranch outside the city. This ranch belonged to the Duke of Jingguo, but with the decline of the Duke's power, it had fallen into a state of disrepair. The ranch also served as a venue for archery practice. After instructing the steward to attend to Bai Li Qing, Tang Yu hurried off, eager to return to the Duke's residence. At the entrance, he encountered Steward Shen, who greeted him with a low bow and a smile. Young master, you have returned. Tang Yu's expression was dark, and his cold gaze instilled fear in Steward Shen. The steward's eyes darted around, quickly realizing the source of Tang Yu's displeasure. The master is with the lady. Hearing this, Tang Yu shot him a glare before hastily entering the residence. The steward let out a sigh of relief. In the Furong courtyard, the Duke of Jingguo and his wife were discussing the betrothal. The Duchess felt the Duke was being too hasty. My dear, the engagement letter just arrived. And Ayu is not yet returned. Is there really a need to rush? The Duke, absorbed in the preliminary list of gifts, replied without looking up. That girl is so anxious that she resorted to abducting people in the street. How can we afford to delay? It is better to marry her off sooner. As the conversation turned to Tang Yu being publicly taken back to the residence by Bai Li Gu Lan, the Duchess's resentment towards her grew. However, since the Duke had consented to the marriage, she could not throw a tantrum. The Duchess sighed quietly. Father, mother. Tang Yu strode in with purpose. Ah, you! The Duchess exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet. Seeing Tang Yu unharmed eased her worries. He immediately noticed the list of gifts in the Duke's hand. Father, I was forcibly brought back by that woman from the Duke of Zhenbei's residence yesterday. Why did you not send someone to retrieve me? And why agree to this marriage?
How can you say such a thing?
The Duke snapped, slamming the list onto the table. In the past, I watched you practice martial arts, yet you could not even handle a single girl. You have truly brought disgrace to the Duke of Jingguo's house. The Duke was increasingly agitated. Were he not so grown? He might have wished to strike him. My lord, please do not be angry, the Duchess interjected, rushing to comfort him. Did not Zhouan mention that the Duke of Zhenbei's daughter is accompanied by a host of skilled fighters? You alone cannot compete with them. Humph. I have heard that he offered no resistance whatsoever, the Duke retorted. Tang Yu felt a pang of bitterness welling within him, remembering the events of the previous day. He clenched his fists tightly. If he encountered that group of assassins again, he vowed to uncover their mastermind and exact revenge. At that moment, the Duke turned to him and asked, Tell me, do you have feelings for that girl, which is why you feigned weakness? He found it hard to believe that his son could be so inept. Father, am I that sort of person? I am a man, not someone who would act coy like a woman. Tang Yu nearly exploded with indignation. The Duke, realizing the absurdity of his suggestion, glanced at the Duchess. who also found his words unreasonable. "My lord, how can you think so poorly of IU?" The Duke huffed. "It is better if you're not like that." But he quickly reconsidered. If Tang Yu were indeed interested in Bai Li Gu Lan, perhaps the marriage would be advantageous. "I am certainly not," Tang Yu asserted. "Since you are aware of this, then annul the engagement." "Annul? You are of marrying age, and we were already planning to find you a bride this year. Since you have a connection with the Duke of Jinbei's daughter, then let it be her." Hearing the Duke speak as if it were a business transaction, Tang Yu turned to his mother. "Your father has decided. There is nothing I can do." The following day, the Duke had the steward and matchmaker publicly deliver the betrothal gifts to the Duke of Jinbei's residence. This news spread rapidly through the streets, causing those who had missed the earlier commotion to wonder, did the Duke of Jinbei's daughter really just move in? And they're already discussing marriage with the Duke of Jingguo? Ah, you do not know. The Duke of Jinbei's daughter has taken a liking to the Duke of Jingguo's son. To marry into the Duke of Jinbei's family is a coveted opportunity, and many would wish to secure such a match overnight.
Oh.
The inquirer nodded in realization. Observing the procession of servants carrying grand gifts, Song Zhan, seated in an inn, felt a chill run down his spine. His expression was somewhat intimidating, leaving the eldest son of the Ministry of Works, Yang Ziyuan, bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amiably. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? Yang Ziyuan carefully scrutinized Song Zhan, noting his unwavering gaze toward the street. He understood that Song Zhan was perturbed by the news regarding Bai Li Gu Lan. Indeed, to be humiliated by a woman in public would surely breed resentment. "Brother Song, the Duke of Jinbei commands an army of 300,000 in Jianzhou. Does the Prime Minister not have concerns? This poses a threat to the court." Song Zhan had already contemplated these matters. He took a sip of tea, displaying no further reaction. Yang Ziyuan recognized that he could not match Song Zhan's intellect. Whatever he thought, Song Zhan had likely already considered, prompting him to remain silent. As the gifts were carried into the Duke of Jinbei's residence, numerous onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. The matchmaker's face was beaming with joy, her wrinkles deepening with each smile. This was, without a doubt, the easiest marriage proposal she had ever arranged, one she would boast about for the rest of her life. Hearing the hurried footsteps of Ang Yin returning from the inner courtyard, she reported to Bai Li Gu Lan, "Miss, the Duke of Jingguo has sent gifts." Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback, surprised by the Duke's swift action. This sudden development filled her with unease, wondering if her strategy was sound. However, recalling Tang Yu's consistently aloof demeanor, she imagined he must be quite upset at this moment. The thought of him sulking behind her back, resembling a petulant bride, brought a smile to her face. Upon entering the front courtyard, she saw that the gifts had filled the entire courtyard. Ang Yin, brimming with excitement, spun around amidst the grand offerings, exclaiming, "Miss, the Duke of Jingguo's gifts are quite comprehensive. You should be able to marry soon. Do not celebrate too early. We must remain vigilant against any schemes." The alliance between the Duke of Jinbei and the Duke of Jingguo would inevitably stir unrest in the court, likely causing many officials to feel uneasy. The Prime Minister would be among the first to object. The Song Zhan family had long harbored treasonous intentions and would likely not allow her to marry into the Duke of Jingguo's family without resistance. Steward Li recorded the list of gifts and presented it to Bai Li Gu Lan for her review. Bai Li Gu Lan had no doubt about Steward Li's competence. As she casually perused the list, she inquired, "Steward Li, do we have anyone in the capital keeping a close watch on the Prime Minister?" After a moment of contemplation, Steward Li nodded. "Yes, the Emperor is currently indulging in pleasure while the Prime Minister manages court affairs. I have heard that he is already selecting a suitable candidate for the heir among several princes. However, Miss, there is no need for excessive worry. Whichever prince is chosen will not pose a threat to the Duke. Normal succession should not be affected, but what if the Prime Minister harbors aspirations of usurpation?" Steward Li paused, finding Bai Li Gu Lan's speculation rather bold, yet not impossible. "What do you mean, Miss?" Bai Li Gu Lan, lacking evidence to support her claim against the Prime Minister, concocted a rationale. "The other day, during my visit to the palace, I discovered that the Prime Minister is having an affair with the Empress. Given his audacity, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he harbors ambitions of ascending the throne. Therefore, I intend to send some people to keep an eye on the Prime Minister's residence." "What do you think, Steward Li? The Prime Minister and the Empress are having an affair?" Li Shu was taken aback, astonished that the Prime Minister dared to act so audaciously under the Emperor's very nose. He immediately grasped the implication behind Bai Li Gu Lan's words, The old servant understood that the young lady intended to employ the individuals left behind by the prince in the capital to carry out this task. Indeed, the prime minister wielded immense power. The emperor was feeble-minded, and the princes were still in their youth. This was the most vulnerable moment for the royal family, and anyone who approached the center of that power would undoubtedly aspire to become the ultimate authority. Thus, vigilance was essential. Li Shu nodded, the alarm bells ringing in his mind, while Bai Li Gu Lan felt a measure of relief. She hoped that in this lifetime, her father would recognize the prime minister's ambitions and take precautions to prevent the tragedies of the past from recurring. After Li Shu departed, she was met with a bewildered expression from Ming, who asked, "Miss, the prime minister wasn't even in the palace that day. How did you deduce that the empress had an affair with him?" She pondered, unable to comprehend what she had overlooked. Why had she failed to uncover this astonishing secret? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, "It was merely a guess. That day, the empress suggested I marry the prime minister's eldest son. Consider why she would propose such a union. It must be advantageous to her, or perhaps she was acting on someone else's behalf. Would a marriage between me and the prime minister's family offer her any benefits? Certainly not. Therefore, it must be the latter. However, the prime minister and the empress are not related, and the events on the street transpired just a day ago. Why would the empress seek to arrange my marriage with the eldest son of the prime minister's household unless their relationship was indeed quite complex? Moreover, since the empress has no children, she has no need to cultivate ties with the prime minister, leaving only one possibility." Ing nodded in realization.
So that's it.
I wondered why the empress would involve herself in the marriage affairs of others. It appears she has a secret liaison with the prime minister. As she spoke, Ying's imagination conjured numerous scenarios involving the empress and the prime minister. Isn't she concerned that one day this secret might be revealed? If the emperor were to find out, it could cost her life. Bai Li Gu Lan scoffed. The imperial harem sees new faces every year. The empress has already faded in comparison to those delicate beauties. With no children of her own, perhaps she is simply lonely. On East Street, Tang Yu stepped into the Zue Xianglu, where he encountered Song Zhan descending the stairs. Their eyes met, and Tang Yu clearly sensed the hostility emanating from the other man. "What are you staring at, Song?" Song Zhan sneered. The esteemed heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence was publicly returned home by a woman. "I never expected you wouldn't demand an explanation. Yet you're so eager to send over betrothal gifts. It seems the Jing Guo Duke's residence is truly in decline. Otherwise, you wouldn't be worried about finding a bride." His voice was loud, and his words immediately provoked raucous laughter from those around.
Ha ha ha.
Looks like the heir is incapable of striving for fame and fortune and has resorted to living off a woman's kindness, Yang Ziyuan remarked. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, it's only natural, Song Zhan chimed in. Their taunts were a direct affront to Tang Yu's dignity. With a dark expression, Tang Yu snapped his folding fan shut and shot a frosty glare at Song Zhan. "Do not think that your position as the prime minister's eldest son intimidates me. We are all individuals of status, and should you dare to challenge me openly, we shall see whose fists are stronger." However, Song Zhan was unskilled in martial arts, and Tang Yu restrained himself from striking, for he held contempt for those who bullied the weak. "Are you looking for a fight?" Yang Ziyuan stepped forward. "Song doesn't know how to fight. Even if you win, it would be an unfair victory. So, you possess some self-awareness." Tang Yu's piercing gaze swept over them coldly. "How audacious of you to provoke others while being aware of your own incompetence. Are you tired of living?" Yang Ziyuan recognized Tang Yu's prowess and dared not confront him directly. The atmosphere grew tense, and the tavern keeper contemplated intervening. Suddenly, a young nobleman leaped down behind Song Zhan, a mocking smile on his face. "The prime minister's eldest son is a scholar. He cannot fight you. But I shall take his place." His arrival sparked a wave of chatter among the crowd. "Isn't that Bai Zhe, the eldest son of the general of the cavalry? What brings him to stand alongside the prime minister's eldest son?" Indeed, the conflicts within the court often pit scholars against warriors. Could there be an upheaval in the air? Hearing the murmurs, Bai Zhe coldly interjected, "I have always detested the strong oppressing the weak. This has nothing to do with court politics. Tang Yu, prepare yourself."
With that,
Bai Zhe leaped over Song Zhan's outstretched arm and lunged directly at Tang Yu. "Be careful, young master," Zhou and quickly warned. Positioned at the bottom of the stairs, Tang Yu found himself at a disadvantage. He could only leap back to evade Bai Zhe's attack. The two clashed momentarily, sending patrons fleeing in fear. As tables and chairs flew, The tavern keeper discreetly retreated behind the counter to calculate the damage. Bai Li's strikes were fierce, and Tang Yu, still recovering from previous injuries, found the encounter strenuous. They eventually spilled out onto the street. Suddenly, Bai Li employed a feint. Recognizing the familiar maneuver, Tang Yu swiftly dodged, retaliating with a kick that sent Bai Li crashing to the ground. Indeed, the son of the Jingwa Duke possesses remarkable skill, Bai Li gritted through clenched teeth. Though he was unwilling to accept defeat, he had to concede in public. Standing tall, Tang Yu elegantly opened his fan with a snap. I never anticipated that the esteemed son of the general of the cavalry would be so lackluster in combat. Allow me to offer a piece of advice, should you wish to intervene on behalf of others in the future. Consider your own abilities first to avoid becoming a laughingstock as you have today. With the support of his attendants, Bai Li rose to his feet. Very well. I shall remember your words. But do not revel in your victory. There will come a day when I surpass you. With that, he departed, flanked by his followers. Young master, are you all right? Zhou approached, visibly concerned. He was aware of Tang Yu's health and feared for him after such a fierce confrontation. What could possibly be wrong with me? Tang Yu replied dismissively, casting a disdainful glance toward Song Zhan, who lingered at the tavern entrance. While you mock me, do not forget that at least the legitimate daughter of the Northern King returned me home. Humph. What about you? What do you have to show for yourself? Though aware that Tang Yu's words were merely a matter of pride, the fact remained that he had emerged victorious. Song Zhan could only glare in frustration, unable to refute him. Once Bai Li departed, Tang Yu followed suit, leaving the tavern keeper to present the bill to Song Zhan. Young Master Song, since this matter originated with you, I must address the losses incurred by the tavern. Song Zhan glanced at the bill in the tavern keeper's hand and called out to his attendant, Luo Yun. Luo Yun promptly replied and retrieved a banknote from his pocket. Hee. Young Master Song, take care. The tavern keeper happily accepted the banknote, watching Song Zhan leave. Once Tang Yu was out of sight, he turned into a narrow alley. Zhou questioned, Young Master, where are we headed? Before he could finish speaking, Tang Yu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhou was alarmed. Young Master, are you injured? Tang Yu wiped the blood from his lips. Humph, I'm fine. Today, I finally learned who has been attempting to end my life. Are you referring to the Prime Minister's eldest son? No, it is Bai Li. Next time I encounter someone from the general of the cavalry's residence, I must exercise double the caution. Zhou was taken aback, unable to fathom how Bai Li could be involved. Although the Jingwa Duke had previously held military power, he and the general of the cavalry were stationed at opposite gates, so there should have been no conflict between them. Are you suggesting that the individuals who attacked you before were from the general of the cavalry's residence? Indeed. The events on Dong Street spread through Kyoto like a gust of wind. Bai Li Gu Lan was in Bai Li Qing's courtyard, discussing his impending visit to the Guozi Academy. I wish to escort you to the Guozi Academy so you may forge more friendships and learn to discern the duplicitous, distinguishing loyalty from treachery, and understand the art of employing others. Bai Li Qing harbored reluctance, but understood that as the legitimate son of the Northern Town King, he bore significant responsibilities. Elder sister, I comprehend. Bai Li Gu Lan affectionately ruffled his hair. When shall Qinger go to the Guozi Academy? Bai Li Ao Shui inquired. The thought of parting from her brother after just leaving their parents weighed heavily on her, especially knowing that Bai Li Gu Lan would soon marry, leaving her feeling a tinge of melancholy. In a few days, once the wedding date is set, we shall go. At that moment, a servant rushed in to report, Miss, trouble has arisen. It is said that the heir of the Duke of Jingwa has fought on the street. What prompted the altercation? Concerned for Tang Yu's well-being, she asked. Is he unharmed? She imagined him, still nursing his injuries, overpowered and beaten, and involuntarily conjured a rather disheveled image of him being assaulted. I do not know, miss. Should we send someone to check? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Li Gu Lan decided, send Uncle Li to investigate. If necessary, discreetly assist him. We cannot allow him to suffer a humiliating defeat. He is, after all, the man I have chosen, and he deserves to save face. Understood. Watching the servant hurriedly depart, Bai Li Ao Shui's curiosity was piqued. Sister, who dares strike our future brother-in-law? That person must be reckless. She knew well that, in Jinzhou, no one dared to provoke those connected to the Northern Town King. It was a widely accepted understanding. Yet, this was Kyoto, where power abounded beneath the emperor's feet. They had suffered much in their past lives due to such naivety. Remembering those experiences, Bai Li Gu Lan sighed and cautioned her sister. Younger sister, this is Kyoto. Without our parents here, we must temper our pride from Jinzhou and exercise caution in our words and actions to avoid exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Bai Li Shui dismissed her concerns. What is there to fear? Father governs a region and commands an army of 300,000. Who would dare challenge us? As Bai Li Gu Lan attempted to reason with her again, Bai Li Shui cut her off. Oh sister, since arriving in Kyoto, you seem like a different person. Enough of this. I'm off to see the commotion. Observing Bai Li Shui rush off, oblivious to the world, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of sorrow. In this new life, she yearned for her siblings to live carefree, yet the myriad dangers lurking in Kyoto made such peace seem unattainable. Elder sister, now that we are in Kyoto, without our parents, do you worry for our situation? Bai Li Qing asked, having read many military texts and understanding the importance of vigilance. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. Fear not, dear sister. Once I am at the Guizi Academy, I will study diligently and, when I grow up, I shall protect you. When Bai Li Shui arrived at Dong Street, the crowd had already dispersed. After inquiring with a maid, she learned the outcome and began to wander the streets. A carriage passed by, and the occupant noticed her. Stop the carriage, Song Zhan instructed the driver. Chapter 10, Reluctance and Resistance by Li Shui and her maid watched a vendor craft clay figurines. Although Jinzhou had similar artisans, none matched the lifelike quality of those in Kyoto. Bai Li Shui requested a figurine of herself. Delighted by the diminutive version, she beamed, Xiaoyu, do you think it resembles me? The maid leaned in for a closer look. It's quite similar to the second young lady. Is it? Hee hee. As they chatted and laughed, an individual unexpectedly rushed past them, colliding with Bai Li Shui's shoulder. She lost her grip, and with a loud thud, the figurine fell to the ground, infuriating her. Then, Xiaoyu gasped, oh no, my purse has been stolen. The shout for the thief echoed down the street. Bai Li Shui and Xiaoyu pursued the fleeing thief and soon spotted him pinned to the ground by a young master's attendant. Miss, is this your purse? Bai Li Shui halted, panting. Before her stood a tall, handsome young man with an aristocratic demeanor that made her heart race. Miss, Song Zhan smiled warmly, causing Bai Li Shui's cheeks to flush. It is mine. She shyly reached for the purse, but as her fingers brushed against Song Zhan's, she felt an electric jolt and quickly withdrew her hand. Having never touched a man's hand before, her face reddened further. Sensing her discomfort, Xiaoyu took the purse instead. Thank you, young master. Observing Bai Li Shui's reaction, Song Zhan realized he had made the right bet. He smirked internally. For even without Bai Li Gu Lan, he could manipulate those close to her as leverage. The position he sought would ultimately be his, and the Northern Town King would serve as a stepping stone on his path to supremacy. Miss, are you injured? Song Zhan inquired, studying Bai Li Shui. She raised her gaze to meet his and, summoning her courage, looked boldly back at him.
No.
Her unrefined reply left Song Zhan momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he noticed the clay figurine in her hand. Miss, your figurine is damaged beyond repair. I happen to know how to craft these. Allow me to assist in its restoration. Bai Li Shui glanced at the item in her hand. Emboldened by her status, she replied, Sure. But if it cannot be fixed, you must compensate me. Agreed. If it cannot be mended, I shall provide you with 10 or 8 replacements. Gently placing the figurine in Song Zhan's palm, she found herself entranced by the elegance of his hands, realizing she had never truly observed a man's hands before, recognizing their beauty for the first time. In that moment of distraction, as Song Zhan caught the figurine, his fingers grazed her palm, stirring unfamiliar feelings within her. 3 days hence, I shall await you here. Do remember to collect it, Mississippi. Bai Li Shui nodded. Very well. On her way home, she felt a flutter of excitement. In just half a year, she would come of age. Some young ladies her age had already begun to court. Would it be appropriate to write to their parents to inform them of her interest in someone? Miss, that young master is quite remarkable. Not only did he help us catch the thief, but he also offered to repair your figurine. What do you suppose his background is? Xiaoyu chatted with Bai Li Shui as they walked. Anyone who can afford silk garments and jade adornments must belong to a wealthy family. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Li Shui's cheeks flushed anew. How could I possibly know? She felt a pang of shyness and chose to remain silent. Next time she saw him, she would inquire about it. How could she dare? Yu was puzzled. How had the typically carefree Bai Li Gu become so bashful? In the northern town King's Manor, upon receiving news from the steward that Tang Yu had won a fight, Bai Li Gu Lan sighed in relief. She had genuinely feared for his safety. "Do not worry, my lady. The one you have chosen will surely not disappoint," Tingyin reassured her. Bai Li Gu Lan retorted. "When did you become such a sycophant? Just because I chose him does not guarantee he won't be a failure. Perhaps I made a poor choice and selected a good-for-nothing." Reflecting on her past life, she added, "It's also possible I chose a treacherous wolf." At the Jing Guo Duke's residence, under the urging of the Duke, the wedding date was quickly decided. He instructed Tang Yu to personally deliver the betrothal gifts and marriage documents. Tang Yu, who had just sustained a new injury the previous day, was reluctant to go. "Father, the gifts have already been sent. Surely, it suffices for the matchmaker to deliver them." "Why must I go? You dare speak? You were supposed to deliver the betrothal gifts yesterday, yet you left the manor early and got into a brawl in the street. I truly wish to discipline you, ungrateful child." With that, the Duke struck the ground with his cane in frustration, and the Duchess quickly intervened. "My lord," she said, standing before him, glaring with indignation, "I inquired about the incident in the street yesterday. It cannot be blamed on you. It was the young master from the general's house who provoked him, and he did not bring shame upon you. Enough. Do not let your anger endanger your health. If anything were to happen to you, how would I live?" The Duchess approached him, soothing his chest and smoothing his ruffled hair. The Duke, unable to withstand her mix of anger and charm, felt his irritation dissipate and pushed her hand away. "Do not speak on behalf of this rebellious son, who gets married as effortlessly as he does. Fortunately, the cunning old fox from the northern town is not in the capital. Otherwise, he would be begging to marry that girl. Now, he hesitates to deliver the gifts, showing such ingratitude." Tang Yu thought, why not mention his being taken to the northern town King's Manor? Now he is to deliver the betrothal gifts. Is he not ashamed? However, he did not dare voice his thoughts and merely sat in frustration. Eventually, under the Duke's pressure, he went to the northern town King's Manor. Upon hearing the announcement from the doorman, Bai Li Gu Lan was quite surprised. "My lady, your future fiancé has come personally. He must be willing to marry you. Surely, your days together will be pleasant," Tingyin remarked. "I hope so. If it turns out we are incompatible, I shall only have to endure for a couple of years." At the entrance of the flower hall, Bai Li Gu Lan appeared in a fitted, pale yellow gown adorned with pink silk, accentuating her delicate complexion. Tang Yu was idly playing with a folding fan when he saw Bai Li Gu Lan enter. He momentarily froze before quickly averting his gaze. The matchmaker respectfully presented the marriage document. "Congratulations, my lady. The Duke has set the wedding date. When the time comes, you shall be wed." "Indeed." Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at the document, noting the wedding was scheduled for 3 months hence. This was relatively swift, and she handed the document to Tingyin. At that moment, Tang Yu stood up, pointing at a box on the small tea table. "This is for you." After speaking, he turned to leave but was called back by Bai Li Gu Lan. "Stop. What are you doing?" Bai Li Gu Lan approached him, studying him closely. "What do you want?" Tang Yu stepped back, feeling weak and unable to engage with her. Noticing his condition, Bai Li Gu Lan couldn't help but tease him. "I'm worried about you. I heard you got into a fight. You're not injured, are you?" Tang Yu considered whether he should thank her for helping him identify those who had been covertly targeting him. "Really hurt? Then I shall have the physician examine you." Tang Yu's heart sank. He had intended to conceal his injuries from her. "I am not injured," he insisted, attempting to leave. But his sudden dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. Bai Li Gu Lan hurried to support him. "You claim you're not injured, yet you engage in fights before your wounds have healed. Are you trying to leave me a widow after marrying into the Duke's house?" Tang Yu felt a surge of anger. Her words were too sharp, nearly causing him to cough up blood. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fought on the street."
Fine.
"I admit I initially chose the wrong person." Uncle Li, waiting nearby, noticed Tang Yu's state and promptly exited the flower hall to summon the physician. Bai Li Gu Lan urged Tang Yu to sit in a chair. Concerned, the matchmaker approached Tang Yu. "Young master of the Duke, are you all right? A man so feeble. I wonder if the daughter of the northern town king will reconsider the marriage." The matchmaker's eyes brimmed with worry. She hoped nothing unfortunate would occur. Bai Li Gu Lan exchanged glances with Tingyin, who understood and quickly escorted the matchmaker away. The physician arrived swiftly, checked Tang Yu's pulse, and advised, "Your old injuries have not fully healed, and now you have new ones. This injury requires a month of rest and medication. You must refrain from any combat during this time. He provided a prescription, which Bai Li Gu Lan handed to Zhou. Take this back to prepare the medicine for your young master. Zhou hesitated, glancing at Tang Yu.
What?
Do you doubt our physician's skills? Bai Li Gu Lan questioned. Not at all, Zhou stammered, not daring to elaborate. Bai Li Gu Lan turned to Tang Yu, who had regained his composure and disdainfully glanced at the prescription. I am in perfect health. Even without medication, I could recover in a month. His blind confidence in his health was concerning. It was no wonder he had fallen gravely ill in his past life. Bai Li Gu Lan disapproved of his attitude. Do you think you are invincible? The doctor has spoken. You must take your medicine. If you neglect your health, are you not afraid of suddenly passing away one day? Tang Yu retorted, why are your words so harsh? Bai Li Gu Lan glared at him, presenting the prescription. You must take the medicine on this list, whether you like it or not. Will you bring it home yourself? Or shall I personally deliver it to the Duke's manor? Tang Yu felt as though he was being bullied in his weakened state. He harbored deep resentment towards Bai Jia. Had it not been for the injury inflicted by him, he would not be subject to this woman's threats. He snatched the prescription. You had better not tear it up. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to inquire at the Duke's manor. If you do not take the medicine, I will make a grand spectacle of delivering it to you. Tang Yu's expression darkened. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to collapse, unconscious. The physician, having just left the front courtyard, was called back in. As the physician treated Tang Yu, Bai Li Gu Lan asked Zhou, does the Duke and Duchess not know how severely injured your young master is? How could they allow him to neglect his medication? Young master forbids me from speaking, so the Duke and Duchess are unaware. He fears that taking medicine will worry the Duchess, so he endures his injuries alone. Understanding dawned on Bai Li Gu Lan. It was no wonder he had met such an early demise in his past life. Soon, Tingyin entered with the prepared medicine. Instead of feeding Tang Yu as she had previously, Bai Li Gu Lan instructed the physician to awaken him directly. Tang Yu winced as the pain shot through him, gasping at the sudden sharpness in his fingers. Seeing the distress etched on his face, Zhou, fearing rebuke, instinctively retreated several steps. His stillness was soon interrupted, as Tang Yu, upon opening his eyes, immediately fixated on him. With gritted teeth, Tang Yu shot Zhou a look that promised retribution. Zhou felt a wave of despair wash over him, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Now awake, he had no choice but to rise and take his medicine. Bai Li Gu Lan approached, holding a bowl of medicine, gazing down at Tang Yu from her elevated stance. Upon noticing the physician preparing the silver needles, Tang Yu quickly grasped the situation and sat up. How could you be so cruel as to use needles on me? Bai Li Gu Lan replied. It's time for your medicine. What? Do you wish to spend the night in the Duke of Jinbei's residence? Tang Yu rubbed his chest, still aching, realizing that taking the medicine was now imperative. He accepted the concoction and downed it in one gulp, placing the bowl on a small table, intending to leave. Wait. You must take this prescription back with you, and remember to take it 3 times a day. Tang Yu glanced at the prescription, reluctant for the Duchess to discover his ailment. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Bai Li Gu Lan, I will take this prescription. But you must not inform the Duke. Are you afraid the Duchess will find out? Mind your own business. The medicine will be consumed regardless. Very well. But you must come to the Duke of Jinbei's residence every 3 days for a pulse check, or I shall inform the Duchess. Despite knowing she meant well, Tang Yu was unwilling to accept the reality of their relationship devoid of affection. Having left, Tang Yu watched as Yin brought over a box containing the engagement token to Bai Li Gu Lan. Miss, this is left by your future fiancé. Bai Li Gu Lan took it, opening the box to reveal a pair of exquisite jade bracelets, clearly not prepared by Tang Yu himself. She closed the box and instructed, put it away carefully. It should be taken to the Duke of Jingguo's residence when the time comes. Bai Li Gu Lan and her siblings received numerous invitations upon arriving in the capital, and she chose to attend the princess's chrysanthemum appreciation banquet. After all, royal connections must be respected. On that day, she and Bai Li Ao Shui accompanied Bai Li Qing to the Imperial Academy. Qing'er, study diligently and refrain from frivolity. Remember, we do not fear trouble, but we do not seek it either. Bai Li Qing nodded earnestly. Elder sister, do not worry. I understand and will take care of myself. On their return journey through the bustling marketplace, Bai Li Gu Lan wished to select gifts for the chrysanthemum banquet, preparing accordingly. However, Bai Li Ao Shui interjected, it's fine. Let elder sister handle it. I shall not concern myself. Where are you going? Bai Li Gu Lan frowned. Last time I broke a clay figurine. So, I'm going to find that vendor to make another. Realizing her playful intentions, Bai Li Gu Lan chose not to engage further. Then return home early. Understood. Bai Li Ao Shui replied cheerfully before skipping away. My lord, Bai Li Ao Shui is approaching, Luo Yun reported to Song Zhan, who was seated in a carriage. Chapter 12. A fortunate romance. As Bai Li Ao Shui drew near, she spotted Song Zhan clad in a pristine, white brocade robe. The sight of such a refined gentleman made her cheeks flush. Have you been here long? She asked, attempting to maintain her composure. Not at all, I just arrived. Song Zhan replied, producing a box and presenting it to Bai Li Ao Shui. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Upon opening the box, she discovered a colorful clay figurine adorned with a jeweled comb, its appearance almost identical to the one she had previously received. It's quite lovely, thank you, my lord, she said, her delight evident as she accepted the gift. Dare I ask how you intend to express your gratitude? His words left Bai Li Ao Shui momentarily speechless. Not far from here lies Taiming Lake, where the lotus blossoms are in full bloom. Might I invite you to enjoy a boat ride? Instantly, she envisioned the two of them alone on a pleasure boat, her face turning crimson. However, recalling that Bai Li Gu Lan could brazenly bring a man home, she dismissed her initial hesitation. The following day marked the princess's chrysanthemum banquet, and both Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Ao Shui donned their finest attire. As Bai Li Ao Shui alighted from the carriage, she gazed at the entrance of the princess's residence, perplexed. Sister, is this truly the princess's abode? The two stone lions flanking the entrance appeared somewhat aged, and though the plaque was gilded, it lacked the grandeur of the Duke of Jinbei's residence. As unfamiliar faces at the banquet, they attracted the attention of many upon their arrival. Bai Li Gu Lan had encountered nearly all the attendees in her past life. None possessed innocent intentions. Let us enter, Bai Li Gu Lan admonished her sister. Remember, do not wander or speak indiscriminately. This was not merely due to Bai Li Ao Shui's tendency to chatter, but rather because their upbringing in Jianzhou had shielded them from the cunning nature of those in the capital. Bai Li Ao Shui, perplexed, replied, but I am not one to speak carelessly. Noticing the gazes directed at them, she scanned the crowd and remarked, Sister, have you noticed that most of the attendees are young ladies? Because the princess has a penchant for keeping male companions. The noble families in the capital need not seek her favor. Thus, they send daughters in their stead, Bai Li Gu Lan whispered. Really? Bai Li Ao Shui was taken aback. Though somewhat willful, she held traditional views on marriage and morality deep within her heart. Just as Bai Li Gu Lan had forcibly brought a husband home, it was ultimately a matter of obligation leading to marriage. The notion of keeping male companions was entirely foreign to her. The princess's fondness for male companions was already common knowledge among the elite in the capital. Yet Bai Li Gu Lan had only learned of it after her marriage in her past life. The chancellor's dominance in the court stemmed not only from the emperor's incompetence, but also from Song Zhan's practice of sending male companions to curry favor with the princess, leading her to believe he feared the imperial authority and thus letting her guard down around the chancellor's estate. Bai Li Gu Lan and her sister were guided by a matron to the princess. Though the princess was now in her middle age, she still exuded a captivating charm, draped in fragrant cloud silk that showcased her allure. Your Highness, the two legitimate daughters of the Duke of Jinbei have arrived. The young ladies bowed. We pay our respects to your Highness. May you live long. Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Ao Shui bowed in unison. After taking a moment to appraise them, the princess smiled and gestured for them to rise. I have long heard of your arrival in the capital. Today, upon meeting you, I feel a certain affinity.
Come.
Sit beside me, the princess beckoned. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan's expression stiffened, recalling a similar encounter from her past. At that time, she had been bewildered by the princess's warmth, only to later realize the princess had learned of her audacious act of bringing Song Zhan home and sought to bond over shared experiences regarding male companions. Seating herself beside the princess, Bai Li Gu Lan watched as the other noble ladies were dismissed. Today, I have prepared a multitude of chrysanthemums for everyone to enjoy. The scenery is splendid, so there is no need for you all to linger around me. Go and admire the flowers. Yes, your Highness, the guests replied in unison, dispersing. Elder sister, I too shall go admire the chrysanthemums, Bai Li Ao Shui said to Bai Li Gu Lan. Very well, Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. Watching Bai Li Ao Shui leave with a smile, the princess inquired, her name is Bai Li Ao Shui, is it not? I have heard she is yet to come of age. Indeed, My younger sister is somewhat spoiled and lacks decorum. I hope your highness will forgive her. Nonsense. What do you mean by spoiled? The princess beheld her youthful vitality with delight. How splendid! She exclaimed, then shifted her tone, addressing Bai Li Gu Lan. I have heard of your audacious act of bringing the heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence back to your abode. It is indeed the vigor of youth that emboldens you youngsters to seize opportunities on the streets.
Ha!
Who would have thought that such a handsome young man would fall into your hands? It seems you are quite fortunate in love. If only I had the courage to do as you have. Bai Li Gu Lan retorted. She was compelled by circumstances. Mind you, how can that be compared? However, upon reflecting on Tang Yu's unrivaled beauty, the notion of becoming his lifelong partner and seeing him daily seemed like a delightful prospect. The princess paused for a moment before scoffing. It is all those old ministers in the court. If it weren't for their constant reproaches, I would not lament the absence of handsome companions. Do they not realize that while men may have multiple wives, women too deserve companionship? A beautiful man by one's side enriches life, does it not? This inquiry left Bai Li Gu Lan utterly flustered. Although her parents were not overly strict, they would not permit her to openly discuss matters of intimacy. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's discomfort, the princess chuckled. You are still too young. In time, you should cultivate a few favorites, and you'll be as liberated as I am. With that, she clapped her hands, summoning several young men from behind a screen. They donned sheer garments, revealing their subtly defined physiques, which was enough to leave one blushing. Yet, having lived through 2 lifetimes, Bai Li Gu Lan maintained her composure. Taking a sip from her teacup, the princess, observing her calmness, speculated that she might have already shared an intimate moment with Tang Yu. Look at the fine specimens I have selected. Surely, they rival the heir of the Jing Guo Duke, do they not? Bai Li Gu Lan replied, Naturally, your choices are exquisite. Then allow me to gift you one, the princess declared, gesturing to the handsome men. Step closer, so that the esteemed young lady of the Jinbei Wangfu may have a look. Should you catch her fancy, I shall reward you handsomely. Coughing, Bai Li Gu Lan nearly choked on her drink. What troubles you, Bai Li Gu? Are you blushing and your heart racing at their approach? Perhaps I should have them disrobe, so that you might feel more at ease, the princess jested. Despite having encountered men in her past life, the sight of these nearly bare gentlemen made Bai Li Gu Lan too bashful to meet their gaze. No, she hurriedly waved her hands. It would not be proper to have such a display with so many noble ladies present. Indeed, the princess mused, lifting her cup for a sip. Have you taken a liking to any of them? You may take whichever one you desire. Bai Li Gu Lan felt overwhelmed by such generosity. Your highness, please send them away. The princess laughed heartily.
Ah.
Do you possess a lustful heart but lack the courage? Is one heir of the Jing Guo Duke sufficient to satisfy you? I must tell you, men are like exquisite dishes, each with their own flavor. You must indulge in variety. Bai Li Gu Lan replied, Your highness, I truly lack the boldness. You know I am preparing for my marriage, and must first win over the heir. The princess paused, then waved her hand, and the young men withdrew. In the courtyard, flowers bloomed vibrantly, yet the predominant blossoms were chrysanthemums. Bai Li Ao Shui, with her spirited nature, admired the flowers but lacked the appreciation for their beauty, opting instead to wander to the pavilion by the water to observe the fish. When Bai Li Gu Lan found her, she was evidently bored. Sister, you have finally arrived. What did the princess wish to discuss? Why did it take so long? Bai Li Ao Shui complained, feeling out of place among the unfamiliar crowd, who regarded her with curious gazes, as if she were an oddity. Bai Li Gu Lan hesitated to respond. She thought of the handsome men and wondered if Tang Yu's physique resembled theirs. Her cheeks flushed at the thought, which did not escape Bai Li Ao Shui's notice. Sister, what has caused your sudden embarrassment? Clearing her throat, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, Nothing. The princess merely wished to inquire about the situation in Jinzhou. Bai Li Ao Shui raised an eyebrow. Then why did she send them away? Her sister's blush deepened. As Bai Li Gu Lan entered, whispers began to circulate, with some speculating about the princess's intentions. Hee. They were in there for quite a while. Do you think the princess sent her a man? Is it necessary to ask? Perhaps, came the response, laced with implications. Fong Ro, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, glanced at the unperturbed Chu Qing, who sat sipping tea at a stone table. Noting her indifference, Fong Ro spoke. Have you all heard about the heir of the Jing Guo Duke? The reason he agreed to the marriage was due to that woman coercing him with the reputation of the Jinbei Wangfu. Humph. If the heir knew she was such a wanton, He would surely bring this matter before the emperor and rescind the engagement. Indeed, what man would marry such a woman, who disregards virtue? Chu Qing paused, her hand holding the teacup faltering as she cast a glance at Bai Li Gu Lan before silently setting down the cup. Recalling last year's proposal from the Jingguo Duke's residence to the Wangfu, she had hoped to wed Tang Yu. However, following the Duke's defeat and injury, the marriage was ultimately called off. She harbored genuine affection for Tang Yu, yet her parents insisted that as a princess, she must marry a son of a powerful minister to solidify the Chu family's position. She awaited Tang Yu's resurgence in power, but was taken aback by Bai Li Gu Lan's audacious act of abducting him and bringing him to the Jinbei Wangfu. If Tang Yu had chosen this path willingly, it would be one thing, but the Duke's acceptance of such a farcical arrangement, sending a betrothal gift within days, was beyond comprehension. As she pondered, her resentment toward Bai Li Gu Lan grew. She felt a deep sense of injustice at the thought of missing her chance with Tang Yu, yet felt powerless to alter her fate. Feng Rou observed Chu Qing's brooding expression, sensing that her frustration was nearing a tipping point. Princess, that young lady of the Jinbei Wangfu is insufferably arrogant. Regardless of her status, she cannot surpass you or the princess. Her brazen behavior in the capital clearly shows her disregard for royal authority. You must teach her a lesson. Chu Qing hesitated. By lineage, she was indeed the daughter of a prince and the emperor's niece, thus more noble than Bai Li Gu Lan. Given her own royal status, she felt entitled to reprimand Bai Li Gu Lan for her audacity. Encouraged by Feng Rou, Chu Qing rose, declaring, "How dare a mere daughter of a foreign prince act with such insolence in the capital? Yes, princess, you must give her a lesson, lest she remain ignorant of what royal authority truly means," Feng Rou urged. With a flourish of her handkerchief, Chu Qing strode toward the lotus pond. Spotting a gathering of individuals approaching, Bai Li Gu Lan narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, she had faced similar confrontations, where she was branded shameless for pressuring Song Zhan into marriage. In this life, with Tang Yu in her stead, she wondered if the same accusations would be hurled at her. Bai Li Ao Shui also noticed Chu Qing and her entourage approaching, sensing an ominous intent. Sister, why do those people look as if they are ready to devour someone? Bai Li Ao Shui found the situation bewildering. They were minding their own business at the waterside pavilion. Yet these individuals approached them with hostility, as if the sisters had committed some grave transgression. Don't worry, just keep quiet for a while, and I will handle them, Bai Li Gu Lan reassured. As Chu Qing drew closer, Bai Li Gu Lan courteously greeted her. Greetings, your highness. You know me? Chu Qing inquired, perplexed. This was their first encounter, and Bai Li Gu Lan's calm declaration of her identity suggested she might have conducted some reconnaissance. The sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized by an adversary left Chu Qing both astonished and disconcerted. I heard someone mention that the princess possesses a unique demeanor, and I remembered you immediately, she admitted, relieved to realize that her weaknesses had not been uncovered. I heard you brazenly abducted the heir of the Jingguo Duke upon arriving in the capital. How audacious of you to act so recklessly beneath the emperor's nose. Do you not regard imperial authority? Chu Qing asserted with fervor. This echoed sentiments from her past life. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled wryly. Your highness, such accusations are excessive. I merely chose a husband on the street. How could that possibly be construed as disdain for imperial power? Moreover, the heir and I are both unmarried. I have not usurped anyone's partner or hindered anyone's interests. Chu Qing was taken aback by Bai Li Gu Lan's sharp retorts. To defy a princess is to show contempt for imperial authority, Feng Rou interjected, eager to escalate the situation. Indeed, how dare she openly challenge a princess? Perhaps she has grown arrogant in Jinzhou, thinking the capital is ruled by the king of north, others chimed in, heightening Chu Qing's sense of superiority. With a scornful glance at Bai Li Gu Lan, Chu Qing declared, will you strike first, or shall I command my maid to do so? The prospect of physical confrontation was alarming. Bai Li Ao Shui, fearing her sister might indeed strike herself, urged, Sister, do not fear them. We have our father backing us. I refuse to believe they would dare to harm us. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Feng Rou scoffed, the king of north is 1,000 miles away in Jinzhou. Have you heard the saying that distant waters cannot quench a near fire? Do you truly believe he can come to your aid? No matter how capable he may be, his reach does not extend to the capital. A nearby woman added, exactly. Now that it is just the two of you, you still refuse to be cautious. If the princess does not teach you a lesson, it may lead to chaos in the future. Chu Qing, Feeling bolstered, instructed her maid, "Go. Pin her down and strike her." "Are you certain you wish to resort to violence, your highness?" Bai Li Gu Lan coolly surveyed the crowd. "I fear that your entire group may not be a match for me."
What?
"You dare to threaten us? We are all noble ladies, and the princess is present. Do you wish to offend us all?" Fong Ro exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had merely intended for Chu Qing to discipline Bai Li Gu Lan, never anticipating that she would prove to be so resilient. Bai Li Gu Lan retorted, "Did you not just accuse me of showing contempt for imperial authority? Once I have dealt with you, I shall seek the emperor's opinion on the matter. Indeed, if they dare to strike us, we shall retaliate," Bai Li Aoshue declared, rolling up her sleeves. Though she lacked her sister's martial prowess, an indomitable spirit burned within her. If it came to a fight, she would not shy away from a fierce struggle.
Ha!
"You think this will reach the emperor? Whose side do you think he will take, yours or the princess's?" Fong Ro continued to stoke the flames. With Fong Ro's words, Chu Qing felt emboldened and commanded her maid, "Strike. If anyone dares to interfere, attack them as well." As two maids approached Bai Li Gu Lan, Sheen stepped forward anxiously. "Miss, allow me to shield you. If there are repercussions, the blame will fall on me." With that, she too rolled up her sleeves, prepared to confront the two opposing maids. Bai Li Gu Lan swiftly pulled her back. "Your life has other purposes in my service. How could I allow you to risk it over something so trivial?" Sheen understood her lady's concern but was unaware of her own value in Bai Li Gu Lan's eyes. As Chu Qing's maids advanced, Bai Li Gu Lan delivered a swift kick, sending one maid flying to the ground. Infuriated, Chu Qing exclaimed, "You dare to strike my people?" She stepped forward, raising her hand to slap Bai Li Gu Lan.
Stop!
A voice rang out from outside the pavilion, belonging to the Grand Princess. The crowd turned, promptly kneeling in submission. "Today is my chrysanthemum banquet. Do you not consider the appropriateness of your actions, princess?" Chu Qing responded, "I report to you, aunt. It was the legitimate daughter of the King of North who attacked first. I merely sought to teach her a lesson." "Indeed, I can attest to this." Fong Ro chimed in, supporting Chu Qing's claim. The Grand Princess glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan and remarked, "The legitimate daughter of the King of North has only just arrived in the capital. She bears no grudge against you. Why would she strike you?" Chu Qing retorted, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Behave yourself, or do not blame me for my coldness." With the Grand Princess's intervention, the farce came to an end. As Chu Qing departed the waterside pavilion, she cast a venomous glare at Bai Li Gu Lan. "Your Highness, we shall have ample opportunities in the future," Fong Ro commented beside her. Upon leaving the Grand Princess's residence, she handed Bai Li Gu Lan a male companion. Bai Li Gu Lan had no choice but to take one back to the King of North's residence. "Sister, are you truly going to keep a male pet?" Bai Li Aoshue peeked through the carriage curtain at the handsome man following alongside. His physique and features were exceptional. Yet his background was unimpressive, a pity for him to be born into such circumstances. Yes, why not keep him? In truth, he is an informant left by the Grand Princess. This informant was somewhat unusual. His true master was a prince from the Zhao nation. This meant that the man's real identity was that of a spy. In her past life, he had followed the Grand Princess into the palace and assassinated the third prince. However, he had made a grave miscalculation. The true contender for the throne was Songzhan, deceived by the Chancellor's feigned support of the third prince. Ultimately, he was captured, and Bai Li Gu Lan had witnessed his brutal execution at the hands of Songzhan. To her astonishment, in this new life, she encountered him ahead of time. Sensing someone watching from within the carriage, the man glanced toward the small window. Their eyes met, and he smiled alluringly. This caused Bai Li Aoshue, who had been observing him, to be momentarily entranced. Had she not known he was a male pet, she suspected she would have fallen under his spell. Bai Li Aoshue lowered the curtain, unable to contain her curiosity. "Sister, do you truly intend to favor him?" Bai Li Gu Lan replied somewhat exasperatedly, "I am still an unmarried lady. How could I possibly engage in such conduct? Then why bring him home?" Bai Li Gu Lan gave her a light slap on the head. "Do not ask. Just keep your distance from him." The news of the flower banquet incident spread swiftly through the streets. But most people focused on the key phrase, Bai Li Gu Lan keeping a male pet. "Have you heard? The legitimate daughter of the King of North, who has just arrived in the capital, has taken a liking to a handsome man." "Yes, I heard the Grand Princess gifted him to her." Who would have thought that such a young girl, appearing virtuous, would behave as scandalously as the Grand Princess? Oh, dear. It seems these two will collude in the future, likely leading many men to ruin. On the carriage, Chu Qing overheard the idle chatter of passers-by. A cold smile crept across her lips as she instructed the maid beside the carriage, "Go inquire about the whereabouts of the heir to the Duke of Jingguo." "Yes, my lady." A quarter of an hour later, the maid returned. "Your Highness, I have gathered information. It is said that the heir frequently visits a study on the west side of the city these days. We should be able to find him there." "Very well. Let us proceed." At that moment, Tang Yu sat leisurely in the courtyard of the Wanshi study, while Zhou brought him a freshly brewed medicinal soup. Lin Bowen, the heir of the Duke of Qing'an, seated beside him, glanced at the soup and asked, "Do you think this medicine is effective?" "It's adequate," Tang Yu replied, downing the soup in one gulp. "Though Baizhi possesses considerable martial skills, even if you recover from your injuries, it is unlikely you will be able to avenge yourself. Are you truly intent on seeking him out?" Just as Lin Bowen finished speaking, a servant hurried into the study, reporting, "Young master, there is someone outside claiming to be a princess, seeking the heir of the Duke of Jingguo. Shall we allow her in?" Chapter 15. Never marry her. Lin Bowen turned to Tang Yu. "What does the princess want with you?" Tang Yu shot him a glare. "How would I know?" However, given her status, they had no choice but to invite her in. "Please bring her inside," he instructed the servant. After a brief moment, Chu Qing adjusted her hairpin and dismounted from the carriage, surprised to find Lin Bowen present as she had assumed only Tang Yu would be there. "I have met the princess before," Lin Bowen said, rising to greet her. "You honor me, heir of the Duke of Qing'an," she replied, casting a glance at Tang Yu, whose expression remained impassive, causing a pang of disappointment in her heart. "Tang Yu, have you heard about the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei?" she inquired. Tang Yu was taken aback, not expecting her visit to be about Bai Li Gu Lan. However, for the past few days, he had been focused solely on nursing his injuries and devising a plan against Baizhi, thus he had not caught wind of the gossip circulating in the streets. What has happened to the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei? Lin Bowen, too, was curious. She went to attend the Princess Flower Appreciation Banquet and returned with a male companion, Chu Qing revealed. Lin Bowen's jaw dropped in shock, and he instinctively glanced at Tang Yu. Noticing the frost in his gaze, he realized Tang Yu was incensed. Tang Yu, a woman like her, akin to a courtesan, should never be allowed to marry into the Duke of Jingguo's household. I advise you to call off this engagement before she brings disgrace upon your family. Tang Yu pressed his lips together, remaining silent, which only heightened Chu Qing's anxiety. Is it true that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinbei brought back a male companion? Lin Bowen found it hard to believe, considering Bai Li Gu Lan's youth. It seemed implausible that she would have harbored such a relationship. Chu Qing, irritated by the skepticism, responded sharply, "It is indeed true. There were countless witnesses at the banquet. Do you think I would falsely accuse her?" The atmosphere grew heavy, with Tang Yu's silence. "Tang Yu," Chu Qing ventured cautiously, concerned that he might overlook Bai Li Gu Lan's behavior due to the Duke's status and proceed with the engagement. If she dares to act so brazenly today, she will only become more outrageous in the future. You absolutely must not marry her. Otherwise, she will bring you ruin. Tang Yu rose, picking up a folding fan from the table. Chu Qing's heart raced as she watched his tall figure standing before her. "Tang Yu, please withdraw from the engagement. There are many worthy women in the capital. You should not compromise yourself." Lin Bowen sensed something peculiar in her words, but could not pinpoint why. "Thank you for the information, Your Highness, but I prefer to keep my whereabouts private," Tang Yu replied coldly. Chu Qing was taken aback. Did he not heed her warnings about Bai Li Gu Lan? Why did he instead turn to admonish her? Before she could respond, Tang Yu exited, leaving her fuming to the point of nearly stamping her foot.
Tang Yu!
She chased after him, but by the time she reached the door, he had already mounted his horse. With a swift nudge to the horse's belly, he vanished from sight. That night, Bai Li Gu Lan had just extinguished her lamp and retired for the night when she heard footsteps on the roof. Quickly, she sprang from her bed, grabbing a whip as she dashed outside. "Miss, what is it?" Her maid, exclaimed, startled. "There is an assassin." Indeed, upon reaching the roof, Bai Li Gu Lan spotted a figure clad in black, and she leapt up, engaging him in combat. However, she soon realized that the black-clad figure's skills surpassed her own. He was merely testing her abilities and assessing the defenses of the Duke of Jinbei. The guards in the courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. The black-clad figure attempted to flee, but it was too late. The steward had intercepted him from behind. Halt! Tang Yu pulled down his mask. His injuries had only just begun to heal. If he were to be harmed by someone from the Duke of Jinbei, he would have no face to show. What brings you here at this hour? Bai Li Gu Lan asked, astonished. Did you come to pry into my affairs? Tang Yu was there to ascertain whether she truly had brought back a male companion, and whether they had engaged in any intimate relations. He had not expected to be discovered so swiftly. The heir of the Duke of Jingguo. In the future, if you have business with Our Lady, please come through the front door. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate for you to be injured, the steward remarked, causing Tang Yu to feel a twinge of embarrassment. If you require something, let us discuss it inside, Bai Li Gu Lan invited, leaping down. Inside, Yin relit the candles and served tea to Tang Yu. As he entered, he scanned the room for any signs of a man's presence but found none. Noticing his scrutiny, Bai Li Gu Lan asked, "What are you looking for?" Tang Yu shot her an exasperated look. "If you have something to say, then say it outright, rather than acting coy." "Am I acting coy?" he retorted. "Would I be here at this hour if it weren't for you?" "For what reason?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, sensing his hesitance. She had surmised that it had to do with the male companion, as his demeanor suggested he was reluctant to speak. "Are you involved with another man?"
Indeed.
Bai Li Gu Lan smirked, teasing him playfully. "The princess extended a gracious invitation, and I could not refuse, so I brought him back." Tang Yu's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "What do you take me for?" "Your future husband," she replied, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a smile. Tang Yu discerned the mischievous glint in her eyes. Angered, he turned his face away. "If you do not send that man away, I will call off our engagement." "Are you truly angry?" Tang Yu remained silent. Realizing he was genuinely upset, Bai Li Gu Lan abandoned her teasing demeanor. She donned a coat and approached him. Taking his hand, "Come with me. I will introduce you to him. This woman intends to take me to meet that plaything," he thought, pulling his hand away. "He is merely a trifle and not worthy of my attention." "Do you look down upon him?" Bai Li Gu Lan challenged. "His background is not trivial, and underestimating him could lead to your detriment." Her words piqued Tang Yu's curiosity. He followed Bai Li Gu Lan to the secluded courtyard, where he encountered a man drenched in blood. The man was bound in bandages, indicating he had been tortured and treated afterward. "Is this the person you brought back from the Princess Chang's residence?" Tang Yu pondered various possibilities in a fleeting moment. Why was he beaten so brutally? Because he is a spy sent by the Zhao Kingdom. Then why not kill him outright? Why bother with treatment? Tang Yu found Bai Li Gu Lan's actions perplexing. Chapter 16. Inquire further. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled mysteriously. Naturally, he still has his uses. "Are you still feeling jealous?" Tang Yu's ears flushed crimson. "I merely passed by. At such an hour, dressed in night attire, merely passing by?" Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at him. "Then where are you headed?" Under her probing gaze, Tang Yu felt uncomfortable and turned to leave. He leapt onto the rooftop as he exited the courtyard. "Aren't you using the front door?" Bai Li Gu Lan called out from the courtyard. Tang Yu paused momentarily, then continued on without looking back. "At the Jingguo Duke's residence, young master. You have returned." Upon seeing Tang Yu, Zhou hurriedly opened the door for him, offering tea once he was seated. "Young master, should we withdraw from the marriage?" Contemplating the male consort, Tang Yu was uncertain of Bai Li Gu Lan's intentions, but her actions suggested the prince of Northern Zhen might harbor unspeakable secrets. The marriage would not be rescinded for now. The wedding was set for 3 months hence, and he felt no urgency. He decided to observe the movements of the prince of Northern Zhen, and the ongoing gossip of Bai Li Gu Lan bringing her male consort home continued to spread throughout the capital. The Duchess of Jingguo had heard the rumors and, troubled, sought out the duke. You see, just as the marriage was settled, she mingles with the princess and brings home a male consort. How will you face others in the future? The duke sighed. He never anticipated Bai Li Gu Lan would align herself with such company. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. The Duchess urged him, "Speak up. I shall send someone for that matchmaker to annul this marriage. Our Jingguo Duke's residence cannot afford such a bride. Have you consulted a Yu?" "Consult him about what?" "Though we arranged the marriage, he is the one marrying. This matter has spread far and wide. Can he truly be unaware? Why has he not come to discuss it with us?" The Duchess, realizing the implications, recalled how Tang Yu had always expressed his opinions during previous courtship discussions. Otherwise, he would not have remained unmarried into his 20s.
What is he thinking now?
"I shall inquire further." The Duchess hoped Tang Yu had not yet heard the news, as she felt unable to accept it if he had. Tang Yu ventured out again, and the Duchess waited long for his return, curious about his whereabouts. She sent a maid to investigate. She learned that Tang Yu had been frequently visiting the study, assuming he was diligently studying for the imperial examinations, which pleased her. She dispatched Lu Mama to find him. Upon arriving at the study, Lu Mama found only Zhou present, who was preparing medicine for Tang Yu. Startled by her entrance, he almost spilled the concoction. "Is this medicine for the young master?" Lu Mama inquired. Zhou, being Tang Yu's attendant, could hardly be preparing it for anyone else. "Young master was injured in a street fight a few days ago," Zhou replied. "Speak quickly." Lu Mama pressed, her eyes fixed on him, demanding an explanation. Under her stern gaze, Zhou divulged the entire matter. Upon hearing that Tang Yu had sustained serious injuries without informing his family, the Duchess was both heartbroken and furious. How could this child endure such suffering alone without telling us? If something unfortunate were to occur, we would be completely unaware. What would we do then? Lu Mama sighed in concern. Zhou explained that the medicine had been prescribed by the physician of the Prince of Northern Jin. The Duchess grew increasingly worried. That evening, upon Tang Yu's return, he found the Duke and Duchess seated in the living room, their expressions grim. He surmised they had learned of Bai Li Gu Lan's circumstances, but only partially. "Father, mother, why have you returned?" the Duke said irritably. "I truly believe you should be married off to the Prince of Northern Jin." "Tang Yu," the Duchess interjected, "please do not be angry." She then turned to Tang Yu. "Have you heard about Miss Bai?" "I have," Tang Yu replied nonchalantly as he seated himself beside the chair. The Duke glared. "Stand up." Taken aback, Tang Yu had never witnessed such anger from the Duke and feared he would be struck with the cane. He quickly clarified, "Father, this matter is not as you perceive. You are aware?" The Duke sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, but Tang Yu chose not to share his knowledge. The Duke was genuinely angry now. Tang Yu recounted his late-night visit to the Prince of Northern Jun's residence, causing the Duke and Duchess to furrow their brows in concern. The Duchess expressed her discontent. "She should not have brought him home. It tarnishes her reputation and implicates our family. This puts us in a precarious position regarding the marriage." The Duke rubbed his cane thoughtfully, suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. Could it be that the Prince of Northern Jun harbors treasonous intentions? His words left the Duchess stunned. If such treachery were successful, it could lead to severe consequences, but if it failed, the repercussions would be dire. Tang Yu shook his head, disputing the Duke's theory. "I do not believe that is the case." "Why do you say so?" the Duke questioned. If the prince intended rebellion, he could easily have Bai Li Gu Lan enter the palace and usurp authority directly, rather than resorting to subterfuge to capture a spy. The Duke nodded in agreement with Tang Yu's reasoning. Yet, what was Bai Li Gu Lan's motivation? Was it merely an inability to resist the princess's fervor? However, she claimed that keeping the spy was beneficial. What could her true motives be? How did she come to know the spy's identity? After much contemplation, they decided to observe the situation as it unfolded. As night fell, Tang Yu intended to return to his quarters for rest, but was called back by the Duchess. "Mother, is there something else?" he inquired. "I heard you were injured. Why did you conceal it from your family?" "I am fine, truly recovered," Tang Yu replied, stepping back. At his age, he was no longer accustomed to the Duchess's proximity. Seeing him retreat, the Duchess sighed, reflecting on how her child had grown distant. "You, my child, suffer injuries, yet do not inform your family, but seek treatment from the physician of the Prince of Northern Jun. Why do you frequent the prince's residence so much?" Tang Yu suspected Zhou and had let the information slip. Otherwise, the Duchess would not be aware. Chapter 17. No wonder he dares not show up at the Prince of Northern Jun's residence. Bai Li Gu Lan was unaware that her actions in this rebirth would cause such turmoil for the Duke of Jing Guo and his associates. 3 days had already passed without Tang Yu visiting the household physician for consultation. Hearing Yanin's reminder, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, "He hasn't come to see the physician for follow-up. Could it be that he is at the Duke of Jingguo's residence?" Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head, continuing to examine the roster in her hands. His absence likely indicates that the Duke's household is already aware of the situation.
Yanin suddenly understood. Ah,
that explains why he dares not come. Noticing the roster was filled with information about women, Yanin couldn't help but ask, "Miss, what are you doing with this?" "The Prince of Jinbei's residence has no eligible bachelors. It is puzzling to see you perusing a register of women." "I'm searching for someone," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, closing the roster and shaking her head. "None of these will do." Eneen inquired, "What type of person are you looking for?" This roster contains daughters of officials and renowned courtesans. Generally speaking, these women possess both talent and beauty. How could one not find a suitable candidate? Bai Li Gu Lan pondered for a moment. Naturally, I seek one who is soul-stirring. After she spoke, she rose and headed towards the door. Come, we are going out. Eneen hurriedly went to arrange a carriage. At the entrance, Bai Li Gu Lan encountered Bai Li Aoshue, who had just returned. Sister, where are you off to? Bai Li Aoshue asked, her face beaming with joy. Observing her sister's happiness, Bai Li Gu Lan reflected on her past life, where she had no friends in the capital at this time. Yet she was always eager to leave the residence. Bai Li Gu Lan countered, and where have you been? What has made you so cheerful? Bai Li Aoshue was startled, for she had been on a secret rendezvous. Remembering the moment she had shared with a certain young man, where he had taken her hand, her cheeks flushed.
Oh.
It's nothing much. I simply saw a street performer fall while doing acrobatics, which was quite amusing. She was relieved to have witnessed such a scene otherwise. She would have struggled to concoct an excuse.
Oh?
Bai Li Gu Lan replied, somewhat skeptical, yet she refrained from pressing further. Don't wander about. We have just arrived in the capital, and many are seeking the weaknesses of the Prince of Jinbei's household. Do not give them the opportunity. Understood. Don't worry, I will be cautious, Bai Li Aoshue said playfully, not taking her sister's words to heart. The carriage arrived at the back gate of a brothel in the western part of the city. Miss, what brings us here? Eneen questioned, puzzled by Bai Li Gu Lan's actions. Initially, she was reviewing a roster of women, and now they were at a brothel. It was utterly baffling. I have come to redeem a girl from here. Bai Li Gu Lan lifted the curtain and instructed the coachman, go knock on the door and summon the matron. Understood. The male coachman smoothly entered and soon brought the matron to them. Bai Li Gu Lan alighted from the carriage, and the matron scrutinized her from head to toe. Noticing her luxurious attire adorned with gold and silver embroidery, along with an exquisite set of pearl accessories, it was evident she hailed from a prominent family. The matron politely inquired, my dear, you appear to be the daughter of a noble family. What brings you to my humble establishment? Observing her opulent appearance, the matron surmised she was not in dire straits and questioned her intentions. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled slyly, opting for directness. She produced a banknote of 10,000 taels. I seek a girl named Su Yao. I wish to take her away. The matron was taken aback. She had never encountered a noble lady seeking to acquire one of her girls. Moreover, Su Yao was merely 14 years old, raised under the matron's care, possessing both beauty and skill, and was yet to entertain clients. The matron felt a surge of wariness. Su Yao was her future treasure, and such knowledge should not have come to light. How did you come to know of her existence? The matron queried, her caution evident. Rest assured. My intention is not to usurp your business, Bai Li Gu Lan asserted. If you deem 10,000 taels insufficient, name your price. This is a necessity. The matron remained vigilant, but was nonetheless tempted by the prospect of such wealth. May I inquire to which family you belong? Why is it imperative for you to purchase Su Yao? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze turned cold, and she shot the matron a warning look. Since you recognize my status, it would be wise not to pry further. Now, how much do you desire? Though the matron was well versed in the ways of the world, she was momentarily intimidated by Bai Li Gu Lan's imposing presence. With a forced smile, she replied, since you are aware of Su Yao, you should understand that she has been nurtured under my careful guidance. My establishment relies on her talents. Losing her would be akin to losing our prized asset. The matron rambled on, but Bai Li Gu Lan knew she was merely trying to extract more money. She presented another banknote of 10,000 taels. The matron's eyes widened in astonishment, her smile stretching from ear to ear. In a brothel, a woman's youth is fleeting, and earning such a sum is remarkable. 2 banknotes of 10,000 taels would be a substantial profit for her. In the mixed society of the capital, she dared not be overly greedy. Is this sufficient? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Quite sufficient, the matron exclaimed, reaching for the banknote, but Bai Li Gu Lan withdrew it, stating, bring her out. I shall not hand over the payment until I see her. Very well. The matron nodded and hurried inside, taking some time before finally bringing Su Yao out. Bai Li Gu Lan carefully examined her features, confirming that she was indeed the exquisite beauty from her memories. Why do you wish to purchase me? Su Yao inquired. Being bought could be a double-edged sword. It might lead to becoming a mere plaything, a tool for manipulation. Such a fate was rumored to be far worse than remaining in a brothel, where she could still perform without compromising her integrity. Given time, or the right circumstances, she could redeem herself and lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. However, falling into the hands of the powerful could spell disaster. Acquiring you is, of course, for a purpose. As for your future, it hinges on your own cleverness, Bai Li Gu Lan stated as she exchanged the banknote for the contract of sale, adding, remember, you have never been here. Do not speak of this place to anyone, understood? The matron, holding the banknote in disbelief, replied, I understand. Feeling lost about her future, Su Yao felt a pang of reluctance. The matron, too, was aware that the fates of ordinary people are seldom in their own hands. She could only advise, go forth. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Do not disclose your origins from my establishment, lest it bring you misfortune. Chapter 18. The hollow affections of a scoundrel Bai Li Gu Lan brought Su Yao back to the Prince of Jinbei's residence, settling her in a secluded courtyard. Subsequently, she summoned a matron to instruct Su Yao in the etiquette of the palace. It was evident to Su Yao that Bai Li Gu Lan intended to prepare her for a life in the palace. Indeed, Bai Li Gu Lan seated herself on a small couch. Study diligently. I shall grant you a new identity. But remember, you are solely mine and must serve me. Otherwise. As she spoke, a frigid glimmer crossed Bai Li Gu Lan's eyes as they swept over Su Yao's face. In her previous life, Su Yao had been bestowed upon Songzhan by the Minister of Rights. The minister, aware of the Prime Minister's ambitions, had allied himself early on to secure his own grandeur. In addition to sending Songzhan silver, he had also provided him with beautiful women. However, to win over a deputy general under Su Yao's father, Songzhan had ultimately sent her away. It was the deputy general named Jia Rong who betrayed his father and personally slaughtered the Bai family. In the aftermath, Songzhan personally visited the cold palace to recount the details of the massacre to her, inciting such intense rage that she nearly took her own life. Reflecting on the events of her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan's expression grew increasingly cold. Observing her demeanor, Su Yao felt a chill run through her limbs and trembled uncontrollably. I understand now. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, my lady. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded in acknowledgement. If she could be of service to her, that would indeed be splendid. Yet, if not, she would not hesitate to send her off to reincarnation early. Bai Li Gu Lan received a reply from Jinzhou, and 3 days later, her dowry arrived in the capital. The procession was accompanied by over 100 escorts and numerous horse-drawn carriages, which astonished onlookers. Even more surprising was the fact that one carriage overturned at the city gate, spilling its treasures all over the ground, dazzling in the sunlight. The passing citizens began to murmur, such wealth. Surely the dowry of a princess pales in comparison. How could there be so much? I recall that the princess sent for marriage a few years ago only had a mere 10 carriages. It seemed that the Prince of the North truly possessed wealth rivaling that of nations. The servants of the Prince of the North hurriedly gathered the fallen gold and silver. But despite their swift actions, many had already witnessed the spectacle. This incident reached the censors, and inevitably, the Prince of the North, far away, faced accusations. Many ministers argued that such immense wealth warranted an increase in taxes on his fiefdom to prevent him from becoming a potential rebel. As the emperor was not attending court, the chancellor governed the state and directly issued edicts. When the imperial decree left the palace, Bai Li Gu Lan became aware of it. My lady, how could the carriage, which was traveling so smoothly, suddenly get spooked? Inquired Yin. The horses of the Prince of the North were well trained and had endured long journeys without issue. Yet in the smoothest streets of the capital, they were startled and overturned, raising suspicions. Bai Li Gu Lan scoffed. It seems there is an insider. The details of the dowry have been leaked, and some wish to exploit this for their own gain. Yet she was puzzled. In her past life, they hadn't been united, and even if she had changed, it should not have affected others. Who, then, was truly impacted? And who would benefit from the increased taxes in Jinzhou? All signs pointed toward the chancellor's residence. Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback. Could it be that Songzhan had also been reborn? This seemed highly plausible. If she could, then so could he. Otherwise, it made no sense. She summoned Uncle Li. My lady, why have you called for this old servant? Arrange for more people to closely monitor the chancellor's residence, especially Songzhan. Is this regarding the increase in Jinzhou's taxes? Uncle Li inquired.
Yes.
She could not disclose the matter of rebirth to Uncle Li, so she used the tax issue as a pretext. I suspect the chancellor is deliberately targeting our Prince of the North. He wields significant power in the capital, And without my father's 300,000 troops to suppress him, he could easily undermine the imperial authority. Currently, my father is his nemesis, and he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Uncle Li nodded. Last time you instructed us to monitor the Chancellor's residence. Those sent reported that he has been frequently meeting with ministers privately. While it is normal for him to summon ministers to discuss state affairs, the individuals he has promoted to key positions in the court raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan was nearly certain that Song Jian had also been reborn. Otherwise, such changes would not have occurred. Meanwhile, Bai Li Ao Shui attended an appointment with Song Jian, and they met at a painted boat. Upon arrival, Bai Li Ao Shui noticed Song Jian's troubled expression and asked with concern, "Why do you look so troubled, brother Song?" Song Jian glanced at Bai Li Ao Shui, hesitating to speak, ultimately sighing without uttering a word. This only deepened Bai Li Ao Shui's worry. "Brother Song, what troubles you? If you are facing difficulties,
Please share them with me.
with the power of the Prince of the North, we can surely help you through this." Song Jian smiled faintly, taking her hand. "Foolish girl, why are you so kind? If I truly had a problem, I would never wish for it to involve you. It's just that it's not my matter, but what?" Bai Li Ao Shui pressed as he fell silent.
Sigh.
"You will find out eventually, so I shall tell you. The carriage transporting your elder sister's dowry overturned at the city gate, and the treasures were seen by others. The censors learned of this and, in conjunction with the ministers, petitioned the emperor to increase the taxes in Jinzhou. The emperor nearly sought to punish your father, but thankfully, my father intervened." Bai Li Ao Shui. "Should any further issues arise concerning the Prince of the North, please inform me first, so I can arrange for safe transport, thus preventing such incidents in the future." His words deeply moved Bai Li Ao Shui. "Thank you, brother Song. What is there to thank me for? Once your elder sister is married, I shall come to propose, and we will become one family." As he spoke, Song Jian drew Bai Li Ao Shui into his embrace. Bai Li Ao Shui's body stiffened. While Song Jian had held her hand before, he had never been this intimate, causing her to feel nervous. "Brother Song," Bai Li Ao Shui gently pushed him away, but he only tightened his grip. "Ao Shui, do you know? I truly care for you. Once we are married, I will cherish you dearly and ensure you never suffer the slightest grievance." Bai Li Ao Shui's heart raced, her face flushed with warmth, as she rested her head on his shoulder, rendered speechless. The two remained in an embrace within the boat's cabin. However, unbeknownst to her, as Song Jian spoke, a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes, revealing the machinations hidden from view. Chapter 19. Willingly being utilized by him, as Bai Li Ao Shui and Song Jian disembarked from the boat, they encountered Tang Yu. Bai Li Ao Shui felt a pang of guilt and was startled. "Might you be my future brother-in-law?" Tang Yu pursed his lips in silence, casting a cold glance at Song Jian. This was their second encounter since the incident at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Bowen, the heir of the Chung En Marquette, lamented his absence at the earlier event and, upon seeing Song Jian, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, the eldest son of the Chancellor's residence, unable to win the heart of the legitimate daughter of the Prince of the North, has now set his sights on a sister, hasn't he?" His words struck a nerve, nearly causing Song Jian to crack. Suppressing his anger, he clenched his fists, the veins on his hands bulging. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Li Ao Shui inquired, observing Lin Bo and with vigilance. She was not foolish, though she was inexperienced. She remained cautious regarding matters related to her family. "Humph." Lin Bowen glanced at Song Jian, noting his tense expression, and realized his words had struck home. He turned to Bai Li Ao Shui. "Are you not aware? Your sister was selecting a husband on the street that day, and she first chose this eldest son of the Chancellor's residence. Later, she rejected him, leading to a conflict at the tavern with brother Tang Yu. This is common knowledge, and now he has taken an interest in you. One can easily infer his intentions." Bai Li Ao Shui widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Song Jian, unaware of these events. Song Jian quickly defended himself. "Though I had some disagreements with your sister, it was brother Tang Yu who instigated the altercation at the tavern. When I met you, I had no knowledge that you were the daughter of the Prince of the North. I assure you, I had no intention of mocking you." Bai Li Ao Shui reminisced about her first encounter with Song Jian, under circumstances that likely lacked intentional proximity. Through keen observation of her expression, Song Jian discerned that she had nearly come to believe his words. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Ao Shui, do not trust their words. Tang Yu being brought back to the manor by your sister in public may have instilled resentment in him towards her. They might be plotting revenge against the prince of Northern Town. A sudden chill gripped Bai Li Gu heart. If Tang Yu did not genuinely wish to marry her sister, could it be that he harbored deep-seated hatred for her and perhaps even for the people of the Prince of Northern Town? If so, he and his companions were indeed untrustworthy. Casting a glance towards Tang Yu, she informed Song Zhan, "I shall return now. You need not see me off." As Bai Li Gu departed, Lin Bowen scoffed, remarking to Song Zhan, the esteemed son of the Prime Minister's residence, forsaking numerous noble ladies to draw near a feudal lord's daughter. "Your intentions seem far from pure." Song Zhan retorted with a cold snort. "What is it to you? If we are to speak of intentions, the fallen status of the Duke of Jingguo's household makes your companion here even more suspect." Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Song Zhan. Indeed, he had an agenda, yet it was one driven by Bai Li Gu Lan, leaving him with no guilt. Upon returning to the Prince of Northern Town's residence, Bai Li Gu felt increasingly unsettled after hearing Lin Bowen's words. She made her way to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard, where she found her sister engaged in a solitary game of chess. Plopping down across from her, she remarked, "You seem quite leisurely. Are you aware that you have been manipulated?" Bai Li Gu Lan looked up momentarily before placing a piece on the board. "I neither venture out nor socialize. How could I possibly be used? Today, upon venturing out, I learned that the Duke of Jingguo's household has fallen into disarray. The reason their heir agreed to marry you is to leverage the power of the Prince of Northern Town to revive his family's fortunes." Bai Li Gu Lan's bemusement turned to amusement. "Is this the rumor circulating in the streets? How astute they are. However, it was I who proposed this arrangement." Bai Li Gu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Elder sister, what do you mean by you proposed?" "I willingly offer myself to be utilized. If he marries me, I shall assist him in revitalizing the Duke of Jingguo's household. Our families unite for mutual benefit." Bai Li Gu's understanding dawned. Bai Li Gu Lan collected her pieces. If Tang Yu could alter the trajectory of her past life with his power, then Song Zhan's ambition to ascend above others might also shift accordingly. She hoped Tang Yu would not disappoint her. The following day, Bai Li Qing returned from the Imperial Academy. As he entered the gate, he instructed the steward, "Uncle Li, I desire roast chicken, pork knuckles, and braised meat for dinner. Also, prepare a plethora of Jianzhou dishes. I wish to feast." Uncle Li was taken aback, inquiring, "Young master, was the food at the Imperial Academy unsatisfactory? The cuisine of the capital and Jianzhou is quite similar, and one should not leave the academy feeling famished." Bai Li Qing's request raised eyebrows. "No," he replied, hastily making his way to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard. "Elder sister, I am back." His exuberance preceded his arrival, a radiant smile illuminating his face like the sun. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently. "Why such haste? You are all aflame with sweat." Bai Li Qing settled beside her. "Elder sister, I missed you." His voice quivered slightly. Bai Li Gu Lan reached out to ruffle his hair, observing his noticeably gaunt visage. She asked, "What has caused you to lose weight? Is the academic regimen too strenuous, or are you not eating well?" Bai Li Qing shook his head. "Elder sister, will our parents attend your wedding?" Bai Li Gu Lan was uncertain. In her past life, they had not attended her wedding. Gazing out the window, she murmured comfortingly, "They should be able to make it." At dinner, the three siblings gathered. Bai Li Qing devoured his food as though starved. Observing his voracious appetite, Bai Li Gu scolded, "Eat more slowly. Your manner is making me lose my appetite." Bai Li Qing shot her a glare. "I am merely eating quickly. Elder sister has not objected. So, why do you interfere?" Bai Li Gu reached to tug at his ear, but he dodged. "You dare evade?" Frustrated, Bai Li Gu stood up, while Bai Li Qing hastily took refuge behind Bai Li Gu Lan. "Elder sister, second sister is trying to bully me." Bai Li Gu Lan chuckled silently. She was accustomed to such antics during their time in Jianzhou. However, since Bai Li Qing had gone to the Imperial Academy, the lively atmosphere had diminished. Witnessing her younger siblings playfully bicker now brought her both joy and a sense of loss. The memories of her past life lingered poignantly, creating a surreal dreamlike quality to her present. Their meal concluded amidst the playful exchanges between Bai Li Gu and Bai Li Qing. The next day, Bai Li Gu Lan received another invitation from the Grand Princess, this time to enjoy a boat ride and admire the lotus flowers. "Elder sister, perhaps you should refrain from going. Be cautious. The Grand Princess may present you with a male companion," Bai Li Gu cautioned. The rumors surrounding Bai Li Gu Lan were rather unsavory, and she feared her sister might genuinely be led astray by the Grand Princess. Bai Li Gu Lan replied, There is no reason to decline the Grand Princess's invitation. However, she mused that she could not allow the Grand Princess to perceive her as a confidant, inviting her out frequently. A strategy to prevent that was necessary. But this could tarnish your reputation. If you do not attend, I do not believe that, considering Father's influence, the Grand Princess could truly harm you, Bai Li Gu Lan insisted. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a calm glance in her direction. Bai Li Gu Lan was unaware of the court's intrigues and underestimated the Grand Princess's power. The Grand Princess currently commanded at least half of the ministers in the capital to her service. In her previous life, Songzhan's rebellion had also been bolstered by the Grand Princess's influence. Had she not harbored her own ambitions for power, she would not have been deceived and manipulated by Songzhan, who exploited his connections. Thus, to counter Songzhan, the Grand Princess was indeed a pivotal figure in the capital. Maintaining a cordial relationship with her would better enable Bai Li Gu Lan to thwart Songzhan's schemes and secure more advantages for herself. After adorning herself, Bai Li Gu Lan set out. The carriage arrived at Timing Lake in the western part of the city. The shore had been cleared of people at the Grand Princess's behest, leaving only the guards present. The ornate boat was moored at the lakeside, and the sound of music wafted from it, hinting at the revelry and indulgence of the guests aboard. Miss, you are the only one invited by the Grand Princess, Ying whispered, concerned that the Grand Princess might have arranged for a male companion for Bai Li Gu Lan. Having been by Bai Li Gu Lan's side, she had heard many tales of the dashing young men, and she feared that the Grand Princess might wish to indulge Bai Li Gu Lan in a similar fashion. Fear not, Bai Li Gu Lan replied with calm assurance. Ying pondered whether Bai Li Gu Lan truly intended to align herself with the Grand Princess's dubious activities. Upon boarding the Grand Princess's boat, Bai Li Gu Lan found her reclining on a soft couch, enjoying the dance of several young men, their movements as graceful and captivating as those of women. Bai Li Gu Lan approached and greeted her. I pay my respects to the Grand Princess.
Ah.
Please, take a seat. The maidservant gestured for Bai Li Gu Lan to sit at a nearby low table before serving her wine. The princess lifted her wine cup and took a sip, then turned to Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, Are you satisfied with the male companion I sent you last time? Bai Li Gu Lan sighed with a smile. He is indeed handsome, but he is excessively greedy. In what way? The princess inquired. Bai Li Gu Lan took a delicate sip from her cup. Although he was given to me by you, he lacks discernment. Upon entering the estate, upon learning of my engagement, he became arrogant and attempted to persuade me to annul it. Isn't that rather greedy? The princess paused, contemplating the veracity of Bai Li Gu Lan's words. What did you do with him? I thought it unfit to return someone like him to the princess's residence, so I punished him. To my surprise, he was so fragile that he succumbed after only a few blows. Observing the princess's expression, Bai Li Gu Lan asked, You don't hold it against me, do you? The princess tightened her grip on the wine cup and laughed. Ha, he's merely a plaything. If he doesn't understand the rules, his punishment is deserved. If he's gone, then so be it. I shall find another suitable one for you in due course, and train him properly before sending him your way. Bai Li Gu Lan feigned a smile. The princess truly understands the ways of romance, but I must decline this time.
Why?
Because the heir is jealous. He knows I brought a male companion home and has been ignoring me for quite some time. I must appease him, Bai Li Gu Lan replied with a smile. At one Shue's study, in the backyard, Tang Yu was listening to a servant report on Bai Zhi's whereabouts. As the servant spoke, Tang Yu suddenly sneezed, startling the servant across from him, who worried he had not investigated thoroughly enough and would be punished. Young master, that Bai fellow has hardly left his house lately. Seeking revenge on him will be quite the challenge. Tang Yu felt an itch in his nose and rubbed the bridge of it.
Continue to keep watch.
Report immediately if he makes any moves.
Yes.
After the servant left, Lin Bowen asked, Have you completely healed from your injuries and now seek vengeance? Bai Zhi's father was a renowned general, known to have strictly disciplined him since childhood. One could imagine his martial prowess was formidable. Though aware that Tang Yu was also skilled, Lin Bowen worried that if he were still injured, he might not match Bai Zhi in combat. Humph. After their last confrontation in the streets, Tang Yu had a rough idea of Bai Zhi's strength. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could defeat him. However, traveling in groups posed a different challenge. He needed to devise a plan to separate Bai Zhi from his entourage. Tang Yu shared his strategy with Lin Bowen, who deemed it too reckless. You desire his life, but he desires yours as well. Thus, he will likely seize any opportunity. How could he not have guards around him? Lin Bo and then asked, What exactly do you have against him? How did it escalate to the point of life and death? What grievances could I possibly hold? I have always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. The Jing Guo Duke's residence possesses no military power. It merely holds a title in court. How could it threaten the general's household? It is most likely that Bai Li felt a sense of crisis over his ambition to enter the military. Otherwise, I cannot fathom his reasoning. Noticing Tang Yu's cold demeanor, Lin Bo and expressed his concerns. Do not act rashly. I genuinely fear for your safety. I must accompany you every day. Tang Yu shot him a disdainful glance. The servant in the study, seeing their silence, cautiously entered. What is it? The servant cast a glance at Tang Yu before leaning closer to Lin Bo. The princess has invited the legitimate daughter of the northern town king to go boating on Tai Ming Lake, dismissing all others. I heard she brought several male companions to entertain them. Lin Bo unconsciously glanced at Tang Yu. Noticing Lin Bo's odd gaze, Tang Yu irritably said, "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." Lin Bo waved his hand, signaling the servant to withdraw. Do you truly wish to marry the legitimate daughter of the northern town king? Tang Yu shot Lin Bo a sharp look. When did you become so fussy? Like a little girl? Lin Bo pouted. Well, the princess has invited the northern town king's daughter again, this time for a boat outing on Tai Ming Lake. It is said she has brought people for entertainment. Do you wish to take a look? Tang Yu, upon grasping Lin Bo's implication, sprang to his feet. Lin Bo, seeing his reaction, quickly added, "Do not be too excited. It is broad daylight. They cannot do anything." Chapter 21. The original intent. Tang Yu, disinterested in Lin Bo's chatter, strode out of the backyard. Zhou, who had just finished preparing medicine, asked as he saw Tang Yu about to leave, "Young master, the medicine is ready. Where are you going? Aren't you going to drink it?" Tang Yu pretended not to hear and continued on his way, prompting Zhou to hurry after him. At Tai Ming Lake, the music had ceased, and Bai Li Gu Lan stood by the painted boat, admiring the lotus flowers in the water. Butterflies danced gracefully around the blossoms, while the willow branches swayed in the breeze. She appeared as a living painting amidst the natural beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Tang Yu approached in a fit of anger, and upon noticing the absence of any soft-spoken companions around her, his ire diminished by half. The boat was nearing the shore, and Bai Li Gu Lan spotted him, smiling as she beckoned him over. Her smile made Tang Yu feel like a jealous, petty spouse, causing him to halt momentarily before turning to walk away. Young master of the Jing Guo Duke's household, Tang Yu was called to a stop by the princess. He had no choice but to comply. Why hurry to leave when the young master of the Jing Guo Duke's family has arrived? As the boat docked, Tang Yu stepped forward and performed a bow. "Greetings, Your Highness. I feared I might inadvertently offend you, hence my desire to depart." "Is that so?" The princess turned to Bai Li Gu Lan. "It seems you spoke the truth. The young master indeed experiences jealousy. I never expected such a proud person to be so easily swayed by you. What kind of charm did you employ to ensnare him?" Bai Li Gu Lan replied with a gentle smile. "What charm can there be? It is merely a matter of willingness." The princess paused, glancing between Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan. Could it be that Tang Yu had genuinely taken a liking to Bai Li Gu Lan? Was it possible that he willingly accompanied her back to the northern town king's residence? Otherwise, given the Jing Guo Duke's influence, it would have been implausible for him not to pursue the matter, especially to agree to the marriage so swiftly. Bai Li Gu Lan bid the princess farewell and approached Tang Yu. "Did you come to find me? Shall we walk together?" In the carriage, Tang Yu wore a stern expression and gritted his teeth. "If you dare to lay a hand on another man, I will call off the engagement." He had tolerated her for too long. Despite the strength of the northern town king's household, he no longer wished to forge such an alliance. The daily indignities he suffered were too stifling to bear. "I assure you, I remain faithful to you." The blatant provocation made Tang Yu's ears flush crimson. "Must you be so unrestrained, woman?" Bai Li Gu Lan laughed as she attempted to grasp his hand, only for him to evade her with a sidestep. Tang Yu shifted closer to the carriage door. "I am not like those spineless fellows. Refrain from being too familiar." Bai Li Gu Lan smiled sweetly. "We are to be wed, so what is wrong with holding your hand now? Besides, who doesn't know you are mine? Why act so coy?" Tang Yu felt it was unwise to be alone with Bai Li Gu Lan. Otherwise, he would surely be outmatched. "Stop the carriage," he commanded the driver.
"Wait."
Bai Li Gu Lan, upon witnessing his demeanor, refrained from jesting further. She gazed at Tang Yu and earnestly inquired, "Do you have acquaintances at the Guozijian? Why do you ask?" Tang Yu responded, Bai Li Gu Lan then briefed him on the situation regarding Bai Li Qing. Although we were spoiled from a young age, we still possess a fundamental understanding of daily etiquette. Qing's behavior is exceedingly abnormal. Please assist me in finding someone to ascertain what is happening with her at the Guozijian. I cannot rest easy until I uncover the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu replied, Very well, but you must promise me not to attend the princess's summons again, nor to bring other men back to the residence. Otherwise, I shall call off the engagement. Bai Li Gu Lan retorted, Is this how we negotiate now? I shall not bring any other men back save for you. However, I must continue to navigate relations with the princess, given her favorable ties with the chancellor's residence. I need to observe her indirectly. Tang Yu, perplexed, queried, Aren't you supposed to be quite bold? With the power of the northern town prince's mansion. Why do you fear the princess so? Bai Li Gu Lan lowered her brow, contemplating how to respond. Tang Yu then asked, If we were to wed in the future, would you still behave this way? No, I would not, she replied, realizing that she must swiftly dismantle the influence of the chancellor's residence and the princess. As Tang Yu passed by the study, he dismounted from his carriage. Lin Bowen, initially hesitant to follow due to the potential for unpleasant encounters, awaited his return in the study. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he expressed surprise. You returned so soon. Is everything all right? Tang Yu shot him a look that conveyed, Mind your own business, and took a seat on a bamboo chair in the rear courtyard. Zhou brought over a medicinal concoction. Young master, it's still warm. Drink it while it's hot. Seeing Tang Yu silent, Lin Bowen grew irked. Hey, is there something amiss? Speak up. Have you returned with grievances that you cannot voice? What is there to say? There is nothing wrong. Bai Li Gu Lan had assured him of her fidelity, which he believed. However, such matters were not meant for public discussion.
Oh.
Lin Bowen nodded in understanding. Upon returning to the northern town prince's mansion, Bai Li Gu Lan commenced organizing the political dynamics involving the princess and the chancellor. Concerned that her previous life's knowledge might be insufficient or flawed, she summoned Uncle Li. Uncle Li, has my father sent anyone to investigate which ministers in the capital serve whom? No, but the prince has someone in the capital who knows a few things. My lady, why do you ask? I wish to win these individuals over to serve the northern town prince's mansion. If I cannot, then we shall replace them. Uncle Li appeared perplexed, unable to grasp her rationale. However, a possibility dawned on him. Are you doing this for the Jing Guo Duke's residence? The Jing Guo Duke could no longer lead troops, and his heir held no official position, seemingly sidelined by the powerful in the capital. Thus, he surmised that Bai Li Gu Lan aimed to assist the Jing Guo Duke's residence. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. That is part of it. Uncle Li reassured her, You need not worry. Although the Jing Guo Duke has fallen from grace, with the northern town prince's mansion backing him, once you marry into their family, should your husband aspire to achieve greatness, the prince will certainly assist him. Bai Li Gu Lan was aware of this, but her ambitions extended beyond merely aiding the Jing Guo Duke's residence. News of Bai Li Gu Lan's boating excursion with the princess, unsurprisingly, spread like wildfire. Even more fervently than before, a self-proclaimed handsome man, claiming to be abandoned by Bai Li Gu Lan, appeared on the streets. Concerned citizens, fearing the Jing Guo Duke and his wife were unaware, flocked to the Duke's residence to inform them, urging the steward to relay the message and persuade the Duke to annul the engagement. The Duke's wife, now experienced, summoned Tang Yu for clarification. Upon learning that Bai Li Gu Lan merely accompanied the princess on her outing without any impropriety, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the rampant rumors posed a significant headache for them. Chapter 22. Why not annul the engagement at the northern town prince's mansion? Uncle Li hurried back after hearing the news. He inquired of a servant at the gate, Has the young lady gone out? No, Uncle Li. What happened to make you so anxious? Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively. The young lady has been slandered again. You keep watch at the gate, and do not slack off. The servant awkwardly smiled. Uncle Li hastily made his way to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard, reporting, My lady, I have heard that a man is posing as your lover in the marketplace, which tarnishes your reputation. Would you like me to deal with him? Bai Li Gu Lan closed her book. Not yet. Let us see if there are any developments from the princess's side. After all, this incident stemmed from the princess sending me a lover, and she is the true patron of such affairs. If she values the northern town prince's mansion, she will act accordingly. After reflecting on Bai Li Gu Lan's words, Uncle Li understood. The young lady was indeed thoughtful. If the princess chose to ignore this matter, the northern town prince's mansion would no longer need to engage with her. I shall attend to matters in the mansion. I apologize for disturbing you. Very well. As Uncle Li departed, Tingyin curiously asked, "My lady, does the princess intend to harm you?" "That seems unlikely. After all, she forced a lover upon me at the last chrysanthemum banquet. So there would be no reason for her to escalate matters further." Tingyin remained bewildered by Bai Li Gu Lan's reasoning but felt a surge of indignation. "Who dares to tarnish your reputation so brazenly? Once I find out who it is, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death." After leaving Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard, Uncle Li encountered Bai Li Aoshua in the corridor. Observing her in jovial conversation with Xiaoyu, he noted her cheerful demeanor. "Second young lady." Uncle Li approached with a slight bow. "Have you just returned from outside? You seem in high spirits. Is there good news?" Bai Li Aoshua, with an innocent smile, twirled a strand of hair. "Well, it's not precisely good news, but it brings me joy." Uncle Li, slightly bewildered, suspected he was growing old and failing to comprehend the thoughts of young girls. He chuckled lightly. "Then I shall not intrude upon you any longer." As Uncle Li walked away, Xiaoyu asked Bai Li Aoshua, "Second young lady, do you think that young Master Song can capture that man?" Bai Li Aoshua, dissatisfied, poked Xiaoyu's forehead. "He is the eldest son of the Chancellor's residence. He has many capable subordinates. Capturing one slanderer is certainly within his means. Humph. When they catch him, he should be punished severely for daring to tarnish my elder sister's reputation." Xiaoyu agreed. "Indeed. He must learn that the northern town prince's mansion is not to be trifled with." The two of them continued their banter as they walked away. Meanwhile, the princess indeed took action. She dispatched individuals to apprehend the most vocal vendors in the marketplace, administering a severe punishment that left them bloodied and bruised, which frightened passers-by into silence. However, the man claiming to be Bai Li Gu Lan's lover remained elusive. The rumors surrounding Bai Li Gu Lan, much like a wave receding, began to settle down. The princess sent a personal maid to deliver gifts to Bai Li Gu Lan. Upon seeing the exquisite pearl hairpin in the box, Bai Li Gu Lan graciously addressed the maid. "The rumors about me are not due to the princess's influence. It is merely that I am new here, and some individuals will inevitably disapprove. Even without this incident, they would find another excuse to provoke the northern town prince's mansion." The maid smiled in response. Although there is some truth to that reasoning, it is indeed the case that the Princess of Chong has orchestrated this incident. After all, the power of the King of the North is excessively formidable. Failing to diminish his reputation could be detrimental to the court, which understandably makes the princess uneasy. However, the so-called male companion was not arranged by her. The old maid cautioned, "Miss Bailey, you are too modest, but since that male companion has not been captured, the princess has instructed me to remind you to exercise caution." That male companion appeared and vanished quite opportunely, indicating that there is likely someone manipulating events from behind the scenes, likely targeting the King of the North's household. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the princess's reminder. I will certainly be vigilant henceforth." The old maid then took her leave. Bai Li Gu Lan gestured to Tingyin. "Please escort the maid out." "Understood." Tingyin escorted the maid to the door and presented her with a purse. "This is a token of tea for my young lady. Please do not refuse it." The old maid replied. "Then I must thank Miss Bailey." On East Street, at the Tianqiang Tower, Chu Qing was selecting the latest spices when a maid returned to report on the happenings outside. "My lady, I have seen several vendors being beaten. The townsfolk are terrified and now dare not speak of the eldest daughter of the King of the North." Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's mood soured instantly. She slammed the spice box down onto the table. "What about the Jing Guo Duke's residence? Is there any movement?" The maid fearfully shook her head. "None." Chu Qing, incredulous, murmured,
"Why?"
"That woman has taken a male companion and her reputation is tarnished. Why hasn't the Jing Guo Duke's residence called off the engagement?" Observing her distress, Fong Ro, seated nearby, remarked, "Humph. It is clear that the shameless woman from the King of the North's household has used her wiles to ensnare the heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence. Otherwise, who would wish to marry someone like her?" Hearing Fong Ro's words, Chu Qing gritted her teeth. "You are right. A gentleman like Brother Tang, you must have been bewitched by that vile woman. Otherwise, how could he be so blind?" Noticing the hatred in Chu Qing's eyes, Fong Ro smiled slightly. "My lady, we must not allow that wretched woman from the King of the North's household to succeed." Chu Qing paused and looked at Fong Ro. "Do you have a plan?" Sighing, Fong Ro replied, "I do not intend to be the one to stick my neck out, however. The crux of the matter lies with the heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence. We could persuade him, advising him that marrying such a woman would lead to a disastrous outcome." Believing in her words, Chu Qing immediately instructed the maid, "Go. Find out where the heir of the Jingwa Duke's residence is currently." The maid cautiously reminded my lady, "Did the heir not say last time that you should not inquire about his whereabouts?" Chu Qing was taken aback, recalling Tang Yu's previous warning. Seeing her hesitation, Fong Ro added, "My lady, this is for his own good. Do you wish to stand by and watch that vile woman harm the heir of the Jingwa Duke's residence?" The maid chimed in, "Indeed, my lady. You are merely looking out for him. Surely Brother Tang Yu would not blame you."
Go.
Chu Qing commanded. "Brother Tang Yu knows I have his best interests at heart. He would not hold it against me." The maid had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Tang Yu received news of Bai Li at the tea house and was preparing to leave the city when someone opened the door to the private room from the outside. "Brother Tang Yu." Upon seeing Chu Qing, Tang Yu frowned in displeasure. "What are you doing here?" He glanced at Lin Bowen beside him, who quickly clarified, "I did not invite her here, nor did I inform her of your presence." The implication was clear. Tang Yu's gaze turned icy as he looked at Chu Qing. "You have sent someone to investigate my whereabouts again." Chapter 23. Who provoked you? Chu Qing observed the coldness on Tang Yu's face and felt a pang of anxiety. I have something to discuss with you. Why are you being so harsh with me?" Tears welled up in her eyes. Unable to endure it, Tang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Chu Qing cast a glance at Lin Bowen, who remained seated and did not leave. Thus, she addressed Tang Yu, "Rumors about the eldest daughter of the King of the North are rampant. It is true that she has taken a male companion. Why do you not call off the engagement?" "Not this again," Tang Yu said, standing up and walking toward the door. As he brushed past Chu Qing, he paused. "My lady, whether to call off the engagement is my decision. You need not concern yourself with it so frequently. Do you intend to marry her despite her infamy? What virtue does she possess that warrants your consideration?" Chu Qing felt a blockage in her chest, distressed. She hoped Tang Yu would see clearly and not be beguiled by Bai Li Gu Lan any longer. Tang Yu did not respond to her question, offering only a look that conveyed indifference. His thoughts were consumed with seeking vengeance against Bai Li, leaving little room for Chu Qing's concerns. He walked out of the private room, his injury having just healed, and Lin Bowen followed closely behind, worried for him. Chu Qing, frustrated by the lack of a satisfactory response, called after him, "Brother Tang Yu." At the staircase of the tea house, Tang Yu encountered Song Zhan, who had followed Chu Qing. He had not expected that Chu Qing was there to find Tang Yu. Given the previous incident, Song Zhan was unwilling to confront Tang Yu directly and made way for him. As Tang Yu paused, Chu Qing hurried to catch up. "Brother Tang Yu, are you truly enchanted by Bai Li Gu Lan? Otherwise, why would you refuse to annul the engagement despite her poor reputation?" Tang Yu remained silent. Lin Bowen scanned the surroundings and warned Chu Qing, "My lady, this is a public place. Please be mindful of your words." Before Tang Yu could respond, Chu Qing shot Lin Bowen a glare for his interference. Lin Bowen shrugged, uninterested in further engagement. Song Zhan, standing to the side, perked up upon hearing the mention of Bai Li Gu Lan. "Are you speaking of the eldest daughter of the King of the North?" Irritated by the interruption, Chu Qing glared at Song Zhan. "What business is it of yours?" Song Zhan, unfazed, smiled, "Though it is not my concern. I have heard the rumor circulating in the streets." He then cast a glance at Tang Yu. "I heard that the male companion was indeed cast aside by Miss Bailey because he is well aware of the location of her birthmark." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu seized him by the collar. "What did you say? Do you wish to die?" "Humph," Song Zhan scoffed. "I am merely stating the truth. Many people are aware of this. You may inquire outside." Tang Yu gritted his teeth, fury swelling within him. The group gathered at the staircase drew attention from onlookers, and those familiar with the previous incident began to murmur. The proprietor, recognizing the significance of the individuals present, hurried over to mediate. "Gentlemen, there are other patrons in the establishment. You are both esteemed individuals. Is it necessary to resort to violence in public? This would tarnish your reputations." Tang Yu released Song Zhan and swiftly descended the stairs. Observing Tang Yu's anger, Chu Qing realized that he was indeed upset. Her heart raced, convinced that the marriage between Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu would certainly not come to fruition. Gratefully, she glanced at Song Zhan. "Where did you hear what you just mentioned?" Song Zhan adjusted his attire. "Do you wish to know, my lady?" "Of course. If I did not wish to know, would I have asked?" "Then let us discuss it in the private room." Song Zhan gestured invitingly. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing followed him. Tang Yu rode out of the city. arriving at the designated spot at Shirley Slope, only to find that Bai Li was not there. Lin Bowen observed the hoof prints on the ground, deducing that they had indeed passed this way and likely headed towards the military camp. Tang Yu, feeling somewhat agitated, pressed his lips together in silence. He turned his horse around, sharply cracking the whip against its rear. The horse neighed, galloping back in haste. Lin Bowen and the guards hurriedly followed suit. Tang Yu halted only at the entrance of the northern town prince's residence. The drowsy doorman, awakened by the sound of hooves, opened his eyes wide and rushed forward to assist with the horse. "Ah, future son-in-law, you have arrived." Tang Yu, with a dark expression, inquired, "Is Bai Li Gu Lan in the residence?" "Yes, the young lady has been here all along, not going anywhere," came the reply. Tang Yu strode over the threshold into the estate. Bai Li Gu Lan was busy preparing items for Bai Li Qing's journey to the Imperial Academy. Bai Li Qing lifted his bundle, weighing it in his hands. "Elder sister, this is far too much. At the academy, everything is provided. There's no need to bring so many things." Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at his gaunt face. "You are already so thin. If I do not pack you extra provisions, you will return even thinner next time." At that moment, a servant hurried in with news. "Miss, the future son-in-law has arrived and is waiting for you in the flower hall." Upon hearing of Tang Yu's arrival, Bai Li Qing could not help but ask, "What does he want?" "I do not know, but it seems he has something important to discuss." Bai Li Gu Lan hesitated. Could it be regarding the matter she had entrusted him with? She looked at Bai Li Qing and instructed the servant, "Gather a few people to escort the young master to the Imperial Academy."
Yes.
"Elder sister, I also wish to meet the future brother-in-law," Bai Li Qing stated. Last time, Tang Yu had left him alone at the horse ranch, and he was curious about what had transpired. "What do you wish to see him for?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Bai Li Qing scratched his head. He had not mentioned to Bai Li Gu Lan about being left alone at the ranch, fearing it might affect her engagement. "It's nothing, never mind. I should head to the academy early while there is still light." Bai Li Gu Lan felt increasingly that her brother was concealing something. Sensing he had matters he was reluctant to share. Upon reaching the flower hall, she found Tang Yu with a sullen expression. Approaching him, she asked, "Who has upset you?" Tang Yu replied, "There are so many rumors circulating. Does this woman not have any awareness? Have you truly not been involved with those male companions?"
Bai Li Gu Lan,
sensitive to the implication, guessed he was referring to the rumors in the streets. "Did you apprehend that person? Otherwise, the princess's people would not have failed to capture him." Tang Yu did not deny it. "He claimed to know the location of your birthmark. He is certainly deceiving you." Observing Tang Yu's agitation, Bai Li Gu Lan quickly reassured him. "If I were to keep a male companion, should I decide to part ways, I would not abandon him but rather eliminate him to protect my reputation." Her words did not sound insincere. Yet Tang Yu remained doubtful. But how could he know of your mark? Chapter 24, Severing Ties. Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze turned icy. In the capital, the only person who knew of her birthmark, apart from her close attendant, was one other individual.
Speak.
How could that male companion know? Tang Yu pressed. The nearby attendant, Tinging, knowing Bai Li Gu Lan was wronged, hurried to defend her. "My lady has not kept a male companion. It is others who wish to harm her." Tang Yu retorted, "If they did not intend to harm you, they would not have spoken of it." Ting Ying's words lacked conviction, prompting Bai Li Gu Lan to instruct her to wait outside. Though Ting Ying worried about the clarity of their conversation, she eventually exited. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered. With matters having escalated to this point, would Tang Yu believe her if she revealed the truth of her rebirth? Lacking confidence, she found herself engulfed in memories of her past life. Tang Yu, noticing her distress, conjectured, "What troubles you? Has something happened? Perhaps someone has drugged you or spied upon you." Bai Li Gu Lan regained her composure, sitting in a grand chair and sighing. "Is this information from Songjian?" Tang Yu glanced at her. Given the numerous people present at the tea house, her knowledge did not surprise him. Bai Li Gu Lan paused before continuing. "Do you believe in reincarnation after death?" Tang Yu replied, "That sounds like mere folly." She might as well have said she was spied upon during her journey to the capital. Such a tale would be more credible. Observing Tang Yu's expression, she understood he was skeptical. She offered a bitter smile. "Such an absurdity sounds unbelievable, does it not? Nevertheless, whether you believe or not, my words hold truth. I was married in my past life, and I have been reborn after death, as a Songjian. The reason he knows of my past is that he was my husband in that life." Tang Yu could no longer endure her claims. Rising to tower over Bai Li Gu Lan, You might as well say that you once had feelings for him, but now you are at odds.
Bai Li Gu Lan.
Do you truly think I am a fool to be deceived? It was natural for him to think this way, yet his distress left Bai Li Gu Lan feeling pained. Believe what you will, I have never deceived you. If you truly wish to break off the engagement, so be it. In her past life, they had shared little interaction. Perhaps in this rebirth, they were destined to be apart, and she could not force it. Bai Li Gu Lan felt a deep sorrow. She had hoped that in this new life, she could join Tang Yu in altering the fate of their previous existence, but unexpectedly, before they could truly unite, they were to part ways. Tang Yu's anger at her words surpassed even his fury upon learning of her supposed male companion. He felt as though Bai Li Gu Lan was treating him like a child, inciting a rage that left him speechless as he stared at her, ultimately storming out. For several days, he remained silent, and Bai Li Gu Lan anticipated that the Jingguo Duke's residence would send someone to annul their engagement. However, days passed without any visitor. During this time, Uncle Li continued to search for the whereabouts of that male companion. He scoured nearly every possible location in the capital, yet the individual seemed to have vanished without a trace. He reluctantly reported to Bai Li Gu Lan, "Miss, we have not located that person, which remains a hidden danger. Someone capable of moving so stealthily in the capital is likely sent to harm you. You must exercise caution when venturing out. No need to search further." Bai Li Gu Lan sighed deeply. Her thoughts had been consumed with matters concerning the Jingguo Duke's residence, and she had neglected to inform Uncle Li of this development. It was arranged by the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence. You will not be able to trace it. Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback, unsure how she had come to this knowledge. However, knowing who were friends and foes was better than remaining in the dark. During dinner one evening, Bai Li Gu Lan noticed Bai Li Ao Shui wearing a bracelet made of pink jade. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Who gifted you that?" Though they had arrived in the capital without guardians, their customs remained unchanged. Given the amount of silver Bai Li Ao Shui could utilize, it was unlikely she could afford such adornments without requesting funds from the residents. Bai Li Ao Shui quickly withdrew her hand, pulling her sleeve to cover the bracelet, and stammered, "It was given to me by a friend." "What friend?" Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. If someone had sent gifts to curry favor with the northern town prince's residence, it was entirely plausible. However, she needed to know who this person was. Bai Li Ao Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Li Gu Lan discerned the truth. In her 2 lifetimes, she recognized the unmistakable signs of having a beloved. The bracelet she wore was undoubtedly a gift from that person. A sudden alarm rang in her heart. In her previous life, after marrying Song Zhan, he began to consolidate power in the capital. Aware of his aspirations for authority and seeing him poised for victory, Bai Li Ao Shui declared her intention to become Song Zhan's favored concubine. It wasn't too long before she became pregnant, but shortly after Song Zhan ascended the throne, she perished due to complications in childbirth. Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at Bai Li Ao Shui in disbelief. Could it be that they had already engaged in an affair? The revelation struck her deeply, causing her considerable distress. "Sister, why do you look at me like that?" Bai Li Gu Lan cut to the chase, asking directly, "Is that bracelet a gift from Song Zhan?" Bai Li Ao Shui froze in surprise. "How do you know?" she questioned, suspicion creeping into her mind. They had no acquaintances in the capital. How could she possibly know?
Oh.
No, it was Tang Yu, who had seen her with Song Zhan last time. "Did your future brother-in-law tell you?" Bai Li Ao Shui probed further. Bai Li Ao Shui's expression hardened. "You often leave the residence to meet him, don't you? This is a secret meeting with the man and you were caught." "Sister, what of this Song? He is the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence. He has assured me that once you are married and I come of age, he will come to propose," she continued. "His family is no less esteemed than ours. It is perfectly normal for us to have interactions." Bai Li Gu Lan, having been reborn, believed that by avoiding Song Zhan, he would not have access to her family. Yet, it seemed as though fate had intertwined their paths once more. She could strive to alter her own destiny, but she could not change the fates of others. Regaining her composure, she softened her tone and urged Bai Li Ao Shui, "Song Zhan is not a good man. Please heed my words and sever ties with him, all right?" Bai Li Ao Shui, perplexed, retorted, "Sister, why do you insist that he is not a good man? Do you not wish for my happiness in the future?" Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow.
How could you think that of me?
Bai Li Ao Shui pouted in silence, her expression revealing her doubts about her sister's intentions. Bai Li Gu Lan felt a throbbing headache, unsure of how to explain her concerns. If she were to confide in her about her rebirth, it was likely that Bai Li would react as Tang Yu had, in disbelief. After a moment of silence, Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at Bai Li and declared, "Regardless, you must end things with Song Zhan. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to be together."
Why?
Bai Li tears cascaded down her cheeks. She felt utterly wronged. Why could Bai Li Gu Lan drag a man back on the street to be her husband, while she, who had developed a genuine affection, could not? Seeing her sister in tears pierced Bai Li Gu Lan's heart. Because he harbors treasonous intentions, seeking only to exploit you to gain the power of the Northern King's residence to elevate himself to a position of reverence. Once he achieves his ambitions, he will eliminate all of us. Therefore, you cannot be with him, do you understand? Bai Li shook her head in disbelief, wiping her tears.
No.
Brother Song is gentle by nature. How could he be that kind of person? I refuse to believe it. Even if he did harbor treasonous thoughts, he would treat us well after his success, not as you say. That is merely a facade he has constructed. Bai Li had truly fallen for Song Zhan, and Bai Li Gu Lan felt utterly drained from her attempts to persuade her. Yet, recalling the tragic fate of the Bai Li family in her past life, she knew she would exhaust every effort to prevent Bai Li from associating with Song Zhan. Bai Li continued to counter Bai Li Gu Lan's assertions. You have never interacted with him, yet you pass such harsh judgments. Do you not realize he has helped us time and time again? If it weren't for him, our father would have faced harsher penalties due to your dowry incident at the city gate, incurring even greater taxes. And the rumors surrounding you? He was the one who apprehended that male concubine. Without his intervention, you might still be mired in scandal. Bai Li Gu Lan's expression darkened at this revelation. No wonder Bai Li was so eager to defend Song Zhan. He had spun a tale to win her heart. Bai Li Gu Lan confronted her sister. Do you know? He informed the heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence about the birthmark on my body. Have you considered why our Northern King's residence's carriage, made of such fine material, could travel all the way from Jianzhou to the capital without incident, only to topple upon entering the city? How would I know? But he captured that male concubine, and knowing about your birthmark isn't that surprising, is it? Bai Li voice grew weaker as she spoke. Bai Li Gu Lan was acutely aware that she had not kept a male concubine, which made her own words feel hollow. She was reluctant to accept that Song Zhan had ill intentions towards the Northern King's residence, her eyes darting anxiously to Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan recognized that her sister was not foolish. She was beginning to see through the fog of deception, but without evidence, she remained unwilling to believe. In this capital, only the Prime Minister possessed the capability to uncover their secrets thoroughly. Now, he held the reins of power on behalf of the Emperor. Did Bai Li truly believe he would allow a foreign prince with an army of 300,000 to freely interact with their family? Upon hearing this, Bai Li wept anew and, abandoning her meal, retreated to her own courtyard. Observing her sister's retreating figure, Ain voiced her concern. Miss, the Prime Minister and his son are so wicked. The second young lady may have genuinely fallen for the Prime Minister's son. What should we do? Should we not write to the prince, urging him to come to the capital and eliminate them? Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head. The Prime Minister wields enormous power. It is not so simple as to just eliminate him. Moreover, such actions would incite turmoil throughout the entire Du kingdom. What then? Bai Li Gu Lan pressed her lips together in silence. She had devised a strategy over the past few days. She was merely awaiting the right opportunity. The Mid-Autumn Festival approached, coinciding with the Emperor's birthday. On this day, envoys from foreign nations would arrive to offer their congratulations. The envoys would stay at a relay station outside the capital, entering only upon permission. On that day, envoys and princes from Nanyuan Kingdom reached the relay station, and the station manager reported to the capital. As per customary practice, the Prime Minister allowed them to remain for several days, but this time an unexpected incident occurred. The prince from Nanyuan mysteriously vanished in the middle of the night. This could jeopardize diplomatic relations between the two nations and potentially incite war. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Prime Minister promptly dispatched personnel to search for him. They combed through the entire capital and its outskirts, yet found no trace. The envoys from Nanyuan issued a stern warning. Should anything happen to their prince, the forces of Nanyuan would ensure that Dayu paid dearly. The strength of Nanyuan was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the emperor indulged in pleasures, leaving the state treasury depleted. If war erupted, the outcome remained uncertain. Panic gripped the capital. Some ministers proposed that the Northern King lead troops back to protect the foundation of Dayu. Lest war truly break out, However, the emperor and the prime minister's faction were already wary of the military power held by the northern king. How could they possibly agree? After the court session, a minister approached the prime minister's residence with a suggestion. The minister of works expressed suspicion. Could this be the work of the crown princess? In this capital, only she possesses the power to conceal someone. Otherwise, how could we have searched the entire city and found nothing? However, as soon as he spoke, the prime minister refuted his words. The invasion of foreign enemies would not benefit the grand princess. It could not be her. So, what should we do now that she is missing? At this moment, the Minister of War, sitting beside him, remarked, I too believe it is unlikely to be the Grand Princess. Yet, since the person has vanished, there must be a solution. Perhaps we should have the King of the North lead troops into the capital, and then have the Emperor host a banquet of hegemon. If he willingly relinquishes command, we shall let him go. If he refuses then we shall take his life, and the military power will still fall into our hands. This method is hardly original. What we truly fear is that once the army reaches the city outskirts, he may attack the city. What then shall we do? The Minister of Works asked. The Minister of War looked at him disdainfully. Does he not have children in the city? Would he dare? Do you think he has only those few children? As the two ministers were about to argue, the Prime Minister slammed the table. Enough. There are still the Imperial Guards in the city. Moreover, the General of Cavalry is present. But isn't the General of Cavalry's army meant to defend the northern borders? How can he summon troops back? At these words, everyone fell silent. The Minister of War sighed heavily. If only the military power of the Duke of Jingguo had not fallen into the hands of the King of the North. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but glance at the Prime Minister. Last time, when the Duke of Jingguo led troops to resist the invasion of the state of Zhao and sustained injuries, their people could have taken over the military power. Yet, an unforeseen accident occurred. He was struck by an arrow while standing on the city wall and fell to his death. This was a grave oversight on the part of the Prime Minister for not consolidating multiple generals. Had this accident not happened, the military forces of Zhao would now belong to them. If they had that military power, there would be no need to act with such trepidation. The study was enveloped in a heavy silence. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, and the voice of Song Zhan could be heard. Father, I have important matters to report.
Come in.
Song Zhan pushed the door open and bowed to the Prime Minister. Father, I have received news regarding the Prince of Nanyan. He is still alive, so there is no need to mobilize troops back to the capital. Have you found him? The Prime Minister inquired. Chapter 26. It was she who abducted him. If we have found him, then the current predicament can be resolved swiftly. The ministers looked at Song Zhan with anticipation. Song Zhan shook his head. I have not found him, but I know whose hands he is currently in. Are you saying he was abducted? The Minister of Works asked. Song Zhan nodded again. How outrageous. Who is so bold as to create such turmoil beneath the Emperor's feet? It is people from the King of the North's residence. Song Zhan replied. The others were taken aback. Does he truly wish to rebel? The Minister of War asked. Song Zhan knew that the King of the North harbored no ambitions of rebellion, yet he pressed his lips together and remained silent. His silence was interpreted by others as tacit agreement. The Minister of Works looked at the Prime Minister and asked, Prime Minister, what should we do now? Is it necessary to ask? We must first capture his children. I do not believe he would dare act recklessly with hostages at stake, the Minister of War stated. Others were unaware of the matters between Song Zhan and Bai Li Gu Lan, but the Prime Minister was aware. He looked at the two ministers and said, There is no need for panic. I have a solution to this matter. Allow me to handle it. You two may leave first. The Minister of Works and the Minister of War exchanged glances before exiting the study. The door closed behind them. The Prime Minister turned to Song Zhan and asked, Where are they holding him? I do not know. The King of the North's residence is impenetrable, and my scouts have not returned. However, those watching outside reported that there seems to be no unusual activity at the King of the North's residence, suggesting that the Prince of Nanyan may not be there. If he is not at the King of the North's residence, that poses a problem. Song Zhan clenched the letter concealed in his sleeve. It had been shot into the carriage earlier, instructing him to release the male concubine and warning him to maintain a pure heart and not provoke others' daughters, lest. As for what would happen if he did, it was not written. Yet he knew it was Bai Li Gu Lan. She must have discovered his connection with Bai Li Ao Shui and the male concubine, and thus sought to resolve everything at once. The Prime Minister was aware of what Song Zhan had done to Bai Li Gu Lan, and after a moment asked contemplation. He said, Did the people from the King of the North's residence demand you release him to clarify the rumors? Yes. Then release him. Given the current instability, the Prime Minister dared not take any chances. However, as he spoke, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. We must swiftly eliminate the legitimate daughter of the King of the North to prevent any disruption to our plans.
Indeed.
We have been monitoring her, but she has not left the King of the North's residence, leaving our subordinates with no way to act. The Prime Minister remarked, if she does not leave, then we must find a way to lure her out. The man who claimed to be Bai Li Gu Lan's male concubine was immediately recognized upon his appearance. Once the news reached them, the people from the King of the North's residence swiftly captured him and sent him directly to the Dali Temple. Without much interrogation, the man confessed, but only to admitting that he had maliciously slandered Bai Li Gu Lan's reputation, stating that he could not tolerate her bringing a man back to her residence in public, considering her actions a violation of virtue. Damaging the reputation of a high-ranking official's daughter, the Dali Temple sentenced him to death. A notice was posted, and he was executed. However, with the Dali Temple's involvement, the common people began to believe that Bai Li Gu Lan had been wronged. After Song Zhan released the man, Bai Li Gu Lan also freed the Prince of Nanyan. When the envoy from Nanyan saw him return, he inquired where he had been for the past 2 days. But the prince could not answer. He had no memory of those 2 days, only recalling that he had been sleeping at an inn and, upon waking, found himself on the roadside, less than 2 miles away from the inn. Thus, he too was perplexed. Knowing the Prince of Nanyan had returned on his own, the emperor and the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor then resumed his previous life of revelry. The Grand Princess closely monitored the situation. Having heard that the Prince of Nanyan had gone missing only to return, yet with no recollection of the past 2 days. Unlike the emperor, she remained vigilant. However, her suspicions fell upon Bai Li Gu Lan, suspecting that a foreign power sought to incite discord between Nanyan and Diyu, watching as the clam and the clam digger fought, hoping to profit from their conflict. Since discovering Bai Li Ao Shue's secret interactions with Song Zhan, Bai Li Gu Lan forbade Bai Li Ao Shue from leaving the house. Before abducting the Prince of Nanyan, she had shared her plan with Bai Li Ao Shue. Now, knowing that Song Zhan was indeed the architect of her plight, Bai Li Ao Shue was greatly affected, appearing listless and devoid of her former spirit. Later, Bai Li Qing returned from his break. This time, he appeared somewhat improved, no longer devouring his food ravenously as he had before. He noticed Bai Li Ao Shue's change in demeanor and, after observing for a while, could not help but lean in and ask, "Second sister, have you changed your temperament? Are you considering marriage?" He had heard that some women change their disposition after marriage, becoming more composed than they were before. He was naively unaware of the reasons behind this and overlooked the fact that Bai Li Ao Shue had yet to marry. Seeing Bai Li Ao Shue in this state, he assumed her demeanor was a reflection of what he had heard. Bai Li Qing's words struck at the heart of Bai Li Ao Shue, prompting her to break into tears. Witnessing her cry, Bai Li Qing felt at a loss, being too young to know how to comfort her. He glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan, who remained silent, finding solace in seeing Bai Li Ao Shue express her emotions rather than remaining in a perpetual state of gloom. As Bai Li Ao Shue wept uncontrollably, Bai Li Qing remarked, "Second sister, please do not cry. You look quite unappealing when you do." These words ignited the simmering anger within Bai Li Ao Shue. Wiping her tears away, she shouted at Bai Li Qing, "What do you mean by unappealing? You have no right to say that. Crying makes you look unappealing, and you still prohibit others from commenting. Just look in the mirror if you don't believe me," Bai Li Ao Shue retorted. Sniffling, she raised her hand to strike Bai Li Qing. Bai Li Qing defended herself with her elbow, and soon the two were embroiled in a playful scuffle. They had often engaged in such antics before, and Bai Li Gu Lan knew they would reconcile shortly, so she paid them no mind. She instructed the attendant, "Ting Yin, let us return." Just as they exited the dining hall, a loud crash of dishes shattering on the floor echoed behind them. Turning back, Bai Li Gu Lan saw that Bai Li Ao Shue had bumped the table askew. "Continue your ruckus. Later, let Uncle Li replace the broken items with your monthly allowance," she stated. "Eldest sister, it was second sister who struck me first," Bai Li Qing complained. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor hosted a banquet for civil and military officials and their families. As the prince of Northern Town was away from the capital, Bai Li Gu Lan accompanied her father to the palace to extend their congratulations. She dressed Su Yao elegantly and had her accompany her into the palace. On the palace path, Bai Li Gu Lan encountered the Duke of Jing Guo and his wife, along with Tang Yu. She approached and greeted them. Greetings, Duke and Duchess. The Duke and Duchess surveyed Bai Li Gu Lan from head to toe, observing her exquisite embroidered attire, dignified and courteous. They found her demeanor contrary to the rumors of her being a loose woman. The Duke chuckled. Miss Bai Li, you are quite gracious. The Duchess, unable to find fault with Bai Li Gu Lan, politely added, since fate has brought us together, let us proceed together. Agreed, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, casting a glance at Tang Yu. Noticing he still wore a cold expression, as if someone owed him money, they continued towards the palace hosting the banquet. The Duke, who had difficulty walking, sat in a wheelchair pushed by his attendant. Sighing, the Duke addressed Bai Li Gu Lan. It is not easy for you and your siblings to leave your elders behind and live in the capital. We have heard the rumors. A pang of anxiety shot through Bai Li Gu Lan, and she glanced at Tang Yu. Uncertain if he had revealed the truth about her being a kept man to the Duke and Duchess, she refrained from interrupting, waiting for the Duke to finish. He continued, I understand that the Prince of Northern Town wields immense power, and it is inevitable that some wish to suppress him. However, with him absent from the capital, it seems the focus has shifted to you. Now that our families are allied, should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Even if I am unable to lead troops into battle, I will not allow others to bully you. Days prior, when rumors about Bai Li Gu Lan were rampant, the Duke had considered intervening, but by the time he sent someone, the man spreading the rumors had vanished. When the eldest princess took action, he initially thought it was a strategy to suppress the Prince of Northern Town. Later, when the man resurfaced, he realized it was not the eldest princess's style, indicating that a hidden force was at play. Who else could possibly have a vendetta against the Prince of Northern Town? Bai Li Gu Lan had not approached the Duke for help, leaving him feeling powerless to assist her. Thank you, Your Grace, Bai Li Gu Lan expressed politely. Why thank me? Ryu has suffered severe injuries, and I hear the physician from the Prince of Northern Town treated him. We owe you our gratitude. The Duke exclaimed. This lad always keeps us in the dark. After you marry, you must keep an eye on him. Upon hearing the Duke's words, Tang Yu protested. Father, I am no longer a child. I do not need supervision. And yet you were gravely injured and coughed up blood. Had it not been for Miss Bai Li's timely intervention, you would have developed chronic issues, which are notoriously difficult to treat. It seems you have little regard for your life, the Duke scolded. Had he been equipped with his cane, he would have given Tang Yu a sound whack. Tang Yu, feeling defiant, replied, I am perfectly fine. If I refrain from medication, it will merely extend my recovery time. The Duke, observing Tang Yu's rising ire, was interrupted by the Duchess, who quickly said, Ayu, your father only has your best interests at heart. Do not provoke his anger. The banquet palace was adjacent to the Imperial Garden. As Bai Li Gu Lan and her party arrived, they were greeted by attendants bowing to the Duke and Duchess. Greetings, Your Grace and Lady, and to you, Brother Tang Yu, Chu Qing said with a smile. However, upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan, her eyes were filled with disdain. She quickly adjusted her expression, smiling again at the Duchess. I have just arrived. Had I known you would come around the same time, I would have waited and accompanied you. The Duchess, charmed by Chu Qing's gentle demeanor, felt a pang of sadness at the thought of how the Duke's predicament had silenced discussions regarding Chu Qing and Tang Yu's betrothal. Yet, despite her dissatisfaction with the royal couple, she would not take her frustrations out on Chu Qing. Today's palace banquet is a rare opportunity. The flowers in the Imperial Garden are in full bloom. Young ladies like you should come to admire them early, the Duchess remarked. Noticing the Duchess treating her as kindly as ever, Chu Qing shot a triumphant glance at Bai Li Gu Lan. Let us go and meet the Emperor, the Duke declared. As a military leader, he held little regard for those lacking integrity, extending this sentiment to their families. Sensing the Duke's indifference toward her, Chu Qing cast a pitiful glance at Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Li Gu Lan glared at Tang Yu, silently questioning why he was ignoring her. After such a long absence, what was his attitude regarding her association with Song Zhan? Did he trust her? Tang Yu caught the intensity of Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze and averted his face, occasionally glancing at her from the corner of his eye. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent contest, oblivious to Chu Qing's presence. Bai Li Gu Lan noticed Chu Qing glaring at her with resentment. She paused momentarily and then realized that Chu Qing harbored feelings for Tang Yu, explaining her previous antagonism during the eldest princess's chrysanthemum banquet. Ayu, let us proceed to meet the Emperor, the Duchess called out as Tang Yu remained rooted in place. Tang Yu responded with a distracted, oh, and quickly followed. Bai Li Gu Lan lagged behind slightly. Miss Bai Li, is it not too shameless for you to follow the Duke and Duchess to meet the Emperor? Chu Qing obstructed her path, delivering a caustic remark. Bai Li Gu Lan scoffed. Why shouldn't I go? Or is it that you wish for me not to? Today, the Emperor is surrounded by esteemed officials and their families. Someone with your tarnished reputation has the audacity to appear at this banquet. How shameless. Witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan being so insulted, Tingyin could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, My lady is innocent. Chu Qing glared. When the master speaks, what right do you, a mere servant, have to interject? With rumors swirling about, you claim innocence? Humph. The Prince of Northern Town's household is undoubtedly filled with lowly individuals. You have caused Bai Li Gu Lan to be maligned. Tingyin shot a glance of guilt at Bai Li Gu Lan, aware of the palace's hierarchy and suppressing her urge to retort. Bai Li Gu Lan stepped forward, placing herself between Tingyin and Chu Qing. It seems the princess possesses quite the talent for scolding. One wonders how she would berate those who attempt to entice another's fiancé. Such individuals are indeed despicable, perhaps deserving to be likened to a foul insect in a cesspit. Chu Qing's eyes widened in fury, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Humph, just you wait. Brother Tang, you would never marry someone of your tarnished character. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Watching her retreat, Tingyin expressed her remorse. My lady, I feel so useless. I have brought you disgrace. Nonsense. Even if you remained silent, she would still find a way to insult me. These people are emboldened by the absence of our parents in the capital. Knowing there are no elders in the Duke of Northern Defense's household, they seek to trample upon us at every opportunity, so in future encounters with such individuals, let us keep our distance. Indeed. Chapter 28. A gift for the beauty within the palace. The Emperor sat at the head of the table, receiving congratulations from various ministers and their families. The Duke of Jinghua had just presented a gift. As the Emperor, in the presence of numerous royal relatives, inquired about the Duke's health, he feigned concern. Is your leg still unhealed, Duke? The Duke understood this was mere formalism and responded dismissively, Your Majesty, I appreciate your concern. But I am old now, whether I heal or not is of little consequence.
Oh.
But you mustn't abandon your treatment. I still hope you might lead troops to defend our great Du. The pretense was so palpable that the Duke nearly erupted with disdain. If the Emperor truly cared for the realm, he would not indulge in daily revelries, neglecting state affairs. A minister chimed in. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Although the Duke may no longer lead troops, Du has many capable generals who will surely protect its borders. The Emperor nodded, approving of the minister's sentiment. Bai Li Gu Lan entered the hall and bowed. Long live the Emperor. I bring gifts on behalf of my father, the Duke of Northern Defense, wishing you longevity and health. Excellent. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan's graceful presence, the Emperor's desires stirred once more. Noticing his lingering gaze upon Bai Li Gu Lan, the Empress beside him called out, Your Majesty.
Ah. Oh. Hee.
The Emperor awkwardly commanded a nearby eunuch, present the gifts. Bai Li Gu Lan signaled to Su Yao, who stepped forward to hand over the gifts. During the exchange, Su Yao cast a seductive glance at the Emperor, capturing his attention. Observing that Su Yao's attire was not that of a maid, but rather accentuated her alluring figure, he could not tear his eyes away. He inquired of Bai Li Gu Lan, and who might this be? Bai Li Gu Lan replied, Your Majesty, she is Su Yao, my father's adopted daughter. Raised after the tragic loss of her father, a deputy general under my father.
Ah.
The Duke of Northern Defense indeed nurtures beauty. The Emperor responded, his gaze fixated on Su Yao. Her beauty was alluring and fiery, contrasting with Bai Li Gu Lan's cool and aloof demeanor. Receiving the compliment, Su Yao blushed and smiled. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. If you do not mind, I would be honored to serve in the palace, accompanying you. At this juncture, many present surmised Bai Li Gu Lan's intentions and the Emperor's thoughts. The Emperor, lost in pleasure, was not quite quick-witted. Hearing Su Yao's words, he responded with delight, Excellent. Come sit beside me.
Yes.
Su Yao lowered her gaze, approaching the Emperor with a shy demeanor. The beauty who had been by the Emperor's side reluctantly yielded her position. Witnessing the Emperor's newfound affection, the Empress seethed with jealousy. She exchanged a glance with the Chancellor, who immediately understood her implication. The Chancellor turned to Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, if the Duke of Northern Defense is sending someone to the palace, why is it an adopted daughter and not a legitimate daughter from the household? The implication was clear to all present, suggesting the Duke's insincerity and lack of respect for the Emperor. The Duke of Jingguo, unable to tolerate such slander against the Duke of Northern Defense, retorted, "Chancellor, your words are laced with sarcasm and distort the truth. What do you mean? Is it not true? Miss Su is clearly accompanying the Duke's legitimate daughter to wish the Emperor well, yet you insinuate that the Duke is offering her to the Emperor. What of the Duke's regard for his deputy's sacrifice?" The Chancellor, although most in attendance understood the truth, the distinction between stating it openly and merely implying it was significant. Furthermore, today was the Emperor's birthday banquet. Everyone chose to remain prudent and silent. The atmosphere fell quiet until Bai Li Gu Lan, the focal point of the matter, spoke up. "Duke Jingguo, do not be upset. It was my decision to bring my sister into the palace to broaden her horizons. If she has caught the Emperor's eye, it is her fortune, unlike the Chancellor, who would send beauties to the Emperor, thus leading to misunderstandings." Few were aware that the Chancellor had indeed sent beauties to the Emperor, not even the Empress. Hearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words, everyone glanced at the beauty who had just been beside the Emperor, Zhao. The Emperor's affections were not sought from outside, but rather bestowed by the Chancellor. "Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. On this day of celebration, I am in high spirits," the Emperor declared, his hand wandering to Su Yao's waist. "Your Majesty." Su Yao feigned a gentle push against him. Her blend of shyness and timidity enchanted the Emperor, nearly overwhelming him. Were it not for the presence of numerous ministers and foreign envoys to meet later, he would have longed to whisk her away. Their banter ignited sparks, inciting envy among the Empress and other attending consorts, particularly Zhao, who had recently entered the palace and was still naive to the intricacies of courtly decorum, her emotions plainly written across her face. After delivering Su Yao to the Emperor's side, and with the banquet yet to commence, Bai Li Gu Lan exited the palace, heading towards the imperial garden. Upon entering, she encountered the Grand Princess. "I pay my respects to the Grand Princess. No need for formalities."
Bai Li Gu Lan.
"You arrive early indeed. Have you seen the Emperor?" the Grand Princess inquired. Bai Li Gu Lan replied, "I have." "Then walk with me." "Of course." The imperial garden was lively today, filled with the children of ministers playing with the young princes and princesses. Bai Li Gu Lan followed the Grand Princess to the pond. The Grand Princess broached the topic of the male consort. "You have been in the capital for a short time. Have you angered anyone? Do you know who might be plotting against you?" She found it hard to believe that someone would target Bai Li Gu Lan without cause. There had to be a motive, yet she could not uncover it. This uncertainty troubled her greatly. The capital is the Emperor's domain. If anything were to spiral beyond royal control, or if someone held such formidable power that she could not detect it, then the sovereignty would be at risk. Bai Li Gu Lan contemplated the relationship between the Grand Princess and the Chancellor. The Chancellor held no military authority and maintained a reputation for integrity and fairness, which reassured both the Emperor and the Grand Princess regarding his governance of state affairs. Would the Grand Princess trust her words? After all, her father, the Duke of Northern Defense, appeared to be a likely candidate for rebellion. "Bai Li Gu Lan, the Grand Princess is asking you a question," a matron reminded her. "I am unsure if I should speak. I ask for the Grand Princess's understanding." Bai Li Gu Lan curtsied. "Are you uncertain of the culprit? No matter. Feel free to share your thoughts," the Grand Princess encouraged.
"Yes.
Since arriving in the capital, I have only offended the eldest son of the Chancellor's household. Hence I suspect him." The Grand Princess paused, taken aback. She had harbored doubts about Song Zhan, yet the so-called male favorite remained untraceable to the Prime Minister's residence. Could it be that the princess was not convinced? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Chapter 29. Riding together, Bai Li Gu Lan observed the princess, and from her expression, it was evident that she had arrived at her conclusion. Indeed, the princess chuckled softly. "I have encountered the eldest son of the Prime Minister on several occasions. He does not strike me as the vengeful type, so it is unlikely to be him. The Prime Minister was the first to suspect that the King of the North would rebel, and it was he who suggested that the Emperor issue a decree summoning the King of the North's children to the capital. The princess feared that this might be a tactic employed by the King of the North to stir unrest within the capital, thus she refrained from voicing her beliefs." On the other side of the imperial garden, Chu Qing awaited the arrival of the Duchess of Jingguo. Upon seeing her, she hurried forward. "Madam." The Duchess turned upon hearing her name. "Ah, it's the princess. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you again." Such coincidences were hardly so plentiful. Her words were laced with intention. Chu Qing picked up on the Duchess's insinuation and, feeling somewhat bashful, confessed, "I've been waiting for you to emerge from the palace." "Madam."
Oh.
The Duchess regarded her with newfound respect. "What business do you have in waiting for me, princess?" Nervously, Chu Qing fidgeted with her handkerchief. "Madam, have you heard the rumors surrounding the legitimate daughter of the King of the North?" "I have heard some," the Duchess replied, suppressing her irritation. "But why should I consider canceling the engagement? A person of such loose morals is hardly worthy of marrying into the Jing Guo family." Chu Qing's words, though seemingly a kind warning, drew the Duchess's disdain, for as a young woman, she had no place meddling in the affairs of others. Certainly, she had contemplated calling off the engagement, but the Duke had stated that the matter was between the son and himself. If the son had no objections, why should she interfere? "Madam," Chu Qing called out. The Duchess smiled faintly. "Alas, a youth has reached the age for marriage. Since he has not expressed a desire to break the engagement, we shall leave it to him. Let it be. We shall not concern ourselves with it.
Besides,
He has claimed that Bai Li Gu Lan is a victim of circumstance, and he defended her. The Duke does not support breaking the engagement either. What more can I do? Surely, I cannot insist on the engagement being called off." Chu Qing was taken aback by the Duchess's words, muttering to herself, "Brother Tang Yu has not spoken of breaking the engagement?
why?
What merits does that woman possess? Why are they so tolerant of her?" The Duchess sighed helplessly. Alas, a child grows independent of their parents. With that, she turned to leave. As the banquet commenced, foreign envoys entered the hall, and music filled the palace as the songstresses began their performances. Aside from those seated beside the emperor, the rest quietly indulged in wine and the spectacle of dance. Tang Yu's gaze was fixed on Bai Li across the table, his eyes filled with a deadly glare. He had been seeking an opportunity for revenge, yet circumstances repeatedly thwarted his plans. Bai Li sensed Tang Yu's scrutiny and turned, their eyes locking, each recognizing the hostility within the other's gaze. Were it not for the banquet, a violent clash would undoubtedly ensue. Seated below, Songjian observed their tension, silently relishing the spectacle from a distance. Meanwhile, on Chu Qing's side, Feng Ro sat behind her. "Princess, today presents an excellent opportunity. Shall we teach that wretched woman a lesson?" The banquet was filled with individuals of high standing. Any altercation would surely become a stain on their reputations. However, to act in such a public setting could lead to disgrace if discovered. Today is the Emperor's birthday. Do not act recklessly.
Princess.
Chu Qing shot her a sharp glance, prompting Feng Ro to fall silent. The banquet proceeded smoothly. As the children of ministers showcased their talents, Bai Li Gu Lan refrained from participating, recognizing that such displays were merely veiled attempts to curry favor with the princess and the emperor. Those who participated were often from families lacking real power, seeking to gain entrance to the palace or to attach themselves to the princess. Upon leaving the palace, Tang Yu caught up with Bai Li Gu Lan. "I will ride in your carriage." Her smile brightened at his presence. It was unlike him to seek her out without reason. "Very well," she replied. Tang Yu climbed aboard her carriage, a scene witnessed by Chu Qing, who was pursuing him. She instinctively curled her fingers, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. "Qing Heir, why are you walking so fast? I called for you, and you did not hear." The Duchess of the Duke called from behind. "What troubles you?" The Duchess approached, noticing the pallor of Chu Qing's face. Chu Qing felt a flicker of resentment towards the Duke and Duchess regarding her engagement. Had they secured the match earlier, she might have already been Tang Yu's wife. "I am feeling unwell. I wish to return first," Chu Qing replied coolly. "You seemed fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden ailment?" The Duchess inquired. Seeing that Chu Qing appeared not gravely ill, she continued, "You are not a child anymore. Your parents wish to arrange a marriage for you. We believe that the eldest son of the General of Cavalry is quite a suitable match for you. I intended to introduce you to him, but now you have fled. Who knows when you will have another chance to meet him." Though Chu Qing had met Bai Li and found him decent-looking, he paled in comparison to Tang Yu. "Mother, I do not wish to marry at this time."
Why?
The Duchess exclaimed in disbelief. What girl does not wish to marry? Moreover, the son of the general is quite a good match. Marrying him would surely lead to a comfortable life. Chu Qing longed to express that her heart belonged to Tang Yu, but if he failed to achieve greatness, the Jing Guo residence would eventually fall into decline. She feared that even voicing her feelings would be futile, as her parents would undoubtedly disapprove. "Mother, let us postpone discussions of marriage for now." With that, Chu Qing disregarded the Duchess and walked away. In the carriage, Tang Yu remained silent. Noticing his sullen demeanor, Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow and asked, "Surely, you do not intend merely to ride in my carriage?" Tang Yu raised his eyes to meet hers before speaking softly. "I have investigated the matter you entrusted to me."
Oh.
Bai Li Gu Lan had assumed he was upset and had not assisted her. How fares Qing Heir at the Guozijian? He faced adversity, as some conspired to frequently snatch his meals, and due to Bai Li Gu Lan's situation, he was ridiculed by his classmates. However, Tang Yu chose not to mention these grievances. After a moment, he continued. Nevertheless, he retaliated later, taking advantage of their isolation to teach the heir of the Duke of the King's court a lesson. Those individuals no longer dare provoke him. Bai Li Gu Lan's expression turned cold. The Duke's residence seemed to have gained her a new adversary in this life. "Are you listening to me?" Tang Yu asked, noticing her dazed expression with irritation. Bai Li Gu Lan met his gaze, a smile gracing her lips. "I am. How shall I express my gratitude?" Tang Yu. Why does he perceive a teasing tone? No need. Very well, then consider it a preemptive fulfillment of your future brother-in-law duties. Tang Yu. Chapter 30. Will you return tonight? Stop the carriage. He could no longer tolerate her presence. If he remained in the carriage any longer, he feared he might be driven to the brink of despair. The carriage came to a halt, and Tang Yu lifted the curtain to exit. Bai Li Gu Lan recalled the lantern festival occurring that night and called after him. "After the moon worship, let us go admire the lanterns together." Tang Yu did not look back as he exited the carriage, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Zhou En, holding the reins, approached him. "Young master, do you wish to ride?" Tang Yu remained silent, taking the reins and leaping onto the horse's back before galloping away, leaving Zhou Anfeng in a state of bewilderment. "Oh, dear. Your young master has ridden off," reminded Ting Yin. Zhou En realized he was not traveling with Bai Li Gu Lan and immediately ran in the direction Tang Yu had departed. Observing that Zhou En had not responded and had run far, Ting Yin muttered, "Is he mute? Can't even utter a word." However, despite her annoyance, she felt compelled to report the situation to Bai Li Gu Lan. "Miss, it seems your future fiancé is not in good spirits. He appears quite angry." "It's nothing." After this incident, Tang Yu can still assist me in investigating Bai Li Qing's matters, Bai Li Gu Lan thought, having come to understand his character. He was rational, stubborn yet kind-hearted. He would not remain upset for long. At the North Town King's Manor, Uncle Li had prepared items for the festival. When the moon rose at night, the entire household would gather to worship it. "Elder sister, do you think our parents are also worshipping the moon at this time?" Bai Li Qing inquired. In previous years, with their parents by their side, they had followed their elders to pay homage to the moon. This year, having left Jinzhou for just a few months, they all felt as though they had matured rapidly and had to rely on themselves for many matters. Bai Li Gu Lan placed incense branches into the burner. Perhaps. As for the separation from loved ones, no one seems to have the joy of the festival, only a sense of melancholy. After the worship, Bai Li Gu Lan and Ting Yin ventured into the streets. However, despite exploring the entire street, they did not encounter Tang Yu. Assuming he had not come, their spirits dimmed, and they bought a few lanterns before heading back. Just as they left the street and arrived at the carriage station, Bai Li Gu Lan suddenly sensed a murderous intent. "Be careful." She quickly pushed Ting Yin aside and dodged an arrow shot from behind. Several arrows whistled through the air, landing where Bai Li Gu Lan had just stood. "Miss, we are under ambush. Are you hurt?" Ting Yin asked anxiously. They were still quite far from the North Town King's Manor, and being attacked here meant that their lives were at stake. "I am fine. Take cover behind the carriage," Bai Li Gu Lan instructed. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan in danger, the few bodyguards who had been following them immediately revealed themselves. Their adversaries, unwilling to relent, charged from the shadows. Dozens of men in dark clothing clashed with the bodyguards. Amid the flurry of blades, the leader of the guards said to Bai Li Gu Lan, "Miss, we will cover you. You must flee at once." His words conveyed that their opponents were too numerous for them to defeat. However, the dark-clad assailants would not easily allow Bai Li Gu Lan to escape. They encircled her and the guards. Within a mere quarter of an hour, injuries were sustained among Bai Li Gu Lan's guards, indicating the increasing danger. At that moment, a voice grew nearer. "What audacity! How dare you attempt to assassinate the daughter of a high-ranking official within the capital?" The speaker joined the battle, disrupting the formation of the dark-clad men. "Young master, be cautious." Zhou and hurriedly followed. Bai Li Gu Lan turned to see Tang Yu. Please, young master, just take our miss away, urged the leader of the guards. As long as someone could escape to the North Town King for reinforcements, they would all be saved. After exchanging a few blows with the dark-clad assailants, Tang Yu grasped the situation. He dashed to Bai Li Gu Lan's side, then, under the cover of the guards, leaped onto a nearby rooftop. A few dark-clad men pursued, but they were few in number and were swiftly dealt with by Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu. Under Tang Yu's protection, Bai Li Gu Lan safely returned to the North Town King's manor. Upon hearing about her ambush, Uncle Li immediately rushed out with a group of men. Two of the guards who had accompanied Bai Li Gu Lan had already sacrificed their lives, and Ting Yin had also sustained minor injuries. When the dark-clad assailants saw reinforcements approaching, they understood their assassination attempt had failed and hastily retreated. However, some slower to react were captured. Yet, they were all loyal assassins. Upon being caught, they swallowed poison and committed suicide. At the North Town King's manor, Uncle Li reported the outcome to Bai Li Gu Lan. Regrettably, we did not capture a single one alive. Someone has grown bold enough to seek your life within the city. From now on, miss, you must take more people with you when you go out. Who wishes to kill you? Tang Yu inquired. If he had arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. It might be someone from the Prime Minister's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. In her previous life, she had purchased lanterns, yet nothing had transpired. Now, in this rebirth, aside from Song Zhan wishing for her demise, it seemed no one else harbored such intentions. The others were taken aback by this revelation, for to them, Bai Li Gu Lan had only offended Song Zhan once, and it hardly warranted sending so many assassins after her. As night fell, tranquility returned. Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at the bright moon overhead and asked Tang Yu, "Will you return tonight?" "Of course. To stay overnight at the North Town King's manor would be quite improper. Then I shall send someone to escort you." She had no inclination to tease him, merely considering safety. Observing that Bai Li Shui had regained her spirits, Bai Li Gu Lan felt she had come to see through Song Zhan's true nature, thus restoring her freedom and no longer overseeing her constantly. Bai Li Shui, accompanied by Xiao Yu, exited the manor. She arrived at the tea house where she had previously visited with Song Zhan and instructed Xiao Yu, "Go to the Prime Minister's residence and inquire if he is present. If he is, ask him to meet me." Xiao Yu hesitated and asked, "Second young miss, did the eldest young miss not say he is not a good person? Why do you wish to see him?" Bai Li Shui, somewhat impatient, replied, "Just go as I instructed. Whether he is good or bad, I will determine for myself." Xiao Yu, intimidated by her outburst, lowered her head and dared not speak further. "Yes, I shall go at once." As Xiao Yu left the private room, Bai Li Shui took out the clay figure that Song Zhan had previously repaired for her. The figure still wore a bright smile, radiating joy. Yet, she could not bring herself to smile. Tears streamed down her face, splattering onto the clay figure. Seeing her tears stain the figure, she quickly wiped her eyes and took out a handkerchief to dry them. After much hesitation, she returned the clay figure to her sleeve and removed the beaded bracelet from her wrist. This bracelet was indeed a gift from Song Zhan, while the clay figure was something she had purchased herself, thus it did not count. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief. 2 hours later, Xiao Yu returned to the tea house with Song Zhan. Chapter 31. Waiting for an opportunity the moment Song Zhan entered, their gazes locked. And Bai Li Shui nearly lost control of her emotions again, swiftly turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Shui, Song Zhan exclaimed, striding over with enthusiasm. "It has been ages since we last met. Have you missed me?" "I have missed you." Hearing this, Bai Li Shui could hardly contain her tears. Yet, she held her head high, refusing to let them fall. "What is the matter?" Noticing her unusual demeanor, Song Zhan inquired. Bai Li Shui took a few deep breaths, gazing out the window to compose herself before turning to him. "Young Master Song, I invited you here to return the bracelet you gifted me." As she spoke, Bai Li Shui slid the bracelet across the table toward Song Zhan.
"Why?"
he asked, assuming that Bai Li Gu Lan had divulged the details of their previous lives and rebirth to Bai Li Shui. Or could it be that Bai Li Gu Lan has discovered the events of that night and knows he was responsible? Yet, Bai Li Shui's subsequent words led him to believe he was mistaken. "Since I am not aligned with young Master Song, let us act as if we are strangers from now on." With that, Bai Li Shui rose to leave, but was detained by Song Zhan.
Shui,
"Has something happened to cause you to misinterpret me? Otherwise, you wouldn't behave this way when things seemed well between us." Bai Li Shui turned to look at him. The thought of his vile methods used to ensnare Bai Li Gu Lan was intolerable to her. She broke free from Song Zhan's grasp. There is no misunderstanding. As she resolutely departed, a shadow fell over Song Zhan's eyes. Recently, autumn rains had fallen, causing a sudden drop in temperature, and less than 2 months remained until Bai Li Gu Lan's wedding day. Uncle Li had procured the necessary red silk, lanterns, window paper, and other items for decorating the house, and presented the bill to Bai Li Gu Lan. As she perused the accounts, Uncle Li remarked, "Miss, the weather is turning cold. We must purchase cotton fabric to make winter clothing for those in the residence, as well as prepare charcoal for the winter." "Indeed," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. "Kyoto is colder than Jinzhou. We should make one additional cotton garment for each person and ensure we have ample charcoal." Uncle Li paused at her words. It was their first time residing in Kyoto. How did Bai Li Gu Lan know the winter would be harsher than in Jinzhou? Had she heard it from someone else? However, she had no acquaintances in Kyoto. Could it be the Grand Princess? It seemed likely. Uncle Li continued to inform Bai Li Gu Lan. The informant stationed outside the Prime Minister's residence has reported that the eldest son of the Prime Minister has left the city, appearing as if he is going far away. Should we send someone to follow him? Bai Li Gu Lan's hand froze over the account book. Since that night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, she had been waiting for an opportunity to take his life, yet had not found the chance until now. But what could Song Zhan be doing outside the city? In her previous life, everything in Kyoto had been calm at this time, with no significant events reported in nearby towns, at most, a few bandits causing trouble. But nothing that would necessitate Song Zhan's personal involvement. Could this be a scheme to lure her out of the city after laying a trap? Bai Li Gu Lan pondered, suddenly realizing that she had become more timid and cautious than in her past life. Perhaps in this rebirth, with her great vendettas still unresolved, she could not tolerate any unexpected occurrences. Our manpower in Kyoto is limited. There is no need to follow him. Understood. Bai Li Gu Lan turned the pages of the account book and glanced at the final page detailing total expenditures. She barely skimmed it before handing the book back to Uncle Li. "I have reviewed the accounts, and the expenses are acceptable. However, the expenditures are substantial. And since I will be residing in Kyoto for an extended period, I must establish a business here." Afternoon. The embroiderers from the residence brought the wedding gown for Bai Li Gu Lan to try on. "Miss, please try on the wedding gown to see if it fits, and if any modifications are needed, we can make changes while there is still time." "Very well." Bai Li Gu Lan gently brushed her fingertips over the vibrant red fabric. In her previous life, she had worn an identical wedding gown when marrying Song Zhan. Reflecting on her past, she realized how blind she had been to have chosen such a heartless individual. Tinging happily assisted Bai Li Gu Lan in changing into the gown. The moment she donned the wedding attire, Tinging exclaimed, "The miss looks stunning in the wedding gown." The matron also chimed in, "Indeed. The young lady resembles a true lady, as she is already beautiful." Bai Li Gu Lan approached the dressing table and gazed into the mirror. Upon seeing the phoenix embroidered in gold thread on the gown's collar, she suddenly felt a wave of revulsion. In her previous life, after Song Zhan ascended the throne and bestowed upon her the title of Empress, he cast her into the cold palace. The phoenix, she no longer desired it. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Bai Li Gu Lan tore the collar open, shedding the gown and tossing it to the floor. "I do not want this wedding gown. Let us embroider a new one." The matron, seeing her anger, hurriedly knelt before her. "Miss, is there something wrong with the embroidery?" Seeing her reaction, Tinging picked up the gown from the ground, finding it in perfect condition. She was puzzled by Bai Li Gu Lan's sudden outburst. "Miss, what is wrong with the wedding gown?" Observing their expressions, Bai Li Gu Lan realized she had lost control. She composed herself. "No, the embroidery is exquisite. I simply do not like the phoenix. Please have it redone with a lotus instead." The matron hesitated for a moment. For what woman does not desire a phoenix embroidered on her wedding gown? However, Bai Li Gu Lan was the mistress, and if she did not like it, it must be redone. "Yes, I shall take care of it immediately." The matron hastily placed the gown into a tray and returned to the embroidery room. "Miss, please have some tea." Bai Li Gu Lan settled onto the soft couch as Tingning brought her tea. "Miss, is it because the prince and princess are not by your side, and with so many events occurring, you feel fatigued?" Bai Li Gu Lan acknowledged that since her rebirth, her spirit had remained in a state of tension, and she often dreamt of events from her past life. In the stillness of midnight, she feared that her rebirth was merely a dream. "You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while." Ting Ying opened her mouth to speak but ultimately replied affirmatively and stepped outside. The next day, Bai Li Gu Lan visited a temple outside the city. She knelt before the supreme Lao Jun for a long while, and the old Taoist priest noticed her and approached, offering her a string of flowing beads. You appear youthful, yet burdened with worries. In truth, most matters in this world are preordained. If your heart is unsettled, do your best and leave the rest to fate. There is no need for excessive concern. Bai Li Gu Lan looked at the beads in her hand and asked, Do you believe in reincarnation, Taoist priest? The old priest smiled slightly. Of course, all beings in this world undergo cycles of life and death. For every cause there is an effect. What will come in the next life depends on one's own actions. Bai Li Gu Lan had a vegetarian meal at the temple before returning home. Upon her arrival, Uncle Li anxiously approached her. Miss, urgent news has arrived from Jinzhou. There has been a flood, and casualties are uncertain. Chapter 32. He has arrived. The flood in Jinzhou had little impact in her previous life, so Bai Li Gu Lan had not paid it much heed. However, after the flood in her past life, her parents had come to the capital before her wedding. Although her father faced inquiries from the emperor, he appeared quite pleased and gifted her a sum of 100,000 taels. She had vaguely overheard the guards discussing how her father had gained considerable wealth following the flood. As a local lord, he often enriched himself by collecting excessive taxes. She was aware of this, so she had not taken it to heart. It was likely that more letters would soon arrive in the capital. If there were any unexpected developments, report to me immediately, Bai Li Gu Lan instructed Uncle Li. Although she understood the consequences, she could not act as if nothing had transpired. Understood. Uncle Li, familiar with the Northern King's customary practices, expressed some concern. The eldest son of the Prime Minister has left the capital. His destination is unknown. With the flood in Jinzhou, might he not be headed there? Historically, whenever troubles arose in any location, local officials would seize the opportunity to misappropriate disaster relief funds. If Song Zhan were to arrive in Jinzhou, at this thought, Bai Li Gu Lan froze, abruptly standing up. Had Song Zhan's departure from the capital a few days prior been aimed at her father? After all, he had also been reborn, and he was more aware of the events in the court than she was. If he were to gain her father's power in this new life, he would surely seek to destroy it. Quickly prepare the horses. I must return to Jinzhou. Miss, has something happened? Both Uncle Li and Ting Ying asked simultaneously. He was headed straight for his father. We cannot sit idly by. The old servant and the young lady returned together. Li Shu said. I shall accompany you, Ting Ying replied, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Fearing that Bai Li Gu Lan would not take her along, Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at the two and then addressed Li Shu. No, Li Shu. You must remain in Kyoto. Ao Shui and Qing Heir still require your care. Therefore, Ting Ying and I shall return with some guards. However, Li Shu was still uneasy. There is nothing to worry about. We will hasten our return and will be fine, Bai Li Gu Lan insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shu replied, Very well, miss. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange for the men. Ting Ying quickly gathered some provisions and set out with Bai Li Gu Lan. Li Shu arranged for dozens of guards, and the departure from the capital attracted considerable attention. The princess and the palace were informed and sent people to inquire. Upon learning that Bai Li Gu Lan was returning to Jinzhou, while Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing were still in Kyoto, they immediately dispatched personnel to monitor the Wang Fu and the Guozi Jian. The Duke of Jing Guo also sent someone to inquire. Upon discovering that trouble had arisen in Jinzhou, he summoned Tang Yu. The young man from the Prime Minister's residence has yet to return to the capital. I am concerned about the potential dangers Bai Li Gu Lan may face on her journey back. Hurry and pursue her, ensuring she encounters no misfortune. He surmised that the ambush Bai Li Gu Lan faced last time was likely orchestrated by the Prime Minister, and with Song Zhan still absent from Kyoto, he felt unease. Tang Yu too was aware of this, and promptly set out with his men. However, under similar circumstances, he found it impossible to catch up with Bai Li Gu Lan. He dared not rest, changing horses at relay stations, and only pausing for a few hours each day. Finally, on the 5th day, he encountered Bai Li Gu Lan resting outside Linan City. Miss, your future son-in-law has arrived, he announced. Seeing Tang Yu approach, Ting Ying felt a surge of joy. Knowing he had come for Bai Li Gu Lan, Bai Li Gu Lan looked in the direction from which he came, observing Tang Yu, weary and somewhat disheveled from the journey. Tang Yu urged his horse to a halt before Bai Li Gu Lan and dismounted. There has been trouble in Jinzhou. My father, aware of your departure, feared for your safety and sent me to escort you. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's fatigued and worried expression, he reassured her, "Do not fret. I have not heard any news of the prince or princess encountering misfortune along the way, so they are likely safe." "I know. My concern lies with Song Zhan, who may have arrived in Jinzhou ahead of us," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, withholding further details. After all, her father was akin to a treacherous minister, a local tyrant in Jinzhou, often engaging in corrupt practices, depending on his mood. Therefore, she chose not to elaborate. Tang Yu understood her implication, furrowing his brow. "Are you suggesting that Song Zhan's recent departure from Kyoto was to investigate the prince?" He was not doubting Bai Li Gu Lan but recognized that Song Zhan's actions indicated that the emperor or the prime minister were wary of the Wang Bei and might take action against him. The future situation appeared to be precarious. Bai Li Gu Lan refrained from making any definitive statements, for she had yet to reach Jinzhou and ascertain the true circumstances. After resting for a brief while, they continued on their journey. As they passed through Lin City, they noticed that the price of grain escalated the closer they got to Jinzhou. Many of the inns and eateries within Lin were devoid of patrons. Inquiries revealed that the exorbitant grain prices had deterred customers. Even the vendors who typically sold flatbreads were absent. Occasionally, they heard complaints from the roadside. Alas, this flood in Jinzhou has left us unable to afford food. Indeed, with only a meager supply of grain at home, it was uncertain whether they could last until prices fell. Alas, it seems unlikely. I wonder when the government will open the granaries. Listening to the grievances of the common folk, Bai Li Gu Lan grew increasingly concerned and quickened her pace back to Jinzhou. Having crossed the boundary of Linen, they had a few dozen miles remaining, and as dusk approached, with darkness looming, Bai Li Gu Lan set her mind to return, preparing torches to navigate in the dark. Outside Linen City, they occasionally spotted refugees and beggars by the roadside. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan and her entourage on their majestic horses, some bold individuals dared to block their path and beg. However, after such a long journey, Bai Li Gu Lan and her companions had little food to spare and simply cracked the whip, moving on. In Jinzhou City, the soldiers at the gate spotted a large group approaching and promptly reported to the officer on duty. The officer, having just settled down, was rudely awakened and shouted irritably, "Don't you know the city gates do not open at night? Get lost and do not disturb my sleep." Upon seeing the officer lose his temper, the soldier timidly added, "Sir, the prince has mentioned that the court may send someone soon, and those individuals will all be mounted, likely of significant stature." "Mounted? Then they must be either nobility or wealthy merchants." Upon hearing this, the officer, somewhat agitated, donned his attire. "Humph. I shall see who dares to enter the city at this hour. If they lack proper identification, I shall make them pay." Outside the city gate, Bai Li Gu Lan tightened the reins, causing a commotion among the horses. Ting Yin shouted to the sentry atop the gate, "The legitimate daughter of the Wang Bei has returned. Open the gates." A soldier peeked out and reported to the officer. The officer scoffed. "The legitimate daughter of the Wang Fu has long departed for Kyoto. How dare anyone impersonate her? They truly do not know the consequences." Chapter 33. We must find him. Bai Li Gu Lan and her entourage waited for quite some time, yet the gates remained closed. Ting Yin produced the token and called out again, "The Wang Bei's insignia is present. Open the gates immediately." This time, the gates finally opened. The officer, upon seeing the token in Ting Yin's hand, hesitated for a moment before quickly stepping aside, allowing the young lady to enter. He glanced at the guards accompanying Bai Li Gu Lan and, noting their imposing presence, concluded they were not impostors. Why would the young lady return at this hour? "Mind your own business," Ting Yin boldly retorted, now speaking with newfound confidence upon returning to Jinzhou. Yes, yes, the officer quickly smiled, although he had not been spoken to in such a manner for some time, leaving him feeling disgruntled. The Wang Bei's residence in Jinzhou was grander and more imposing than that in Kyoto. Upon Bai Li Gu Lan's return, the steward immediately reported to the Wang Bei and his wife. The couple, overjoyed at the news of Bai Li Gu Lan's return, hastily scrambled out of bed. "Why has Heir returned at this hour?" Wang Bei's wife, he, inquired as she dressed. Having been by the Wang Bei's side for many years, she had become accustomed to cautious contemplation. Bai Li Gu Lan's unexpected return filled her with unease. The Wang Bei paused momentarily. He was aware of the happenings in Kyoto and surmised that someone must have bullied them, otherwise, why would Bai Li Gu Lan make such a long journey back, so close to their wedding date? Bai Li Gu Lan awaited in the flower hall with Tang Yu. Upon the entrance of the Wang Bei and his wife, she promptly rose to pay her respects, Father, mother, I am back, she said, her voice slightly choked. Hearing this, Wang Bei's wife felt her eyes welling with tears and rushed forward to embrace her. Lan Heir, father-in-law, mother-in-law. Tang Yu followed Bai Li Gu Lan and bowed to the Wang Bei and his wife. The Wang Bei inspected him from head to toe and remarked, He looks decent, though somewhat frail. Tang Yu, Wang Bei's wife released Bai Li Gu Lan. You have traveled for days. You must be exhausted.
Please sit down.
After speaking, she instructed Ting Yin and Zhou En to take a rest. Why the urgency to return? Inquired the princess of the northern town. I heard about the flood in Jinzhou. And I am worried about my parents, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. So that's the matter. The princess of the northern town sighed with relief. The flood has not reached the northern town prince's residence. It is the common folk who suffer. I know, but the prime minister's eldest son left the capital recently. And I suspect he has come to Jinzhou, Bai Li Gu Lan added. The northern town prince's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. Having fought for many years on both political and battlefields, he became alert at the slightest indication of disturbance. Moreover, the court was wary of his 300,000 troops. And, with the prime minister now in control of state affairs, he would likely want to dismantle his power. Your Highness, it seems we have not received reports from below. Someone from the capital has arrived. The princess of the northern town told her husband. They are likely concealing their identity, he retorted. No one knew what identity Song Zhan would assume, hence they all fell silent. Bai Li Gu Lan was desperately recalling events from her previous life. In her past life, her fiancé had been Song Zhan, and so they had not come to Jinzhou at this time. Father, is the disaster severe this time? Have grain prices in Jinzhou increased? She asked the northern town prince. He stroked his beard and replied, Yes. The flood has submerged many fertile fields. If prices do not rise, Jinzhou may not have food to eat next year. Bai Li Gu Lan knew this was merely a superficial explanation. Jinzhou had a large population and a significant military presence, with ample grain reserves. If the prime minister's eldest son has indeed come to Jinzhou, he will certainly seek evidence against you. You must find him, she urged. That goes without saying, he agreed. Even if it were not him, the court's minions are all eyeing me greedily. But you need not worry. I am well prepared. No matter who comes, they cannot harm me. Bai Li Gu Lan thought, indeed, her father was no fool, knowing that there were wolves and tigers around. He would never let his guard down. However, she had another purpose for coming to Jinzhou. In her previous life, Song Zhan had bribed a general close to her father. And, if possible, she wanted to identify that individual to prevent future troubles. Father, is there a deputy general named Jia Rong by your side? Everyone turned to look at her, puzzled as to why she was inquiring about a deputy general and how she even knew of this person. The northern town prince pondered. No, or perhaps there are too many people for me to remember. Why do you ask? Caught off guard, Bai Li Gu Lan suddenly realized she had spoken too freely. Forgetting that she had not interacted with military personnel, she scrambled for an excuse, and then recalled the man the princess had sent her. I heard about him from the male companion sent by the princess, which is why I suspect he might be a spy. Father, you must keep an eye on whether he exists in the army, she cautioned. Hearing the word spy, the northern town prince's expression grew serious. In military affairs, the greatest taboo was having a spy amongst them without their knowledge. Subsequently, the princess of the northern town inquired about the well-being of Bai Li Gu Lan and her siblings in the capital. Although she had already learned about it from previous letters, hearing it directly from her was reassuring. The princess arranged for Tang Yu to stay overnight at the northern town prince's residence. Tang Yu found it difficult to sleep in the northern town prince's residence, while Bai Li Gu Lan, on the contrary, felt an immense sense of security being back in her childhood home with her parents, experiencing the best sleep since her rebirth. The next morning, Tang Yu rose early, and Zhou En brought him the washing supplies. Young master, the steward says breakfast is to be taken with Miss Bai Li and the prince and princess. Ah, Tang Yu replied, washing his face in the basin and drying it with a cloth. Has she risen? Zhou En, understanding that Tang Yu was asking about Bai Li Gu Lan, responded. It seems she is not. Perhaps she is too tired. Should the young master wait a while longer? After the hour of the rabbit, Bai Li Gu Lan finally got out of bed. Ting Yin came in to attend to her, and as she busily moved about, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a moment of daze, as if she had returned to the time before the emperor's edict had arrived, when she and her siblings had not yet gone to the capital. Miss, Ting Yin called out, noticing her dazed expression. Bai Li Gu Lan snapped back to reality and sighed. Miss, come to the dressing table. I will style your hair. Bai Li Gu Lan appeared listless. As Ting Yin arranged her hair, she remarked, Miss, are you reminiscing about the time before you went to the capital? Bai Li Gu Lan replied faintly. I wish that if you did not have to go to the capital, how wonderful that would be. Indeed, they lived freely in Jinzhou, with their parents around, never having to live in fear. Yet, the world is ever-changing, and how could everything go smoothly? Being able to be reborn was already a blessing from the heavens. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's low spirits, Ting Yin changed the subject. I heard from the steward that the pomelos at the estate are ripe, but they have not yet begun to be picked. The princess has instructed that they will be sent over this afternoon for you to taste. Chapter 34. No. Let me go. The white pomelos grown at the estate are very sweet, her favorite fruit. Perhaps thinking of the taste of pomelo made her stomach rumble. Are you hungry?
Miss?
Just wait a moment longer. I will finish styling your hair soon. In the dining hall, Tang Yu, the northern town prince, and the princess were already waiting for her. Why did you not eat earlier? If I rise late, would you not be starving? Bai Li Gu Lan concealed her melancholy and wore a light smile. It is rare for you to return. It is fine for your father and mother to wait for you. The princess personally served Bai Li Gu Lan a meat bun. The northern town prince noticed Tang Yu's somewhat restrained demeanor and said, Eat. You are the first to stay at your father-in-law's house before marriage. Everyone knows this. So there is no need to be so formal. Tang Yu's face turned pale and flushed at the prince's words, as if he were the one eager to marry, wishing to retain some face. The princess nudged the northern town prince. How can you speak like that? He traveled a long way to accompany Lanner back. If he does not stay at the northern town prince's residence, where else could he go? The northern town prince dismissed her concern. I am not saying he should not stay here, just that he need not be so reserved. You still say so. Once you are full, you may leave, he said, piling several buns onto his bowl. Bai Li Gu Lan had grown accustomed to their banter. She smiled and said to Tang Yu, My father does not fuss over small matters. You need not mind. Once we are full, let us go to the streets and see what is happening there. Upon hearing this, the northern town prince remarked, What is so interesting on the streets? It is better to go to the estate. Many fruits are ripe there. Do you not like eating white pomelos? Let them pick some for you. He glanced at Tang Yu. In the past, her father would never hinder her from going to the streets. If he learned of new items in a shop, he would send someone to inform her to explore it with her siblings. Thus, his current behavior felt unusual. She surmised it might be due to the flood and rising grain prices, likely causing public discontent, and he did not want her to witness it. I have already sent someone to pick them. They should arrive this afternoon. But you may also go to pick some, the princess said. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered for a moment, swallowing her food. Father, mother, I have not wandered the streets in a long time. She looked at the northern town prince and princess with longing. They had learned from their letters in the capital that Bai Li Gu Lan had endured much distress. Seeing her like this now made them feel heartbroken. Then let us go. The princess of the northern king spoke, turning to the matron beside her. Go fetch the silver notes for the young lady. The northern king, setting down his chopsticks, comforted Bai Li Gu Lan. Once we uncover who seeks to harm you, I shall ensure that they are severely punished. Bai Li Gu Lan recalled Song Zhan. Father, have you dispatched someone to investigate the whereabouts of the prime minister's eldest son? Indeed. A decree was issued last night. Should he appear in Jinzhou, we shall find him, even if he is reduced to ashes. Then, has the government reduced the grain prices? No, the northern king insisted if we lower them now, we shall face a famine next year. With so many soldiers, we cannot have them grazing alongside the horses. Yet the court now watches you with keen eyes. I fear trouble may arise. Reflecting on the fate of the Bai Li family in her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan felt genuine fear. If she could trade wealth for safety, that would be ideal. Moreover, this was the last chance to counter the false accusations of her father's rebellion. If she were an adversary of the northern king's residence, she would stop at nothing to bring him down. However, Bai Li Gu Lan's concerns seemed to fall on deaf ears. Rest assured, my dear, I have the situation under control. You need only await your marriage. Observing her distress, the northern king's wife added, Your father is here. There is no need for you to be afraid. On the bustling streets, conversations revolved less around daily trivialities and more around rising grain prices. Alas, the price of grain has surged again, reaching 100 won per dough. What shall we do? Indeed, when will the government open the granaries? As Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu strolled down the street, he inquired, What are your plans? Bai Li Gu Lan looked up at him, shaking her head. I do not know. What would you do in my place? After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu replied, the grain prices have already escalated. If the granaries are open now, it might quell the public's discontent. However, such an action could provide ammunition for those wishing to exploit the situation. Therefore, it may be wiser to embrace the error. How do you propose we embrace the error? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Tang Yu smiled slightly, leaning closer to whisper his thoughts in her ear. The warmth of his breath against her neck caused Bai Li Gu Lan to blush. Stealing a glance at his handsome face so near, her heart raced. What do you think? Bai Li Gu Lan hesitated. His plan, while somewhat risky, might indeed be a clever strategy. Very well. Let me have my father send someone out. No, let me go. I can disguise myself as a grain merchant, travel to other towns to procure grain, and then transport it to Jinzhou. This will attract more attention. Bai Li Gu Lan realized he had thought this through. Give me the silver notes, she instructed. Listening, Ying retrieved the silver notes from her pouch. What do you wish to purchase? Nothing. Then what use are the notes? Bai Li Gu Lan handed over more than 20,000 taels of silver to Tang Yu. Take this money. After all, the grain we buy must remain in Jinzhou. Though Tang Yu had brought some money with him, he was uncertain of its necessity upon returning to the capital. Thus, he accepted the silver notes without hesitation, tucking them into his attire. Time is of the essence. I shall depart shortly. Although the citizens of Jinzhou were in despair, preparations for their journey had yet to be made, so there was no need for haste. Is there something troubling you? Are you uncomfortable in my home? Or is it my father's words? No, Tang Yu denied without a second thought. It would be odd if you weren't. I noticed you hardly ate this morning. Let us stop at the tavern ahead for a proper meal. Otherwise, when we return to the capital, if you appear gaunt, I would feel embarrassed before the Duke and his wife. Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu entered the tavern ahead. Meanwhile, from the window of the inn, someone was secretly observing them. Chapter 35. Unable to locate the person, my lord, the Northern King suspects you have come to Jinzhou and is currently sending people to find you. Luo Yun warned as Song Zhan gazed intently at the street below. Song Zhan turned and sat down at the table. Noticing the empty teacup, Luo Yun refilled it. My lord, the Emperor's decree is expected to arrive in Jinzhou tomorrow. The granaries will be open then. Should we take any further actions? Song Zhan sipped his tea. Let the grain prices continue to rise in Jinzhou tomorrow. Send someone to delay the arrival of the decree for a few days. The people should still have some surplus grain. Once that is depleted, discontent will erupt. At that point, we must remove the local officials to destabilize the Northern King. Otherwise, we risk losing this opportunity. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. After leaving the tavern, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the Northern King's residence with Tang Yu. She summoned the matron and had Tang Yu disguised as a wealthy middle-aged merchant. Bai Li Gu Lan chuckled at his appearance with the false beard. Do not laugh. Tang Yu said sternly. What if you reach this age and look like this? Bai Li Gu Lan teased. Tang Yu glanced at his reflection in the bronze mirror. The aged visage no longer resembling his youthful self. If aging meant this, he found it hard to accept. He turned to Zhou En and said, we must not delay. Let us depart. Zhou En quickly gathered the items prepared by the Northern King's wife and followed Tang Yu. Wait, the Northern King's wife called out, approaching to hand Tang Yu a plaque made of dark iron. This is the emblem of the Northern King's residence. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may visit the nearby Da Hong pawn shop. They will assist you upon seeing this emblem. Tang Yu hesitated but accepted it. Very well. Bai Li Gu Lan escorted Tang Yu to the back door as he left. Accompanied by Zhou En and the guards from the capital, they exited Jinzhou City in an orderly manner. Upon returning to her courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan found the Northern King's wife present. Mother, she said, sitting beside her. The Northern King's wife looked at her with concern. My dear, your time in the capital must have been arduous. After arriving in the capital, Uncle Li would send letters back to Jinzhou every few days, so both the Northern King and his wife were well aware of the events there. Yet, Bai Li Gu Lan could not voice her grievances, fearing it would only cause them more worry. She leaned into her mother's embrace, savoring the warmth of her presence.
Oh.
You have truly endured much, the Northern King's wife said, her eyes reddening as she held Bai Li Gu Lan tightly. After a moment, she released her. Your father has said that once you marry the son of the Duke of Jingguo, he will find a way to secure you a position in the capital, restoring the honor of the Jingguo Duke's residence. This way, those treacherous individuals will think twice before bullying you. Mother, Bai Li Gu Lan's voice quivered. tears welling in her eyes. Do not cry, my dear. It is our fault for not being able to protect you, forcing you at such a young age to look after Qing Heir and Ao Shui. The Northern King's wife wiped her tears. If you encounter any troubles in the capital, you may also seek assistance from the Minister of Personnel. He is your father's sworn brother and will help you. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. The mother and daughter continued their conversation about Bai Li Qing and Bai Li Ao Shui. Bai Li Gu Lan refrained from discussing Bai Li Ao Shui's matters with the Princess of Zhenbei, fearing it would cause her undue worry. In the afternoon, after sharing a meal with the Princess of Zhenbei, Bai Li Gu Lan received a delivery of pomelos from the estate. Ting Yin, joyfully carrying one in each arm, exclaimed, "Miss, the pomelos have arrived." She placed the fruits down and then paid her respects to the princess.
Personally,
She peeled a pomelo for Bai Li Gu Lan and scooped out the flesh, presenting it on a plate. "We intended to bring these to you in the capital for your wedding, but since you returned to Jinzhou, it seems fortuitous that they can be harvested early, allowing you to enjoy more. Come, do taste and see if this year's pomelos are as sweet as those of previous years." "Thank you, mother." Bai Li Gu Lan took a piece of the fruit and savored it. It was indeed sweet, with a delightful texture, reminiscent of the flavors she remembered. She handed a piece to Ting Yin, who gratefully accepted. "Thank you, Mississippi." The princess smiled. "I will arrange for the staff to harvest more pomelos, and we shall take them to the capital when we go." Indeed, the Princess of Zhenbei would return later for dinner with Bai Li Gu Lan.
Lanner.
"It appears that the informant has lied. I have dispatched someone to verify the records, and there is no one named Jia Rong in either Jinzhou or Chaozhou." Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback. "Impossible. In my previous life, Song Zhan bribed my father's deputy, and it was through Jia Rong and Song Zhan's collusion that the Bai family was caught off guard and slaughtered."
Lanner.
The Princess of Zhenbei noticed Bai Li Gu Lan's dazed expression and gently nudged her. "Mother, I am fine," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. "If we cannot find Jia Rong, could he be using a false identity? If that were the case, this individual's existence posed a grave threat to the Bai family, and it was imperative that he be uncovered." Bai Li Gu Lan desperately recalled events from her past life, regretting that she had never encountered Jia Rong in person, or else she could have sketched his likeness. "Father, I trust that there is such a person in your army. If we cannot locate him, he may indeed be using a false identity. We must remain vigilant and send someone to track him down." The Princess of Zhenbei furrowed her brow and stroked her beard thoughtfully before nodding in agreement with Bai Li Gu Lan's assertion. The day after Tang Yu's departure, it rained again in Jinzhou, causing the recently receded floodwaters to rise once more. The price of grain surged by another 10 yuan per dou, and if the water levels continued to rise, so too would the grain prices. Many citizens gathered outside the government office, clamoring for the granaries to be opened, only to be chased away by the county officials. In the harsh conditions, beggars and thieves proliferated in the streets. Yet the county officials preferred to send more men to capture bandits rather than open the granaries to lower grain prices. On the 5th day after Tang Yu's departure, the grain price reached 131 as merchants gradually entered Jinzhou. However, their arrival did not result in a decrease in prices, which remained unchanged. By the 6th day, the price escalated to an unprecedented 150 yuan per dou. At this juncture, Tang Yu returned, but he did not go to the Zhenbei Wangfu. Instead, he continued to gather insights as a grain merchant. Meanwhile, an imperial edict arrived. After receiving the edict, the county officials stationed guards outside the granaries, forbidding their opening. The envoy delivering the edict angrily exclaimed, "Zhenbei Wang, do you wish to rebel?" Zhenbei Wang scoffed. "How could I rebel? Jinzhou is close to the border, with a large number of soldiers, and more than half of the grain in the granaries is military provisions. With tens of thousands of acres of good farmland submerged, if we were to take that grain, what would the soldiers eat in the future? Moreover, why hasn't the court sent relief grain? If we are forced to use our reserves without replenishment, will we not starve?" The envoy was at a loss for words, but as merely a messenger, he could not engage in such discussions with Zhenbei Wang. "Zhenbei Wang, the edict has been issued, and it is not subject to your discretion. You would do well to step aside. Otherwise, I shall report to His Majesty and ensure you are punished." "Then do not report to His Majesty." Zhenbei Wang's words startled the envoy. He signaled to his deputy, saying, "Since the envoy has traveled a long way, let us ensure he is well taken care of and rested." "Yes," the deputy replied, clasping his fists as he approached the envoy. "Zhenbei Wang, I am an official of the court, and you cannot lay hands on me. Rest assured, I will not harm you. I simply ask that you take some rest." As the deputy escorted the envoy away, the county official, feeling apprehensive, addressed Jinbei Wang, "Your Highness," but the edict. Jinbei Wang seized the edict. "Regardless, my daughter is getting married, and I must enter the capital. Let me face His Majesty myself." The county official wiped the sweat from his brow. At the inn, Song Jian learned of Jinbei Wang's deployment of troops to guard the granaries against the edict. This was within his expectations, and he smiled with satisfaction. Luo Yun asked, "Young master, we have secured evidence against Jinbei Wang, but his men are still searching for us. When shall we return to the capital?" "Tomorrow, to avoid any prolonged entanglements." "Understood. I shall make preparations at once." Luo Yun exited, and Song Jian approached the window, gazing down at the bustling street and the grain prices in the opposite shop. Noticing the price of 151, he sneered coldly, "Bai Li Gu Lan, how will your rebirth change your fate? The Bai family is still destined for destruction. Such is destiny, and none can alter it." The next day, Song Jian disguised himself as a traveling doctor and left the inn. However, upon reaching the city gates, he watched helplessly as the soldiers closed the gates. "Young master, the gates have been shut. We cannot leave. What should we do?" Luo Yun, sensing the dire situation, felt a pang of fear. If they were captured by Jinbei Wang, with so many incriminating pieces of evidence against him, they would likely face dire consequences. Song Jian quickly became alert. He surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of soldiers, with his guards still present, which calmed his nerve somewhat. "Let us return to the inn and assess the situation." "Yes." With the gates closed, no one could exit the city, causing widespread panic among the populace. As many found themselves trapped, grain merchants, while anxious, felt a surge of excitement. Everyone needed to eat daily, and their imported grain would surely be pillaged. The merchants began to dream of fortune, and collectively they raised the grain prices further. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, one of the merchants, transformed into a subordinate of Jinbei Wang, selling all grain at the original price in limited quantities to the townsfolk under the guise of righteousness. The merchants were taken aback. Some scoffed. "He only has a few tens of thousands of stones of grain. Once it's consumed, one tea they still need to buy from us? Indeed, it is but a drop in the bucket." As such sentiment spread, the people began to panic again. However, the government posted a notice assuring the citizens that relief grain would soon arrive from the court, advising them not to worry. While the populace calmed down, it was now the merchants who grew anxious. A few astute individuals questioned, if the court had relief grain, why would they wait so long? Others echoed their sentiments, urging a rush to buy grain to deplete Tang Yu's stock. Yet, after several days, rain returned. With no place to store the grain, much of it was left piled in courtyards or on vacant lots, risking spoilage from moisture or rain. If not addressed promptly, it would be rendered useless. However, Tang Yu had not sold off all his grain yet, and selling at such a low price would yield no profit at all. Yet transporting it back would mean the city gates remained shut. Even if the gates opened, the grain would already be sprouting and moldy by then. Helplessly, some grain merchants had to cut their losses. "Young master, someone is selling grain at a low price again," Luo Yun remarked. This was entirely expected, and Song Jian felt no surprise at all. However, it was a fact that the northern town king obstructed the opening of the granary, so regardless of the grain prices, there was already solid evidence against him. After the grain prices plummeted, the gates of Jinzhou City were finally opened. Some grain merchants departed, but it no longer affected Jinzhou. Yet, the first merchants to leave encountered mountain bandits outside the city. They did not sell grain but were robbed, resulting in complete loss. Song Jian and his men also left Jinzhou in haste. "My lord, the eldest son of the prime minister's residence has left," his subordinate reported. The northern town king let out a cold laugh. "Let them go. Send someone to follow. Since they have come, shouldn't we host them properly?" As night fell, Song Jian and his group camped by the roadside. In the middle of the night, while in a daze, they suddenly heard the night watchman shout, "Assassins!" And the sound of clashing swords erupted. Song Jian emerged from his tent to find numerous figures in black surrounding his men. In less than 2/4 of an hour, many were injured, and some had perished. Luo Yun, sword in hand, approached Song Jian. "Young master, the situation is dire. I must escort you away." With that, he and the remaining guards fought valiantly to get Song Jian onto a horse. This place was just outside Linen City, not far from it, and Song Jian quickly rode towards Linen. As the wedding date approached, Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu were also heading back to the capital, accompanied by the northern town king and his wife. Along with them was the imperial envoy, Wu Fan. He had been closely watched by the Northern Town King's men during this time and had been beaten for forcibly taking the county magistrate's daughter. He still felt the lingering pain and dared not utter a word in the presence of the Northern Town King, fearing he might be invited to a feast again, which he could not endure. Seeing Wu Fan looking dejected, the Northern Town King said, "There is no need to fear, esteemed envoy, even if the Emperor learns of it. The most you will face is the revocation of your title. Your life will not be at risk." Such nonchalant words bore significant weight. "You defied the Emperor's decree and now conspire against me?" Wu Fan retorted. "Humph, esteemed envoy, do not speak carelessly. You, blinded by greed, have committed vile acts under the guise of your status. How can you blame others? Moreover, when you forcefully pursued the county magistrate's daughter, you were caught in the act. The injuries you inflicted upon her have already been examined. Prepare to face the consequences." Wu Fan bit his lip in frustration and turned to glance at the person seated inside the carriage. He noticed the county magistrate's daughter had faint bruises on her hands and face. Though he had not inflicted those marks, no one would believe him. As Chapter 37 unfolded, they passed through Linen City and encountered Song Jian at the city gates. Following the events of the previous night, Song Jian realized he had already been exposed. Thus he resumed his identity without pretense. However, many of his men had perished, and upon returning to Linen City, he sought protection from the local officials.
Now,
Aside from Luo Yun and a few guards, the rest were soldiers from Linen. Upon meeting the Northern Town King, he approached voluntarily. "Song Jian of the Prime Minister's residence pays his respects to your highness and the princess." The guards lifted the curtains for the Northern Town King, who cast a cold glance at him. He regretted not dispatching more men last night. Had he done so, surely Song Jian would have met his end. Nevertheless, time was on his side. The Prime Minister's residence was an unresolved issue. The Northern Town King said, "Ah, it is my esteemed nephew. What brings you to Linen City instead of the capital?" Song Jian glanced towards Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage. "The Emperor has dispatched me on an errand. Are you heading to the capital for the wedding of your daughter?" "Indeed. As parents, how could we not attend our daughter's wedding? Coincidentally, I have completed my affairs and can return to the capital with you," Song Jian replied. Upon hearing this, the Northern Town King scoffed internally. It seemed he was a formidable opponent. Realizing that being in his company rendered him untouchable explained why Lanner suffered so much in the capital. Meanwhile, Bai Li Gu Lan lifted the curtain to glance outside. "What are you looking at?" Tang Yu inquired. "I want to see if he is still alive." "Perhaps I should give him a few holes," she retorted. Tang Yu smirked slightly, barely containing his amusement. Climbing atop the carriage, he looked down at Song Jian beside the Northern Town King's carriage. "What a coincidence, esteemed son of the Prime Minister. Why do you travel with only these few men? Are you not afraid of encountering bandits?" Song Jian winced at Tang Yu's words, as he had lost dozens of guards and horses the previous night, feeling utterly disgraced. He glared at Tang Yu with gritted teeth, yet maintained a facade. "Last night, I was ambushed by assassins outside Linen City, and my guards suffered heavy losses. Thus, I must return with you." This was akin to a dagger to the heart, but for the sake of his safety, he had no choice but to accompany the Northern Town King.
"Oh,
"Did you perhaps commit some nefarious deed that offended someone? Otherwise, in unfamiliar territory, who would target you?" Tang Yu queried.
ha ha ha."
The Northern Town King could not help but laugh at this. The Northern Town Princess pinched him. "We are outside. Mind your image." The Northern Town King's laughter created an awkward atmosphere. Song Jian instinctively clenched his fists, his expression dark as he glared at Tang Yu. "Isn't the young master of the Duke of Jingwa concerned about returning before the wedding? What if you cannot make it in time, and the wedding is ruined?" Tang Yu's eyes narrowed. "My in-laws and fiancé are here. Rather than worry about me, you should be more concerned about your own situation." Song Jian felt a wave of unease wash over him, but then he reassured himself, traveling with the Northern Town King. The soldiers at the gates of Linen City had seen them, so they would not act against him before reaching the capital. After all, with their numbers, no one dared to attack. If something were to happen to him, the first to be suspected would be the Northern Town King and his entourage. Inside the carriage, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a flutter in her heart upon hearing Tang Yu's words. The thought that she would soon become his bride made her blush. The large group continued towards Jinzhou. Tang Yu returned to the carriage, where he found Bai Li Gu Lan gazing at him with a smile. Her tender eyes stirred his heart, making him feel flustered. He quickly turned away, diverting his gaze. Reflecting on Song Jian's words, He felt discomfort at the thought that the male concubine was aware of her birthmark. Despite her explanations, they were too far-fetched to believe. After leaving the city, they passed the site where Song Jian had camped the previous night, where bloodstains from the battle still marked the ground. Song Jian rode behind Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage, his gaze coldly sweeping over the scene, landing on Bai Li Gu Lan and the northern town king's carriage. Luo Yun could see from his grim expression that he was quite unwilling. He opened his mouth to inquire about his thoughts, but thought better of it. Knowing they were surrounded by the northern town king's men. At night, they stayed in a town along the way. Initially intending just to pass through without disturbing the local officials, the county magistrate, upon receiving news, still came to extend a warm welcome. However, the enthusiasm was overwhelming. While dining, the county magistrate arrived with several beautiful women, approaching Wu Fan with a fawning smile. "My lord, I have brought the beauties who served you last time." Wu Fan was taken aback. What kind of occasion was this? Could he not discern the inappropriateness of his actions? It seemed he intended to hasten Wu Fan's demise. Wu Fan, feeling anxious, glanced at the northern king and then at Song Jian. Were it not for him, how could he have lingered in this small town of Pingshan for so long? If he hadn't tarried, then he wouldn't have sigh. Wu Fan lamented inwardly, hoping that upon returning to the capital, the chancellor could smooth over the aftermath. "What do you look at me for?" Wu Fan inquired of the northern king. He hastily lowered his head. The county official, unaware of the northern king's identity, recognized his distinguished attire and deduced that he must be a high-ranking official as well. He immediately approached with deference, saying, "My lord, the beauties I have brought are all skilled in service." Upon finishing, he instructed the women, "Ensure you serve our esteemed guest well tonight. If you gain their favor, your future will be bright." The northern king's consort's face darkened. Was she to be disregarded? She slammed her chopsticks down. "How skilled are they in service? I have traveled a long way and am weary. Let them attend to me first." The county official, taken aback, glanced at the northern king, who remained silent as his consort asserted her authority. He surmised that the northern king was submissive at home, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. The county magistrate nervously laughed, striking his own face in self-reproach. "It is my fault for mismanaging things. I beg for your forgiveness, madam."
Oh,
How could this possibly be a mistake? Sending beauties is a good thing. The northern king's consort turned to him, asking, "My lord, do you not agree?" Although the northern king had a few concubines, they were all bestowed by his consort. Furthermore, having grown up together as childhood friends, his achievements today were inseparable from her support. Aware of his consort's displeasure, he looked to Bai Li Gu Lan, hoping she could alleviate the tension. However, before Bai Li Gu Lan could respond, the county magistrate, sensing the oppressive atmosphere and fearing for his fate, hastily sought Wu Fan's assistance. "Your Excellency." Wu Fan, feeling besieged, realized that calling upon him would be futile. He instinctively glanced at Song Jian, wishing he could leverage the chancellor's influence to mitigate the situation. Yet Song Jian, aligned with the northern king, was in a weak position and would not speak up for him. Bai Li Gu Lan surveyed the room, then smiled lightly, addressing the northern king's consort. "Mother, these beauties are quite charming. If they are desired by the esteemed guest and the chancellor's eldest son, let them remain." Song Jian interjected, "Bai Li Gu Lan, I noticed the glance the esteemed guest cast your way. Do you think your intentions can be hidden from anyone? If you desire them, just say so. There's no need to feign modesty as if you were a virtuous maiden." Song Jian's face darkened, while the county magistrate seized the opportunity to push the beauties toward him. "My lord, please choose first." Fuming, Song Jian clenched his fists, saying nothing, and ascended the stairs without looking back. The smile on the county official's face froze as he realized he had erred again, seeking Wu Fan's help once more. At that moment, the northern king's consort summoned the steward, instructing, "Prepare some fine dishes to be sent to the 3 upper rooms on the left." "Yes, madam." She led the way upstairs, followed by the northern king and Bai Li Gu Lan. Once everyone had departed, Wu Fan slammed the table, glaring at the county magistrate. "Do you wish to bring about my downfall?" The county magistrate immediately bowed, smiling nervously as he produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Wu Fan. Upon seeing the considerable amount, Wu Fan's pent-up anger dissipated instantly. He took the notes, placing them in his robe. "You have some sense. Now take your people and leave." "Yes, yes." As the county magistrate exited the inn, a voice called out from behind Wu Fan, "My lord, what do you intend to do with those silver notes?" Startled, Wu Fan turned, his eyes widening in fear as he faced Zhou, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, gazing at him with a knowing smile. Wu Fan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. He had thought everyone had left. Noticing his reaction, Zhou said nothing further, merely smiling as he ascended the stairs. That smile felt like a harbinger of doom for Wu Fan, causing him to shiver. The next day, the group resumed their journey. The Northern King cast a smile at Wu Fan, though it was a sinister one that made Wu Fan's hair stand on end. Anxiously, he looked at Song Zhan, who appeared reluctant to engage, but had to address Wu Fan regarding the imperial decree. "From now on, keep a low profile. We will discuss everything upon our return to the capital." Wu Fan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, letting out a sigh of relief. The procession moved slowly, taking over 10 days to reach the capital. With only 3 days remaining until Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu's wedding, Bai Li Ao Shui rushed to the gate to welcome them. Upon seeing them, her tears flowed uncontrollably, resembling a forsaken child reunited with their parents, crying out in grievance. "Dear Shui, do not cry." The Northern King's consort quickly dismounted the carriage and embraced Bai Li Ao Shui tenderly. "Mother." Bai Li Ao Shui's voice was filled with longing for her family. The consort sighed sympathetically. "You have truly endured much. Where is Qing'er? Has he not returned?" Upon mentioning this, Bai Li Ao Shui began to complain. "Uncle Li went to the Imperial Academy to fetch Qing'er upon hearing you were near, but the soldiers there, seeing he had not yet arrived, would not let him leave." The Northern King approached, overhearing Bai Li Ao Shui, and let out a heavy grunt. Then scanned the royal envoy stationed outside the residence. "Let South enter the estate. We will need to head to the palace shortly." The consort released Bai Li Ao Shui and tugged at the Northern King's sleeve, instructing Uncle Li to fetch Qing'er. Soon, Bai Li Qing returned. Seeing her son after months apart, she noticed he had grown taller but appeared thinner. "Father, mother," Bai Li Qing greeted respectfully. Seeing Bai Li Qing smile made the Northern King's consort weep anew. The Northern King adjusted his freshly donned robes and said to his consort, "Do not cry continuously. We have guests arriving. I will go to the study to discuss matters with my trusted allies while you catch up with our children." Bai Li Gu Lan understood that he was heading to strategize against the cunning chancellor and felt a twinge of worry. "Father, be cautious of the chancellor and the empress. Do not fret. Your father is not to be trifled with. No matter how cunning the chancellor, he cannot harm me." After the Northern King departed, the consort inquired about the circumstances of Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing during their time in the capital. It turned out that since Bai Li Gu Lan's departure to Jinzhou, Bai Li Qing had been under the watch of the emperor's men for a month and had not returned home. Similarly, Bai Li Ao Shui had not left the house in a month. They were treated like hostages, deprived of freedom. However, this also provided a degree of protection, allowing Bai Li Qing to remain unharmed among other young nobles at the academy. Upon hearing that Bai Li Gu Lan had returned, the matron from the embroidery room brought over the wedding gown for her to try on. "Miss, please take a look at this wedding gown. Are you satisfied with the embroidery this time?" The skilled embroideress was brought from Jinzhou, her craftsmanship beyond reproach. Upon observing the pair of lotus flowers embroidered on the wedding gown, the Princess of Jinbei sensed that Bai Li Gu Lan must have endured some unfortunate experiences. Otherwise, as the legitimate eldest daughter, who was typically so sensible, she would not be acting so capriciously. As Ying took the wedding dress, she said, "Miss, I shall assist you in changing." Moments later, Bai Li Gu Lan emerged, clad in her gown, which fit her perfectly. The Princess of Jinbei approached and remarked, "Soon, when you marry, you will become a wife." Bai Li Gu Lan replied, "Mother, since you and father are not in the capital, I intend to return to our residence after the wedding." This was to ensure her peace of mind regarding Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing. The princess considered this for a moment and understood her reasons. "Very well. Your father and I shall seek an opportunity to discuss this with the Duke of Jingguo and his wife." As dusk approached, a eunuch entered the palace, conveying an edict from the emperor, summoning the Prince of Jinbei to attend the morning court session. The following morning, the princess rose early to assist the prince in donning his court attire. Before the civil and military officials, "Temper your disposition. Do grant the emperor some face," she advised. "Rest assured, though the emperor is a feeble ruler, I shall not harm him." The princess shot him a reproachful glance, saying, "I fear not for the emperor, but rather that you might become too arrogant and offend many. Once we leave the capital, Lanner and the others will face bullying. As the prince strode into the great hall, some who had never seen him before regarded him with curiosity. The emperor was yet to arrive, and the officials gathered in clusters to discuss him. After a prolonged wait, the emperor, who rarely attended court, finally arrived, appearing as though he had just awakened, yawning as he took his seat on the dragon throne. "Is there any business?" At the eunuch's command, the civil and military officials knelt, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! All rise." Before the eunuch could call for petitions, the chancellor hastily stood up. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." "What is it, Chancellor?" the emperor inquired. The chancellor cast a glance at the Prince of Jinbei and continued, "I must inform your Majesty that regarding the recent floods in Jinzhou, I have learned that the prince has abused his power to raise the grain prices to over 100 won per share. Furthermore, after receiving the imperial decree to open the granaries, he obstructed the county magistrate from doing so, disregarding the plight of the common people. Hence, I suspect the prince harbors treasonous intentions." The chancellor's words caused an uproar in the court. The emperor turned to the Prince of Jinbei, seeking confirmation of the claims. However, the formidable aura emanating from the prince instilled fear in all present. The chancellor's accusations prompted numerous officials to condemn the prince. The prince swept his gaze across the assembly, finally fixing his eyes on the chancellor's face. "Your words are as empty as a wind's whisper, lacking any evidence." The chancellor's eyes widened, for in his 5 to 6 years of office, no one had dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. Gritting his teeth, he retorted to the prince, "I certainly have evidence." With that, he gestured to Wu Fan, who immediately stepped forward and knelt in the hall. "Your Majesty, I can attest that what the chancellor has stated is true. After the imperial decree was issued, the prince not only stationed guards at the granary to prevent its opening, but also had me detained and drugged, leading me to usurp the county magistrate's wealth." All present were taken aback, and the emperor turned to the Prince of Jinbei, asking, "Is this true?" The prince glanced at the kneeling Wu Fan and replied, "Partly true, partly false." The assembly was bewildered. "What do you mean by partly true?" the emperor inquired again. The prince scoffed, "It is true that I stationed guards at the granary, but his claims of usurping the magistrate's wealth stem from his own lustful desires, having been caught in the act with the magistrate's daughter. There are witnesses to this. Do not attempt to shift blame onto me." The prince glared at Wu Fan. "Why do you not mention how the magistrate of Pingshan sent you courtesans, or your acceptance of bribes?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Wu Fan. He bowed repeatedly before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me, but what I have said is true." The assembly erupted into chaos once more. "Your Majesty, even if the Inspector General is guilty, the actions of the prince are undeniable and warrant severe punishment. If he dares to defy the emperor and harm the people this time, he will surely rebel next." Several officials stood in agreement, voicing their support. The emperor, startled by the mention of rebellion, glared at the Prince of Jinbei, who stood resolute, emanating an aura sharp enough to chill the bones. "Prince of Jinbei, do you acknowledge the chancellor's claims?" The emperor's voice trembled slightly as he clutched his neck, feeling an urge to flee the hall. The chancellor, infuriated by the emperor's cowardice, cursed him silently for being ineffectual. The chancellor cast a furious glance at the prince and then produced a small ledger from his sleeve, handing it to the eunuch to present to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this is the evidence, indisputable proof that he cannot deny." Seeing the evidence presented, the officials clamored for the emperor to impose strict punishment on the prince. The prince coolly surveyed the crowd. "Why the haste? I possess evidence too." "What evidence do you have?" the chancellor challenged. The prince produced a ledger of his own and presented it. "I command hundreds of thousands of troops, incurring monthly expenses of at least 1,000,000 taels in military pay. Yet only 10 to 80,000 taels reach Jinzhou each month. The floods have devastated thousands of acres of fertile land. Raising grain prices and refusing to open the granaries is necessary for the preservation of the Dayu Empire. Without grain, there are no soldiers. If Jinzhou and Chaozhou fall, the Dayu Empire will be in peril." With that, the prince turned to the emperor and asked, "Do you still consider my actions questionable?" The emperor pondered. He does not comprehend. However, the prince's subsequent words instilled fear in him. It was imperative that Jinzhou and Chaozhou remain secure, while the prince's actions were flawed. They were somewhat understandable. "Then, let there be no punishment," the emperor concluded. The chancellor interjected loudly, wishing to physically hurl the emperor from the throne. "Your Majesty, what the prince has done is treasonous. Do not be deceived by his words." "Humph. Whether my words are lies or truth can be easily determined." "Why, Chancellor, Are you so agitated? Are you afraid of an investigation? The prince retorted. Do not confuse the issue. While the emperor may be easily swayed, we remain vigilant. The chancellor snapped back. How is he easily swayed? At that moment, the Minister of Personnel stepped forward. Your Majesty, since there is evidence, it is prudent to investigate. Yes. An investigation will clarify everything. The Chancellor glared at the Minister of Personnel and others who supported him. Are you all aiding this treasonous rebel? As soon as he finished speaking, the prince kicked him, sending the Chancellor flying 2 meters away, clutching his chest in agony. Prince of Jinbei, you are outrageous. An official shouted, rushing to shield the Chancellor from further harm. Humph. Outrageous? When he accused me, did he consider the consequences? My restraint in merely wanting to strike him is an act of mercy. The assembly turned their collective gaze towards the emperor, who, clutching his chest, sank back into the dragon throne, fearful that the prince might approach and deliver a kick to him as well. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, he widened his eyes in fear and exclaimed, Investigate. Have the people from the Dali Temple take a look first. The emperor, alarmed, responded, It seems the prime minister is injured. A nearby eunuch reminded him. The emperor glanced at the prime minister lying on the ground and ordered, Quickly, summon the imperial physician for the prime minister. Shortly thereafter, the prime minister was carried away and the court was subsequently dismissed. The emperor fled the hall in panic, leaving the observing ministers shaking their heads in dismay. At the northern town prince's residence, upon seeing the calm demeanor of the northern town prince returning, the princess inquired, Did anything happen in the court? The northern town prince sat down and took a sip of tea, replying, Nothing of consequence. The princess felt a twinge of suspicion, yet, preoccupied with arranging matters for the wedding banquet, she did not dwell on it further. The following day, a steward from the Jingguo Duke's residence arrived at the northern town prince's estate in search of Tang Yu. The steward asked the gatekeeper, Is my young master in the residence? No, the gatekeeper replied, with the wedding date approaching. How could your young master possibly be at the northern town prince's residence? The steward was taken aback. The gatekeeper's servant suggested, Perhaps you should check the places he frequents, such as the tavern or tea house in the street. The steward stammered, We have searched everywhere. The young master has not returned for the entire night, and his whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 40. Following the instincts, a night without a trace of him is a grave predicament. The gatekeeper hurriedly reported to the northern town princess. Those in the northern town prince's residence began to suspect whether Tang Yu had fled at a critical moment, considering that this marriage was not a typical union. Mother, we should send someone to inquire at the Jingguo Duke's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan suggested. Analyzing Tang Yu's character, she could not believe him to be that kind of person. If he truly wished to avoid the marriage, he would have clarified his intentions with the Jingguo Duke and his wife from the outset. The northern town princess also held a favorable impression of Tang Yu, as his willingness to accompany Bai Li Gu Lan to Jianzhou indicated his acceptance of the marriage. Yes. The northern town princess addressed her confidant, Granny Sun. You go and find out what has happened. If he has truly vanished without a reason, we must arrange for people to search for him. Yes, I shall do so at once, Granny Sun replied, bowing before hastily departing. Bai Li Gu Lan, who had not married Tang Yu in her previous life, felt a sense of unease, fearing something might have happened to him, jeopardizing their impending union. Noticing her distress, the northern town princess comforted her, Do not worry excessively. I believe he is not a capricious person. He may simply be occupied with some matter that delayed his return. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at the northern town princess, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, and eventually nodded in agreement. The northern town princess remained by her side as they anxiously awaited Granny Sun's return, which took nearly half an hour. What news? The northern town princess inquired upon seeing Granny Sun's troubled expression, sensing that the situation was not favorable. The Jingguo Duke's residence was preparing for the wedding but was unaware of the young master's whereabouts, only knowing that he had left the city. They had dispatched people to search and promised to report any findings at the first opportunity. The atmosphere grew heavy as the northern town princess sat with her brows furrowed. Bai Li Gu Lan was immersed in thoughts of her past life, attempting to recall any relevant details about Tang Yu. However, during that time in her previous existence, she had focused solely on her marriage to Song Zhan and knew little of others' affairs. As she pondered, her head began to ache, and she closed her eyes, rubbing her temples. Suddenly, a thought struck her. After marrying Song Zhan in her past life, she recalled him mentioning that Tang Yu had sought revenge against the eldest son of the general of cavalry and was severely injured at Shizishan outside the city. nearly losing his life. At that time, the conflict between the Jingguo Duke's residence and the General of Cavalry's residence intensified, which was advantageous for the Prime Minister's house. Thus, she felt a sense of thrill, akin to watching a tiger fight from afar. I believe I know where he is, Bai Li Gu Lan declared. The Northern Town Princess was taken aback. Laner, where is he? How do you know? Mother, he may have fallen victim to a plot. I must personally lead a search outside the city, Bai Li Gu Lan stated as she hurried towards the exit. She moved swiftly, leaving the Northern Town Princess no chance to say more. She instructed Granny's son, quickly, have Uncle Li bring more people along. Yes, came the reply. At this critical juncture, the Northern Town Princess felt anxious, fearing that this was a scheme devised by the Prime Minister against them. Subsequently, she called for more people to summon the Northern Town Prince, who had already set out early that day. Bai Li Gu Lan led a group of people galloping out of the city. Song Zhan had been waiting attentively at the tea house for any movements from the Northern Town Prince's residence. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan leave the city, he let out a cold laugh. Bai Li Gu Lan rode directly toward Shizishan. At a fork in the road, the tracks on the ground did not reveal which path Tang Yu had taken. She turned back to Uncle Li and said, "We must search." "No, I must accompany you. Mississippi. If anything happens to you, I cannot account for it to the prince and princess," Uncle Li insisted. Bai Li Gu Lan frowned. Uncle Li continued. "How about this? I will take a team of guards with you, while the rest will form another team. If we find him, we will signal with a flare." After a moment's consideration, Bai Li Gu Lan agreed to this plan. The two teams split up, and Bai Li Gu Lan followed the tracks deeper into the mountains. The mountains were eerily quiet, with only the occasional bird call and the rustling of leaves in the wind breaking the silence. As the weather turned colder, the mountain breeze stung her face. Bai Li Gu Lan rode on horseback, calling out Tang Yu's name, but received no response. Suddenly, Uncle Li shouted, "Be careful," followed by the sound of arrows whistling through the air. Quick on his feet, Uncle Li drew his sword to deflect the incoming arrows aimed at Bai Li Gu Lan. It was yet another ambush, reminiscent of the last time. The assailants, clad in black and hidden in the grass, unleashed their arrows before charging out with swords drawn. "Protect the young lady," Uncle Li bellowed. The two factions clashed instantly. In terms of numbers, both sides were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand in the skirmish. In a brief moment of respite, Uncle Li managed to fire off the flare, hoping to summon the other team for aid, unaware that they too had fallen into an ambush. Casualties had already occurred on their side, and their situation was even more dire than that of Bai Li Gu Lan's group. The leader of their team attempted to signal with a flare, but every move was fraught with peril, as a moment's inattention could lead to death. Bai Li Gu Lan and Uncle Li and their companions battled the black-clad assailants for over a minute. Finally, they heard the distant sound of galloping hooves, thinking reinforcements were arriving. Turning to look, they were surprised to see the Northern Town Prince. "Laner, do not fear. Father has arrived," the Northern Town Prince declared as he leaped from his horse. The guards behind him joined the fray. The black-clad assailants, realizing the tide had turned, attempted to flee, but it was too late. The forces of the Northern Town Prince swept through like a tempest, neutralizing the attackers. A few were captured alive and had their jaws unhinged. "Laner, are you hurt?" the Northern Town Prince asked as he approached Bai Li Gu Lan. She shook her head. "Father, there were ambushers here, so we must be in the right place. Tang Yu may have encountered trouble nearby." Indeed. The Northern Town Prince glanced at the captured black-clad men and ordered his men, "Take them back for severe interrogation."
Yes.
Following this, the Northern Town Prince commanded, "Search thoroughly. Comb this mountain to find him." Understood. The guards responded in unison before mounting their horses to disperse. However, they did not venture too far, remaining vigilant against possible ambushes. With Tang Yu still missing, Bai Li Gu Lan's heart was heavy with unease. She mounted her horse and proceeded forward, guided by her instincts. "Laner, where are you going?" the Northern Prince inquired. "I'm going ahead to take a look," she replied. "Your Highness, I will accompany the young lady," Uncle Li interjected. "Very well." Bai Li Gu Lan continued her journey along a narrow winding path until she stumbled upon a grave, where signs of a struggle were evident on the ground. "Miss, a fight has occurred here, likely within the last couple of days," Uncle Li remarked. "Quickly search."
Yes.
However, as she surveyed the surroundings, all she could see was dense foliage. Aside from the path she had traversed, there were no other routes. The underbrush bore no traces of anyone passing through, leaving her momentarily disoriented, unsure of where to search next. Yet Bai Li Gu Lan was resolute. She dismounted and pressed on, following her instincts. Chapter 41. Is it you?
Tang Yu.
Bai Li Gu Lan continued to call out Tang Yu's name. After walking over 100 meters, she noticed bloodstains on the ground. Uncle Li. There are bloodstains here. Come this way. Upon hearing her, Uncle Li hurriedly gathered his men and rushed over. They followed the trail of blood to the edge of a cliff, beneath which flowed a river. If someone were to fall, they might not survive. And even if they did, it was uncertain where the current would carry them. We must look along the riverbank, Uncle Li advised. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced down the cliff, her heart a tumult of emotions. She shouted once more, Tang Yu. But there was still no reply. As Uncle Li searched for a way down, Bai Li Gu Lan heard the sound of stones clashing. The noise was faint, and she initially thought it was merely Uncle Li and his men stepping on gravel. However, after listening closely, she realized the sound emanated from below the cliff. Uncle Li. There's a noise. Someone is down there. Uncle Li paused to listen, and soon discerned the sound of stones being struck, as if someone were tapping rhythmically. He and the guards approached the cliff's edge to peer down, yet all they saw was the rushing river, with no sign of life. Could there be a cave below? One guard speculated. Based on past experiences, many cliffs concealed caves or naturally formed openings of varying sizes, often large enough to accommodate one or two individuals. Uncle Li. Can we find a way down? Bai Li Gu Lan expressed her worry, sensing that the tapping sounds were weak. Uncle Li observed carefully and replied, We should be able to use a rope. However, there may not be a clear path once we descend. And we are uncertain if our rope is long enough. The situation below is unclear, and descending carries significant risk. A guard retrieved a spare rope from the saddle and tied one end to a tree. Uncle Li intended to descend first, but a guard stopped him, saying, Uncle Li, let one of us go down. If there are still ambushers above, you need to remain safe. Uncle Li glanced into the woods and conceded, Very well, but be cautious. If danger arises, shout loudly, and we shall pull you back up. Understood. The guard carefully descended using the rope, spotting a small branch on the cliffside that had been snapped by a heavy object. He reported his findings to Bai Li Gu Lan. The further he descended, the clearer the sound of stones striking stone became, but suddenly, the noise ceased as he continued downward. The guard looked around but noticed nothing unusual, so he proceeded. Bai Li Gu Lan and Uncle Li waited anxiously above. Suddenly, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. Turning, they saw the Northern Prince. Father, did you find him? The Northern Prince dismounted. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan had been gone for quite some time, he had come to assist in the search. There are sounds from the cliff below. We have sent a guard down to investigate. The Northern Prince approached the cliff's edge to take a look. At that moment, the guard below spotted an opening in the rock and bloodstains near the entrance. Is it you, young master of the Jing Guo Duke? The guard called out, but received no response. Yet, the sound of stones striking continued, emanating from the cave. The guard carefully navigated the uneven cliffside to reach the cave's mouth. It was neither large nor deep, and he quickly spotted Tang Yu lying on the ground, barely conscious, clutching a stone in his hand, the source of the earlier noise. Young Master Jingguo, hold on, we will rescue you shortly. One guard could not lift Tang Yu alone, so he returned to inform Bai Li Gu Lan and the Northern Prince of Tang Yu's condition. They fashioned a soft rope ladder, and Uncle Li descended to carry Tang Yu back up. When Uncle Li emerged, Tang Yu had already lost consciousness. Bai Li Gu Lan immediately ordered him to be taken back to the city. At the Jing Guo Duke's residence, news of Tang Yu's whereabouts had been anxiously awaited, casting a heavy atmosphere over the household. The Duke and Duchess wore anxious expressions, filled with worry. The Duke had never hated his disability more than at that moment. A servant had reported that Bai Li Gu Lan and the Northern Prince had left the city to assist in the search. Yet there was still no news from either household. Just as they were growing increasingly anxious, the doorman rushed in with urgent news. My lord, madam. The Northern Prince and his men have found the young master. Really? Where is he now? The Duchess inquired eagerly. After a day and night of waiting, they were finally receiving news. When we see him, I will surely scold him for not sending word home after being gone for so long. Madam. The young master's servant stammered as he spoke, fearing that the Duchess would be unable to bear the news. What has happened to the young master?
Speak.
The Duke commanded loudly. The servant, trembling, fell to his knees. The young master is unconscious and may be seriously injured. The steward has ordered him to be carried back to the courtyard. The Duchess felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly fainting. Lu Mama quickly supported her. "Madam, have you summoned the physician?" the Duke asked the servant. "The steward has already sent someone to fetch him." At that moment, the Duchess regained her composure and instructed Lu Mama, "Help me to see you." In the Qingzhou courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan entered with the steward. The physician had yet to arrive, and the steward instructed a servant to place Tang Yu on the bed. Bai Li Gu Lan observed his pale face and blood-stained clothing with profound concern. The physician should arrive shortly, the steward reassured her. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded and took a seat in a nearby chair. The Duke and Duchess entered and immediately went to check on Tang Yu.
You.
The Duchess called out. However, Tang Yu lay unresponsive on the bed, prompting her to shed tears. "Miss Bai Li, where did you find him?" the Duke inquired. Bai Li Gu Lan recounted the entire ordeal of locating Tang Yu. "Why would you go to Shitzi Mountain?" the Duchess asked, perplexed.
Bai Li Gu Lan.
Knowing little about Tang Yu's circumstances, could not provide an answer. They would have to wait for him to awaken to uncover the truth. Before long, the physician arrived. Having rushed in a sweat on this early winter day, he set down his medical kit, checked Tang Yu's pulse, and examined his injuries. A deep gash marred his arm, but it had been crudely bandaged, stemming the bleeding. "Physician, what is wrong with you?" The Duchess could no longer contain her anxiety. "Madam, do not worry. He has lost a considerable amount of blood, and the wound has become infected, but he is not in life-threatening danger." At this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, a new question arose. Where's Zhou? The heir has encountered such a significant incident, yet he has not made an appearance. Indeed, it was at this moment that everyone realized. With the heir in trouble, where could his close attendant possibly be? Why was he not by Tang Yu's side? "He left with the heir early yesterday and has not returned," the steward remarked. Doubt began to creep in regarding Zhou. Could he be the one responsible for the heir's predicament? Zhou, the son of the matron serving the grand lady, was a born member of the household. How could he possibly harm the heir? The matron Lu interjected. Upon hearing Lu's words, a sense of foreboding settled over the crowd. Zhou was likely in grave danger. But who harbored such deep-seated animosity towards Tang Yu or the Jingguo Duke's residence to the extent of resorting to violence? Bai Li Gu Lan had her suspicions. In her previous life, Tang Yu had always been at odds with the eldest son of the general's residence. Song Zhan had perpetually exploited their discord for his own gain. Furthermore, the last person Tang Yu had fought with on the street was Bai Zhe, which made him a prime suspect. At that moment, the steward also made the connection, glancing at the Duke and his wife. Previously, the heir had a confrontation with the eldest son of the general's residence on the street. Could he be the one who harmed the heir? The Duke pursed his lips in silence, but he was already aware of the implications. The expression on the Duke's face made his wife realize that the steward's conjecture was indeed correct. The imperial physician prepared a prescription, instructing a servant to brew the medicine before attending to Tang Yu's wounds once more. As the wound was reopened, Tang Yu winced in pain, biting back a groan. Hearing the sound, the Duke's wife called out to Ayu, wanting to check on him, but was restrained by Lu. "Madam, do not rush. The physician is tending to the heir's injuries. Please wait a moment." A quarter of an hour later, the physician packed up his medical kit and informed the Duke of Tang Yu's condition. Knowing that Tang Yu was not in serious danger, Bai Li Gu Lan took her leave. "Thank you for finding Ayu. We will always remember your kindness," the Duke expressed. "You flatter me, Your Grace. The heir is to be my husband. We shall soon be family," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. The Duke nodded. "It is a blessing for Ayu to have you. If he dares to treat you poorly in the future, I shall be the first to hold him accountable." Meanwhile, at the general's residence, Bai Zhe, upon hearing that Tang Yu had been brought back by Bai Li Gu Lan, clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table. Useless. As the table collapsed under his force, his deputy and the soldiers knelt in unison. "We have failed in our duties. Please punish us, young master." Bai Zhe cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling subordinates. "A bunch of worthless fools. Go and receive your punishment." Later, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the North Town King's residence and informed the king and queen about Tang Yu's condition. Upon learning that Tang Yu was fine, the queen inquired, "Will the wedding proceed as planned tomorrow? Since he is well, we shall proceed as scheduled. If he is unable to come for me, I will go to him in the bridal sedan myself," Bai Li Gu Lan declared. Fearing further complications, she was unwilling to wait any longer. However, her impulsive decision left the queen feeling uneasy. Throughout history, Few infatuated lovers had fared well, and she genuinely worried that Bai Li Gu Lan's deep affection for Tang Yu might lead to future grievances. She glanced at the North Town King, who showed little reaction, merely deeming the wedding's continuation as normal, though he did ponder whether Tang Yu's condition would withstand the day's events. Nearby, Bai Li Aoshua, oblivious to the adults' concerns, cheerfully spoke to Bai Li Qing. Let us continue with the window paper. Watching Bai Li Aoshua leave, the queen sighed inwardly. Among her children, Bai Li Aoshua was the most headstrong and innocent. While it was reassuring to have them nearby for protection, she feared that once married, Aoshua might face significant difficulties. She resolved that once Bai Li Gu Lan's marriage was finalized, she would have a serious talk with the matron about teaching Bai Li Aoshua the ways of the world and interpersonal relations. Upon returning to her courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan found Ying preparing her accessories for the wedding. Miss, Ying said, quickly pouring tea upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan return. I heard that the future husband is fine. Who could wish him harm? It could be the eldest son of the general's residence, or perhaps Song Zhan. For he has a history of plotting against Tang Yu, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Ying pondered for a moment before asking, is he the one who fought with the future husband on the street? Yes. Humph. The Jing Guo Duke's residence is about to ally with our North Town King's residence through marriage, yet he dares to lay hands on the future husband? The king should teach him a lesson. Bai Li Gu Lan paused, contemplating Ying's words. Rather than allowing Tang Yu and Bai Zhi to clash in the shadows, a more direct approach seemed prudent. Miss, will you be wearing the engagement bracelets gifted by the future husband tomorrow? Ying inquired, noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's silence. Bai Li Gu Lan looked at the jade bracelets in the box, lifting one to examine. Yes, I shall wear these. The Duke also contemplated the wedding arrangements. Later, when Tang Yu awakened, he sent someone to the North Town King's residence with the news. The wedding would proceed as planned. The North Town King's residence adorned itself with festive red lanterns and window paper, with the household rising early to prepare for the arrival of the groom and guests. Ying assisted Bai Li Gu Lan in donning her splendid bridal gown, while the matron helped with her makeup. The queen watched nearby, her eyes misting with emotion. She felt a heaviness in her heart. Though Tang Yu was a good man, he was indeed somewhat frail. She questioned whether it was right to have arranged this marriage. In the front courtyard, as guests arrived, the North Town King offered Bai Li Gu Lan some words of advice before proceeding to greet the attendees. Bai Li Qing brought pastries to Bai Li Gu Lan. Sister, you must not eat too much. Not that I can't eat, but rather just a little, Bai Li Qing insisted, placing pastries into Bai Li Gu Lan's hands. Here, enjoy. Don't starve yourself. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled. In her previous life, Bai Li Qing had also brought her pastries before her wedding, but she had refrained from eating them for fear of breaking tradition. Now, she took a bite, determined to reverse the occurrences of her past. Is it delicious? Bai Li Qing asked. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. This is the tastiest pastry I have ever had. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, and a maid rushed in to announce, the groom has arrived. Bai Li Gu Lan wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and the matron entered with a smile to cover her with the bridal veil. At that moment, Bai Li Qing's eyes reddened as he watched Bai Li Gu Lan don her veil. Considering that soon only he and Bai Li Aoshua would remain in the North Town King's residence, filled him with sadness. To conceal his emotions, he turned away. Bai Li Qing supported Bai Li Gu Lan as they made their way to the front courtyard. There, Tang Yu stood in the hall, awaiting Bai Li Gu Lan's appearance in her vibrant red bridal attire, his heart racing with excitement. Having already lost considerable blood, he suddenly felt dizzy with the rush of emotions, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. After bidding farewell to the North Town King and Queen, he climbed into the bridal sedan. As Bai Li Gu Lan was not the same person he had married in his past life, she felt anxious, fervently praying that nothing would go awry. Chapter 43. Shall I feed you? As the bridal sedan set off, the sounds of celebration echoed as it made its way to the Jing Guo Duke's residence. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the Duke's gates. The matchmaker lifted the sedan's curtain, proceeding according to custom into the Duke's residence. During the wedding ceremony, many witnesses were present. Today, Chu Qing also attended, noticing the pair of bracelets adorning Bai Li Gu Lan's wrists. She recognized them as the engagement tokens from the Jing Guo Duke's residence, which should have been on her own arms had the incident not occurred. As Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan exchanged vows under the heavens, she could hardly suppress the urge to rush forward and intervene. Observing her emotional turmoil, the Duchess beside her remarked, I had warned you not to come. yet you insisted. And now, seeing the heir of the Jingwu Duke wed another woman. It must be disheartening for you. She had discerned Chu Qing's affections for Tang Yu. Yet the declining fortunes of the Jingwu Duke's residence rendered Tang Yu less than an ideal choice. Chu Qing, biting her lip in silence, did not respond to the Duchess's words. With a heavy sigh, the Duchess continued, "But do not be too sorrowful. I heard he sustained serious injuries yesterday. And look at him now, appearing so frail. With such a condition, he may not provide a good life for his wife. You should heed your parents' advice and marry the eldest son of the General of Cavalry. He is different, cultured, skilled in martial arts, with a revered status and the support of the wise concubine and the third prince. Surely, he is destined for great achievements." Chu Qing glanced at those around her, imploring, "Mother, could you refrain from discussing my marriage here?" She wished to keep her feelings for Tang Yu hidden from others. "If you do not wish to speak, then why come here? You have delayed your marriage for him. What does that signify? Do you plan to be his concubine in the future?" The Duchess's words were harsh, prompting a maid to interject, "Your Grace, the young lady merely wished to take a look. Her intentions are innocent." "Humph. She better be," the Duchess retorted. Frustrated by the ongoing delay in Chu Qing's marriage prospects, she decided she could no longer counsel her daughter. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chu Qing cast one last glance at Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan before departing the scene, unable to endure the sight any longer. Nearby, Fong Ro muttered under her breath, "Useless. Utterly ineffective." In the bridal chamber, Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu partook in the ceremonial cup of wine,
completing their marriage rites.
Tang Yu, still unwell, lay down on the bed, his spirit visibly low after returning from the ceremony. A maid presented him with medicine. "Young master, the medicine remains warm." The lady said, "If you feel unwell, you need not attend to the front hall for the toasts." Bai Li Gu Lan accepted the bowl, instructing the maids, "You may all leave. There is no need to attend to us." Turning to Tang Yu, Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, "Will you drink it yourself? Or shall I feed you?" Tang Yu found the scene all too familiar, reminiscent of when she first fed him medicine. The memory of mistakenly believing it to be an aphrodisiac caused his face to flush. He sat up, asserting, "I shall drink it myself.
Besides,
I am not at the point of needing assistance." A lavish banquet was laid out on the table, and Bai Li Gu Lan approached to sit beside him. "You just took medicine. Do you even have an appetite for this?"
she asked.
Tang Yu glanced at the half-finished bowl of medicine. He was not particularly hungry. Yet Bai Li Gu Lan's words seemed to awaken his appetite. Hearing this, the maid, Ting Yin, assumed Tang Yu would not eat. So she filled a bowl with lotus seed soup for Bai Li Gu Lan. "Miss, since the young master has no appetite, you should eat more," she suggested, offering her a chicken leg. Bai Li Gu Lan, also feeling hungry, took a bite of the chicken leg and said to Ting Yin, "Since there is so much food, you should eat some too." "Thank you, miss," Ting Yin replied, happily taking a piece of braised pork. At that moment, a knock at the door startled Ting Yin, nearly choking her. Coughing quietly, she quickly swallowed the pork to avoid being reprimanded for her lack of decorum. Bai Li Gu Lan, noticing her reddened face, gently patted her back. "Are you all right?" Ting Yin shook her head, assuring her, "I am fine."
"Who is it?"
Tang Yu inquired. Everyone at the Jingwu Duke's residence was aware of his condition and would not disturb their nuptial night. "Brother Tang, it's me," came Lin Boan's voice from outside.
"Come in."
The maid opened the door for Lin Boan, who stood at the threshold and bowed. "Lin Boan from the Chung and Marquis pays his respects to my sister-in-law." This was Bai Li Gu Lan's first encounter with him, and she politely responded, "Greetings, young master of Chung and Marquis. What brings you here?" Tang Yu asked, puzzled by his timing. Lin Boan replied, "Nothing urgent. Just heard about your injury, and wanted to check on you."
"How are you feeling now?"
He had been worried since hearing of Tang Yu's disappearance, and though they had seen each other at the banquet, he felt compelled to inquire further as a friend. Tang Yu placed the medicine bowl on the small table. "I won't die." Seeing him so indifferent to his own well-being, Lin Boan felt an urge to scold him. However, with Bai Li Gu Lan present, he refrained. Instead, he smirked slightly. "I found your little servant. He's at my residence, but is also seriously injured. Should I send him back to you or let him recuperate at the Jingwu Duke's house?" "Send him back tomorrow," Tang Yu instructed. "All right," Lin Boan said, glancing into the bridal chamber. "I won't interrupt your wedding night any longer. Farewell." Tang Yu seated himself at the table. "Young master, will you join us for a meal?" Ting Yin innocently asked. Naturally, he would eat, but the question caught him off guard, nearly causing him to choke. The physician would arrive shortly to dress Tang Yu's wounds. Upon seeing the horrifying injuries, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of pain for him. As night fell, Ting Yin assisted Bai Li Gu Lan in removing her makeup before exiting the room. Tang Yu, fully clothed, lay down, weary from the day's exertions. Bai Li Gu Lan lay beside him, glancing over. Noticing he had drifted into sleep, she realized their consummation would not occur that night. Yet, simply being wed to him brought her peace. She hoped her transformation might also alter the fate of the Bai Li family. Hearing his steady breaths, Tang Yu turned to look at Bai Li Gu Lan. Seeing her sleep, he too surrendered to slumber. The following morning, Ting Yin helped Bai Li Gu Lan dress, while Mama Chong styled her hair into an elegant updo. Glancing at her reflection, Mama Chong smiled, complimenting, "Miss, you resemble a princess. Any hairstyle suits you beautifully." Her words drew Tang Yu's attention, who watched as Bai Li Gu Lan's youthful face, framed by her hair, appeared both dignified and charming. Her long lashes fluttered, capturing his gaze. At that moment, a maid from the Jing Guo Duchess's residence arrived with a message. Chapter 44. Wanting his life, Huang Mama, bowing outside, likely aware of Tang Yu's condition, was not permitted entry by the Jing Guo Duchess for the ceremonial veil. After having breakfast in their quarters, they were to visit the ancestral hall to pay respects and then proceed to the front hall for tea. As winter descended, the cold winds rose. Once her makeup was complete, Ting Yin offered Bai Li Gu Lan a thin cotton jacket. "Miss, breakfast is ready." Tang Yu was recuperating, and the kitchen had prepared a simple congee for him. Bai Li Gu Lan ladled a bowl for him. "You hardly ate last night. Start with congee to stimulate your appetite." As she placed the bowl before him, he took it before she could withdraw her hand. Their fingertips brushed, and Bai Li Gu Lan looked up, their eyes meeting. "I haven't thanked you for rescuing me that day," Tang Yu said. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently. "What relationship do we share that you feel the need for such formalities?" Tang Yu responded, "How did you know I went to Shitzi Mountain?" Regarding this matter, Bai Li Gu Lan anticipated that someone would inquire, and she had already devised a strategy. "Your sudden disappearance at such a critical juncture is indeed suspicious. Previously, you had a conflict with the eldest son of the general of cavalry, and I suspected that it might be connected to him. Consequently, I dispatched someone to investigate his whereabouts and discovered that after he left the city, you followed suit. Thus, I led a team to pursue you, and, to my surprise, we indeed found you." Tang Yu came to a realization. Now it all made sense. In the future, you must inform your family of your whereabouts in advance, lest a similar incident occur again, and we may truly lose you, Bai Li Gu Lan admonished. Tang Yu felt quite wronged by Bai Li Gu Lan's reprimand. That day, upon hearing that Bai Zhe had gone to pay respects to his deceased mother, he had already verified that Bai Zhe had taken only a few people with him. Who could have known that once they arrived at Shizishan, they would encounter a throng of individuals clad in black. He was pursued, fell off a cliff, and, fortunately, in a moment of desperation, managed to wedge his dagger into a crevice, thereby securing refuge in a cave. Unfortunately, Zhou was not as fortunate and fell directly into the river, swept away by the current. Bai Zhe and his companions assumed he had plunged into the water and followed the riverbank in pursuit. Tang Yu believed that Zhou would certainly not escape. Yet it was unexpected that Lin Bowen would find him. "I shall no longer seek vengeance against him alone," Tang Yu declared. Bai Zhe had too many devoted subordinates, and after this incident, he had come to understand that he could not contend with him, let alone seek revenge. Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, "What enmity do you hold against him?" Tang Yu, sipping congee, shook his head. He was uncertain when or where he had offended Bai Zhe. "On the very first day you arrived in the capital, he attempted to assassinate me, although I was unaware it was he at the time. It was only after he intervened on behalf of someone surnamed Song, and we clashed that I realized he sought my life." As he spoke, he turned to Bai Li Gu Lan. "Now that we are to be wed, I fear I may drag you into this." Bai Li Gu Lan paused momentarily. If anyone were to be burdened, it would be her. Given her deep-seated grudge against Song Zhan, a vendetta that must be avenged. "What do you mean by burden? I am the one who is to marry you. Are you having second thoughts about our union? Or do you fear leveraging my connection to the Prince of Zhenbei to rejuvenate the Duke of Jingguo's household for your revenge?" Tang Yu was taken aback by her teasing tone amidst their serious conversation. "You must exercise caution when you go out. Having narrowly escaped this calamity, he is unlikely to relent. Next time, he may not spare you either." Bai Li Gu Lan paused her action of eating buns, realizing that alongside Song Zhan, a new adversary had emerged. They first paid their respects to the ancestors of the Tang family in the ancestral hall before offering tea to the Duke of Jingguo and his wife. The Tang family had gathered, and upon learning that Tang Yu was unharmed, the Duke's wife smiled, relieved. "You didn't consummate your marriage last night, did you?" The Duke's wife suddenly asked. Despite having been a woman in her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan felt her face flush at such a personal inquiry in public. "I am still recovering," Tang Yu clarified. The Duke's wife nodded, as if to remind the newlyweds of the importance of progeny. "Wait until you have fully recovered to continue the lineage of the Duke of Jingguo." The atmosphere grew awkward. Prompting the Duke to instruct the maidservant holding the tea tray, commenced the tea ceremony. The maidservant approached Bai Li Gu Lan. "Lady, please." With both hands, Bai Li Gu Lan lifted the teacup, kneeling on the prepared mat before the Duke. "Your Grace, please enjoy this tea."
Haha.
"Excellent, excellent," the Duke exclaimed, eagerly accepting the cup, savoring a sip before returning the ceremonial gesture to Bai Li Gu Lan. "Thank you, Your Grace," she respectfully bowed. "Good child. Rise," the Duke encouraged. Bai Li Gu Lan then knelt before the Duke's wife, offering her the tea. "Madam, please enjoy this tea. Now that you are the heir's wife, you may call me old Madam henceforth for clarity." The Duke's wife took a sip and presented Bai Li Gu Lan with a box. "From now on, you are Ayu's wife. Once he is well, do bless the Duke's household with a healthy son." Bai Li Gu Lan glanced over at Tang Yu. In her past life, he had less than 2 years left at this point. If possible, she indeed wished to leave him an heir, but she was uncertain when they would consummate their marriage. After paying their respects with tea, they proceeded to meet the concubines and younger members of the Duke's household. The Duke had 2 concubines. Concubine Su had borne 2 daughters and a son. The eldest, Tang Xian, was 14, a beauty with a round face. The second daughter, Tang Rui, was 12, timid and shy. Concubine Su's son, Tang Muyun, was 9, small in stature, resembling the Duke. Concubine Miao had 1 son, only 5 years old, with bright eyes, a well-mannered child. Bai Li Gu Lan presented gifts to each of them. Concubine Su praised her for her beauty and kind heart when receiving the gifts. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled politely. She found her to be rather astute, though such people often bore a hint of insincerity. Concubine Miao merely expressed her gratitude, offering no further words. As noon approached, rumors about Bai Li Gu Lan began to circulate in the streets. The servants who had gone out to run errands learned of this and reported back to the Duke and his wife. "Your Grace, old madam. Many are claiming that the young master's recent misfortune is due to the young mistress cursing him. They allege that ever since her arrival in the capital, the Duke's household has known no peace, all because of her presence," they relayed. "Absurd." The Duke slammed the table. "Who is spreading such rumors?" After Tang Yu awakened, they had already inquired into the matter, and the Duke suspected that someone was attempting to sow discord between the Prince of Jinbei and the Duke of Jingguo. Chapter 45. Why accept her? Investigate and find out who is behind these rumors. The Duke commanded, his anger palpable. The rumors escalated, and the people of the Prince of Jinbei were also aware of them. The prince had just returned from the palace, and, upon hearing that someone was tarnishing Bai Li Gu Lan's reputation, was filled with fury. In his rage, he beat the rumor-monger, but it proved futile, and he was subsequently reported to the censorate. In the Prime Minister's residence, the censorate relayed the situation to the Prime Minister. He scoffed, "Heaven is indeed aiding me. If they cannot withstand mere rumors, let us escalate the situation," claiming it was foretold by the Bureau of Astronomy. "I cannot believe they would dare extinguish the Bureau." Having been kicked by the Prince of Jinbei and suffering 2 broken ribs, he had yet to make an appearance. He would not rest until he had exacted his revenge on the prince. The Prime Minister's intentions were apparent to the censorate. Indeed, if he dares to cause a scene at the Bureau, we shall dispatch the Imperial Guards to apprehend him. The Prime Minister is wise. We can charge him with treason. The censorate could not suppress a wicked chuckle. The Prime Minister, maintaining a stern demeanor, instructed, take advantage of his rage and act swiftly. Do not allow him any chance for negotiation. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. By afternoon, the rumors had intensified. Given the previous incident where Bai Li Gu Lan forcibly brought someone back to the residence, some citizens took to the streets with rotten vegetables and foul eggs, demanding an apology from the Prince of Jinbei for the assault and berating him for his poor upbringing of his daughter. The prince, infuriated, contemplated retaliating against them, but was held back by the Princess of Jinbei. Striking them would be futile. Do you not realize how many in the capital view you as a thorn in their side? Perhaps this is their insidious scheme. waiting for you to unwittingly leap into this abyss. The King of the North remarked. He is undoubtedly aware, yet he refrains from voicing his grievances, leaving him deeply unsettled. Mother, what shall we do now? Bai Li Gu Shui inquired. The Princess of the North shook her head. At present, we cannot ascertain who the instigator is. We can only report this to the Dali Temple and have them apprehend those who hurled eggs and rotten vegetables. No sooner had the princess spoken than a servant arrived to report. My lord, my lady, we have discovered who spread the rumors. Who is it? The King of the North asked. The outsiders claim it was calculated by the Astronomical Bureau, warning that if the Duke of Jingguo does not divorce his eldest daughter, his family will suffer ruin. The King of the North slammed his palm on the table. Preposterous. My daughter, being sullied by these old rogues. Do they truly believe I am to be trifled with? Calm yourself, the princess interjected. There may be those who are eagerly waiting to catch you at fault. If you act rashly, we will find ourselves as mere prey in their hands. Upon hearing this, the king suppressed his anger. The princess was correct. Those treacherous officials were indeed waiting for any misstep on his part. If he lost his composure now, it could lead to disastrous consequences. The Dali Temple's officials arrived to apprehend those who had thrown eggs and vegetables. The common folk, now fearful, dared only to speak ill in private. Yet some individuals sent by the Prime Minister grew bolder, spreading rumors without fear of reprisal. Bai Li Gu Lan heard yet another rumor about her circulating in the streets, and she was far from surprised. Feeling indignant for Bai Li Gu Lan, exclaimed, My lady, who is it that wishes to harm you? If this were in Jinzhou, we must capture them and make them pay dearly. However, Chang Momo, with a broader perspective, remarked, This may not be directed at the lady herself, but rather at the house of the King of the North. If it's aimed at the house, why involve the lady in the rumors? Questioned, puzzled.
Indeed.
Our lord is presently in Jinzhou, and as others cannot find fault with him, they have resorted to attacking the lady instead. Somewhat enlightened, turned to Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, Is Chang Momo correct? It is possible, yet it could also serve merely to slander me, conveniently utilized against my father, achieving two objectives at once. Bai Li Gu Lan placed the dowry list in a box and handed it to Chang Momo for safekeeping. What shall we do now? Inquired. There is no rush. We shall wait until tomorrow when we visit my parents to inquire about their thoughts, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, rising from the soft couch and heading towards the study. Tang Yu was reading in the study when he saw Bai Li Gu Lan enter, and he appeared somewhat surprised. Is there something you need? Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently. Have you heard the rumors circulating in the streets? You call them rumors. There is no need to be concerned, Tang Yu replied dismissively. However, he had analyzed the situation and found it rather unusual for a rumor about a man being cursed to circulate so widely. There must be someone orchestrating it behind the scenes. Do you believe the claim that I curse you? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. This could merely be the machinations of certain individuals. Do not let it trouble you. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered, uncertain whether he truly felt indifferent. Regardless whether he cared or not, she was now his wife, and that could not be altered. She only hoped that if the day came when he fell gravely ill, he would remain as unfazed by the rumors as he was today. The following day, when Bai Li Gu Lan returned home, the Duchess of Jingguo prepared a welcome gift for her, indicating that the rumors had not affected her. The Duke of Jingguo also requested Bai Li Gu Lan to convey a message to the King of the North, expressing his desire to share a drink with him before the king returned to Jinzhou. Rest assured, I shall deliver the message, Bai Li Gu Lan affirmed.
Today,
a gathering of common folk assembled in front of the Duke's residence, some of whom were sent by the Prime Minister to stir up trouble and insult Bai Li Gu Lan, claiming she would bring calamity to the Duke's household, and that if Tang Yu did not divorce her, he would be cursed to death. However, this group was swiftly dispersed by the steward, who sent servants to drive them away. Others merely came to spectate, hoping to discern from Bai Li Gu Lan's welcome gifts whether the Duke and Duchess were displeased with her. As the servants loaded the gifts onto the carriage, the sight of a full cart diminished the excitement, prompting the onlookers to depart. The carriage rolled down the street. Chu Qing had been waiting atop the Tianqiang Tower and, upon hearing from her servants that Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan were sharing a carriage, she nearly succumbed to internal strife. With a sharp clap, she slammed a box of spices onto the counter. I cannot fathom what that wretched woman possesses that allows her to be embraced despite her infamous reputation and the curse she allegedly bears. My princess, even if they say she brings misfortune, we can still employ other methods, Feng Ro suggested. What other methods do you propose? Feng Ro, with a devious smile, leaned closer to Chu Qing's ear and whispered her scheme. Excellent. If it succeeds, I refuse to believe that Brother Tang you will still tolerate her, Chu Qing declared, her eyes alight with vengeful intent. At the house of the King of the North, upon learning of Bai Li Gu Lan's return, the Princess of the North had already instructed Granny Sun to await them at the entrance. Spotting her carriage approaching, Granny Sun instructed the young maid to prepare the stools. Miss, my lord, the princess has sent me to fetch you, Granny Sun announced. Thank you for your trouble, Granny Sun, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, supporting Yin as they disembarked, with Tang Yu following closely behind. Brother-in-law, Bai Li Qing stood at the door, eyeing Tang Yu, recalling how he had been left alone at the horse ranch last time. Tang Yu, recognizing the glint in his eye, knew this boy would not be easily deceived. Next time, I shall gift you a horse. Bai Li Qing paused, astonished. Really? Indeed. You may choose one from the ranch. This excited Bai Li Qing even more. Recalling a horse he had seen during their last carriage ride and wishing to try it out, but the steward had not permitted him to ride in Tang Yu's absence. In the flower hall, the Princess of the North had already arranged tea and snacks. Noticing Tang Yu's demeanor remained untroubled, along with the gifts being carried in by the servants, she deduced that the Duke of Jingwa had not been angered or inconvenienced by the rumors. Today, as Bai Li Gu Lan returned home, the primary objective of the King and Queen of the North was to impart essential advice regarding her conduct in the capital. With Bai Li Gu Lan's wedding concluded and the grain prices in Jinzhou nearly resolved, the royal couple prepared to return to Jinzhou. However, the capital felt like a perilous prison for their children, instilling great unease within them. Mother, when do you plan to return to Jinzhou? After hearing the princess's counsel, Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. The Princess of the North glanced at the king, replying with resignation. We must depart tomorrow. However, your father has arranged for your husband to join the military, and we expect to receive a decree in the next few days. Once he holds a position of authority, those unscrupulous individuals will think twice before targeting you. Thank you, my father and mother, Tang Yu expressed his gratitude. Since the passing of the Empress Dowager, the emperor and court officials had sought to suppress the Duke of Jingwa, compounded by the duke's injury, which had thwarted his attempts to enlist in the military repeatedly. It must be noted that when a family falls from grace, others will seize the opportunity for their own gain, pushing the vulnerable down. Much like a wall crumbling under pressure, the Duke of Jingwa was that wall, and his chance to rise again amidst the wolves was nearly non-existent. Unless a significant upheaval occurred within the Diyu kingdom, the opportunity for revival was bleak. Amidst the constant flow of rumors, the Duke of Jingwa sought an audience with the emperor after Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the King of the North's residence. The emperor was presently enjoying a performance by his concubines. Old minister pays his respects to the emperor. The Duke of Jingwa, seated in his wheelchair, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. No need for formalities, Duke. The emperor, with a smile, held a wine cup in his hand, watching Beauty Zhao dance, not casting a glance at Duke Jingwa. After finishing his words, he took a sip of wine, lost in the intoxication, which made Duke Jingwa sigh inwardly for the late emperors of the Diyu kingdom. Your Majesty, I have come to the palace for a particular matter, Duke Jingwa stated. What is it, Duke? The emperor responded, glancing at Duke Jingwa's legs. Though his words seemed to express concern for the uncle, they actually conveyed annoyance at his presence, which Duke Jingwa could easily discern. Your Majesty, the heir of my household, Tang Yu, was nearly killed outside the city a few days ago, fortunately saved by the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Jinbei. After their marriage, rumors spread on the streets yesterday, claiming that the Celestial Divination Office predicted that the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Jinbei would bring misfortune to Tang Yu. I believe this is utterly baseless. Thus, I have specially come to request that Your Majesty command the Celestial Divination Office to clarify the rumors to prevent further trouble for them. However, the Emperor, engrossed in his amusement with the beauties, found Duke Jingwa's interruption bothersome. He dismissively replied, The Celestial Divination Office is adept in understanding fate and can predict the celestial and terrestrial. If they say that the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Jinbei brings misfortune to your heir, then so it is. Even I cannot alter that. In other words, your visit is futile, as I will not intervene. The Emperor's attitude left Duke Jingwa greatly dissatisfied. He had risked his life for the Diyu kingdom, and even disregarding his identity as an uncle, he was a meritorious minister. Was it too much to ask for the Emperor to quell a mere rumor? Observing the Emperor surrounded by enchanting beauties, Duke Jingwa could not restrain his criticism. Your Majesty, you spend your days in indulgence, When will you ever concern yourself with the state? Though the rumors may seem trivial, are you not afraid of disheartening your ministers? The emperor, feeling intimidated by the decisive nature of the Prince of Jinbei, showed no fear of the limping Duke Jingguo. He irritably retorted, "It's just a bit of gossip. Do you really need to mention the state? Enough, enough. You may leave. I will send someone to inform the Celestial Divination Office." Upon hearing the emperor's words, a eunuch immediately stepped forward to escort Duke Jingguo out. After his departure, Beauty Zhao threw herself into the emperor's embrace, saying, "Your Majesty, I had danced solely for you. Could you please refrain from allowing others in while I perform?" With her alluring embrace, the emperor, captivated by Beauty Zhao's figure, soon cast aside his earlier conversation with Duke Jingguo. "Very well, you shall dance solely for me from now on," he declared, his hands already venturing beneath her garments. In the Prime Minister's residence, the Prime Minister awaited the Prince of Jinbei to stir trouble at the Celestial Divination Office, but instead received news of the prince's return to Jinzhou. "Humph, I thought him formidable, but he is merely a blundering fool, a paper tiger," he scoffed. "Father, do not underestimate the Prince of Jinbei. He is not as simple as he appears. Take the issue of grain prices, for instance. We must remain vigilant," Song Zhan advised. In his previous life, he had a certain understanding of the prince, recognizing his wisdom, though his loyalty was also his weakness. The mention of grain prices ignited the Prime Minister's fury. He had anticipated an unprecedented surge in Jinzhou's grain prices, coupled with the prince's defiance. He thought that even if he could not take the prince's life, at least he could strip him of his power. Yet, unexpectedly, the prince had dared to break 2 of his ribs in the presence of the emperor. During the Prime Minister's absence from court, the prince had utilized the military funds issue to arrest the Minister of War and several others. The Prime Minister's anger mounted. "We must remain vigilant. Why should we always be on guard?" Seizing the opportunity while the prince was in Jinzhou with few supporters, he planned to send men to ensure the prince would not return. This was indeed a prime opportunity. If successful, with the prince gone, military forces would need to be redistributed, allowing them to place their own people in charge, bringing the throne within reach. "Father is correct. But we must ensure sufficient manpower to leave him no chance of survival," Song Zhan added. "Otherwise, like when dealing with Bai Li Gu Lan, we might alert him, making our next move even more challenging." Chapter 47. The urgency of pregnancy matters. Upon returning from the Prince of Jinbei's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan found Duke Jingguo waiting for her in the flower hall. "Father, what brings you here?" Tang Yu inquired as he entered the hall. Duke Jingguo shot him an annoyed glance. "Can I summon you both for no reason?" Duke Jingguo, uninterested in further banter, turned to Bai Li Gu Lan. "I just visited the emperor. He will instruct the Celestial Divination Office to clarify the rumors. So, do not worry too much." "Thank you, Father," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. However, insisting on clarification from the Celestial Divination Office would not truly resolve the matter. Should anything happen to Tang Yu later, those who had heard the rumors would certainly bring them up again. Back in the courtyard, Tang Yu began preparing for his return to the military camp. Zhou En, having recovered somewhat, approached, eager to assist. "You should rest. I have others here. I will arrange for someone else to go to the military camp," Tang Yu insisted. But Zhou En was unwilling. He feared that if Tang Yu became accustomed to others, he might be sidelined. "I am fine now. I can accompany the heir to the military camp." However, being a soldier in the camp meant undergoing rigorous training, which would be too strenuous for someone just recovering. Tang Yu frowned. Bai Li Gu Lan observed the exchange between the master and servant and then addressed Tang Yu. "Your injuries have not yet healed. Why the haste to go? Do you fear I will consume you while you stay at home?" Tang Yu replied, "Though we are now married, we have not yet had any intimate contact, and being under the same roof feels somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, she was truly reborn. Did that mean her past feelings for Song Zhan still lingered?" He looked at Bai Li Gu Lan, uncertainty clouding his expression, but the words remained unspoken. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Li Gu Lan asked, "What? Did I say something wrong? Your injuries are not yet healed. Do you wish to go to the military camp to be beaten? Are you made of iron?" She nearly let slip the words "no wonder," but managed to stop herself just in time. "No wonder what?" Tang Yu inquired, sensing that Bai Li Gu Lan's unspoken words hinted at his fate. Bai Li Gu Lan turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. She could not speak of that outcome, fearing it would provoke a psychological reaction in him, as well as worrying Duke Jingguo and his wife. "Why won't you say? No wonder what?" Tang Yu pressed again. "Young master, the young lady is advising you to take care of your health. Yin said, interjecting. Tang Yu understood that there was more to her words. But seeing Bai Li Gu Lan's reluctance to speak made further inquiry futile. He turned and went to his study. Young lady, it seems the young master is upset. Yin remarked, watching Tang Yu's retreating figure. Bai Li Gu Lan turned back to look, noting his hasty departure did indeed suggest some anger. During dinner that evening, Bai Li Gu Lan served Tang Yu a piece of food. He looked up, silent, but accepted the food and ate it. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled brightly. Do not wear such a long face. We are newlyweds. Why act like strangers? Tang Yu met her gaze, captivated by her radiant smile. He wished to express that he was not angry, only troubled by secrets, but seeing her smile so beautifully, he could not bring himself to shatter the moment. That night, after the young couple washed up, they climbed into bed. Given Tang Yu's current state of recovery, engaging in intimacy is not an issue. After extinguishing the lights, Bai Li Gu Lan climbed into bed, deliberately inching closer to Tang Yu. To her surprise, upon sensing her proximity, Tang Yu shifted away from her. Bai Li Gu Lan turned to gaze at him, only to find he had closed his eyes, seemingly devoid of any thoughts. When will we be intimate? She inquired. Hearing this, Tang Yu opened his eyes, glanced at her, then turned away, presenting his back to Bai Li Gu Lan. Let us sleep. Tomorrow morning, we must bid farewell to your parents. Bai Li Gu Lan thought to herself, having gone this far, this man remained indifferent. She decided to let it be. There was no rush concerning the matter of pregnancy. Perhaps, as they gradually built their relationship, emotions would flourish naturally. The next day, Bai Li Gu Lan arrived early at the Town North King's residence to bid farewell to her parents. As the Town North King and his wife boarded the carriage, Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing wept continuously, and Bai Li Gu Lan's eyes also glistened with tears. After this farewell, it was uncertain when they would meet again. The Town North Queen wept silently in the carriage, yearning for one last glimpse of her children, yet she refrained, fearing it would deepen her sorrow. Before entering the carriage, the Town North King looked at Tang Yu and said, I entrust Lanner to you. You must take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect her. Tang Yu replied, bowing in farewell. The Town North King glanced at his children once more, then waved his hand, signaling their departure. As the Town North King exited the city, news reached the Prime Minister. Sir, when shall we act? The messenger inquired. The Prime Minister's gaze turned cold and unfocused as he stared ahead. Tonight, he replied. The dark moonlit night is the best time to act. The messenger understood and responded. Yes, I will mobilize the men for proper arrangements. This time, we must succeed. Failure is not an option, the Prime Minister declared. Understood. The Town North Queen's tears flowed until they left the capital, observing her husband remained silent, seemingly unresponsive. Can't you say something? Are we really leaving them to face those hungry wolves alone in the capital? As a father, can you not think of a way to prevent our separation? The Town North King was lost in thought, pondering Bai Li Gu Lan's words from the previous day. The Prime Minister harbored treasonous intentions, which had driven their family apart, and he would eventually dismantle the military power he held and annihilate the Bai Li family. The emperor was ineffectual, the princes were mediocre. And while the eldest princess wielded some authority, it was limited. Moreover, the numerous ministers in court would never allow her to meddle in state affairs. If a change of dynasty was imminent, why should it not be a member of the Bai Li family who ascends to that supreme position? Reflecting on Bai Li Gu Lan's words, the Town North King, possessing an army of hundreds of thousands, realized the Bai Li family had forged bonds with the founding emperor, fighting their way to establish the Diyu kingdom. Therefore, he truly had no thoughts of usurping the throne. Upon hearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words, he was initially taken aback. But considering the situation in the capital, he began to understand her perspective. I believe there is some truth in what Lanner said. The Town North Queen, bewildered by her husband's vague statements, asked, What did Lanner say to you? The Town North King took her hand and asked, Do you wish to be the revered matriarch of the realm? The Town North Queen was startled, relieved that they were out of the city where no one could overhear. You believe Lanner's nonsense? As a prince who has led troops into battle multiple times, do you not understand the price of a dynasty's change? The suffering of the people is no trivial matter. The Town North King shook his head. I do not think Lanner is speaking without reason. Have you forgotten the matter of the Prime Minister and the Empress? His boldness suggests that treason is not an extraordinary act. Rather than bowing before him when he ascends, It would be preferable for a member of the Bai Li family to reign above all. The town north queen wiped her tears and gazed at him. But Lanner and the others are still in the capital. How will you counter this? I must insist that you cannot neglect their safety. Rest assured, they are my children. If I do not care for their well-being, even if I obtain the world, the people and the subjects will not follow me, the town north king reassured her. Hearing this, the town north queen felt a measure of relief. As night fell, the town north king's entourage set up camp by the roadside. Observing the deepening darkness, the weary travelers succumbed to sleep, while nearby figures in black stirred restlessly. However, the command of success only. Failure not allowed compelled the leader to act with caution and wait. When the moon reached its zenith, obscured by dark clouds, it was the perfect moment to strike. At the leader's command, hundreds of black-clad figures surged toward the town north king's camp, encircling it completely. Upon noticing the assault, the town north king's men immediately raised the alarm, and a fierce battle ensued. Unexpectedly, however, the town north king's troops, in their panic, scattered like loose sand, each fleeing for their lives, behaving like cowards, disregarding their lord's command. This left the black-clad attackers momentarily stunned. Yet there was a faint light emanating from the town north king's tent, and the assailants had not seen the town north king and his wife emerge. The leader signaled for the others to surround the tent, then slashed it open. To their astonishment, it was empty. No trace of the town north king and his wife remained, indicating they had vanished without a trace amid the chaos. The leader was infuriated, glaring around him. Find them. Dead or alive, I demand answers. Yes, the black-clad figures answered, scattering in search of the missing couple. Meanwhile, in the capital, the astronomical bureau was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing and illuminating the night sky. Firefighting efforts were futile. The guards could only watch helplessly as the entire office was consumed by flames. At dawn, the Prime Minister received news of the fire and the fate of the bureau chief, nearly causing him to choke with rage. What he thought would be a sure victory had turned into a disaster. The town north king and his wife had inexplicably vanished. As for the fire at the astronomical bureau, he knew it had been orchestrated by the town north king. Yet, having already departed the capital, he could not gather any evidence against him. Overwhelmed with anger, he felt a familiar pain in his ribs. The following day, news of the fire at the astronomical bureau spread like wildfire throughout the city, primarily due to Bai Li Gu Lan's involvement. With the bureau and its chief reduced to ashes, street priests proclaimed that the bureau chief had brought this upon himself. He harmed others, and heaven has claimed him. No one can save him. After this proclamation, the people ceased to gossip about Bai Li Gu Lan's actions, fearing retribution. Song Zhan stood atop a tea house, observing the townspeople whispering amongst themselves, his expression impassive. He had believed that the arrangements made the previous night would easily secure the town north king's demise. With the town north king out of the way, he thought his ascension to power would soon follow. However, he had not anticipated the town north king's clever escape. Frustrated, Song Zhan slammed his fist against the window frame. At this moment, the Prince of the North and his consort had donned the attire of common folk, riding leisurely together on a single horse along the rustic path. Since their marriage, the princess had been preoccupied with the affairs of the household and had not ridden for many years. After sitting in the saddle for so long, she complained of aches in her back and waist, asking the prince when they might return to the main road to purchase a carriage. The prince, observing the farmers toiling in the fields, chuckled softly. How long has it been since we rode so leisurely? The princess retorted, Are you unaware of the burdens you carry? This is hardly a time for leisure, as if we were still young. Hearing her protest, the prince received an elbow nudge from her. Enough with the laughter. As old married folks, we should not be riding together in such a manner, lest we become the subject of ridicule. I am quite uncomfortable on this saddle. We must find a place to rest. The Duke of Jing Guo, replied the prince. The Duke had waited long yesterday, and upon hearing no news from the Astronomical Bureau, realized that the Emperor had broken his word once more. Just as he pondered how to assist Bai Li Gu Lan in dispelling rumors, the Astronomical Bureau had been set ablaze. While he was unaware of the perpetrator, the act distinctly bore the hallmarks of the prince's style. He sighed, lamenting his lack of power, which rendered him ineffective in various matters. Watching Tang Yu prepare to head to the military camp, the Duke remarked, From now on, the entire weight of the Duke of Jingguo's estate shall rest upon your shoulders. You must train diligently and restore the former glory of our household. Tang Yu acknowledged, The Duchess has high hopes for me as I enter the military. Bai Li Gu Lan silently regarded the Duke and Duchess. According to the fate of Tang Yu in his past life, such aspirations might be beyond his reach. However, she believed that minor ailments could evolve into significant ones, and she would remain vigilant over his well-being, ensuring he took proper care of himself. Bai Li Gu Lan accompanied Tang Yu to the gate of the Duke's estate. As he mounted his horse, he glanced back, said nothing, and urged the horse forward. "Miss, your son-in-law has departed for the military camp," spoke Dao. Bai Li Gu Lan continued to gaze in the direction Tang Yu had gone. Feeling uneasy about Bai Li Aoshue and Bai Li Qing, she decided to return to the prince's estate while the opportunity arose. With Tang Yu gone, she knew the household would fall under Bai Li Aoshue's solitary management. Upon her return, Uncle Li hurried to greet her. "Mississippi." "Yes. How has your investigation regarding the matter I asked you about progressed?" she inquired. "The place has been vacated," he replied. Bai Li Gu Lan was not surprised by this outcome. After her marriage to Song Zhan in her previous life, she discovered he had established a workshop outside the city for the production of various weapons. However, she had trusted him implicitly and had not inquired further, leaving her unaware of its exact location. "Should we continue searching?" Uncle Li asked.
Yes.
"We must uncover the truth to prevent future calamities," she affirmed. Chapter 49. A misguided scheme. Bai Li Aoshue sat alone on a swing in the courtyard, feeling a profound sense of loneliness as the estate was nearly empty except for the servants. She held the clay figure that Song Zhan had repaired for her, gazing at it repeatedly. Yet, it remained an inanimate object, offering no solace for her aching heart. Bai Li Gu Lan approached, noticing the item in her sister's hands, and curiously asked, "Where did you acquire that clay figure? I have never seen you with it before." Startled, Bai Li Aoshue turned to face her sister with a look of fear. "What is the matter?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, noticing her sister's pallor. Bai Li Aoshue stood up, nervously concealing the figure behind her. I am fine." Bai Li Gu Lan frowned, sensing her sister's distress. "Your expression clearly suggests otherwise. How could you be fine?" Bai Li Aoshue stammered, "Your sudden return startled me." Bai Li Aoshue's heart raced with anxiety, but she managed to find a plausible excuse, steadying herself. "Has brother-in-law gone to the military camp?"
Yes.
"Seeing as you are the only one left at the prince's estate, I decided to return as well," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, casting a glance behind her. "Where did you get that clay figure?" In her previous life, after Bai Li Aoshue had tragically passed away during childbirth, Bai Li Gu Lan had come across an identical clay figure while sorting through her belongings. "I had it made by a street vendor," Bai Li Aoshue replied, handing the figure to a nearby servant, Xiao Yu, instructing her to place it in the room. The two sisters settled in the small hall, and a maid brought tea for Bai Li Gu Lan. After taking a sip, Bai Li Gu Lan asked, "You are approaching marriageable age, and our parents have entrusted me with managing your wedding. Have you given any thought to marrying?" Noticing a hint of melancholy in Bai Li Aoshue's eyes, Bai Li Gu Lan surmised that she still harbored feelings for Song Zhan. "Are you still thinking of the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence?" she probed. Bai Li Aoshue lowered her head, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing her sister's inability to move on, Bai Li Gu Lan felt frustration. Yet, she recognized that Bai Li Aoshue had committed no wrong. She had not experienced rebirth like herself. Even if she had, she could not foresee the future betrayal Song Zhan would inflict upon the Bai family. Bai Li Gu Lan took a deep breath. "You must not dwell on him. You should have heard about the recent events in Jinzhou concerning our father in court. Our adversarial relationship with the Prime Minister's residence makes it impossible for you to marry into it." Bai Li Aoshue glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan. "I understand. Do not worry. I will not marry him, but I do not wish to marry anyone else either." Bai Li Gu Lan's hand holding the teacup froze as she stared at her sister for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well. As long as you sever ties with Song Zhan, it matters not if you remain unmarried." As the weather grew colder, it became necessary to prepare for the heating of the room. Dao presented Bai Li Gu Lan with a hand warmer. "Miss, we received a letter from the palace." Bai Li Gu Lan accepted the warmer. "What news does it bring?" "The beauty Zhao, sent by the Prime Minister's residence, is pregnant and has been elevated to the rank of Zhao Pin. Miss Su is concerned that if she bears a dragon son, she may receive further favor. She wishes to inquire whether you might also become pregnant." Before entering the palace, Bai Li Gu Lan had explicitly instructed Su Yao not to act on her own accord regarding pregnancy, as the emperor did not lack heirs. Conceiving would not guarantee greater affection and might even hinder her standing in the court. Bai Li Gu Lan relayed this to Ying Dao, instructing her to convey the message to the palace. Recently, the estate had received numerous invitations, but aside from the banquet hosted by the eldest princess, Bai Li Gu Lan had declined all others. Contemplating the idea of inciting her father to rebel, it was essential to cultivate relationships with influential officials. However, with so many invitations, attending each one was impractical. Thus, Bai Li Gu Lan decided to host a banquet at the prince's estate, inviting the families of prominent officials from the capital. She called upon Uncle Li to deliver the invitations to the noble households in the capital. Preparations for the banquet began 3 days in advance, and the servants of the prince's estate became busily engaged in the preparations. On the day of the banquet, Bai Li Gu Lan donned a white gown adorned with embroidered begonia flowers, complemented by a red brocade jacket with colorful butterflies. The vibrant attire added a splash of color to the winter landscape. Matron Chong styled her hair into an elegant tall cone, and she adorned herself with a set of exquisite ruby accessories, enhancing her already vibrant demeanor. Bai Li Aoshue also dressed for the occasion, her appearance charmingly suited to her youthful beauty. However, Bai Li Gu Lan noticed that since severing ties with Song Zhan, her sister had undergone a transformation, her vivacity dimmed. Once all was ready, Bai Li Gu Lan instructed Uncle Li to open the estate's gates and welcome the guests. To her surprise, the first arrival was none other than the eldest princess. Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Aoshue personally stepped out to greet her, exclaiming, "We are honored by the presence of the esteemed eldest princess. Please, there is no need for formalities. This princess has arrived early. I hope it does not inconvenience you." The grand princess scrutinized Bai Li Gu Lan's attire for the day. The hairpin adorned with a ruby, as large as a pigeon's egg, caught her eye. She had a few such gems herself. However, having reached a certain age, her taste had evolved, and she no longer favored such vibrant adornments. Observing Bai Li Gu Lan's resplendent appearance, she could not help but inwardly lament the joys of youth. The presence of the grand princess at the banquet was already a source of honor for the northern prince's residence. How could a mere daughter of the court take issue with it? Bai Li Gu Lan responded graciously, "Please, enter the grand princess's abode." She stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. The grand princess lifted her foot and entered, with Bai Li Gu Lan accompanying her. "I have heard that you are hosting all the noble ladies of the capital today, with your parents returned to Jinzhou and no elders in the residence. You must have had quite a bit of work to manage," the grand princess remarked as she walked inside. "Thank you for your concern, grand princess. We have some old servants brought from Jinzhou to assist me, so it has not been too burdensome," Bai Li Gu Lan replied politely. The grand princess cast a sidelong glance at her. She had intended to place some of her own people within the northern prince's household. But judging from Bai Li Gu Lan's words, it seemed unlikely. "That is for the best. I had considered providing you with 2 nannies, but it appears there is no need. Since your parents are not in the capital, should any matters arise, you may send someone to me at the grand princess's residence." Recently, the grand princess had observed the northern prince and the chancellor in covert conflict, expecting that upon arriving in the capital, the chancellor's cunning and ability would impose a significant challenge on the northern prince. However, she was taken aback as he lost a few of his trusted aides instead. Truly, the attempt to outsmart had backfired spectacularly. The chancellor, who usually appeared so strategic, had been utterly defeated in just a few exchanges with the northern prince. With the chancellor's defeat, there was little in the court capable of rivaling the northern prince, compelling the grand princess to extend her goodwill to Bai Li Gu Lan once more, prompting her early arrival. In the flower hall, a maidservant served tea, and the grand princess glanced at Bai Li Aoshue with a smile. "The second daughter of your household has reached the age of maturity, has she not? I have heard she has not yet chosen a suitor. How about allowing this princess to assist in selecting a suitable match?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li Aoshue froze mid-motion, her hand poised to sip tea. The grand princess's direct proposal, while not an official betrothal, was difficult to decline. Bai Li Aoshue looked to Bai Li Gu Lan for assistance. Bai Li Gu Lan understood her sister's plight. With a gentle laugh, she said, "What a coincidence. Grand princess. Unbeknownst to you, I recently discussed Aoshue's marriage with her. As I am now wed, the northern prince's residence has only my younger siblings. Aoshue expressed her desire to stay with her brother for the time being and has no intention of discussing marriage." The grand princess shot a glance at Bai Li Aoshue. According to her informants, Aoshue was the least concerned among the northern prince's offspring. With an elder sister and younger brother, she lived freely and unburdened. It was implausible that someone who had never worried about life would choose not to marry for the sake of her brother. Thus, Bai Li Gu Lan's words were clearly a mere evasion. The Grand Princess felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet the Northern Prince's prowess compelled her to set aside her usual pride. Since marriage is not to be discussed at present, we shall revisit the topic later. However, she had her methods for manipulating individuals. If not overtly, she would act in the shadows, for she possessed an abundance of means at her disposal. At that moment, the matron responsible for receiving guests entered with other attendees. After some polite exchanges, they all moved to the garden to admire the flowers. With more people present, Bai Li Ao Shui joined some noble ladies in playing games like tossing arrows, while Bai Li Gu Lan attended to the married women. In gatherings such as these, encounters often devolved into comparisons or flattery for ulterior motives. The lady of Jing Guo Gong also arrived, prompting Bai Li Gu Lan to personally step outside to greet her. "Why have you come out with so many guests inside?" the lady of Jing Guo Gong inquired. Bai Li Gu Lan understood her tone was not one of reproach, but rather a reminder of the guests she had left unattended. "It is nothing. As this is my mother-in-law's first visit to the prince's residence, it is only proper that I come to welcome her." The lady of Jing Guo Gong smiled slightly. "Then let us go inside, lest the others sit idly." Most of the ladies were seated in the flower hall, sipping tea. Bai Li Gu Lan escorted the lady of Jing Guo Gong inside. Although they seldom saw each other, the lady of Jing Guo Gong was acquainted with the others. After some simple pleasantries, conversation resumed. All present were individuals of standing, and many knew of Tang Yu's grievous injury prior to his wedding. The lady of the censor sat beside the lady of Jing Guo Gong, seemingly stirring trouble as she remarked, "I thought you would not attend the banquet at the Northern Prince's residence today, considering the son of the family is away." The lady of Jing Guo Gong recognized the underlying provocation. Her words were likely intended to sow discord between her and Bai Li Gu Lan. "While Miss Bai is indeed my daughter-in-law, she is also a daughter of the Northern Prince's residence, and there is nothing inappropriate about hosting a banquet there." The lady of the censor was unconvinced that the lady of Jing Guo Gong bore no resentment, and she scoffed. "I heard the son of the family has gone to the army, and he cannot return daily. Would that not place the lady of the heir in a position of grievance?" The lady of the censor appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Her gaze filled with the unspoken, "I know your relationship is strained." The lady of Jing Guo Gong retorted with a cold smile, "The censor resides at home daily. You bear no grievances, yet I have heard that not long ago, you returned to your family home because of an elderly lady in your household."
What?
"Does the censor not protect you?" The lady of the censor's expression stiffened, and she struggled to find a justification. "That was because my brother from my maternal family sought me for a matter." The lady of Jing Guo Gong internally scoffed, disbelieving her words. In the garden, the atmosphere had initially been one of laughter and merriment until two sisters began to quarrel, prompting a maid to rush to Bai Li Gu Lan to report the situation. "Miss, the two young ladies from the Minister of Revenue's household are arguing in the garden." Bai Li Gu Lan frowned and excused herself from the Grand Princess and the assembled ladies, making her way to the garden. There, a crowd of noble ladies had gathered, forming a circle to watch the commotion. The matron cleared a path for Bai Li Gu Lan, revealing Fong Ro angrily pointing at another girl. "I told you not to follow me. Now you've embarrassed yourself. Hurry back, or I will ensure our parents punish you." The girl being scolded, Fong Jin, was Fong Ro's younger sister. Both sisters' garments were significantly damp, with Fong Jin's being more soaked, her makeup in disarray. Bai Li Ao Shui was nearby, unsure of how to intervene, visibly relieved upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan's arrival. "Sister, they are quarreling," she said. Bai Li Gu Lan regarded Fong Ro, recalling her presence at the last incident when she stood alongside Chu Qing, compelling her to kneel. Her impression of Fong Ro was far from favorable, and she was surprised to see her at the banquet. "What is happening?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Upon seeing the hostess arrive, Fong Jin trembled with fear, her eyes reflecting helplessness. Bai Li Ao Shui explained the situation. Fong Jin had accidentally splashed tea on Fong Ro, who, believing it was intentional, retaliated by dousing Fong Jin in tea. "No, it was not intentional. Someone bumped into my elbow while I was drinking tea, causing me to wet my sister's clothes." Fong Jin defended herself. "You claim it was not deliberate. Then who bumped into your elbow? Speak up. You cannot name them, can you? That means it was intentional." "Yet you refuse to admit it," Fong Ro pressed, stepping forward as if to strike Fong Jin. Bai Li Gu Lan immediately called out, "Ting Yin." Ting Yin rushed forward, grasping Fong Ro's wrist firmly. You, a mere maid, dare to seize my hand? Release me! Fong Rou shouted, her anger intensifying. Despite her struggles, she could not free herself from Tingyian's grasp. Bai Li Gu Lan approached Fong Rou, gazing intently at her. Tingyin, release her. Indeed. Today is my banquet. Do you intend to cause a disturbance? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, fixing her gaze on Fong Rou. Fong Rou glanced at Fong Jin behind Bai Li Gu Lan before responding. It is not I who seeks to create chaos, but rather her. She has drenched my clothes, and when I asked her to return, she refused. As the elder sister, it is my duty to teach her a lesson, lest she tarnish our family's reputation. Bai Li Gu Lan let out a cold laugh. This is the residence of the Prince of Northern Town, not your Minister of Revenue's estate. If you wish to discipline her, do so within your own household. Here, unruliness will not be tolerated. Fong Rou retorted. Bai Li Gu Lan turned to Fong Jin, saying, if you both wish to remain for the banquet, I shall have a maid escort you to a room to dry your clothes. If you wish to leave, I will have a maid see you out. I wish to stay, Fong Jin declared. She had a purpose for attending this banquet and could not simply return. Bai Li Gu Lan instructed a nearby maid to take Fong Jin away and then turned her attention back to Fong Rou. I shall stay as well, Fong Rou asserted, casting a glance at Fong Jin. Sensing the tension between the sisters, Bai Li Gu Lan felt that there was more to their story. Amidst the commotion, guests resumed their entertainment, some admiring the flowers while others engaged in games. Once the crowd dispersed, Bai Li Gu Lan summoned two matrons to keep an eye on Fong Rou and Fong Jin to prevent further trouble. Chapter 51. Ruined reputation. As Bai Li Gu Lan was about to return to the flower hall, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue invited her to sit by the waterside pavilion. Inside the pavilion, noticing Lu Zixin's slightly swollen abdomen, she deduced that she was with child. You're expecting, please take a seat. Lu Zixin appeared somewhat embarrassed. I should not have come to your banquet while pregnant, but I truly wish to meet you. Bai Li Gu Lan offered a polite smile, aware of the relationship between the Minister of Revenue and her father, and endeavored to be cordial. Not at all. Given the connection between the Minister of Revenue's household and my northern town residents, it is only natural we maintain such ties. After speaking, Bai Li Gu Lan instructed Tingyin, go to the kitchen and have the cook prepare some fruit tea suitable for pregnant women. Yes, Tingyin replied, heading to the kitchen. Lu Zixin felt increasingly guilty for imposing on Bai Li Gu Lan, knowing that her family had business with the northern town prince. She had heard that the heir had gone to the military camp, and in the future, would surely rise to prominence. The two engaged in light conversation. Entering the military is also a matter of personal fortune, Bai Li Gu Lan remarked. Sensing Lu Zixin's underlying intentions, she suspected that as the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, there must be a reason for her visit. Lu Zixin began discussing matters concerning her husband. It turned out that she had married her cousin from her maternal side, a talented young man who, unfortunately, had failed to pass the imperial examinations and held no official position. Following a recent scandal involving embezzlement of military funds in Jinzhou, many officials had been demoted. She sought to leverage connections to secure a minor official position for her husband. However, due to their secret engagement, she had quarreled with her family, and her father was reluctant to assist her, prompting her to seek Bai Li Gu Lan's help. Madam Chow, am I now to be addressed as such? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Yes, Lu Zixin nodded. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled awkwardly. I understand your desire to secure a position for your husband, but I am unable to assist you. You must return to the Minister of Revenue for help. If her family was unwilling to aid her, Bai Li Gu Lan felt powerless in this regard. Moreover, she held no official power herself, only her father's influence in the capital, which she could not wield lightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixin's face paled. She had anticipated this outcome, but still hoped for a different result. Now, faced with the answer, she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. However, recalling that she had defied her family to marry her cousin, and that her father had declared he would no longer care for her after she left home, she felt trapped. It was only a little over 6 months, and she already faced such difficulties for her husband's sake. At that moment, Tingyin returned with the fruit tea. It was a beverage Bai Li Gu Lan enjoyed, and Tingyin poured a cup for her. Do not be disheartened. Sip some warm tea to steady yourself, Bai Li Gu Lan advised Lu Zixin. Thank you. Lu Zixin realized that crying would be inappropriate, so she composed herself. I apologize for the trouble. There are many guests today, so I shall take my leave. Lu Zixin stood and made her way out of the pavilion. Such impulsive departures reflected her capricious nature, explaining her strained relationship with the Minister of Revenue. Bai Li Gu Lan called for Matron Chong to escort her, ensuring that a pregnant woman did not wander alone in the estate. "Miss, why does it seem like she has been crying?" Tingyin asked, puzzled. Sighing, Bai Li Gu Lan recounted the reason for Lu Zixin's visit. Tingyin was astonished. She actually had a secret engagement with her cousin and fell out with her family? What charm does that man possess? I have only heard of men being enchanted by women. This is the first time I've seen a woman so captivated. You have yet to witness many things. Be careful not to spread this around. One must guard against tarnishing another's reputation. Rest assured, I understand, Tingyin replied. As Bai Li Gu Lan exited the pavilion towards the flower hall, she spotted Bai Li Aoshue and other noble ladies joyfully playing in the garden. It had been a long time since she had seen Bai Li Aoshue so cheerful, prompting her to pause and observe. "Miss, the second young lady seems particularly happy today," Tingyin remarked. "Indeed," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, turning to leave when she accidentally collided with a young lady in a pink dress.
Ah.
The girl fell to the ground, looking quite aggrieved. Bai Li Gu Lan had been so focused on watching Bai Li Aoshue that she had not noticed anyone so close. "Are you alright? Did I hurt you?" The girl's maid helped her up. "I am fine. It was your clothing that got soiled. I sincerely apologize." Bai Li Gu Lan glanced down to find her own clothes dampened. "It is no matter. I shall change into another set," she assured. "But are we not to engage in a talent competition? Is there still time?" The girl in pink asked. Bai Li Gu Lan considered the time. Returning to change would require redoing her hairstyle, which was indeed too time-consuming. She still had to attend to the guests and oversee the talent show, so she decided to dry her clothes in a nearby room in the garden. Inside the room, Bai Li Gu Lan removed her outer garment and handed it to Tingyin. Tingyin mumbled, "It feels like today has been a series of tea spills. Either someone else is splashed, or you are." Hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan smiled wryly. Suddenly, she heard faint footsteps outside the room, and upon closer inspection, it felt as if someone was sneaking about. Focusing intently on the sounds outside, she was startled to see a hole punctured in the window paper through which a tube was inserted, followed by a plume of white smoke. Bai Li Gu Lan could not help but smirk. This was her territory, and someone dared to act so boldly. She wondered who would be so audacious. Taking the garment from Tingyin's hands, she said, "The clothes are still damp." "Shh." Bai Li Gu Lan pointed to the punctured window paper. Hearing that someone intended to harm Bai Li Gu Lan, Tingyin's pupils contracted, and she nearly rushed out to apprehend the culprit, only to be restrained by Bai Li Gu Lan. "Let us first observe what transpires," she advised, gesturing towards a concealed door nearby before activating the mechanism and stepping inside. Before long, the door to the chamber was pushed open, revealing a tall woman who scanned the surroundings yet failed to spot Bai Li Gu Lan. Suddenly, she was struck on the nape and collapsed to the ground unconscious. "Miss, who is this person?" Ting Ying inquired, covering her mouth and nose as she scrutinized the figure on the floor. With so many guests today, Bai Li Gu Lan could not identify the woman and was perplexed by the presence of a knockout gas upon her entry, followed by the arrival of this woman. Just as she pondered this, Bai Li Gu Lan noticed something peculiar about the woman. Upon closer inspection, she observed a faint stubble on the heavily powdered chin, resembling that of a beard. Covering her mouth and nose with one hand, she reached out to touch the chin, confirming that the texture was indeed different from that of a woman's skin, somewhat coarse. Yet, upon further examination, she found no Adam's apple, making it difficult to ascertain whether the individual was male or female. Tingyin also noticed this anomaly and reached out to touch as well. "Miss, why does this person have stubble?" Bai Li Gu Lan, equally perplexed, extended her hand toward the woman's chest, causing Tingyin to widen her eyes in alarm. "Miss, allow me to handle this. You should not intervene." Bai Li Gu Lan chuckled softly and retrieved 2 soft buns from the so-called woman's bosom. During today's banquet, with no elders or male hosts present, Bai Li Gu Lan had instructed Uncle Li to specify in the invitations that only ladies and young women were welcome. The arrival of this cross-dressing man clearly indicated a malicious plot at play. Bai Li Gu Lan tossed the buns onto the ground, watching as they rolled aside. Tingyin, even more incensed than Bai Li Gu Lan, exclaimed, "How outrageous! Someone dared to disguise themselves as a woman and infiltrate the estate to cause harm. I will go fetch someone to deal with him immediately." With that, Tingyin stormed toward the door, only to be stopped by Bai Li Gu Lan. "Not so fast. I just entered this chamber, and he came in shortly after. There may be more to unfold. We should hide and wait." Bai Li Gu Lan and Tinging retreated behind the concealed door once more. Sure enough, a group approached shortly. Leading them was Bai Li Ao Shui, who called out as she approached the chamber, "Sister, are you in there?" After a moment of silence with no response, Bai Li Ao Shui called again. "Second young lady. I witnessed the wife of the heir of the Jing Guo Duke's residence with a wet garment. She came here to dry it, with the windows and doors sealed. Could she be in danger?" inquired a woman in pink. Her words sparked speculation among the crowd, prompting someone to suggest, "Since we cannot find her, let us break down the door and see if she is inside. It will clarify everything." Indeed, we cannot just stand idly by. Under the chorus of voices, Bai Li Ao Shui summoned a matron to break down the door. The matron, dispatched from the Duke of Zhenbei's residence, brought along two strong individuals who swiftly dismantled the door. As the door crashed open, Feng Rou and the woman in pink entered first. However, aside from the figure sprawled on the floor, there was no sign of Bai Li Gu Lan. Feng Rou glanced at the woman in pink, who appeared alarmed, opening her mouth to speak but hesitating as more people entered. "Have you seen my sister?" Bai Li Ao Shui pressed through the crowd.
Who is this?
She asked upon noticing the person on the ground.
I
do not know," Feng Rou replied. The woman in pink echoed, "Yes, we also do not know. We entered and found her lying here. She has no breasts. She is a man." At that moment, someone noticed the flat chest of the unconscious man and the buns scattered on the floor.
Oh.
Indeed, it is a man. There are even two buns here. The revelation of a cross-dressing individual infiltrating the banquet caused some to retreat, fearing potential repercussions. Bai Li Gu Lan then emerged from outside the chamber. "Why are you all here instead of enjoying the garden?" A woman in green glanced into the room and recounted the events. It turned out that while in the garden, someone had inquired about the commencement of the talent performances. Upon realizing Bai Li Gu Lan was missing, the woman in pink claimed she had seen her come this way and had not returned for a long time. This prompted Bai Li Ao Shui to lead the group in search of her, only to discover the unconscious man on the floor, with the buns having been removed from his clothing. As Bai Li Gu Lan walked further into the room, she cast a cold gaze at the faces of those present. One by one, they met her eyes with trepidation, but did not look away. The woman in pink, however, lowered her head, striving to diminish her presence. Only Feng Rou maintained a composed demeanor, locking eyes with Bai Li Gu Lan as she approached, slightly lifting her head as if to engage in a comparison. "Sister, this person on the ground is disguised as a woman, but I do not know who brought him in," Bai Li Ao Shui informed Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at the figure below. "Since we do not know who brought him here, summon Uncle Li and the steward." "Miss, I will fetch Uncle Li," Tinging offered. Bai Li Gu Lan nodded, and Tinging quickly departed. Before long, Uncle Li and the steward were brought in by Tinging. Bai Li Gu Lan instructed the matron to drag the man out of the chamber and brought in a bucket of cold water to douse him. As the man awakened and realized his scheme had failed and been exposed, panic washed over his face. Spotting Feng Rou in the crowd, he noted her dark expression and piercing gaze. He realized his fate was sealed, a chill running down his spine. "What identity did you assume to enter?" Bai Li Gu Lan queried the steward. The steward, glancing at the man, recalled today's guest reception. "For the banquet, only those with invitations are allowed entry. I do not recall this man dressed as a woman at all. I have no memory of him," he confessed, kneeling in remorse. "I failed in my duties. Please punish me." Mississippi Bai Li Gu Lan directed her attention to the man. "Speak. Who sent you here? Why did you follow me into this chamber shortly after I arrived? Was it to tarnish my reputation?" The man cast a furtive glance towards Feng Rou. I entered on my own accord, with no one directing me. I merely heard you have a fondness for male companions and wish to seek your favor." This response was clearly rehearsed, and he delivered it smoothly. The crowd turned their collective gaze toward Bai Li Gu Lan, his statement undoubtedly rekindling the rumors. Bai Li Gu Lan's expression grew colder. "You would do well to disclose the identity of those behind you. Otherwise, I possess ample means to extract the truth from you.
Should it come to that,
you shall suffer greatly." At her words, the man trembled involuntarily. He did not wish to die or endure physical torment, yet his family's fate lay in Feng Rou's hands, leaving him with no choice. "I entered of my own accord, yearning to be your favored companion. I beseech you to fulfill my desires. Allow me to remain in your residence, granting me but a morsel to sustain my existence." Chapter 53. Do you have evidence? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Bai Li Gu Lan's eyes as she contemplated summoning Uncle Li to take the man away for interrogation. Just then, a matron approached from beside the crown princess. The matron cast a glance at the man and inquired of Bai Li Gu Lan. "The crown princess has sent me to ask when the talent show shall commence, for the hour is growing late." Bai Li Gu Lan looked to the heavens, realizing that time had indeed been wasted. Thus, she instructed Uncle Li to escort the man away and confine him. The talent competition was set to unfold in the front courtyard, where the servants had already prepared the stage. Due to the disturbance caused by the man, Bai Li Gu Lan offered her apologies and exchanged pleasantries before commencing the first round of the poetry contest. The first prize was a set of gold jewelry, valued at over 1,000 taels of silver, which attracted enthusiastic participation from many noble ladies. Ultimately, the daughter of the Minister of Rights claimed the top honor. Following this, the dance competition commenced, with excellent rewards for the top 3 positions, drawing widespread participation as it was an area in which many excelled. Midway through the contest, Uncle Li returned to report on the situation regarding the man. Upon hearing his words, Bai Li Gu Lan scanned the crowd. "Has the wife of the Minister of Revenue not arrived?"
she asked.
"She has not, but 2 young ladies from the minister's household are present," Uncle Li replied. "Given the lively atmosphere, send someone to invite them over." The banquet proceeded smoothly, as winning the top prize was a matter of both fame and fortune, prompting all to showcase their talents to the utmost. As the noble ladies took to the stage, their exquisite dance performances captivated the audience, causing them to momentarily forget the earlier incident in the chamber. With the dance competition concluded, it was time for the musical performance. Fong Ro also participated, and when her melody filled the air, Fong Jin was taken aback. "Isn't that the tune composed by my mother? How is Fong Ro able to play it?" As the piece ended, the crown princess inquired of Fong Ro, "What is the name of this composition? I have never heard it before." Fong Ro, with a proud glance at Fong Jin, replied, "This is a piece I chanced upon. It is not yet circulated widely, which is why your highness and the others are unfamiliar with it. You are playing a piece composed by my mother." At this, the crowd turned their attention to Fong Jin. With boldness, she stepped forward to confront Fong Ro. "How is it that you can play my mother's composition?" Initially, she intended to leverage this piece to claim the top prize, yet now that Fong Ro had performed it, Fong Jin felt a surge of resentment, for she had hoped to sell the prize to her mother to procure medicine. "Sister, this composition has not been released. How can you claim it as your mother's? Do you possess any evidence?" Fong Ro retorted. "I certainly do. The sheet music is still in my possession." "Sheet music? Ha! I have that as well. How dare you accuse me in front of the crown princess and all these ladies?" Fong Jin was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Fong Ro's audacity. "I did not. That piece belongs to my mother." Fong Jin knelt before the crown princess, pleading, "Your Highness, I am not deceiving you. It truly is my mother's work. She is ill and entrusted the sheet music to me." The crown princess, unwilling to take either party's word as truth, turned to Bai Li Gu Lan. "Lady of the Jingwa Duke, what is your perspective?" In truth, their commotion had already disrupted the subsequent competitors. Others were awaiting their turn, and it would not do to delay the competition over the ownership of a single composition. Perhaps it would be best to disqualify both contestants and allow the others to proceed, Bai Li Gu Lan suggested. Agreed. The assembly voiced their approval of Bai Li Gu Lan's decision. Fong Jin was taken aback. The top prizes were now out of reach, and so was her mother's medicine. Fong Ro clenched her fists in frustration, casting a venomous glare at Fong Jin. With the competition slot revoked, Fong Ro huffily tossed her sleeve and attempted to depart. Upon reaching the drooping flower gate, she was intercepted by the matron. "What are you attempting?" Fong Ro inquired. "The esteemed daughter of the Minister of Revenue has requested your presence. My lady has sent someone to invite her, and she is likely to arrive shortly. Please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Fong Ro's eyes widened with fear. Could Bai Li Gu Lan have learned of the situation? But then she reconsidered. The man's kin were in her grasp, and he would not dare betray her. "Step aside. I wish to leave." "Do you intend to forcibly detain me at the Duke of Jinbei's residence?" "Please be patient. Once the wife of the Minister of Revenue arrives, you may depart together." At that moment, the wife of the Minister of Revenue arrived. A young maid was guiding her, and upon reaching the drooping flower gate, she spotted Fong Ro being restrained by the matron. "Mother, the wicked servants of the Duke of Jinbei are preventing me from leaving." Fong Ro rushed to her mother, seeking sympathy. The wife of the Minister of Revenue observed the matron, noting her calm demeanor and lack of fear in the presence of her rank. In a hushed tone, she asked Fong Ro, "What has transpired?" Fong Ro, pouting, recounted the incident regarding the sheet music. "It is merely a trivial matter, do not fret. I shall clarify the situation," her mother reassured her. The matron guided the wife of the Minister of Revenue and Fong Ro into the front courtyard. The competition had yet to conclude, and Bai Li Gu Lan was preoccupied. Thus, she directed them to wait at the side. After a quarter of an hour, the competition finally reached its conclusion. Witnessing others receive their prizes, Fong Jin could not help but shed tears from her seat. With the talent competition over, the banquet was drawing to a close. Just as the guests were about to depart, Bai Li Gu Lan called out, "I would appreciate your patience for a moment longer." The crowd halted, presuming Bai Li Gu Lan had further arrangements.
To their surprise,
Uncle Li commanded a servant to bring forth the man who had disguised himself as a woman. The man bore visible injuries, clearly having undergone interrogation. Fong Ro's heart raced as she gazed at him, anxiety causing her palms to sweat. The gathering was composed entirely of women, yet a man had infiltrated their midst. A grave oversight by her subordinates. However, this individual's identity was questionable. The steward of the estate had already interrogated him and discovered that someone sought to exploit him to ensnare Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan paused momentarily before addressing the man. "Speak. Reveal the identity of those who orchestrated this scheme, and I shall spare your life." The man glanced at Fong Ro and declared, "It was the daughter of the Minister of Revenue who sent me. She instructed me to disgrace you." "Nonsense," Fong Ro shouted. Turning to Bai Li Gu Lan, "It was you who conspired to frame me." The wife of the Minister of Revenue scrutinized the scene. "Lady of the Duke, one must speak with substantiated evidence. There are so many witnesses present. To rely solely on the coerced confession of one individual to tarnish the reputation of the daughter of the Minister of Revenue is to underestimate the intelligence of others." The attendees murmured among themselves, and the Crown Princess interjected. "Indeed. Lady of the Duke, you must provide evidence. One cannot make accusations based solely on hearsay." "Quite right," echoed the other matrons in agreement. The wife of the Duke of Jing Guo wished to assist Bai Li Gu Lan, yet was at a loss. Lacking the full context of the situation, Bai Li Gu Lan smirked. "Do not fret. If evidence is what you seek, we shall continue the interrogation." Chapter 54. Aiming to shift blame perfectly. Fong Ro was deeply concerned about what the man might reveal. Before the interrogation could continue, she stepped forward, asserting, "I suspect this man has been threatened or bribed. Thus, his words cannot be trusted." "Humph. If his words are untrustworthy, then the garments and hairpin he wears must have a traceable origin. A simple inquiry will reveal who provided them, thereby exposing the true puppet master behind this scheme." Fong Ro was momentarily taken aback. The guests at today's banquet were all noble ladies from prominent families. In order to ensure that a certain man could smoothly enter the Duke of the North's residence without being detected, she provided him with an entire set of head ornaments and fine garments. Upon noticing Fong Ro's pale complexion and the disheveled hairpin inserted into the man's hair, which was indeed the set she had prepared for Fong Ro, the wife of the Minister of Revenue silently gritted her teeth. Yet, her ire was not directed at Fong Ro for this incident, but rather at Fong Ro's carelessness, which had left her vulnerable to reproach. Fong Ro was filled with trepidation, contemplating the possibility of being exposed. In a panic, she scanned the room until her eyes landed on Fong Jin. An idea struck her, and she pointed accusingly at Fong Jin, exclaiming, "It was her. She stole my headpiece. She must have colluded with that man to wear my belongings here." The crowd, upon hearing her words, turned their gaze towards Fong Jin, who instinctively took a few steps back to avoid being implicated. "I did not. It was not me," Fong Jin pleaded helplessly. "How can you deny it? If it weren't for you, how could my headpiece have gone missing and ended up on this man's head?" Fong Ro retorted, glaring fiercely. The wife of the Minister of Revenue understood Fong Ro's intent and felt a measure of satisfaction seeing her daughter quickly find a scapegoat when faced with trouble. However, she refrained from speaking in front of the crowd. Fong Jin, kneeling before the Grand Princess and Bai Li Gu Lan, felt that Fong Ro's accusations were logically sound. With no evidence to prove her innocence, she sought assistance from these two influential figures. "Grand Princess, Lady of the Air, she is framing me. I did not steal her headpiece, nor did I instruct this man to sneak into the Duke of the North's residence." Yet her words lacked substantiation, making it difficult for others to believe her. The crowd remained silent, while Fong Ro, buoyed by her own cunning, felt a sense of pride. Grand Princess. Lady of the Air, the wife of the Minister of Revenue approached, casting a disappointed glance at Fong Jin. She is merely a concubine's daughter for my household. It is my failure as the mistress to have raised her properly, causing trouble at your esteemed banquet. I shall take her home to discipline her, and will ensure she comes to apologize at a later date. How does that sound? This was the residence of the Duke of the North, and the Grand Princess had no authority to make decisions, leaving the choice to Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan smirked. I think the minister's wife speaks truly. You clearly have not raised your daughter well, allowing her to act so recklessly in my Duke of the North's house. The minister's wife, being of seniority, found this remark quite humiliating, barely suppressing her indignation. Bai Li Gu Lan then approached Fong Ro mockingly. Do you think yourself clever? Do you believe I am a fool, easily deceived by your antics? Fong Ro's eyes widened. Lady of the Duke of Jing Guo, what do you mean by that? Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at the man. Did I not say he has already confessed? After his admission, I dispatched someone to the Dali Temple to trace the funds you provided him and to locate your imprisoned family members. Fong Ro glared at the kneeling man, wishing to tear him to shreds. The minister's wife recognized Fong Ro's terrified expression and sensed that matters were about to escalate. As whispers began to circulate among the crowd, the minister's wife shot a fierce glare at Bai Li Gu Lan. You have quite the means, Lady of the Air. Why did you not speak up earlier? Bai Li Gu Lan replied sarcastically, I intended to, but who could have anticipated the legitimate daughter of the household would be so quick to find a scapegoat? Thus, I simply had no opportunity, the minister's wife retorted, so she was just acting like a foolish clown before them. The people from the Dali Temple are likely to arrive soon. Will you confess, or shall I have them take you to the Dali Temple for an interrogation? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired of Fong Ro. Upon hearing she might be taken to the Dali Temple, Fong Ro began to tremble in fear, grasping the minister's wife's hand. I do not want to go. Mother, please save me. The minister's wife gently patted Fong Ro's hand. Do not be afraid. Lady of the Air, it is all my daughter's fault for being so immature. We are all people of status here. There is no need to make a scene. What compensation do you seek? I can fulfill any request, the minister's wife offered to Bai Li Gu Lan. The man infiltrating the Duke of the North's residence aimed to tarnish my reputation. What compensation does the minister's wife deem appropriate? As the officials from the Dali Temple indeed arrived, they uncovered the 100 taels of silver Fong Ro had given to the man and located her imprisoned family members at a villa outside the city. With the evidence laid bare, Fong Ro's fear grew, and she hid behind the minister's wife, completely stripped of her previous bravado. As a third-rank official, the minister ultimately had the Grand Princess intervene, preventing the Dali Temple from taking Fong Ro away. However, she had lost face today, and her future would surely be difficult. As the banquet concluded and the servants began to clean up, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to her courtyard to rest, followed closely by Bai Li Ao Shui. Sister, why would the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue wish to harm you? Bai Li Gu Lan paused, reflecting that she had no enmity with Fong Ro. In her previous life, she had no interaction with her, and she truly did not understand the motive behind Fong Ro's actions. However, since Fong Ro was close to Chu Qing, who had always disapproved of her, she suspected that Fong Ro might be acting on Chu Qing's behalf, or perhaps under her influence. Ao Shui, we have countless enemies in the capital. You must always be vigilant and guard against others, no matter the time or place. Do you understand? Bai Li Ao Shui struggled to comprehend, believing it impossible that enemies lurked everywhere. She had just made a few good friends, and felt quite content, thinking that all the girls were amiable, unlike Bai Li Gu Lan's dire warnings. At the minister's residence, Fong Ro was confined, her father having learned of the events at the banquet. Upon discovering that Fong Ro not only sought to harm Bai Li Gu Lan but also deceived others using a song composed by her aunt, he felt such shame that he wished he could strike her down. Yet, the minister's wife defended her. My lord, she is still a child. She realizes her mistakes and won't repeat them. Please calm your anger. You might hurt yourself. The minister replied furiously, it is your protection that has emboldened her. As they argued, they were unaware that Fong Ro had stealthily slipped out of the residence. Chapter 55. The distinction between scholars and warriors on East Main Street. Fong Ro arrived at the Tianqiang Tower, knowing that Chu Qing would be there. However, as she ascended the stairs, a servant stopped her. I am the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. I seek an audience with the princess. Allow me to pass. Fong Ro, veiled, assumed the servant did not recognize her. The servant hesitated. I understand, but the princess has instructed that you are not allowed to ascend.
Why not?
Fong Ro exclaimed, her eyes wide. Go inform the princess that I have matters to discuss with her. I cannot relay that message. Please leave. Unwilling to depart after making the effort to come, Fong Ro protested. Meanwhile, in the upper room, Chu Qing was experimenting with new spices when a maid entered to report. Princess, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, is downstairs, causing a scene and refusing to leave. Tianxiang Tower relied on business. Her commotion would undoubtedly disrupt it. Given Fong Ro's current notoriety, some might even assume she was of the same ilk. Let her come up. Understood. Downstairs. The attendant was still trying his utmost to block Fong Ro, yet he could not directly expel her, resorting instead to a pitiful plea for sympathy. A maid approached the staircase and informed the attendant that the princess requested her presence. Relieved, the attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Ro shot a fierce glare at him, causing the attendant to lower his gaze, no longer daring to utter a word. Your Highness, Fong Ro hurriedly offered a bow. But upon noticing Chu Qing's nonchalant demeanor, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Regret lingered in her heart for not having brought Chu Qing along to the Prince of Northern Town's estate. Are you not aware of our current predicament? Why come to Tianxiang Tower? Chu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Fong Ro, who wore a troubled expression, her anxiety palpable. Your Highness, I find myself in this predicament because of you. You must help me resolve this issue. She lamented, aware that the entire capital likely already knew of her plight. Chu Qing was not foolish enough to invite trouble. You initiated this matter. You sought out the individuals involved. If it has gone awry, how can you expect me to assist you? Initially, she had planned to accompany Fong Ro to the prince's estate, but the arrival of the Gui Shui had caused her to send Fong Ro alone. Reflecting on it, Bai Li Gu Lan was no fool. If successful, it would have been one thing, but now that Fong Ro's misdeeds were exposed, her future was irrevocably tarnished. Chu Qing felt an immense sense of relief for not having gone. I am doing this for you, Your Highness. Are you certain you will not assist me? Fong Ro pressed. Chu Qing set down the spices she had been holding. What? Do you intend to threaten me? As the emperor's niece, she had been titled a princess since childhood, and her presence commanded respect. Fong Ro, noting her cold demeanor, recognized that a rift between them would not serve her interests. I am not threatening you. I merely seek your counsel on how to rid myself of the false accusations against Bai Li Gu Lan. Chu Qing, seeing Fong Ro lower her tone, softened slightly. The officials of the Dali Temple have already unearthed evidence. How could I possibly turn black into white? If I cannot clear my name, what will become of me? Chu Qing was indifferent to her future. The man is imprisoned in the Dali Temple. Otherwise, tonight, you could send someone to eliminate him, making it appear as though he took his own life out of guilt. That way, I would have grounds to clear my name. Have you lost your mind? Chu Qing shot a furious glare at Fong Ro. You want me to send someone to dispose of him? If this is discovered, I would be implicated as well. Fong Ro stood stunned. She understood that Chu Qing had allies, and if she chose to assist her, it would not be difficult. Yet, she remained obstinate, fearing the repercussions of being dragged into Fong Ro's mess. After all, was her current predicament not due to Fong Ro's actions? Uncomfortable under Fong Ro's unwavering gaze, Chu Qing resolved to leave. In any case, I cannot assist you. Do not seek me out again. Watching Chu Qing depart, Fong Ro's eyes turned red with resentment as she glared at her retreating figure for a long while before finally leaving. The weather in the capital grew increasingly cold, and snow began to fall. Bai Li Gu Lan knew that in such inclement weather, soldiers in the camp could not train, which meant Tang Yu would undoubtedly return. Early in the day, she instructed Ting Yin to tidy up briefly before returning to the Jingwa Duke's residence. Bai Li Gu Lan first paid her respects to the Duke and Duchess of Jingwa and discussed recent events. Rest assured, the censor has already submitted a report. The Minister of Revenue will come to apologize in person, the Duke assured her. He had been infuriated upon hearing of the events at the banquet and nearly confronted the Minister of Revenue himself. Now that he had become lame, the people of the capital seemed to believe they could take advantage of him, resorting to such underhanded tactics to frame those associated with the Jingwa Duke's household. The Duchess felt some guilt for not being able to assist that day. Duke, my lady, the past is behind us. With the Grand Princess intervening, we must give her due respect. However, if the Minister of Revenue's household shows me disrespect in the future, I will hold them accountable for both old and new grievances. As Tang Yu had just entered the military camp, Bai Li Gu Lan, wishing to exercise caution, did not want to push the Minister of Revenue too far, lest he act out of desperation. The Duke understood that her perspective was for the greater good. You have truly been wronged. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled faintly. A small grievance is nothing when weighed against greater plans. After leaving the Duchess's Furu courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan returned directly to the Qingzhou courtyard. Tang Yu had only just returned and was changing in the bathhouse, while Zhou and was tending to the charcoal stove. Bai Li Gu Lan instructed Ting Yin to fetch some tea and snacks from the kitchen. She sat on a soft couch, contemplating her next course of action. Chu Qing and Fong Ro dared to target her in such a manner. She felt compelled to reciprocate. Yet she had yet to devise a plan. Hearing footsteps from the ear room, Bai Li Gu Lan raised her gaze. She beheld a captivating sight. Tang Yu emerged from the bath, clad only in a pair of undergarments, his bare torso exposed despite the frigid weather. Water cascaded down his head, tracing the contours of his muscles and vanishing beneath his garments. Bai Li Gu Lan was momentarily stunned, having encountered men in her past life. She could not help but acknowledge the stark contrast between a scholar and a warrior's physique. Normally, when Tang Yu was dressed, he appeared no different from others, but now, his figure was astonishingly appealing. A flush crept across Bai Li Gu Lan's cheeks, and she felt her heart race. She was aware that it was improper to stare. Yet her gaze remained transfixed. No wonder the Grand Princess favored male companions. Someone like Tang Yu, simply on display, could make anyone's mouth water. Upon noticing Bai Li Gu Lan seated in the room, her gaze fixated on him. Tang Yu's expression darkened, and he quickly donned an inner garment. Weren't you at the Prince of Northern Town's estate? Why have you returned so soon? Bai Li Gu Lan approached Tang Yu. It is snowing, and I thought my husband would return, so I came back. Chapter 56. Husband, you are so warm. As Tang Yu observed Bai Li Gu Lan walking towards him, he thought about how he currently had his hair unbound, likely looking unkempt. He grabbed an outer garment, intending to leave to have Zhou and dry his hair. However, just as he took a step, Bai Li Gu Lan blocked his path. Where are you going, husband? Tang Yu hesitated, her repeated address of husband stirring something within him, but he was puzzled by the brightness in her eyes. I am going to find Zhou and to dry my hair. At that moment, Zhou entered with a charcoal stove, having prepared it well and added more charcoal. Young master, young mistress, the charcoal stove is ready. It will warm up in no time. Tang Yu shot Zhou a glare. He had intended to leave, yet Zhou En's arrival prevented him from doing so. Zhou En, sensing Tang Yu's dark expression, was baffled by what he had done wrong. Noticing Tang Yu's damp hair still draped over his back, he quickly understood and fetched a cloth to dry him off. Let me. Bai Li Gu Lan took the cloth from Zhou En's hands. Then I must trouble you, young mistress. This was an intimate moment between spouses, and Zhou En wisely excused himself. Tang Yu's expression darkened further. Noticing Tang Yu's displeasure, Zhou En closed the door behind him. Just then, Ting Yin returned with tea and snacks. Witnessing Zhou En's action, don't close the door. I still need to deliver the snacks. Zhou En cast her a glance, but still shut the door. The young mistress is inside helping the young master dry his hair. She cannot eat the snacks now. You can keep them warm and deliver them later. Ting Yin was somewhat confused. Isn't it your duty to serve the young master? Why is the young mistress doing it? Are you being lazy? Zhou En protested. I swear, I am not. It is the young mistress who wishes to attend to the young master. Listening to Yin Hu's doubts, he noticed a hint of grievance in his expression, and seeing that he didn't appear to be lying, he decided to let it go. Open the door. I will place the refreshments inside, so when my lady wishes to indulge, they will be ready. Zhou En glanced inside. The young master and mistress are within. It wouldn't be proper for you to intrude. Quickly take the items away, and do not disturb them. Inside the room, Bai Li Gu Lan approached Tang Yu from behind and playfully grabbed his hair. Tang Yu slightly turned, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Bai Li Gu Lan's attentiveness. It's merely a servant's task. No worries, I have some time and wish to assist you. Bai Li Gu Lan edged closer. Tang Yu felt a reluctance to refuse. And thinking they were married, he acquiesced. Your hair is still damp. You should not dress yet, or your clothes will become wet. Remove them. Bai Li Gu Lan wrapped his hair in a cloth to dry it, then reached out to help him undress. Tang Yu experienced an indescribable sensation. The moment her fingertips brushed against him, he felt as if struck by lightning, his body freezing instantly. He reflexively clutched his clothing. I am accustomed to having Zhou En assist me. Then, like a startled deer, he hastily exited the room. Bai Li Gu Lan was bewildered, unsure of his sudden departure. Watching Tang Yu's hurried retreat, she felt he was evading their marital relationship or perhaps rejecting her. Disheartened, she pondered, why? Could he be troubled by the rumors of my having a male companion, or by my past with Songjian? Tang Yu returned only at mealtime. His hair dried and neatly tied with a jade crown, his attire crisp and orderly. They sat at the same table, silently eating without exchanging words. Bai Li Gu Lan offered him a piece of meat. My husband must have had a hard time in the barracks. You should eat more. Tang Yu glanced at her and returned the gesture with some vegetables. You appear somewhat thin. Dear wife, you should also eat more. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled radiantly. Thank you, husband. Her smile was bright, akin to a blossoming flower, her eyes captivating, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Eat, dear husband. Do not merely gaze at me. Her words snapped Tang Yu back to reality, and feeling embarrassed, he quickly averted his gaze and focused on his meal. That evening, as Bai Li Gu Lan sat at her vanity, removing her makeup, Tang Yu had already lain down on the bed. Once the lights were extinguished, Bai Li Gu Lan nestled into bed, listening to Tang Yu's even breathing, uncertain if he had fallen asleep. She extended her cold feet towards him, immediately experiencing his warmth, which was quite comforting. Not sensing any response from him, she turned onto her side, placing both feet on his knees and wrapping her arms around his. Tang Yu was not truly asleep. The sensation of her embrace around his arm was peculiar. His eyelids fluttered, and he swallowed hard, unsure of Bai Li Gu Lan's intentions. After a moment of stillness, he turned to face her. Their eyes locked, and Bai Li Gu Lan smiled. Husband, you are so warm. Tang Yu's lips twitched. Seeing her so close, radiating joy, caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Unable to endure it any longer, he pushed her away and swiftly left the room. Bai Li Gu Lan waited for him to return, but when he did not, she called for Yin Hu. Where has he gone? Yin Hu peered outside and whispered, Miss. The young master might have lost his senses. In such cold weather, he has gone to take a cold bath. Bai Li Gu Lan mused. He would rather take a cold bath than touch me? Bai Li Gu Lan also had her pride and dignity. She instructed Yin Hu, bring another blanket.
Oh.
Yin Hu was puzzled. Why does the young lady fear the cold so much that she needs 2 blankets? Tang Yu was gone for over a quarter of an hour before he returned. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan wrapped in a blanket, her back to him, he wanted to explain his earlier dismissal of her, but swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. The next day, when Bai Li Gu Lan awoke, Tang Yu was already gone. Hearing the sounds of weapons slicing through the air outside, she knew he was practicing martial arts. She donned a cotton robe and peeked through the curtain at the door. His movements were swift and powerful, demonstrating commendable skill. Miss, the young master's martial prowess is quite impressive. He will undoubtedly achieve great success, remarked Mama Chang, who had returned from the kitchen with breakfast. Achieve great success? I wonder if he can wait for that day, Bai Li Gu Lan mused. On the day of the banquet, Bai Li Ao Shui met several friends and frequently gathered with them for leisure and conversation. Despite the recent snowfall, the flurries were light, and she had again accepted an invitation to the Minister of Works estate for snow walking and plum blossom plucking. Accompanying her were Lu Hua, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, and Feng Chu Yao, the legitimate second daughter of the Minister of Rights. Upon arrival, the Minister of Works' legitimate daughter, Yang Ruyu, welcomed them. To Bai Li Ao Shui's surprise, she encountered Chu Qing at the estate. Though her impression of Chu Qing was somewhat unfavorable, she felt compelled to approach and greet her due to their respective statuses. Greetings, Your Highness. Chu Qing, uninvited, had come as the princess, hoping to find a way to deal with Bai Li's family through Bai Li Ao Shui. She feigned familiarity with a smile. Miss Bai Li, no need for formalities. Since we shall be seeing each other often, let's forego the greetings to avoid any awkwardness. Chapter 57. A strong desire to embrace him. Seeing Chu Qing in such a pleasant mood today, Yang Ruyu sighed in relief. Thank you, Your Highness. Since you have said so, let us enjoy ourselves today. With that, she arranged for the servants to bring out the food and drinks. The room was warmed by several braziers, and a large stove heated the food and drinks. The windows were open, revealing the snowy landscape and the freshly blossomed plum trees. The girls enjoyed tea and light drinks before donning their fur coats and stepping outside. The layer of snow on the ground was thin, while it was somewhat cold underfoot. It did not dampen their shoes or socks. As Yang Ruyu held a branch of plum blossoms, she danced in the snow. And the scene inspired the talented Feng Chu Yao to recite a couple of poems. The group of girls continued their revelry until the afternoon before returning. Bai Li Gu Shui, slightly tipsy from the wine, fell asleep in the carriage. The carriage swayed, and Xiao Yu, concerned that Bai Li Gu Shui might roll off the seat, lifted the curtain to look back. Seeing Chu Qing's carriage following closely, she felt reassured and instructed the driver to slow down. However, before they could enter the city, the carriage abruptly halted, and a loud voice from the driver rang out.
Who are you?
Why are you blocking our carriage? Do you know that the young lady inside is from the northern town prince's estate? Offending her will lead to dire consequences. If you are wise, step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude.
Ha!
The northern town prince's estate, you say? That prince is thousands of miles away. What power do you have in the capital beyond a mere title? Another voice chimed in. Indeed. As the eldest said, no matter what title you carry, if you encounter us, you must leave behind anything of value.
Right.
You are absolutely correct. The leader turned to the driver. Did you hear, my brother? Quickly hand over your valuables, or do not blame us for being rough. The driver, having accompanied by Li Gu Shui, was also skilled in martial arts. He leaped down from the carriage. You wish to fight? Then let me have a go with you. Upon hearing those words, it was evident that action was imminent. However, the young princess was still following behind. Did those ruffians not feel any trepidation? Xiuyu lifted the curtain and glanced towards the rear of the carriage, only to find the road behind empty, devoid of Chu Qing's carriage. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart as she watched several thugs approach the coachman, worrying whether he could fend them off. Upon noticing Xiuyu, the thugs were immediately struck by her delicate features, their intentions turning lecherous. This little girl is quite a beauty, they exclaimed. Once we deal with this coachman, we shall indulge ourselves. Indeed, in this frigid weather, finding a cozy spot to enjoy ourselves would be delightful. Xiaoyu, being the personal maid of Bai Li Gu Shui, felt a surge of alarm as the coachman heard their lewd remarks and clenched his fists to strike. He believed his surprise attack would be effective, but to his dismay, the ruffian nimbly stepped back, evading the blow. The coachman, skilled in martial arts, quickly discerned that his adversary was no novice either, noting their swift reflexes. Panic washed over him as he called out, Miss Xiuyu, quickly drive away.
Ha ha.
You think it's that easy to escape? The lead thug waved his hand, and the group lunged at the coachman. Overwhelmed, he was soon knocked to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. The thugs positioned themselves in front of the carriage.
Xiaoyu,
filled with dread, scrambled inside and shook Bai Li Gu Shui awake. Second miss, we are in grave danger. You must wake up. Bai Li Gu Shui stirred groggily, feeling nauseous from the violent shaking. Stop shaking me. I feel unwell. But before Xiuyu could explain, the curtain was suddenly yanked aside.
Oh.
There's a stunning beauty inside, the lead thug exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire. The other two leaned in to catch a glimpse. Bai Li Gu Shui recoiled at the sight of the scruffy men, their foul odor making her gag. Has he been drinking? How delightful, the lead thug remarked, reaching in to grab Bai Li Gu Shui's foot. Get away. Do not touch my lady, Xiaoyu protested, kicking and striking at his hand. The thug, struck, glared at her. You wretched girl. Dare to strike me? Just wait. I will make you regret it. With that, he jumped onto the carriage, reaching for Xiuyu. Let go of me, she screamed. Please, someone save me. The thug shoved her out, and two accomplices outside caught her, groping her face.
Oh my.
This girl is truly tender. Hearing Xiaoyu's cries, Bai Li Gu Shui finally regained her senses. Terrified, she gazed at the lewd man before her, regretting not bringing any guards today. Stay back, I'll pay you, she said, pulling off a hairpin and tossing it at the thug's feet. He merely glanced at the golden pin. I've never had the pleasure of someone like you. Let us have some fun first. As he leaned down to rip Bai Li Gu Shui's dress, she screamed and kicked, only to be seized. The thug's eyes lit up at the sight of her fair legs, and he loosened his belt. Just as despair washed over Bai Li Gu Shui, the curtain was torn aside, and a sword pierced through the thug from behind. Blood splattered onto Bai Li Gu Shui, making her pale with fear. Gu Shui, a male voice called from outside. And as the thug collapsed with a thud, she recognized Song Zhan. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down her face. Song Zhan leapt onto the carriage and enveloped Bai Li Gu Shui in his arms. She sobbed silently, trembling uncontrollably. He held her, and she longed to embrace him tightly, yet could not reconcile her feelings due to his past actions against Bai Li Gu Lan. It's all right. I'm here, Do not be afraid, Songjian reassured her, gently soothing Bai Li Gu. Unable to contain her tears, she felt immense sorrow. Songjian was the one she cherished. Yet he was also the enemy of the Northern King's household. She was at a loss for how to confront the situation. After a long moment, she finally managed to calm herself, wiping her tears and expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Aoshua, why are you ignoring me? Is there a misunderstanding between us? Songjian grasped her arms, unwilling to release her. Bai Li Gu looked down, suppressing her tears, and remained silent. Is it because of your sister? He inquired. Let me explain. It was all a misunderstanding. That man was not sent by me. What do you mean? Bai Li Gu questioned. I said that man was not my arrangement. Songjian adjusted her dress, covering her exposed legs. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she shrank back. Do not fear, Aoshua. I have investigated, and that man is associated with the emperor. Everyone knows your father commands a formidable army of 300,000, which makes the emperor wary. He feared a marriage alliance between your household and the Jing Guo Gong, so he attempted to sabotage your sister's engagement. However, the heir of the Jing Guo Duke remained steadfast and did not withdraw his proposal. At the time, I was unaware and had captured that man, but upon realizing he was sought after by you, I sent him directly to the Dali Temple. Yet, as fate would have it, he was executed upon arrival, ordered by the emperor. Thus, Aoshua, all of this is a misunderstanding. You must believe me when I say I genuinely wish to love and marry you. Bai Li Gu was taken aback by Songjian's words. Was it truly orchestrated by the emperor? However, with the chancellor at odds with her father in court, even if it was not the emperor behind it, was there hope for them? Confusion enveloped her as she glanced at the lifeless body nearby, a sudden realization striking her regarding Xiaoyu and the coachman. Bai Li Gu Lan climbed out of the carriage and spotted Xiaoyu curled up by the roadside, her dress torn and bearing signs of violation. Xiaoyu, what happened? Bai Li Gu approached, observing her dazed expression, a wave of grief washing over her. Upon hearing Bai Li Gu's voice, Xiaoyu looked up, tears flooding her eyes like a dam bursting. Miss, I failed to protect you and they. Bai Li Gu's gaze fell upon the two corpses beside them. Let me take you home, Songjian said, moving to support Bai Li Gu. The coachman lay gravely injured and unconscious, and Bai Li Gu could only nod. Songjian escorted her to the gates of the Northern King's residence. Before she dismounted, he grasped her hand, speaking earnestly, rest well and do not dwell on despair. As long as our love is true, I will prove myself worthy and resolve the misunderstandings between us, securing your father's approval for our marriage. Bai Li Gu's heart raced at his words. Lowering her head, she pulled her hand away from his grasp. As Songjian sat in the carriage, watching her enter the gates, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face. After the gates closed, he lowered the curtain, and the coachman spurred the horse away. Have you discovered the origins of those men? Songjian asked the guards outside the carriage. Yes, young master. We have identified them. They are associated with the princess. Upon hearing the words, Songjian's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating that his relationship with the duke's residence could evolve further. As Songjian's south carriage traversed East Street, it was abruptly halted. The eldest son of the prime minister's residence, my lady the princess requests your presence. It was none other than Chu Qing, whom he had intended to seek out. Dismounting from his carriage, Songjian entered the nearby tea house. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he beheld Chu Qing seated within, sipping tea. Her expression was frosty, revealing a mood far from cheerful. I have met the princess, Songjian said, bowing respectfully. Chu Qing cast him a cold glance, not permitting him to sit, and instead retorted, Is the eldest son of the prime minister's residence now meddling in affairs that do not concern him? Will you also oversee the births of horses in other households? With a faint smile, Songjian replied, Is the princess displeased with my intervention on behalf of Bai Li Gu? Chu Qing tacitly acknowledged this, remaining silent. By the way, I must thank the princess for providing me such an opportunity. I express my gratitude here. Songjian bowed once more to Chu Qing. Do not take advantage of this situation. You have thwarted my plans. How do you intend to compensate? Originally, she had hoped to glean a strategy against Bai Li Gu Lan from Bai Li Gu, but the latter, being a dullard, knew nothing of the affairs concerning the Duke of Xinbei and Bai Li Gu Lan. Thus, she could only use Bai Li Gu to provoke Bai Li Gu Lan. Otherwise, she felt quite unsettled. Only by witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan's distress would her heart find solace. From his sleeve, Song Zhan produced a silver note for 10,000 taels, placing it before Chu Qing. How does this fare, princess? For the duke's residence, this sum was modest. Yet in personal possession, it amounted to a considerable fortune. Chu Qing examined it briefly before accepting. You had best not disrupt my plans in the future, otherwise. This will not suffice. Rest assured, this time is adequate. There shall be no next. Chu Qing smirked at his words. Bai Li Ao Shui suppressed the matter, instructing Uncle Li not to inform Bai Li Gu Lan, fearing that knowledge of it would lead her to overthink. Uncle Li, somewhat perplexed, did not understand her reasoning for the concealment. Bai Li Ao Shui offered a flimsy excuse. I have only just acquainted myself with these individuals in the capital. If word gets out, they may hesitate to associate with me, and I shall be left alone again. Uncle Li, unable to bear her loneliness, quickly responded. Do not worry. Second, Mississippi. Since you have instructed me, I shall remain silent. However, you must ensure to bring more company when you go out. I appreciate it, Uncle Li. As the north wind rose, snow began to fall again, blanketing the world outside in white. Bai Li Gu Lan sat by the window, engrossed in a book. Since that night, she had not actively sought conversation with Tang Yu. He remained in the study during the day, while she stayed in her room. Though they shared a bed at night, they maintained an uneasy truce, neither provoking the other. She was genuinely annoyed. It had been days. And he continued in his indifferent manner. With a sudden motion, Bai Li Gu Lan tossed her book onto the small table. Startled by the noise, Tinging, who was nearby, inquired, Miss, what troubles you? Unable to vent her frustration, Bai Li Gu Lan gritted her teeth and commanded, have the kitchen send me a roast chicken tonight. I shall eat alone.
Oh.
Tinging, bewildered, wondered why such a simple request had incited her anger. At dinner, the kitchen delivered a large, succulent roast chicken. The enticing aroma made Tinging instinctively swallow. Miss, this roast chicken is prepared exceptionally well. You should eat it while it's hot. Bai Li Gu Lan tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Tinging. Here you go. Tinging was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Mississippi. Bai Li Gu Lan then tore off another leg, bringing it to her own mouth for a hearty bite. Across the table, Tang Yu sat in disbelief, glancing at his own bowl, which held no chicken leg. Observing their merriment, he reached for a chicken wing, only to be met with Bai Li Gu Lan's firm hand. This roast chicken is mine. You are not allowed to eat it. But this is the residence of the Duke of Jingguo. And what of it? Bai Li Gu Lan arched an eyebrow, clearly exuding an air of invincibility. Chapter 59. Your hard work is appreciated. Tang Yu set down his chopsticks. Was he to be denied even a bite of roast chicken? He felt irritation bubbling within him. Watching the pair enjoy their meal, he stormed off to the study. Miss, is the master angry? Tinging glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan, feeling guilty. Tang Yu could not even have a piece of chicken. While she savored a chicken leg, she was apprehensive. Do not concern yourself with him. If he causes me displeasure, I cannot simply stifle my feelings. He must also experience some discomfort. That night, Bai Li Gu Lan retired early, taking the outer side of the bed. When Tang Yu approached, he found his spot occupied. Sensing that Bai Li Gu Lan was deliberately targeting him, he felt a surge of annoyance. What have I done to provoke you? You deny me roast chicken at dinner and now occupy my position. What do you want? Bai Li Gu Lan coolly shot him a glance before sitting up to confront him. That roast chicken was prepared at my behest. Who are you to claim it? Why should I share it with you? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. I am your husband. Humph. Husband? Besides that marriage certificate, do we share any marital bond? I question whether you are truly a man. Could you be a man of questionable inclinations? Tang Yu's face darkened. This woman was becoming increasingly absurd. How could she not sense his masculinity? Seeing Tang Yu fall silent, Bai Li Gu Lan continued, since you dislike me so much, you ought to sleep elsewhere. With that, she swiftly drew the curtain, leaving Tang Yu outside. Sensing her unusual behavior, he understood she was vexed. He lifted the curtain and saw Bai Li Gu Lan turned away. Ignoring him, he sat at the edge of the bed. I'm not. It's just, Bai Li Gu Lan waited for a moment but heard no further words from Tang Yu. She turned to gaze at him. What is this? Tang Yu, feeling both melancholic and awkward, averted his eyes, his lips moving without sound. Bai Li Gu Lan seized his collar and pulled him forward, catching Tang Yu off guard, causing him to fall atop her. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Bai Li Gu Lan noticed Tang Yu's ears turning crimson and smirked mischievously. Do you feel anything? Tang Yu stammered. Some things are unspeakable. Bai Li Gu Lan clutched his collar tightly with one hand, using the other to draw circles on his chest. The ticklish sensation proved unbearable for Tang Yu. He grasped her mischief-making hand, gritting his teeth. You are provoking me. Indeed. What will you do about it? Bai Li Gu Lan understood his bashfulness and, fearing he might flee, pushed him aside, flipping over to pin him down. I wish to bear a child with you. To have a child naturally required the consummation of their marriage. Contemplating such acts and gazing at Bai Li Gu Lan's alluring lips, Tang Yu felt his throat tighten. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Noticing Tang Yu's silence, Bai Li Gu Lan gently caressed his face before planting a kiss on him. This ignited a fire within Tang Yu, who swiftly turned the tables and kissed her fervently in return. Initially, Bai Li Gu Lan thought him rough. But after a passionate exchange, he softened. Trained in martial arts from a young age, his physical prowess was remarkable, captivating her entirely. The commotion within the room continued until dawn broke. Early the next morning, the matron of Qingzhou courtyard reported the news to the Duke and Duchess of Jingguo. This is delightful news. The lady of the Yasukuni Duke has generously rewarded the servants of the Qingzhou courtyard. Bai Li Gu Lan awoke after noon, only to discover a certain gentleman in bed beside her, her hand resting on his waist. She caressed him once more, and the sensation was quite pleasing. Suddenly, Tang Yu grasped her hand firmly, cautioning her against further wandering touches, lest he be tempted again. Very well, Bai Li Gu Lan refrained, recalling the intensity of the previous night, which had left her apprehensive. After rising and dressing, she summoned Ting Yin to attend to her. Ting Yin entered with a warm basin of water, her cheerful demeanor prompting Bai Li Gu Lan to inquire, "What brings you such joy?"
Hee.
Miss, the old lady has bestowed a reward, and many are saying you will soon bear a son or daughter. The thought of a little one in the courtyard fills me with happiness, Ting Yin replied. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently, sharing in the anticipation. In her past life, she had lost her child, and with Tang Yu, who also had no children. Perhaps their union would alter their fate. Bai Li Gu Lan shared both breakfast and lunch with Tang Yu. Feeling fatigued, she opted not to visit the Farong courtyard. In the afternoon, she indulged in a nap, awakening to a dimming sky, mistakenly thinking it was dawn. Miss, I have prepared dinner. Will you rise to eat now? Ting Yin asked as she noticed Bai Li Gu Lan seated at the bedside, hurriedly draping a cotton garment over her shoulders. Upon hearing the word dinner, Bai Li Gu Lan paused, her memories returning as she recalled her afternoon slumber. Where is the young master? He is in the study, awaiting you to dine together. Then, let us set the table. Yes, I shall serve it immediately. When Tang Yu returned to the room, he found Bai Li Gu Lan, revitalized after her long nap. The kitchen had sent a roasted chicken, which Bai Li Gu Lan offered him, saying, "Husband, you worked hard last night. Eat more to replenish your strength." Tang Yu gazed at the chicken leg, feeling both amused and exasperated. However, he could not voice his affection, silently taking the chicken leg to eat. With the events of the previous night lingering in their minds, they no longer required separate bedding. Bai Li Gu Lan naturally leaned against Tang Yu as they slept. It must be said, a man's embrace is indeed warm, yet the closeness inevitably stirred desire. At the moment Bai Li Gu Lan's hand rested upon him, Tang Yu swiftly turned, pinning her beneath him. Soon, the tent curtains echoed with alluring gasps. Tonight was another prolonged encounter, though less frenzied than the last. By dawn, Bai Li Gu Lan awoke and attempted to rise. But a hand tightened around her waist, drawing her back. "It's so cold outside. Why rise so early?" he murmured. "After our marriage, I returned to the North Town Duke's residence. Now that I am home, I must pay my respects to the old lady." Bai Li Gu Lan caressed Tang Yu's muscular arm, a symbol of strength that she adored. With warmth enveloping her, he was reluctant to let go, leaning closer to inhale her scent. "It's too cold. There's no need to go. Mother won't mind," he replied. The warmth of his breath made Bai Li Gu Lan acutely aware, prompting her to shift slightly. He followed her movement, and as she turned to face him, her eyes narrowed playfully. "What? Do you desire me?" Without a word, Tang Yu drew nearer. Bai Li Gu Lan placed her hand against his chest, firmly resisting. "Speak, and I shall oblige." Chapter 60. An apology must be made. Tang Yu was aware of her teasing nature, yet she longed to hear him voice it. They exchanged glances until Bai Li Gu Lan, seeing his lack of action, lunged forward, pinning him down. Sensing his desire, she smiled mischievously, playfully tilting his chin. "Husband, don't be coy. If you choose not to speak, then you shall be the one to be pampered." This thought led Tang Yu to consider the implications of being treated as a mere plaything. His expression turned cold as he realized she intended to reduce him to that status. He was a man of substance, not to be likened to those spineless individuals. With a swift motion, he flipped their roles, becoming the one in control. Early in the morning, sounds of movement echoed through the room, prompting Chang Mama to swiftly dismiss the surrounding maids. Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu finally rose at the hour of the snake. Just as a maid arrived from the front courtyard bearing news, the Minister of Revenue himself had come, accompanied by the legitimate daughter of his household, to offer an apology. As Bai Li Gu Lan stirred her porridge with a spoon, she couldn't help but smirk internally at the belated visit. It had taken them days to arrive. Clearly unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Tang Yu, equally informed about the previous incident, felt a surge of anger. When he served Bai Li Gu Lan more porridge, accompanied by a dumpling, he advised, "Take your time. Eat well so you have the strength to speak." Bai Li Gu Lan halted her spoon mid-motion, leaning closer to Tang Yu's ear. "Are you implying I lack the strength to elevate you to the status of a favored companion?" Tang Yu retorted. "I merely wish for you to be well fed, so you're not too weak to face the minister's household." Yet, her teasing about being a favored companion stirred a sense of defiance within him. If she wished to play this game, he would ensure she learned to plead for mercy. With a stern expression, Tang Yu pushed Bai Li Gu Lan away. "I am concerned you may be too weak to walk later." "Very well," she conceded, feeling somewhat drained, her wittiness waning in the face of his determination. After a quarter of an hour, the minister and Miss Fong Ro had waited in the flower hall for the Duke of Yasukuni to arrive. However, the maid only provided them with hot tea, neglecting to bring in a brazier. Fong Ro, feeling the chill, adjusted her coat and turned to her father. "It has been so long. Shall we not return?" The minister remained seated, his demeanor icy yet composed. "Sit patiently. They have arrived, and we cannot leave without seeing them. Must we wait indefinitely?" She protested. "Yes." Fong Ro, sensing her father's unwavering resolve, realized an apology was unavoidable. She felt a twinge of injustice, believing her father should have defended her. "Father, they are clearly attempting to humiliate us." The minister regarded her with a piercing gaze. "Consider your actions. Be grateful it did not come to fruition. Had the young mistress been harmed by your schemes, you would find yourself languishing in a filthy prison, with no one to rescue you." Fong Ro fell silent, her head bowed in shame, no longer daring to speak. "Remember this lesson well. Do not presume yourself clever. Your schemes are not without flaws. Others are not foolish. They can anticipate what you conceive, and they can conceive what you cannot. Do not underestimate them." Fong Ro, she refrained from retorting, acknowledging her folly this time. After another quarter of an hour, the Duke and Duchess of Yasukuni finally arrived. The Duke, settling into an armchair, addressed the minister. "I apologize for the delay. My legs are not as agile as they once were." The minister offered a respectful bow. "It is I who has intruded." He gestured for Fong Ro to step forward and pay her respects. "Greetings, Duke and Duchess," Fong Ro said, her head lowered, unable to meet their gaze. The Duchess had been present at the incident and recognized Fong Ro's true nature. She lifted her cup of tea, casting a glance but remaining silent. The Duke, perceiving Fong Ro as a mere child, refrained from being overly harsh and invited them to sit and converse. Once the Duke and Duchess entered the flower hall, a servant brought in a brazier, raising the temperature and easing the atmosphere. Upon hearing that the Duke and Duchess had entered the flower hall, Bai Li Gu Lan felt it inappropriate to have them resolve her issues. She donned a cloak and made her way to the flower hall. The matriarch lifted the curtain of the flower hall for Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu, with Bai Li Gu Lan stepping in first. The daughter-in-law greeted the Duke and the old matron.
"Ah,
"Please take a seat," remarked Duke Jing, instructing a young maid to serve her tea. Tang Yu settled beside Bai Li Gu Lan. Fong Ro glanced up, stealing a look at him. Now that she was present, Fong Ro realized it was her turn to apologize. However, with Tang Yu also there, her already reluctant heart felt even more burdened. The thought of embarrassing herself before someone she admired made her eyes brim with tears. The Minister of Revenue rose and addressed Bai Li Gu Lan, saying, "I have heard of my daughter's disrespect towards the young lady of the Duke at the banquet in the Northern Prince's residence, which nearly brought harm to her reputation. As a father who has failed in his duties, I have brought her here today to offer her sincere apologies." He gestured for his attendant to place a box on the small table beside Bai Li Gu Lan. Turning to Fong Ro, he continued, "You shall kneel before the young lady and apologize." Fong Ro looked at the minister in disbelief, Apologizing was already beneath her dignity, and now he wanted her to kneel. She felt utterly humiliated. Father, wasn't it enough to simply apologize? You nearly tarnished the young lady's reputation. You must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, the Northern Prince's influence in the capital will not spare you. Feng Rose stole a glance at Bai Li Gu Lan, wanting to say that her reputation was already in tatters and there was no need for such formalities. Yet, in her current position, she dared not speak. With resentment in her eyes, she clenched her fists. She would remember this humiliation. Hurry up and go, the minister urged again, feeling embarrassed after staying in Duke Jing's residence for so long. All eyes in the flower hall were on Feng Rose as she reluctantly approached Bai Li Gu Lan and knelt. I am sorry. I was foolish at the banquet and acted inappropriately. Please forgive me, young lady. Bai Li Gu Lan took a sip of tea, not rushing to respond. Tang Yu casually opened the box to inspect the gift. It was acceptable. Bai Li Gu Lan set her cup down and graciously said, Rise. I thought this matter was settled, but I did not expect you to come to apologize. Feng Rose retorted. Why didn't you say this earlier? She glared fiercely at Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled sweetly, helping Feng Rose to her feet, whispering in her ear, I know you did this for the princess, but isn't it frustrating that she stood by while trouble arose? I can assist you. Feng Rose was taken aback, unsure how Bai Li Gu Lan knew. She peeked at Tang Yu. Did Bai Li Gu Lan also know about her feelings for him? What do you mean? The literal meaning, Bai Li Gu Lan replied, returning to her seat. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue said to Duke Jing and his wife, My daughter acted rashly. Since she has apologized, we shall take our leave. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan's acceptance of the apology, Duke Jing summoned the steward to see them off. Tang Yu regarded Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, What did you whisper to her just now? He had seen her speaking with Feng Rose but had not heard their conversation. He knew Bai Li Gu Lan would not be so magnanimous as to share intimate words with Feng Rose. It was likely they were plotting something. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced towards the door just as Feng Rose exited, the curtain falling to obscure her figure. I told her to conduct herself properly in the future. Do you believe that? Tang Yu replied. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled, revealing that her earlier words to Feng Rose were meant to sow discord between her and Chu Qing. After all, with Song Zhan still around, she had no time to deal with them. Letting them turn against each other was her plan. It remained to be seen if Feng Rose had the courage and capability for it. As the cold weather persisted, the Duchess of Jing returned to the Farong courtyard, advising Bai Li Gu Lan not to wander outside lest she catch a chill. Tang Yu remarked, Look, it's freezing, and Mother doesn't want you wandering about. You still want to rise early for greetings? Isn't that self-inflicted suffering? Bai Li Gu Lan responded. Duke Jing frowned, saying, What greetings in this bitter cold? Don't risk your health. Wait until next summer to pay your respects. Bai Li Gu Lan felt touched by his concern. In her previous life, marrying Song Zhan had not afforded her such consideration. The minister's wife had deemed her improper, demanding daily greetings and even prayers for her family at the ancestral hall on specific days. In the past couple of days, the temperature had risen slightly. Bai Li Gu Lan received an invitation from the Grand Princess, placing the card on the small table beside the soft couch. Ian handed her a hand warmer, saying, Miss, this has just been filled with charcoal for you. Bai Li Gu Lan exchanged it for her old one and instructed, select a decent gift from the storeroom. We shall visit the Grand Princess's residence for the banquet tomorrow. Yes, came the reply. Just then, Tang Yu returned from the study, overhearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words. The Grand Princess had indeed sent a male companion to Bai Li Gu Lan, which led him to harbor some resentment towards her. He cast a dark glance at the invitation on the table and sat down on the other side of the couch, grumbling. What banquet in this cold? Isn't it better to stay home? Bai Li Gu Lan sensed something unusual in his tone. We've been cooped up at home for so long. Don't you want to meet people? Besides, this invitation is from the Grand Princess. How can we not attend? The Grand Princess's invitation can be declined. Are you afraid of offending her? Afraid? She is the Grand Princess. How could a commoner like me not be afraid? Bai Li Gu Lan said this deliberately to see how he would react. Tang Yu's expression darkened further. He was aware of her scheming with the Northern Prince, and her feigned fear was a blatant lie. Tang Yu shot Bai Li Gu Lan a look that conveyed, Don't deceive me. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Yu felt Bai Li Gu Lan was playing coy, so he stated plainly, The Grand Princess has never had good intentions towards you at her banquets. Why would you still go? Have someone send a message to the Grand Princess's residence, saying you caught a chill and cannot attend. Bai Li Gu Lan guessed He was still bothered by the male companion matter. She leaned against him, saying, "I have matters to attend to. I must go." "What matters?" "Haven't you heard? The general of cavalry and the princess residents are discussing a marriage." Tang Yu pondered for a moment before asking seriously, "Are you planning to intervene? What do you intend to do?" Bai Li Gu Lan grinned mischievously, naturally. "I intend to thwart their engagement." Tang Yu paused, finding her wicked demeanor somewhat endearing. "My dear," Bai Li Gu Lan winked. And Tang Yu quickly turned his face away to hide his embarrassment. "You plan to use the Grand Princess?" Tang Yu inquired. "Yes. That princess has been targeting me openly and covertly. I must repay the favor to the prince's residence." Bai Li Gu Lan then shifted the topic. "By the way, do you know that the princess has feelings for you?" Tang Yu was taken aback. "Don't say such things carelessly." Bai Li Gu Lan returned to her previous seat. "I'm not speaking carelessly. I've noticed it. At the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet and the Palace Feast, she confronted me twice because of you." She didn't believe that Tang Yu had no romantic interest in her. Tang Yu was left speechless. How could he possibly be oblivious to the fact that Chu Qing harbors feelings for him? This woman has only been in Kyoto for a few months and has encountered Chu Qing merely a handful of times. How could she have discerned such a sentiment? "So, do you have feelings for her?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. "I have heard that you once wished to court her, to the point of an engagement. What led to its dissolution?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow. "Who ever wished to engage in such matters with her? It is utterly unfounded." "Is that so?" Bai Li Gu Lan elongated her tone, clearly skeptical. "Absolutely." Observing Tang Yu's earnest demeanor, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a mischievous urge to tease him, while also wishing to gauge his sincerity.
"Ah,
"I was contemplating that if you did indeed have feelings for her, I would graciously return her to you, to spare you both the torment of unrequited love." Tang Yu's expression darkened as he regarded Bai Li Gu Lan, unable to believe her claim of generosity. Yet, recalling Chu Qing's foolish and arrogant demeanor, he felt a surge of disdain. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's playful smile, he recognized her mischief. He rose, approached her, and playfully pushed her onto the soft couch. "What are you doing?" Bai Li Gu Lan questioned. "I find you rather deserving of a reprimand, and yet you entertain thoughts of making her my concubine." As he spoke, he leaned down and swiftly untied her waist. Bai Li Gu Lan gasped, and the room soon echoed with enchanting sounds. After a delightful tussle, night had fallen. When Ting Yin and the other maidservants arrived with the meal, their smiles made Bai Li Gu Lan feel quite embarrassed, prompting her to discreetly kick Tang Yu under the table. Tang Yu nearly toppled his bowl from the unexpected jab. Does the lady harbor such resentment that she did not enjoy herself? Bai Li Gu Lan froze. There were indeed outsiders present. When did this man become so brazen? Tang Yu offered Bai Li Gu Lan a piece of food. "My lady, do not rush. You must eat well to gather strength. If you desire more, I shall accompany you tonight." "Silence," Bai Li Gu Lan retorted, delivering another kick. Chapter 62. Precautions against others. Tang Yu was already prepared. Swiftly grasping Bai Li Gu Lan's foot, "Release me." Being caught in such an ungraceful stance was quite humiliating, and Bai Li Gu Lan glared at Tang Yu. He smirked triumphantly before letting her go. Upon witnessing their playful banter, Ting Yin hastily arranged the items and retreated. "Why are you not serving inside?" Mama Chong inquired upon seeing Ting Yin emerge. Ting Yin glanced back into the room and hesitated before replying. "The young lady and the young master do not require assistance." Mama Chong paused, looking into the room herself, but chose not to speak further. The next day, Bai Li Gu Lan prepared to attend a banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. After adorning herself, she donned a grand cloak and was about to step outside. Tang Yu, reclining on the soft couch engrossed in a book, could not resist shifting his gaze to her. "Do not walk too closely to the Grand Princess. There are no trustworthy individuals in her company." Bai Li Gu Lan approached, pinching his chin. "I am aware, my dear husband, you are the best." Bai Li Gu Lan traversed the covered walkway and passed through the flower-draped gate, arriving at the main entrance. The coachman had prepared a small charcoal stove, and with heavy curtains shielding the interior, the carriage remained relatively warm. The snow on the road had been cleared, and few pedestrians were present, save for a charcoal seller calling out. Upon seeing the charcoal seller, clad in tattered hemp garments and shivering in the cold, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of compassion. She instructed the coachman, "Have that charcoal seller deliver his goods to the Wang Fu of the north." "Understood," the coachman replied, halting the carriage and approaching the seller. "Miss, that charcoal seller is in tears," Ting Yin remarked, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Bai Li Gu Lan sighed deeply. Affluent households had long since stocked up on charcoal, making the seller's timing unfortunate. The laboring capacity of ordinary citizens is limited, and sometimes they find themselves with an excess of firewood, unable to convert it into charcoal in time, or they encounter unforeseen circumstances that prevent them from selling it. This leads to a mismatch between plans and reality, leaving them with charcoal they cannot bear to use, enduring the winter in frozen hunger. The carriage arrived smoothly at the Grand Princess's residence, where numerous noblewomen had gathered. The Grand Princess was entertaining guests when Bai Li Gu Lan entered the flower hall and approached her to offer greetings. "I have come to see the Grand Princess."
Ah.
"The wife of the heir to the Duke of Jing Guo has arrived. Please, take a seat," the Grand Princess exclaimed. "Thank you, Grand Princess." Bai Li Gu Lan took her place beside the Grand Princess. The banquet was attended exclusively by women of power, and the Grand Princess had not brought her male favorites, suggesting this was a standard gathering intended to foster connections. Opposite Bai Li Gu Lan sat Mrs. Hua, the young mistress of the Right Minister's residence, who kept stealing glances at Bai Li Gu Lan but remained silent. After some pleasantries, the Grand Princess looked back and forth between Bai Li Gu Lan and Mrs. Hua before addressing Bai Li Gu Lan. "Last time, I genuinely intended to discuss a match for your second daughter. What do you think of the Right Minister's residence?" Bai Li Gu Lan narrowed her eyes. The eldest son of the Right Minister was already married, and the younger sons were merely in their early teens, even younger than Bai Li Aoshue. This could not be. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at Mrs. Hua, noting her pale complexion, and realized her suspicions were likely correct. The Right Minister was a third-rank official and a figure of influence in Kyoto, yet still inferior to the Wangfu of the north. Mrs. Hua's face grew grimmer at this remark. The Grand Princess chuckled lightly. The Right Minister holds a significant position in Kyoto. Although he is not on par with the Wangfu of the north in rank, he is known for his integrity, and thus his sons are bound to be of quality. Bai Li Gu Lan sipped her tea, remaining silent, allowing the Grand Princess to continue. The Grand Princess continued, "Though you have married into the Duke of Jingguo's residence, once you bear children, will you still be able to care for your younger siblings? It would be wise to arrange a marriage for your second daughter early on. Should anything arise with the young master, it would be beneficial to have someone to look after them, no?" In an attempt to forge connections, she was meddling in the marriages of others, revealing her anxiety over the current power dynamics in the court, indicating she had no clear strategy and was somewhat at a loss. However, as far as I know, the Right Minister's residence has no eligible bachelors. "Who does the Grand Princess intend to propose for Aoshue's marriage?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Mrs. Hua remained silent, her head bowed. The Grand Princess laughed. "Although the eldest son of the Right Minister is married, there has been no news of heirs from him and his young mistress for years. The old matriarch of the Right Minister's residence wishes to marry him off to a secondary wife, and I believe your second daughter would be quite suitable." Bai Li Gu Lan's expression darkened. Bai Li Aoshue was the legitimate second daughter of the Wangfu of the north. No matter the circumstances, she could not be relegated to the status of a secondary wife or be married off beneath her station. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a glance at the Grand Princess and Mrs. Hua. The young mistress had been childless for years. Did she truly wish for the eldest son of the Right Minister to take a secondary wife to bear children? Surely, taking 2 concubines would suffice. Why bother with a secondary wife? Mrs. Hua's countenance shifted. Naturally, she did not want her husband to take a secondary wife, but after years of marriage without children, the Right Minister had made enemies, and it was imperative to find a capable family as support, hence her appeal to the Grand Princess. Noticing Bai Li Gu Lan's unwavering gaze on Mrs. Hua, the Grand Princess remarked, "The Right Minister's residence is one of the foremost families in Kyoto. With the Wangfu of the north absent from the capital, should our 2 families unite through marriage, they would certainly offer assistance in times of need, would they not? Furthermore, should the second daughter marry into the Right Minister's residence, all her children would be legitimate. Is that not a favorable outcome?" Bai Li Gu Lan smiled faintly. "A union of civil and martial families. Does the Grand Princess not harbor any concerns?" The princess paused, her concern evident. Yet, given the prowess of the northern king, any union of his offspring posed a latent threat. Thus, it would be prudent to select a match she could manipulate. The princess likely recalled my previous words. "There was no need for you to trouble yourself regarding my second sister's marriage." This was yet another rejection, and the princess's countenance turned icy. "Is it so that the heir to the Duke of Jingguo's wife offers no courtesy to this princess?" The princess, being of royal blood, commanded my respect as a subject. However, while she remained wary of the northern king's estate, she ought to also guard against others. Bai Li Gu Lan remarked, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Li Gu Lan surveyed the assembly, then retrieved a slip of paper from her sleeve, handing it to Ting Yin for delivery to the princess. Upon reading it, the princess's brow furrowed deeply. After perusing the note, she cast it into the nearby fire, where it swiftly turned to ash, inciting curiosity among those who had observed them regarding its contents. "The matter you have disclosed to me will be investigated," the princess stated. "Since the second young lady of your household is not yet inclined to wed, I shall refrain from further meddling." Bai Li Gu Lan expressed her gratitude for the princess's understanding. Chapter 63. Poor discretion in the winter. Days are short and nights long. Hence, after a brief gathering, everyone returned home. Bai Li Gu Lan made a detour back to the northern king's estate. Since the incident, Bai Li Ao Shui had remained indoors, seldom venturing out. However, Songjian occasionally sent her cosmetics and trinkets. Uncle Li had inquired about this, to which she explained that she had ordered them from the shop, and the attendant delivered them upon arrival. Her explanation was quite reasonable, thus Uncle Li harbored no further suspicions. When Bai Li Gu Lan arrived, Bai Li Ao Shui was in her chamber, testing the cosmetics sent by Songjian. Watching her apply the brow powder, Bai Li Gu Lan felt intrigued and suddenly asked, "This is quite nice. Where did you acquire it?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Bai Li Ao Shui turned, initially mistaking her for Xiao Yu, only to realize it was Bai Li Gu Lan returning. "What's the matter?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, observing the startled expression on Bai Li Ao Shui's face. "And no, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to return so suddenly without a word," Bai Li Ao Shui stammered, nervously attempting to conceal the items. But realizing it was too late, Bai Li Gu Lan offered a gentle smile. "I visited the princess today, and thought to check on you." She then picked up the box of powder from the dressing table for inspection. The Marin Pavilion, a shop affiliated with the Prime Minister's estate, had always supplied her with the latest formulations, courtesy of Songjian. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to his true nature, believing herself fortunate to have such a husband. In retrospect, had she merely reached out on the street, finding such a husband would require immense blessings and virtues accumulated over lifetimes. Yet, she was no paragon of virtue. Thus, it seemed implausible that fate would favor her so. "Sister, this powder is from a shop called Marin Pavilion in the southern part of the city. If you like it, I can procure some for you next time," Bai Li Ao Shui suggested, reclaiming the box from Bai Li Gu Lan. "You purchased it yourself?" Bai Li Gu Lan queried. "It was not I who went, but rather the shop attendant delivered it," Bai Li Ao Shui replied honestly, though it was Songjian who had orchestrated the delivery. Knowing Bai Li Gu Lan wished to keep her distance from Songjian, he had devised a plan, ensuring she would say such, while he communicated with the shopkeeper that it was her order, thus evading suspicion. "That's quite convenient. It's so chilly outside, and this spares you from the cold," Bai Li Gu Lan remarked. Bai Li Ao Shui breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Bai Li Gu Lan would continue her inquiries, potentially revealing more than intended. With Bai Li Qing currently on leave, Bai Li Gu Lan spent some time with Bai Li Ao Shui before heading to Bai Li Qing's courtyard. Bai Li Qing was diligently practicing swordplay, displaying remarkable dedication. "Qing Heir," Bai Li Gu Lan called from the entrance. "Elder sister," Bai Li Qing exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he rushed over, standing before her with a beaming smile. "You have returned." His tone carried a hint of grievance. Bai Li Gu Lan reached out to smooth the stray hair that had fallen across his face, suddenly noticing how much he had grown. When she had first arrived in the capital, he was barely at her ear's height, and now he stood as tall as she. "Has your second sister been bullying you again?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Bai Li Qing's eyes filled with tears, yet he shook his head in denial. Bai Li Gu Lan's heart sank. It was evident he had faced some trials at the Guozijian. Her gaze hardened. She should have addressed that situation long ago. She longed to embrace him but noted that he had grown to her height. Perhaps it was best to refrain. "You're dressed too lightly. Go inside to avoid catching a chill." Inside, the warmth from the charcoal fire was inviting, though the room was somewhat disheveled. A bow and crossbow lay on the table alongside an assortment of items Bai Li Qing had been tinkering with, including daggers, unfinished wooden carvings, and books. Bai Li Qing awkwardly chuckled, quickly motioning for a servant to clear the clutter aside. "Elder sister, please have some tea." He personally poured her a warm cup. After sitting down, Bai Li Gu Lan inquired about his experiences at the Guozijian, but Bai Li Qing only relayed the good aspects, revealing little of substance. That evening, Bai Li Gu Lan stayed at the Northern King's estate, and the three siblings shared a meal. At the table, Bai Li Ao Shui remained silent, while Bai Li Qing was engrossed in his food. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that their relationship had not been particularly strong. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to glance at Bai Li Ao Shui. Ao Shui, you are nearing your coming of age. Do you have any thoughts regarding your marriage? Bai Li Ao Shui was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Bai Li Gu Lan. Her thoughts drifted to Song Zhan. Yet the conflict between the Northern King's estate and the Prime Minister's household remained unresolved. She knew voicing her sentiments would garner no support from her family. Recalling Bai Li Ao Shui's previous words, Bai Li Qing interjected, "Elder sister, didn't his second sister mention she would select her husband just like you did, from the streets?" Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Bai Li Ao Shui, teasingly adding, "But she has poor judgment and probably won't find someone as good as brother-in-law." "What did you say?" Bai Li Ao Shui exclaimed, kicking at him, but Bai Li Qing swiftly dodged. With an indignant glare, Bai Li Ao Shui challenged him. "Dare to call me lacking in judgment, and I'll make you regret it." Bai Li Qing, smirking and crossing his arms, retorted, "You can't defeat me now." Bai Li Ao Shui stomped her foot in frustration. "Enough of this bickering," Bai Li Gu Lan admonished, turning to Bai Li Qing. "Focus on your meal." Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing resumed their seats, exchanging defiant glares, neither willing to yield. "Ao Shui, you still haven't answered my question," Bai Li Gu Lan urged, regarding Bai Li Ao Shui. Bai Li Ao Shui chose to disregard Bai Li Qing, her brows furrowed in contemplation. "Sister, I wish to take charge of my own marriage." Noticing Ao Shui's hesitant and evasive gaze, Bai Li Gu Lan surmised that she still harbored feelings for Song Zhan. With a shift in her thoughts, she set down her chopsticks and regarded Bai Li Ao Shui. "I do not intend to dictate your choices, but if you desire to wed, I can spread the word and see which young men express interest. Then, we could compile a list for you to choose from. What do you think?"
No.
"I do not wish for that." Bai Li Ao Shui promptly rejected the proposal without a second thought. Her reaction was so pronounced that, under the steady gaze of Bai Li Gu Lan, she felt compelled to explain, "I have only just come of age. I can afford to wait a year or two before marrying." It was uncertain whether she spoke from the heart, and Bai Li Gu Lan felt it inappropriate to probe further. As the biting cold gripped the air, everyone retreated to their respective quarters after dinner. As dusk fell, lanterns flickered to life along the corridors. Tingyin approached, lantern in hand, and curiously inquired, "Miss, why the sudden desire to find a match for the second young lady? You previously mentioned not rushing her marriage." Bai Li Gu Lan sighed inwardly, anxious that Bai Li Ao Shui might once again tread the path of her former life. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan lost in thought, Tingyin, noticing her melancholic demeanor, asked, "Miss, what troubles you?" "I worry that Ao Shui may feel too isolated." Bai Li Gu Lan fabricated an excuse. Tingyin nodded, acknowledging that Bai Li Ao Shui's solitary lifestyle could indeed feel rather dull. Companionship would undoubtedly enhance her experience. Bai Li Gu Lan spent the night at the Duke of Northern Town's residence. Upon waking the next morning, she found Tang Yu seated by her bedside, making her feel as though she were in a dream. "Why do you gaze at me so?" he queried. "Am I dreaming?" Bai Li Gu Lan glanced around, reassured that this was indeed her own chamber. How then had this man come to be here so early? Tang Yu's expression darkened as he moved to sit on the soft couch.
Speak.
Bai Li Gu Lan urged. "What else would I do?" "You did not return to the Duke of Jingguo's residence last night," he replied, frustration evident in his voice. "You left me to wonder what you were up to at the princess's abode, and I hardly slept a wink." Upon seeing her deep slumber, he had been unable to contain his irritation. Tingyin entered with warm water to assist Bai Li Gu Lan with her morning rituals. After dressing, she called out, "You have yet to partake in breakfast, come join me." Tang Yu's heart lightened at her words, a smile creeping onto his lips despite his attempt to maintain a stern facade. "Since you are here, why act like a sulking little bride?" Bai Li Gu Lan teased, pulling him closer. He nearly stormed off, but she anticipated his reaction and held him back. "I was jesting, dear husband. Why take it to heart?" "And who is the little bride here?" he retorted through clenched teeth. "It is I, without a doubt," she proclaimed. 2 days later, the prince was dismissed from his position as the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. This news rippled through the court, stirring hushed discussions among the ministers. Some speculated that the emperor could no longer tolerate him, stripping him of his remaining authority. Whispers among informed officials suggested that the prince sought an alliance with the general's household, harboring treasonous intentions. His removal was a lenient punishment. Had it not been for the emperor's mercy, the prince's family might have faced exile to a desolate land. Upon receiving this revelation, courtiers swiftly distanced themselves from the prince's residence, even avoiding casual greetings in passing. Enraged by his dismissal, the prince returned home, unleashing his fury. The princess consort lamented. "Who is it that seeks our downfall? How dare they slander our house?" Chu Qing interjected, "Mother, I have expressed my reluctance to marry into the general's household.
Yet you insist upon it.
Now look, father has lost his position, and our house holds no power in the capital. What shall we do?" Both parents were taken aback by her candidness. The princess consort could scarcely believe that her daughter would place the blame squarely on her shoulders. "Chu Qing, how can you lay such accusations against your mother?" The princess consort said, her disappointment palpable. However, before she could finish, she received a stinging slap across her face, sending her to the ground. "Why have you struck me?" she cried out in shock. The prince's face was twisted with rage. "It is you, wretched woman, who has brought my disgrace upon me, subjecting me to ridicule from all officials." With a swift kick, he made his anger known. The princess consort's cries echoed through the courtyard, startling Chu Qing, who chose not to intercede but fled the scene. As she departed, the sounds of anguish continued to pervade the air, instilling fear in those nearby. In the palace, the prime minister awoke beside the empress, who, reluctant to let him go,
Clung to him.
"You visit me but twice or thrice a month, yet Zhao Pin pays her respects to the emperor far more frequently." The prime minister paused, perplexed. "What business does Zhao Pin have with you?" "Humph. What else?" "She flaunts her pregnancy, seeking to provoke me." The empress released her grip, tidying her hair. "Had it not been for your influence, I would have long since dealt with her insolence." The prime minister chuckled, placing his hands on her shoulders. "As a mere concubine, she dares to challenge you. Simply impose a punishment." "Is that so?" The empress inquired earnestly. "If she were to offend me again, I would not tolerate it."
Indeed.
"It is true. You are the empress, the sovereign of the harem. Matters within your domain are yours to command." His words brought her considerable comfort. Rising, she donned his garments herself. "Come often, lest I suffer the solitude of this palace." "As you wish. I shall take my leave now." Not long after the prime minister departed, the empress was relaxing on a soft couch with tea when a palace maid entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Zhao Pin has come to pay her respects." The matron beside her frowned, murmuring her discontent. What an hour for her to arrive. Having just endured a tiring encounter, the matron hoped the maid would dismiss Zhao Pin. Yet the empress commanded, "Let her enter." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the maid exited, the matron remarked, "Your Majesty is quite magnanimous. Zhao Pin seeks to provoke you, yet you choose to tolerate her. After all, she carries the emperor's child and is connected to the prime minister. A small measure of respect is warranted. Once she bears a son, I shall have no difficulty dealing with her." "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I was indeed short-sighted." Zhao Pin entered, supported by palace maids. Upon entering the hall, she plopped down onto a chair. "This pregnancy is quite exhausting. Surely, Your Majesty will not hold it against me for not saluting?" The empress's expression turned icy as she cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Pin's barely noticeable belly, nearly hurling her teacup at her. It was evident that she had arrived by sedan chair. To claim exhaustion after merely a few steps was an affront to her intelligence. Nevertheless, seeing Zhao Pin's audacious demeanor, the empress suppressed her rising anger. Zhao Pin, bearing the weight of a dragon child, found herself in a precarious situation. Given her exhaustion, it was understandable that she refrained from performing the customary greetings. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, Your Majesty," she remarked, observing the empress's indifferent demeanor. She continued, "Alas, I had intended to rise early this morning to pay my respects to you, but I overslept. The emperor forbade the maids from waking me, insisting that a pregnant woman should rest more. Otherwise, poor sleep may affect the child. Thus, I humbly seek your forgiveness for my tardiness." The empress's ire intensified at the audacity of Zhao Pin. "Since you are already late, your absence would have sufficed." "How could I do that? All the other consorts have come to pay their respects. If I were to stay away, they would label me as one who takes advantage of favor," Zhao Pin retorted, her face adorned with a mocking smile, exuding an attitude of defiance. The empress struggled to contain her rage, closing her eyes momentarily. Yet Zhao Pin, feeling unsatisfied, added, "Oh, I almost forgot, aside from myself, concubine Hui has also not come. I've heard that since winter began after the third prince caught a chill, she has not visited the Yaoguang Palace. Your Majesty, it has been quite some time. The third prince has long since recovered. Concubine Hui's absence is a clear sign of her disregard for you." Had these words been uttered by another, they would have served as a reminder. However, when spoken by Zhao Pin, they dripped with sarcasm. After Zhao Pin departed, the Empress, furious, shattered her teacup. "Go, prepare a dose of abortifacients for that wretch. Let us see if she can remain so arrogant without the child within her." Zhao Pin had indeed gone too far, and a matron cautiously reminded. But she was brought into the palace by the Chancellor. "Humph, what of it? Such disrespect towards me. I will spare her life only out of respect for the Chancellor. Hasten, and ensure her pregnancy is terminated by tomorrow." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." At the North Town Prince's residence, Bai Li Qing, aware of Tang Yu's arrival, hurriedly dashed to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard. "Sister, where is brother-in-law?" he inquired, peeking inside but finding no sign of Tang Yu. "He is resting," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, reclining on a soft couch with a book. Upon seeing Bai Li Qing, she set the book aside. "What do you seek him for?" Bai Li Qing smiled as he entered. "He promised to gift me a horse last time, yet it has yet to be delivered. Now that he finally graces the North Town Prince's residence with his presence, I must come to claim it. Is that horse truly remarkable?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked, intrigued, as the North Town Prince's estate housed many fine steeds. "Indeed, it is a steed of the finest bloodline," Bai Li Qing affirmed. At that moment, Tang Yu emerged from Bai Li Gu Lan's quarters, clearing his throat upon hearing Bai Li Qing's words. "Brother-in-law," Bai Li Qing beamed. "When shall you present the horse to me?" "So he is relentless until he receives that horse," Tang Yu remarked, casting a glance at Bai Li Gu Lan. "You promised him. You cannot go back on your word," Bai Li Gu Lan insisted. Tang Yu surveyed the clear sky outside, resigned. "Very well. I shall have Zhou and fetch the horse. No need to wait. I have some free time now. I shall ride out to retrieve it," Bai Li Qing urged eagerly. Tang Yu was left speechless. "The horse farm isn't too far, is it?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. "Not far, just outside the city." Bai Li Qing interjected before Tang Yu could respond.
Perfect.
"I also wish to ride," Bai Li Gu Lan declared. "Then I shall change into riding attire," she said, heading back to her room. Thus, the two siblings joyfully made their plans while Tang Yu observed the scene, taking a sip of tea to soothe his vexation. Aware that Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Qing were heading to the city's outskirts, Bai Li Ao Shui, feeling stifled in the residence, decided to join them. The four of them set out in two carriages, traversing the streets towards the outskirts. The horse farm at the Jing Guo Duke's estate was vast, though the number of horses was modest. Upon their arrival, the stable boy had just completed feeding the horses. Bai Li Qing's eyes lit up as he spotted a horse with a striking coat, easily distinguishable among the herd. "Bring that horse out for me," he commanded the stable boy without hesitation. The boy glanced at Tang Yu, who nodded in approval, and promptly complied. The stable boy led the horse out, saddling it before presenting it to Bai Li Qing. "Here you go, young master," he said. Delighted, Bai Li Qing admired the horse, gently stroking its coat before mounting and galloping away.
Slow down,
Bai Li Gu Lan cautioned, fearing he might meet with an accident due to his exuberance. "Understood," Bai Li Qing shouted back. The stable boys then brought 3 more horses. Bai Li Ao Shui, inexperienced in riding, required assistance to mount. "Take your time to practice." "I'm off," Bai Li Gu Lan called out, gripping the reins and taking off. As Bai Li Gu Lan sped away, her hair flowing in the wind, Tang Yu felt a surge of desire to conquer her. He quickly pursued her, riding alongside. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced at him, recalling their last horseback ride to Jinzhou, and wondered if he had grown weary from their relentless pursuit. "Husband, let us race 3 laps. If you cannot outrun me, you must spend the night at the North Town Prince's residence. Conversely, if I lose, we shall return to the Jing Guo Duke's estate. What do you say?" Tang Yu pondered, sensing an implication that she might desire him to become a son-in-law. If he were to lose, would he still retain his status? He could not afford to lose. With that thought, Tang Yu flicked the reins and sped forward. As he galloped, Bai Li Gu Lan quickly followed, watching them race past. Bai Li Qing suddenly felt discontented with his own horse. "Can I exchange for another?" he wondered. Meanwhile, Bai Li Ao Shui was just starting. As Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu completed a lap and sped by her, her horse neighed in surprise, startling her, though the stable boy held it steady. "You are mad, racing at such speed," Bai Li Ao Shui exclaimed, nearly on the verge of cursing. In the second lap, Bai Li Gu Lan surpassed Tang Yu, flashing him a triumphant smile, brimming with confidence. As they entered the third lap, Tang Yu's expression darkened, and he nudged his horse forward. Bai Li Gu Lan glanced over at him. "Husband, do you know what the beauty trap is?" Tang Yu froze, puzzled by her words. She shot him a playful look, her demeanor markedly different from her usual seriousness, leaving him momentarily taken aback. As his pace slowed, he inadvertently allowed Bai Li Gu Lan to overtake him, reaching the finish line just moments ahead. Tang Yu pulled on the reins, stopping with a scowl. "Now you understand the power of the beauty trap, do you not?" Bai Li Gu Lan teased, guiding her horse to face Tang Yu. He shot her glare, as if to say she had cheated. "Of course. In battle, one must employ every tactic at their disposal. Is that not customary?" Tang Yu conceded, acknowledging his oversight. "Big sister, brother-in-law," Bai Li Qing called as he rode up. "Brother-in-law, you have lost to my sister." His words struck like a dagger to Tang Yu's heart. "Do you still want that horse?" he asked, his face clouded with displeasure. "Yes," Bai Li Qing replied eagerly. Bai Li Qing had just taken another ride and still found the horse quite agreeable. Bai Li Gu Lan dismounted gracefully and walked to the tea stove to sit down. Listening to Ing pour her a cup of tea, she remarked, "You rode splendidly just now." Bai Li Gu Lan's carefree demeanor resembled the days in Jinzhou when she was free from worry. Back then, they engaged in any endeavor without hesitation, simply relishing the joy of living. "It has been a long time since I rode like that," Bai Li Gu Lan reflected. On the return to Jinzhou, my heart was burdened with anxiety, devoid of the joy of galloping. She glanced at Tang Yu, who approached. "At that moment, I never imagined he would pursue me. Seeing him in linen truly touched my heart." She personally poured a cup of tea for Tang Yu, saying, "Husband, you must be weary. Here, have a sip of tea." Tang Yu felt she was taking advantage of him, yet he appreciated her gesture, finding the tea sweetened by her kindness. "Alas, I can no longer practice," Bai Li Aoshue declared after a difficult ride. Frowning, she plopped down beside the tea stove. "If you do not practice diligently, you shall never learn," Bai Li Gu Lan admonished. Unlike her and Bai Li Qing, Bai Li Aoshue was enamored solely with cosmetics and exquisite pearl ornaments. Thus, among the three siblings, she was the only one who did not wield a sword or ride a horse. "Humph, if I cannot, then I shan't practice at all," Bai Li Aoshue pouted. Those present could not comprehend her sentiments, left speechless by her words. Taking advantage of their time out of the city, Bai Li Gu Lan visited a Taoist temple, while Bai Li Aoshue and Bai Li Qing returned home. Bai Li Qing, having acquired a new horse, was elated and rode off with several guards, leaving Bai Li Aoshue behind. As she passed through the streets, she encountered Song Zhan, who had awaited their departure. Recognizing her carriage, he instructed a servant to halt it.
"Miss,
"Our young master requests your presence." As Bai Li Aoshue lifted the curtain to glance upstairs, she locked eyes with Song Zhan, who stood by the window. Her heart raced at the sight of his striking and noble demeanor. "Second miss, young Master Song awaits you upstairs," Xiao Yu informed her. With a slight blush, Bai Li Aoshue hesitated, uncertain whether to ascend. Amid her indecision, a woman approached her carriage with a maid in tow. "Are you Miss Bai Li?" inquired Feng Qiu, the second daughter of the Minister of Rites. Xiao Yu lifted the curtain to respond on Bai Li Aoshue's behalf. "Yes, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing in particular. Just happened to encounter you. Would you care to join me in selecting some cosmetics?" The rouge shop was located across from the tea house. Bai Li Aoshue dismounted, and, as she entered the shop, cast one last glance at the tea house where Song Zhan remained, watching her. Quickly averting her gaze, she ascended to the second floor of the shop, designated for esteemed guests, where a fire stove was set up for patrons to sit and leisurely select their items. Seated by the window, Bai Li Aoshue absent-mindedly held a box of rouge, her eyes occasionally darting towards the tea house. However, with the window shut, she could see nothing. Outside the city, Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu arrived at the Taoist temple, greeted once more by the same elderly priest. She sought a talisman for peace, and Tang Yu was taken aback upon receiving it. "Why do you want to give me this?" he inquired. "Isn't it obvious? I wish for your safety and well-being." Bai Li Gu Lan, having foreseen much from her past life, grew increasingly anxious for him as time passed, which prompted her to request the talisman. "Tang Yu, unaware of her deeper concerns, believed it to be a prayer from his wife, and he happily tucked the talisman into his pocket. Bai Li Gu Lan then offered a prayer at the deity's altar for the Bai Li family and donated money for incense before departing. After glancing at the window several times, Bai Li Xiu ceased her attempts to catch a glimpse, as Xiaoyu had not grasped her intentions. While selecting rouge, her mind wandered to Song Jian, and she failed to hear or respond clearly to Feng Qiu's conversation. "Are you preoccupied with something?" Feng Qiu asked. Bai Li Xiu blinked in surprise and, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, I'm just a bit tired today." "No worries, let us have tea together when the weather improves." "Sure," Bai Li Xiu said, casually selecting 2 boxes of rouge for the shopkeeper to tally. The shopkeeper, however, smiled and said, "This young lady, someone has already paid for you. No need for further payment." Realizing it must be Song Jian, Bai Li Xiu's heart tightened. Exiting the rouge shop, she glanced up at the tea house window, now closed, devoid of Song Jian's presence. "Did young Master Song cover the cost of the rouge?" Xiaoyu asked. Following their previous encounter, Xiaoyu felt grateful to Song Jian, recognizing that without his timely intervention, she might not have survived. "It must be him," Bai Li Xiu replied. As the carriage approached, she felt a gaze upon her and turned to see Song Jian standing not far away. He approached and said, "It's rare to see you. Would you accompany me for a cup of tea?" Bai Li Xiu's heart was a tumult of emotions. As Song Jian reached for her hand, she instinctively withdrew. Bai Li Gu Lan had yet to return, and she feared being discovered by Bai Li Gu Lan. "Xiu, what troubles you? You seemed fine last time. Has someone spoken ill of me before you?" Song Jian probed. Chapter 67. What do you propose? Bai Li Xiu shook her head, uttering not a word, and hurriedly boarded the carriage. As she watched Bai Li Xiu's carriage depart, a cold glint flickered in Song Jian's eyes. Just as Bai Li Xiu returned to the Wang residence, Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage followed closely behind. A sense of anxiety gripped Bai Li Xiu, fearing Bai Li Gu Lan might have witnessed her earlier encounter with Song Jian. She watched Bai Li Gu Lan intently. "What is it?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked, noting Bai Li Xiu's startled expression. "Nothing at all," observing Bai Li Gu Lan's calm demeanor. Bai Li Xiu surmised she was unaware of the incident with Song Jian. "And Qing? I haven't seen him," Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Bai Li Xiu was uncertain of Bai Li Qing's whereabouts. "He didn't wait for me and rode off with several others." Bai Li Gu Lan's brow furrowed deeper. Fearing reprimand, Bai Li Xiu hastened to defend herself. "It was he who left without waiting for me." At that moment, a servant announced, "Miss, the young master has returned."
See.
It was he who did not wait and rode back alone, Bai Li Xiu asserted as she entered, apprehensive about Bai Li Gu Lan questioning her tardiness. With no elders present at the Wang residence, Tang Yu felt no pressure in staying overnight. However, the lingering scent of femininity in Bai Li Gu Lan's room made it difficult for him to sleep. He tossed and turned, contemplating a cold shower, but felt it inconvenient. "What are you doing?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked, unable to sleep due to his restlessness. "Did you sleep too much this morning?" She suspected Tang Yu was suffering from insomnia due to his daytime nap. Tang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Although he had intended to sleep this morning, he was unable to do so, just as he was now. "You aren't sensitive to your sleeping arrangements, are you?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, noticing his silence. "At your age, how could you still be particular about your bed? How do you manage to sleep in the military camp?" Tang Yu turned over, his actions revealing the true reason for his insomnia. "My lady, I find myself in a state of insatiable desire. What do you suggest we do?" Bai Li Gu Lan felt the weight of his yearning, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Within the confines of the tent, the sounds of their breaths echoed until the late hours of the night. Bai Li Gu Lan frequently returned to the Duke of Jinbei's residence, and the wife of the Duke of Jingguo had little objection, for the couple had spoken to her prior to their departure from the capital. However, when she insisted that Tang Yu reside at the Duke of Jinbei's residence, the Duke's wife grew discontented. She instructed the steward to summon Bai Li Gu Lan to the Farong courtyard upon her return. As soon as Bai Li Gu Lan arrived at the entrance of the Duke of Jingguo's estate, the steward appeared. "Madam, the old lady requests your presence at Farong." "What does she want with Farong?" Tang Yu asked, not considering the potential conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but rather worrying if something was amiss. "Regarding your inquiry, I am uncertain, but the old lady commanded it, and I am merely conveying her message," the steward replied. Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu proceeded to the Farong courtyard. The maid on duty lifted the curtain for them, and upon entering, Bai Li Gu Lan removed her cloak, placing it on the rack. I come to pay my respects to the elder, Bai Li Gu Lan announced. The Duchess of Jingwa acknowledged her with a curt nod, casting a somewhat sullen glance at both Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu. Once the maid served tea, the Duchess finally spoke. I heard you both stayed at the Duke of Jinbei's residence last night? Indeed, Tang Yu replied. Did something happen at the estate? Why else would we be summoned here? The Duchess of Jingwa shot Tang Yu an annoyed glance. Is it not permissible to invite you both over for a simple visit? The Duchess then turned her attention to Bai Li Gu Lan. Your parents and I, along with the Duke, have discussed that after your marriage, the Duke of Jinbei's residence is left with only two masters, the second young lady and the young master, with no elder present. It is understandable that you wish to return often after your marriage. Both the Duke and I comprehend this. However, you cannot be allowed to spend the night at the Duke of Jinbei's residence, lest he be seen as a son-in-law. Realizing the underlying issue, Tang Yu wished to clarify, but was stopped by Bai Li Gu Lan. Now that the daughter-in-law is informed, the elder need not worry. Such a mistake shall not occur again. Bai Li Gu Lan took a box from the maid and approached the Duchess. What is this? The Duchess asked, slightly bewildered by the sight of Bai Li Gu Lan approaching with the box. This is a gift I purchased for you, my lady. I hope you find it to your liking, Bai Li Gu Lan said as she opened the box to reveal a pair of jade hairpins. Their luster both translucent and grand. Why would you buy me something? The Duchess felt a bit embarrassed, for she had given Bai Li Gu Lan only a token on the day of tea ceremony and had not gifted her anything since. The elder has shown me great kindness. This is a humble token from me, Bai Li Gu Lan responded. In truth, she had deliberately kept Tang Yu at the Duke of Jinbei's residence to gauge the reactions of the Duke and his wife regarding this matter and to assess their tolerance toward her. In her previous life, Song Zhan had also spent a night at the Duke of Jinbei's residence, but upon returning, she faced severe reprimands from the Prime Minister's wife, who forced her to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire day. Therefore, upon her return, Bai Li Gu Lan purchased the jade hairpins. If the Duchess treated her with the same harshness as the Prime Minister's wife, she would keep the hairpins for herself. If the Duchess was kind, she would present them as a gift. Bai Li Gu Lan took the hairpins and personally adorned the Duchess's hair. See, these hairpins suit you beautifully. The Duchess of Jingwa chuckled, her expression softening as she touched the hairpins atop her head. Oh, you truly leave me speechless. Very well. As long as all you knows to return home. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled radiantly. Rest assured, my husband, regardless of circumstances, is the heir of the Duke of Jingwa. The Duchess smiled at Bai Li Gu Lan, then at Tang Yu. Very well, you may return. However, the weather is quite cold. So, do not wander too far lest you catch a chill. Then we shall not disturb you any longer, my lady. Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu took their leave. On the way back to Qingzhou, Tang Yu glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan. Those hairpins, weren't they meant for yourself? Of course not. Even if they were, having given them away, I certainly cannot admit to it. They were intended for the elder. Do I strike you as such a miserly person? Bai Li Gu Lan retorted. Tang Yu then remarked, another letter has arrived from the palace. Zhao Pin has lost her child and nearly lost her life due to excessive bleeding. Su Yao inquired about Bai Li Gu Lan's next course of action. Why would you send a beauty to the emperor? Tang Yu asked, having seen the letter and feeling curious. Chapter 68. Quite necessary. Bai Li Gu Lan tossed the letter into the charcoal stove, watching the flames dance as she spoke. Sending a beauty to the emperor is, of course, to curry favor and to gain insight into palace affairs. What? Has the Duke's residence never sent a beauty to the emperor? Tang Yu replied. My father has only ever known the battlefield, never involving himself in courtly intrigues, nor has he shown any curiosity towards the emperor's harem. Do you believe that is appropriate? Tang Yu was puzzled by Bai Li Gu Lan's inquiry, regarding her with curiosity. I believe that as a member of the court, any anomalies or political upheavals therein will undoubtedly affect oneself and one's family. Thus, it is prudent to place a few informants to gather intelligence and prepare countermeasures in advance. Tang Yu discerned the implication in Bai Li Gu Lan's words. She was alluding to the fact that the Duke had been injured, lost his position, and that the Duke of Jingwa's residence had fallen into disrepute, being ostracized by numerous noble families, leaving him with no opportunity to seek military merit. Tang Yu pondered deeply. He had previously shared the same belief as the Duke of Jingwa, thinking that as long as one was skilled in martial arts, able to achieve military merit on the battlefield, honor would naturally follow. The affairs of the court were merely the concern of civil officials. The civil officials often employed flattery towards the emperor, forming cliques and using every scheme to rise in ranks, much like the Prime Minister. They, as military generals, disdained such tactics, believing that true honor could only be earned through uprightness and one's own capabilities. However, should the court undergo changes that brought calamity upon oneself and affected one's family, it would indeed be foolishness to remain oblivious. Are you aware of the matters concerning the Prime Minister and the Empress? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Tang Yu was taken aback. He was unaware. But seeing the glimmer in Bai Li Gu Lan's eyes and her mysterious demeanor, he began to surmise. You guessed right, didn't you? Bai Li Gu Lan leaned closer to Tang Yu. Do you know that the Prime Minister harbors ambitions of usurping power? Tang Yu was taken aback. Was it not she who instigated the Duke of Jinbei's ambitions? How had it shifted to the Prime Minister? How do you know? Tang Yu stared intently at Bai Li Gu Lan. Once he posed the question, he recalled she had previously mentioned her rebirth. The Emperor was incompetent, and it was widely known that if the next ruler remained the same, the downfall of the Diyu kingdom was inevitable. Could such a day arrive so swiftly? Did she possess knowledge of the Prime Minister's ambitions, which prompted her to incite the Duke of Jinbei's quest for power? Reflecting on her past life, Bai Li Gu Lan's expression gradually grew cold. In any case, it is wise to be wary of those from the Prime Minister's residence and those who maintain close ties with him. In the palace, Su Yao received a letter from Bai Li Gu Lan. After reading it, she tossed it into the charcoal stove to burn. She had elevated her status to a noblewoman through her own efforts, yet she understood that further advancement would necessitate having children. However, Bai Li Gu Lan urged her to maintain her current standing, leaving her perplexed as to why, given her qualifications and capabilities, she could not bear a child. With good fortune, she might even give birth to a dragon heir, potentially elevating her to the status of a consort. After Xiao Pin's miscarriage, she summoned a trusted eunuch of the Chancellor. It was the Empress who caused me to lose my dragon seed. Please inform the Chancellor that she seeks my life. The eunuch, aware of the relationship between the Chancellor and the Empress, sighed helplessly. Xiao Pin, you cannot speak without evidence. If these words were to spread, it would be slander against the Empress, a charge you cannot bear. Xiao Pin was taken aback. I am a person of the Chancellor. Yet you refuse to assist me and instead support the Empress? I merely speak the truth. Moreover, the Chancellor wishes for you to cease provoking the Empress. Your focus should be on nurturing your health and pleasing the Emperor, he replied. Xiao Pin could hardly believe it. She had been sent to the palace by the Chancellor. If the Empress were eliminated, she would command the harem entirely. Why would they not help her? Why send her to the palace in the first place? The eunuch, seeing her lack of understanding, offered no further assistance and disdainfully glanced at her before departing. Watching him leave, Xiao Pin's eyes burned with resentment. In the Yaoguang Hall, the Chancellor entered the palace again, moving with the confidence of someone accustomed to the surroundings. Upon seeing him, the Empress expressed her irritation. What brings you here? The Chancellor dismissed the palace maids and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Naturally, I have come to keep you company. The Empress shrugged off his hand. Is it that wretched woman who has caused a stir? Are you afraid I might take her life? The Chancellor sighed. Xiao Pin has indeed been somewhat spoiled, but do not seek her demise. She remains useful near the Emperor. Humph. You seek to curry favor with the Emperor. If she dies, you can simply send another beauty into the palace, the Empress retorted, unaware of the Chancellor's true machinations. She naively believed he sought to maintain control over the court's power. However, the Chancellor aimed not only to please the Emperor with beauties, but also to use the children of these beauties to manipulate the other princes, diverting the attention of the Grand Princess and other ministers to them, allowing him to build his influence in the shadows. Finding beauties is no easy task. Have some sympathy. My position in court is not without its challenges, the Chancellor implored, pulling her closer again. The Empress half-heartedly swatted him away. The beauty you gifted occupies the Emperor's favor. If I did not consider you, she would have been eliminated long ago. Indeed, you are the best, the Chancellor said, lifting the Empress into his arms and striding toward the chambers. The Empress smiled shyly. If you acknowledge my worth, then you must visit the palace more often to keep me company. The Chancellor feigned agreement, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. As the year drew to a close, everyone began making preparations for the new year. Although the weather remained quite cold, it could not dampen the people's enthusiasm for the festivities. Many households hosted continuous banquets, and the streets buzzed with activity once more. At the beginning of the year, the palace traditionally held a banquet, prompting many to rush to tailor new garments and acquire new adornments. Bai Li Gu Lan ventured out to the streets. intending to buy fabric to send to the Prince of Jinbei's residence for Bai Li Gu Shui and Bai Li Qing to make clothes. After selecting the fabric, she and Ting Yin went to a restaurant for lunch. As they ordered their dishes, a knock sounded on the door of their private room. "Who is it?" Ting Yin inquired of the guard stationed outside. Replying to the young lady, "The Minister of Personnel seeks an audience." Bai Li Gu Lan paused. The Minister of Personnel was associated with her father, but typically did not seek her out without reason. "Let him in," she instructed. The guard opened the door and ushered the Minister of Personnel inside. Bai Li Gu Lan performed a respectful greeting. Acknowledging her junior status, this humble girl greets the Minister of Personnel.
Ah.
"Miss Bai Li is courteous," he replied. "What brings you to seek me?" she asked directly. The Minister of Personnel sighed heavily. "I have come to apologize to you regarding a matter." Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow, concerned that something had transpired involving her father's associates. "What do you mean by that, Minister?" she inquired. He sighed again. "At the last banquet, Xian sought your assistance for her husband to obtain a position. I am aware of this. I never supported her marriage, which fostered resentment in me. I had not anticipated she would approach you. Alas, what a misfortune." The Minister of Personnel struggled to articulate his thoughts. As the weight of familial issues weighed heavily on him, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of regret. "I did not assist her. So, I should be the one to apologize. I believed it was a matter for you to resolve." The minister nodded. "You are indeed a person of understanding. Miss Bai Li, I have colleagues awaiting my company, so I shall not disturb you further." He bowed politely and took his leave. As soon as the minister departed, the waiter entered with their meal. The waiter, having discerned Bai Li Gu Lan's distinguished status, sought to ingratiate himself. "Do you know the Minister of Personnel? He frequently dines at our establishment. Our chef is a former imperial cook. If you enjoy our fare, we would welcome your visits." Ting Yin served Bai Li Gu Lan her food and replied, "If your dishes are delectable, my lady will certainly return. Now, please leave us to our meal." "Yes, yes. I shall take my leave," the waiter responded eagerly. Once the door to the private room closed, Ting Yin asked, "Miss, is it true that the Minister of Personnel's legitimate daughter is already pregnant? Even if he disapproves of her husband, the situation is already set. Why is he so unyielding?" Having lost her parents at a young age, Ting Yin held a vision of parental love akin to that of the Prince and Princess of Jinbei. Their affection for their children led her to believe that all parents should embody this ideal. Hence, she was astonished to learn of the Minister of Personnel's predicament with Lu Xian. She could not fathom why such a significant rift existed between a father and daughter. It is inherently wrong for a woman to pledge her life to a man without proper proceedings. Perhaps Miss Lu and her husband approached the minister with an unkind attitude? Otherwise, how could a father bear to witness his daughter suffer? Ting Yin pondered, somewhat confused by the complexities of familial relationships. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Li Gu Lan made her way to the jewelry shop. This would be her first new year since marriage, and she needed to prepare gifts for Tang Yu's younger siblings. She also intended to purchase 2 new adornments for herself and Bai Li Gu Shui. The jewelry shop offered many exquisite sets, and while browsing on the upper floor, she was drawn to a particular headpiece adorned with pearls and emeralds. Just as she was about to request the shop's maid to wrap it up, a voice called out, "Wait." Bai Li Gu Lan turned to see Chu Qing approaching her slowly.
Ah.
"The princess graces us with her presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," the shopkeeper exclaimed upon seeing Chu Qing. Chu Qing shot a cold glance at the shopkeeper. "That headpiece was reserved by me long ago. Did your master fail to inform you? Why is it displayed for anyone to choose?" The shopkeeper hesitated, having not received any prior notice regarding the reservation. Yet, given Chu Qing's claim, it was certain she would purchase the headpiece. She rolled her eyes and forced a smile, exclaiming, "Oh dear. It is entirely my fault for having such a poor memory. I completely forgot to place the headpiece reserved for the princess on the counter. How utterly careless of me. I shall pack it up right away for the princess." As she spoke, the steward hastily gathered the pearl headpiece. The young lady felt embarrassed. It was indeed reserved for the princess, and suggested, "Please select another item. Anything displayed on the counter surely wasn't reserved." Chu Qing was merely abusing her status, and Bai Li Gu Lan was not one to be easily deceived. Chu Qing's maid paid for the item and took the box containing the headpiece into her hands. Intentionally approaching Bai Li Gu Lan, Chu Qing smiled smugly. "This is mine. Even if you desire it, it ultimately belongs to me." "Oh, really?" Bai Li Gu Lan found it amusing. The princess's methods of snatching things are rather lackluster. Do you truly believe you can take it away? Chu Qing snorted dismissively. My status demands respect. Who wouldn't he give me some face? But you, on what grounds do you contend with me? On what grounds? Bai Li Gu Lan fixed her gaze on Chu Qing, on the 30,000 troops commanded by my father. Is that sufficient? Chu Qing faltered momentarily. The power of the northern town king was indeed formidable. However, long-distance help would not resolve immediate troubles, so she felt no need to be wary.
What?
Does your northern town king intend to rebel? The moment you admit it, I could have you arrested at once. You would surely regret it. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, the people in the jewelry loft turned their attention. The steward was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that in her attempt to please the princess, she would offend the legitimate daughter of the northern town king. It was rumored that the northern town king was a ruthless demon, and she was privy to some insider information regarding the last incident at the Qintian bureau. Would she survive the night? The steward trembled and rushed downstairs to find the shopkeeper. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a cold smile at Chu Qing and leaned closer to whisper. There is no need for rebellion. I possess myriad means to deal with the prince's residence, such as ensuring the prince loses his position at the Imperial Academy. Chu Qing's eyes widened in shock. The position at the Imperial Academy was the last vestige of power for the prince's residence, and this woman had managed to sabotage it. Rage surged within Chu Qing, and she raised her hand to strike Bai Li Gu Lan, but Bai Li Gu Lan deftly caught it.
Strike me?
Have you considered the consequences? Do not assume I would hesitate to retaliate. Bai Li Gu Lan released Chu Qing's hand, causing her to stumble slightly. At that moment, the steward and the shopkeeper ascended together. The shopkeeper interjected with a forced smile. Both esteemed young ladies hold significant status. It is our honor to have you peruse our wares. However, the pearl headpiece is a singular piece, and since the princess has already purchased it, I hope Miss Bai Li can be understanding. How about this? Miss Bai may select any other item, and I will sell it to you at cost without profit. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Chu Qing was displeased. On what grounds will you sell it to her without profit? I do not permit you to sell it to her. This was far too tyrannical. The shopkeeper, caught in a dilemma, wore a pained expression and whispered to Chu Qing, Your Highness, allow me to gift you a headpiece. For the sake of the Minister of Works, please let this matter pass. The Minister of Works was a third-rank official. Although the prince was of royal blood, it would not be wise to offend him. However, Chu Qing was fixated on the prince losing his position at the academy and remained relentless. I do not need your gifts. Just ensure she is expelled. Chapter 70. No gains to be had. The shopkeeper was in a difficult position, glancing around nervously. He had heard of the northern town king's reputation and knew better than to offend Bai Li Gu Lan. If he were to expel Bai Li Gu Lan now, he might find himself facing a fiery retribution tonight, perhaps even losing his life. The shopkeeper glanced at Chu Qing. Although she was a high-ranking princess with a temper, the prince would not dare act against her. Moreover, with the Minister of Works backing them, they had to show some respect. Your Highness, I will refund the silver you paid for the pearl headpiece and gift it to you. Please, I beseech you, spare us. Chu Qing stared in disbelief with widened eyes. As a member of the royal family and a princess, her status was undeniably exalted. How could the shopkeeper be so blind as to risk offending her? Furious, she glared at Bai Li Gu Lan, her face flushed with indignation as whispers surrounded them. Bai Li Gu Lan caught Chu Qing's gaze and smirked provocatively, which further enraged Chu Qing, almost prompting her to strike again. The atmosphere grew tense, and just then, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works, Yang Ruyu, descended from upstairs. She had gleaned an overview of the situation from the shop assistant. Approaching Chu Qing with a smile, she curtsied, Greetings, Your Highness. I have heard of your visit to our humble shop. It is our honor. Have you found anything to your liking? As Chu Qing prepared to speak, the shopkeeper hurriedly interjected. In response to the young mistress, the princess has taken a liking to a pearl headpiece, and I intend to gift it to her. Yang Ruyu was momentarily taken aback. The pearl headpiece was no inexpensive item, likely worth over 1,000 taels of silver. Was it truly being given away for free? However, the shopkeeper had managed the jewelry loft for many years and would presumably not act recklessly. Yang Ruyu smiled gently, since the princess desires it. Let it be gifted. Hearing this, the shopkeeper promptly presented the silver that Chu Qing had previously paid. Your Highness, please accept this. Yet, with so many eyes upon her, how could Chu Qing accept it for free? She sensed that beneath the facade of respect from the jewelry loft, they were merely taking advantage of the prince's current lack of power. Her maid hesitated, unsure whether to accept the silver, waiting for Chu Qing's cue. Glancing at the silver in the shopkeeper's hand, Chu Qing scoffed. Do you think I am in need of such trifles? I can afford to buy it myself. With that, she shot Yang Ruyu a furious glare and stormed away in a huff. Yang Ruyu smiled politely at Bai Li Gu Lan before following the shopkeeper into the back room. As the commotion dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed. One bystander lamented. It is a pity that the young lady finally found a headpiece she liked, only to have it snatched away. Fear not, there are plenty of items here. We can purchase something else. In the Northern Town King's floral hall, various items Bai Li Gu Lan had purchased that day were displayed. She summoned Bai Li Ao Shui to select from them. Sister, I want this pink brocade to make a dress, and I also wish to have a great cloak made. Bai Li Ao Shui held the fabric against herself for comparison, satisfied before moving on to select jewelry. Uncle Li brought over a ledger for Bai Li Gu Lan to review. Miss, recently we have received numerous invitations and gifts at the estate. Please take a look. It was customary for prominent families to send invitations, and Bai Li Gu Lan flipped through the gifts listed, noticing that they were all valuable items. Including direct gifts of gold, silver, and jewels, she found the names unfamiliar. Furrowing her brow, Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, Who are these people? I have no recollection of them. Uncle Li responded, Oh. These individuals are mostly newly appointed officials in the capital, several of whom were assigned here by the prince. They will serve the Northern Town King's residence in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan's frown deepened. The sudden influx of personnel to the capital was too conspicuous, not resembling her father's usual methods. Moreover, sending gifts to the Northern Town King's residence upon arriving in the capital seemed suspicious. Could my father be accepting bribes? Uncle Li was taken aback. The Northern King's acceptance of bribes in Jinju is undoubtedly true. However, Bai Li Gu Lan's reaction instills within him a sense of foreboding. Does the young lady suspect these gifts to be dubious? Bai Li Gu Lan scrutinizes the records of 1,000 taels of gold and 10,000 taels of silver in the ledger. Uncle Li, do you believe that if my father were to accept bribes, he would wait until the money was dispatched to the Northern King's residence in the capital? Uncle Li pondered and shook his head. That would be unlikely, as it would provide a clear opportunity to be caught. Therefore, it is evident that someone is orchestrating this, and there must be spies at play in Jinju. Hearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words, Uncle Li felt a twinge of anxiety. What should we do then? Bai Li Gu Lan closed the ledger. Immediately send someone to discreetly inform my father of the situation. Also, investigate the backgrounds of those who delivered the gifts to see if they have any weaknesses. Yes, I shall attend to this at once. Just as Uncle Li was about to leave, another thought struck him. Miss, what if more gifts arrive? Shall we accept them? Yes, but do not raise any alarms. Even if they intend to expose us, they will require the right moment. We can devise a strategy in the meantime. Understood. Bai Li Aoshue and Bai Li Qing listened in confusion. Elder sister, is someone attempting to harm our Northern King's residence? Bai Li Qing asked. At just 10 years old, he had begun to peruse military texts and grasp the concept of strategy. After overhearing the conversation between Bai Li Gu Lan and Uncle Li, he felt a vague sense of unease. Yet, being young and inexperienced, he felt powerless to contribute. In contrast, Bai Li Aoshue's perspective was markedly different. She looked at Bai Li Qing with an air of maturity. Father commands an army of 300,000. Do you think it is so simple to harm the Northern King's residence? I believe that those who bestow gifts upon us will ultimately come to regret it, losing both their investments and suffering repercussions. After hearing Bai Li Aoshue's words, Bai Li Qing was swayed, finding her reasoning compelling. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a discerning glance at the two. Do you comprehend how many enemies the Northern King's residence has? These individuals are like wolves eyeing their prey, eager to pounce and dismantle our influence. Do not assume that Father's 300,000 soldiers render us invulnerable. This is the capital, not Jinju. Remember, we are merely pawns in the game of the powerful. Bai Li Aoshue blinked. It's not as perilous as you suggest. During the last banquet, those individuals flattered me. At that moment, she felt as though she had returned to Jinju, filled with joy. Observing Bai Li Aoshue's naivety, Bai Li Gu Lan's expression hardened. You recall the events of the last banquet, do you not? Do you remember how that man nearly tarnished my reputation? Bai Li Aoshue fell silent. Of course she remembered. After all, the villain had failed in his schemes. Moreover, she believed it unjust to judge a multitude based on one incident. However, Bai Li Qing took Bai Li Gu Lan's words to heart, having faced bullying himself at the Guizi Academy. where he had felt isolated until he finally confronted the ringleader in a restroom, which resolved the matter. In any case, as you engage with others in the future, remember to exercise caution and vigilance. Bai Li Gu Lan did not wish to lecture them excessively as an elder. After selecting the fabric, Bai Li Gu Lan called for the matron in charge of the embroidery room to discuss her desired clothing design. Do not worry, miss. I assure you the garments will be completed before the new year. As news of the incident at the jewelry shop spread, the Jing Guo Duke's household also caught wind of it. The steward, Shun, reported the matter to the Duke and Duchess of Jing Guo. Madam. While the Duchess was purchasing items at the jewelry shop, the princess rushed in and made her purchases first, even attempting to have the shopkeeper oust the Duchess. Was the Duchess actually expelled from the jewelry shop? The Duchess of Jing Guo inquired. Shun responded, I heard that later, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works arrived.
Which prevented that.
Humph. The royal household truly raised an exceptional daughter. The Duchess of Jing Guo was incensed, recalling the previous palace banquet where Chu Qing had deliberately waited for her to speak ill of Bai Li Gu Lan. She had sensed Chu Qing's ulterior motives and was relieved she hadn't taken her words to heart. Fortunately, the Jing Guo Duke's family had not formed a marital alliance with the royal household. Had you married such a woman? Would the Jing Guo Duke's household still enjoy any honor in the future? The Duke of Jing Guo listened with a dark expression, looking at Shun. Where did you go today? Is he aware of this matter? Shun bowed and replied, in response to the Duke, the heir has left, but I do not know his whereabouts. This ungrateful child. The Duke of Jing Guo was furious, feeling the need for Tang Yu, yet finding him perpetually absent. What was he doing outside with no merit to show for it? Send someone to find him and have him come to the Northern King's residence. In the past, when he was in trouble, the heir's wife risked danger to rescue him. Now, when she faces grievances, he is nowhere to be found. Does this make sense? The Duke of Jing Guo grew increasingly enraged. He had spent the first half of his life on the battlefield, leading troops for many years, and cherished loyalty above all. Thus, how could he allow Tang Yu to be ungrateful and heartless? Shin quickly acquiesced, and then withdrew. In the evening, Tang Yu arrived at the Northern King's residence. He observed Bai Li Gu Lan, noting her rosy complexion and calm demeanor, as if she were at peace. Why do you keep staring at me? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze making her feel as though she owed him something. They say you were bullied by the princess? Given Bai Li Gu Lan's temperament and intellect, Tang Yu found it hard to believe. If she were to claim she was bullied, it would be more believable that she was the one doing the bullying. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered for a moment and then replied, Indeed. The princess snatched the pearl headpiece I had my eye on at the jewelry shop and even attempted to strike me. Husband, is the princess truly so vile? Has she always bullied others like this? Tang Yu, unfamiliar with Chu Qing but having interacted with her a few times, sensed her spoiled temperament. Yet she was a princess, and a bit of indulgence was to be expected. At that moment, Yin served tea to Tang Yu, overhearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words and indignantly reporting, Young master, the young lady suffered great grievances today. Not only was her jewelry snatched, but she was also nearly expelled publicly. The young lady has always been cherished by the king and queen since childhood. How could she endure such humiliation? The princess dared to bully her, clearly believing that with the king and queen absent from the capital, she could act without fear of reprisal. Tang Yu regarded the pair, questioning if Bai Li Gu Lan had truly been wronged. He looked at her with skepticism. And you simply allowed her to bully you? Bai Li Gu Lan sighed. She is a princess. What can I do? Tang Yu fell silent. This was not her typical behavior. However, the messenger had informed him that the Duke of Jing Guo was very angry, and he felt compelled to intervene. I will speak with the Duke tomorrow, requesting that the princess return the headpiece to you. Bai Li Gu Lan responded. The headpiece has already been taken by Chu Qing. I feel a sense of aversion towards items previously possessed by others. I do not wish to have it. Do you wish for the princess to apologize to you? Tang Yu inquired, but then thought of Chu Qing's nature, realizing it was unlikely. After all, she is a princess. It is improbable that she would apologize. Bai Li Gu Lan was well aware that her intention in discussing the matter with Tang Yu was merely to gauge his attitude. Observing his apparent protectiveness towards his wife, she decided not to press him further. Forget it. After all, you mentioned she is a princess. Surely, anything she desires is within her reach. Tang Yu replied. When did she become so accommodating? The following day, Tang Yu indeed sought out the prince. The prince, having recently lost his position as the ceremonial official, was in a state of deep melancholy. He had consulted numerous ministers in hopes of garnering their support, but both the Grand Princess and the Chancellor had subtly conveyed their disapproval. Thus, no matter whom he approached, it proved futile. When Tang Yu found him, he was at a tavern, drinking away his sorrows, having not returned home for several days, preparing to drown himself in oblivion. "Greetings, Your Highness," Tang Yu said as he entered the private chamber and bowed slightly before the prince. The prince scrutinized Tang Yu for a moment before recalling his identity.
"Ah,
"My dear nephew, come, sit and share a drink with me." Tang Yu took a seat before the prince, but did not accept the offered cup. "Your Highness, are you aware of the incident that transpired yesterday between the princess and my wife at the jewelry pavilion?" The prince rubbed his face in confusion. What could have happened between them? "I have not heard anything." Realizing he had dismissed his attendants, he turned to inquire but found no one present. Tang Yu recounted the events he had learned. The princess, relying on her status, snatched my wife's cherished pearl adornment and even attempted to have her expelled from the jewelry pavilion. "This is utterly unacceptable. Your Highness, you must provide my wife with an explanation. Otherwise, next time it may not be me seeking you out, but the King of the North." At the mention of the King of the North, the prince's inebriation dissipated slightly. He straightened his posture, inhaling sharply, as he contemplated Tang Yu's words. Initially perturbed by the loss of his position, he was now infuriated by the fact that Chu Qing had entangled herself with the daughter of the King of the North. "If what my dear nephew says is true, I shall ensure that Qing Heir personally apologizes." Tang Yu guessed that Bai Li Gu Lan had no desire to confront Chu Qing. "There is no need for a personal apology. My wife would prefer not to see her. Rather than seeking an apology from the prince, it would be more appropriate to offer her some substantial compensation." "What kind of compensation?" Chapter 72. What does it matter? Tang Yu smiled and ultimately returned home with a sum of 20,000 taels in silver notes for Bai Li Gu Lan. She gazed in disbelief at the silver notes he placed on the table. "Did you request this from the prince?" "Impossible, he gave it willingly." Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. "Is the prince truly this generous?" However, now that the silver notes were in her possession, she glanced at them and cheerfully said to Tang Yu, "My husband has procured such a fortune for me. Is there anything you desire that I might purchase for you?" Tang Yu nearly choked on his own words, clearing his throat twice. "This money is meant for you. Purchasing something for me is unnecessary. You should keep it for yourself." "Are you too shy to ask?" Bai Li Gu Lan questioned. "We are married. It is only natural for me to buy you gifts. Moreover, these silver notes are a result of your efforts. So, what is inappropriate about buying you something?" "The prince's residence," Tang Yu replied. Fuming, the prince returned home, causing the princess to tremble in fear upon hearing from a maid about his arrival. Still recovering from her injuries, she was terrified. Why is the prince angry? "I do not know, but he summoned the princess to the front courtyard." The maid shook her head. Upon hearing this, the princess sighed in relief. In the front courtyard, Chu Qing had been brooding since her altercation with Bai Li Gu Lan the previous day. Upon entering the flower hall, she caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol emanating from the prince and furrowed her brows. "Father, why have you consumed so much alcohol again?" The prince raised his gaze, his face darkened and eyes filled with rage, causing Chu Qing to startle. "Father, why do you look at me like that?"
she asked.
The image of her being struck flashed before the princess's eyes, and she instinctively took a step back. "Kneel," the prince barked. Chu Qing remained defiant, asking, "Why should I kneel? Do you not understand the gravity of your actions? Do you dare question the consequences of offending the King of the North, along with those 20,000 taels?" The prince's frustration bubbled beneath the surface, but unlike the princess, he recognized that he would likely need his daughter to secure a favorable marriage in the future, thus he restrained his anger. Recalling the recent events, Chu Qing pondered that apart from the incident with Bai Li Gu Lan, she had not done anything else. She suspected that Bai Li Gu Lan had gone to complain to the prince. "Did that Bai Li Gu Lan say something to you?" "Indeed. I snatched the adornment she coveted at the jewelry pavilion." "So what?" Chu Qing retorted, feeling justified. After all, Bai Li Gu Lan had taken the man she desired. Her actions were merely a response, and it was fortunate she had not sought revenge. "So what?" The prince laughed in disbelief. "Do you have any idea of the power wielded by her father, the King of the North? Even if you are unaware, surely you have heard of the downfall of the Astronomical Bureau, right? To offend him is to invite ruin upon the entire prince's residence." Chu Qing was momentarily dumbfounded. The destruction of the astronomical bureau was common knowledge. Yet, rumors had circulated that it was due to their fabrications against Bai Li Gu Lan that the bureau was consumed by flames. Those who spoke of it deemed it a fitting retribution. As she contemplated this, doubt crept into her mind. After all, she had been the one to spread those rumors first. Could it truly be that the King of the North had orchestrated the bureau's demise? Had he not already left the capital by then? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, fear began to take hold. If the King of the North discovered that she was responsible for Bai Li Gu Lan's plight, would she too meet a fiery end?
No.
She could not afford to die. Suddenly, another thought struck her. Father, I believe I understand why you lost your position as the ceremonial official. The prince shot her a sidelong glance. Was it not because the princess wished to arrange a marriage with the general? Someone accused me of plotting rebellion. Is that not clear? Seeing that the prince was unfazed, Chu Qing stepped forward. Father, it was Bai Li Gu Lan herself who informed me. She conspired to bring about your downfall at the Imperial Academy. The prince frowned, skepticism evident on his face. He believed he had not wronged anyone from the King of the North's residence. How could he have become the target of such vengeance? Father, I speak the truth. Chu Qing insisted, noticing the doubt in the prince's expression. After a moment of contemplation, the prince rubbed his aching temples. Very well, you may leave. I shall send someone to investigate. Fearing he would not take her seriously, Chu Qing added before departing, Father, I am your daughter. You must trust my words. The next day, the man Uncle Li sent out returned with the details of those who had brought gifts. He presented the information to Bai Li Gu Lan in the courtyard. As she examined the profiles of the newly appointed officials, they all shared a commonality. Their families were of modest means, either merchants or children of lesser noble families. None hailed from affluent households, and they had come individually to purchase their positions, unlike others who had secured their roles alongside their families. Bai Li Gu Lan surmised that the individuals attempting to undermine her father through bribery must be Song Zhan or the Chancellor, for only they would resort to such tactics. Miss, can you discern any suspicious elements? Uncle Li inquired. Some of this information is fabricated. These families do not possess the wealth necessary to purchase their positions. Further investigation is warranted to uncover any damaging evidence against them. Understood. Li Shu conversed with Bai Li Gu Lan about another matter. By the way, my lady, you previously instructed me to dispatch someone to investigate the illicit arms manufacturing sites, and our agents have uncovered some leads. Where? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. The production of contraband weaponry is a capital offense. If we apprehend Song Zhan, it will not bode well for him, and the entire faction of the Prime Minister could be uprooted. In Jiangping City, located 50 li from the capital, they are remarkably audacious. Having manufactured numerous arrows and even dared to procure supplies in the snow, which allowed our people to track them down, Li Shu explained. Did those sent out witness the weapons firsthand? Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. Rest assured, my lady, they did indeed see them and are certain of it. Our agents discovered the very arrowheads that were used in attempts on your life. My lady, should I write to the prince and inform him to come to the capital? Li Shu expressed his concern that Bai Li Gu Lan may not be able to handle the situation alone. After all, effectively utilizing the evidence to eliminate the enemy is a formidable task, and there may be dangers involved. Thus, he harbored numerous worries. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered. Her father could not bring troops when he entered the capital, making the journey perilous. After her wedding, they had been ambushed on their return, but fortunately, her father had anticipated such a scenario and executed a clever escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. First, I will write to inform my father, so he can be prepared. Additionally, send a letter to the Princess Chong, as I intend to visit her tomorrow. Yes, I shall arrange this immediately, Li Shu replied. Chapter 73. What does this mean? That night, the northern winds rose again, accompanied by frost and snow, causing those wrapped in blankets to shiver. Tang Yu returned to the residence of the Duke of Jingguo, leaving Bai Li Gu Lan to sleep alone in her bed. Despite the warmth of the charcoal heater, she still felt cold. Ting Ying placed 2 hot water bottles under Bai Li Gu Lan's blanket and added another layer of bedding. My lady, the winters in the capital are truly frigid. If you still feel cold, do call for me, and I shall bring you another hot water bottle. Indeed. You should also add another blanket, lest you catch a chill, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am aware, Ting Ying said, extinguishing the candle before retreating. Perhaps it was the chill that caused Bai Li Gu Lan to drift in and out of sleep throughout the night. She dreamt of happier times in Jinzhou when her family was joyously together. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling from behind. Turning around, she saw Song Jian brandishing a dagger, lunging towards her. His lips uttered, "Why do you seek rebirth after death?" She gazed at the dagger embedded in her body, but felt no pain. At this moment in her dream, she awoke to the dim light of dawn, curling her body in dread. She closed her eyes, the vivid images of her dream flooding her mind. Not wanting to remain in bed any longer, she called for Tinging to come in. The room was still dark when Tinging lit a candle. Noticing the charcoal heater was almost empty, she said to Bai Li Gu Lan, "My lady, please do not rise yet. I will add more charcoal to the heater. Once it is blazing, you may get up." Bai Li Gu Lan acquiesced, watching Tinging busy herself, and unknowingly drifted back to sleep. She slept soundly until daylight broke. Upon waking, Bai Ao Shui awaited her outside the chamber. "What brings you here so early?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired as she took her place by the table after washing up. Tinging served breakfast, arranging it neatly. "The daughter of the Minister of Works is hosting a banquet. Will you attend?" Bai Ao Shui asked. "I shall not." "What will you do then?" Bai Ao Shui questioned, sensing that Bai Li Gu Lan was preoccupied with something, but unable to discern what it was. "I had Li Shu deliver a message to the Princess Chong yesterday. I must visit her shortly." Upon hearing about the Princess Chong, Bai Ao Shui's thoughts turned to the topic of male courtiers. She knew Bai Li Gu Lan had no such inclinations, but could not fathom why she would cultivate such a close relationship with the princess. "What business do you have with the princess? You might as well enjoy tea and conversation with the ladies of other households." Bai Li Gu Lan paused mid-bite, contemplating her own desires. But given the tense circumstances, could she afford to merely indulge? She could not sit idly by while Song Jian eyed the Prince of Jinbei with malice. Last night, snow had fallen again, and the servants had cleared the courtyard. However, the rooftops remained a blanket of white. Bai Li Gu Lan donned her fox fur cloak before stepping outside. The carriage awaited her at the door, while Bai Ao Shui's carriage stood nearby, though she had yet to appear. Once seated in her carriage, the driver urged the horses onward through the bustling streets towards the Princess Chang's residence. Upon arrival, Bai Li Gu Lan found the princess listening to her male courtiers play the qin. From afar, she could hear the melodious strains echoing through the corridors. "Your Highness, the daughter-in-law of the Duke of Jingwa has arrived," a maid announced. "Please let her in," the princess replied. Bai Li Gu Lan entered the room to find the princess comfortably reclined on a soft couch, flanked by two male courtiers attending to her. "Your servant pays her respects to your highness," Bai Li Gu Lan said, approaching to bow. "There's no need for formality. Please take a seat," the princess said with a smile. Bai Li Gu Lan sat beside her, and a maid served her tea. As the performance concluded, the man in the hall asked the princess if she desired another piece. The princess turned to Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, "Do you wish to hear music or see a dance?" Bai Li Gu Lan replied with a serene smile, "I am open to either. I defer to your highness." "Haha. Then let us enjoy a dance," the princess declared, and upon her command, the courtiers moved the qin aside and prepared to perform. As the music began, the dancer gracefully leapt into motion, captivating all with a blend of strength and elegance, even leaving Bai Li Gu Lan in deep admiration. "Is he skilled?" the princess inquired, observing Bai Li Gu Lan's reaction. "He is a choice selection of your highness. He must possess exceptional talent to catch your eye," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Her answer measured. The princess chuckled lightly, then proceeded to share anecdotes about the dancer's various talents. Once the performance concluded, the princess instructed the dancer. "It is rare for the daughter-in-law of the Duke of Jingwa to express her admiration. You should offer her a toast." "Yes, your highness," he replied, bowing before approaching Bai Li Gu Lan to pour her a cup of wine, presenting it with both hands. "I invite you to drink, my lady." Bai Li Gu Lan accepted the cup, but did not rush to drink. She gazed at the wine and sighed, "Your highness, while this wine is delightful, it cannot quench my sorrows." "Oh, what do you mean by that, my lady?" the princess asked, taken aback by Bai Li Gu Lan's unexpected sentimentality. Bai Li Gu Lan set down the cup. "Your highness, my parents are far away in Jianzhou. We frequently correspond, but recently." She paused, casting a glance at the male courtiers in the hall. Understanding the implication, the princess instructed her courtiers, "You may leave for now." "Yes, your highness," they replied in unison. After they exited, the princess asked, "You usually speak your mind. What troubles you today?" Bai Li Gu Lan produced an arrowhead from her sleeve. "Your highness, I have something for you to see." The princess signaled for her personal maid to take it. After examining the arrowhead, she inquired, "What is the purpose of showing me this? Since arriving in the capital, I have been ambushed twice. This was used by those cloaked figures in attempts on my life. My associates have been diligently investigating the hidden hand behind the assassination attempts against me. Recently, they uncovered a suspicious site in Jiangping City, where they discovered a substantial cache of illegally manufactured weapons. Your Highness, you must surely understand the implications behind such private armament. Are you suggesting that someone is plotting a rebellion?" The princess straightened her posture. However, the Duke has already been stripped of his position and wields no power. Even with an alliance between the Duke's household and the generals, rebellion seems implausible. Could it be someone other than the Duke? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. The princess's pupils contracted. Currently, the individual most suspected of treason at court is the King of the North, as he commands an army of 300,000. But Bai Li Gu Lan countered that Jiangping City is 1,000 miles from Jinzhou, making it unlikely that anyone with such ambitions would act so foolishly. Furthermore, since it was Bai Li Gu Lan who disclosed the information, would she truly set a trap for herself? Chapter 74. She cannot attend.
Who do you suspect?
This matter is grave, the princess asked, her expression serious. Jiangping City lies merely 50 miles from the capital, almost at the feet of the emperor. To dare to manufacture weapons so boldly suggests involvement from high-ranking officials at court. Has the princess never considered the chancellor? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. The princess appeared taken aback. The chancellor wields tremendous power over the state, yet lacks military authority. It is more plausible to suspect the general, she mused. Moreover, concubine Hui is the general's sister and is the mother of the third prince. If they were to rebel, it would indeed be quite possible. Why do you suspect the chancellor? Because of his immense power and the proximity of Jiangping City to the capital. If not him, who else could execute such a clandestine operation? Bai Li Gu Lan's words left the princess momentarily speechless. Indeed, it seemed unlikely that the general could achieve such secrecy. Leaving only the chancellor as a viable suspect. Are the pieces of evidence you provided genuine? The princess expressed skepticism. We could dispatch someone to investigate based on the clues I provided. The princess fell silent, for if it were the chancellor, the ramifications would be truly chilling. At the Ministry of Works, upon seeing Bai Li Aoshue arrive alone, Yang Riyue inquired, "Did you not summon the young lady of the air?" Bai Li Aoshue sighed. "My sister has gone to the princess's residence. She cannot come." Upon hearing the mention of the princess's residence, the other noblewomen cast curious glances at Bai Li Aoshue. Understanding the implications behind their stares, Bai Li Aoshue stepped forward to clarify, "My sister merely has business at the princess's residence. Please do not overthink it." What business could a woman have that necessitates frequent visits to the princess's residence? One noblewoman questioned. Her words sparked a wave of gossip. Observing their lack of respect, Bai Li Aoshue felt a surge of anger. With an irritable flick of her sleeve, she declared, "Silence. Do not speculate recklessly about my sister." Yang Riyue, noticing Bai Li Aoshue's displeasure, quickly addressed the noblewomen. "Enough. Do not speak out of turn. Have you forgotten the incident with the Astronomy Bureau? I trust the young lady of the air. Do not spread unfounded rumors, lest you invite misfortune." At her words, the gathered crowd fell silent. "Very well. They shall speak no more. Do not be upset," Yang Riyue said, guiding Bai Li Aoshue to a seat. In the past, during their time in Jinzhou, Bai Li Aoshue would have turned and left, but now, without friends in the capital, returning to the King of the North's residence alone seemed less appealing, and she decided to let it go. In winter, it is customary for noble women and young lords to gather, enjoying wine and admiring the plum blossoms. They sang, danced, and feasted, losing themselves in merriment. Bai Li Aoshue appeared to forget the earlier unpleasantness, joining in the festivities with the other noble women. The crowd, having never witnessed the talents of Bai Li Aoshue and her siblings, urged her to perform for them. Of course, some were merely eager to see her fail, as the sisters had not participated in the talent competition at the previous banquet hosted by the King of the North, leading many to believe they were devoid of skills. "Miss Bai Li, you must perform as well. Otherwise, are you merely here to watch us enjoy ourselves?" they called. "Indeed. Miss Bai Li, please dance or play a piece. We wish to see if the dances of Jinzhou differ from those of the capital." Bai Li Aoshue caught a hint of their insinuations, but dismissed it as her excitement overshadowed her perceptions. Unlike Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Qing, who reveled in martial prowess, Bai Li Aoshue delighted in dance. It was, in fact, her forte, and she felt confident in her exceptional skills. She had intended to participate in the previous banquet, but, as the host, she had deferred to the guests at Bai Li Gu Lan's urging. As the crowd urged her on, Bai Li Guxue stood, shedding her heavy cotton coat, and made her way to the center of the hall. The music began, and she danced in rhythm. Those with a keen eye for dance recognized her impressive foundation. Witnessing her graceful movements silenced those who had hoped to mock her. At the end of her performance, Yang Riyue smiled politely, saying, "I did not expect Miss Bai Li's dancing to be so exquisite. It truly inspires envy in others." Bai Li Guxue, feeling a sense of pride from the compliment, replied, "I have been dancing since childhood, and my father hired the finest dancing maidens to teach me. No one in Jinzhou can rival my skill." Yang Riyue offered another polite commendation, though it seemed Bai Li Guxue was eager to boast further. Yang Riyue merely smiled faintly. Some in the audience were eager to shift the focus away from Bai Li Guxue's boasting and called out, "Who will perform next?" Following Bai Li Guxue's captivating dance, the atmosphere fell into a somewhat awkward silence. At that moment, Fang Jin stood and declared, "I shall play a tune." Previously, she had been unable to shine at the banquet hosted by the King of the North due to Fang Rou's theft of the melody. Fortunately, the situation had escalated, leading the Minister of Revenue to learn of her mother's illness, resulting in her mother regaining control over household affairs and obtaining medical treatment. With Fang Rou's reputation tarnished, Fang Jin found herself with more opportunities to attend banquets. Fang Jin played the same melody that Fang Rou had performed before, yet her rendition surpassed Fang Rou's. Just as the audience was absorbed in the music, a maidservant accidentally spilled tea while refilling Bai Li Guxue's cup, splattering her dress. "Ah, my dress!" Bai Li Guxue exclaimed. Luckily, her layers of clothing protected her from the scalding water, though the heat seeped through, causing her discomfort. "What happened?" Yang Riyue inquired. Today was her banquet, and any mishap would reflect poorly on her. The maid fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing. "I did not mean to. Please forgive me, my lady." "Miss Bai, are you all right?" Yang Riyue approached with concern. "I am fine, just a bit damp," Bai Li Guxue replied, frowning. She had dressed beautifully in her favorite peony pattern skirt, and the large wet spot made her feel as though it was ruined. Yang Riyue examined the situation. "Your figure is similar to mine. Why not wear one of my dresses in the meantime?" At that moment, Xiao Yu spoke up. "Second young lady, there are clothes in the carriage. Shall I fetch them for you?" Today had already been riddled with unpleasant occurrences, and Bai Li Guxue decided to excuse herself. "No need, let us return." Seeing Bai Li Guxue's displeasure, Yang Ryu expressed her apologies and personally escorted her out of the mansion. Inside the carriage, Bai Li Guxue changed her attire. As the carriage exited the road leading from the Minister of Works residence, it was abruptly halted. "What is the matter?" Xiao Yu inquired. A voice from outside the carriage called out, "Second Miss of the Northern Duke's Manor, my young master requests your presence." Recognizing Luo Yun's voice, Bai Li Guxue surmised that Song Zhan was nearby. She lifted the curtain to take a look. Luo Yun, discerning her intentions, bowed and said, "My young master awaits you upstairs. He truly has matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing that there was a reason for the summons, Bai Li Guxue felt reassured about meeting Song Zhan. She alighted from the carriage, led by Luo Yun up the stairs, where she encountered Yang Su. "I have the honor of meeting the second miss of the Northern Duke's Manor." Yang Su greeted her with a bow. Bai Li Guxue responded absently, her thoughts consumed by Song Zhan, oblivious to the peculiar gaze Yang Su cast upon her. Watching her walk away, Yang Su sighed softly, lamenting his own status and capabilities. Luo Yan opened the door to a private room for Bai Li Guxue. Upon her entrance, Song Zhan's previously stern expression transformed into a pleasant smile.
"Guxue,
"You have arrived," he exclaimed, moving to take her hand, but she deftly evaded his grasp. "Did you summon me for something?" Bai Li Guxue questioned, a hint of nervousness in her tone. She hoped there was indeed a reason for his call, as it would provide her an excuse should Bai Li Gu Lan find out. Yet, she also wished he would seek her out for reasons beyond mere necessity, for she craved to feel his affections. "Yes, please sit down," Song Zhan replied, personally serving her hot tea. As she observed his elegant fingers placing the cup before her, a peculiar flutter stirred within Bai Li Guxue. She took a sip, finding the tea unusually sweet. "I heard you visited the Minister of Works residence. Why didn't your sister accompany you?" Bai Li Guxue paused, unsure of his interest in Bai Li Gu Lan's whereabouts. However, Bai Li Gu Lan's visit to the princess residence was not a secret. She glanced at Song Zhan. My sister went to the princess residence. What business does she have there? Song Zhan inquired. She did not disclose, Bai Li Ao Shui responded, beginning to find his inquiries rather strange. Why do you wish to know about my sister? She asked, a tinge of annoyance creeping into her voice. Song Zhan quickly adopted a heartfelt demeanor. Ao Shui, I have something of great significance to share with you. The mention of something monumental sent Bai Li Ao Shui's heart racing. She feared he might again broach the subject of marriage, eliciting a mix of excitement and worry. What is this important matter? Taking her hand, Song Zhan confided, the current emperor is incompetent. If this continues, the court will inevitably face ruin. Therefore, I intend to usurp the throne and govern the realm. However, I require the support of the Northern Duke's power. Once I ascend to that pinnacle of authority, you shall be the most revered woman in the world. Bai Li Ao Shui was momentarily taken aback by his words, her eyes widening in disbelief. You intend to rebel? She exclaimed. The very thought her father, with his 30,000 troops, had never contemplated, yet here was Song Zhan, audaciously voicing such intentions. Yes, Ao Shui. I sincerely wish to unite with you in marriage, which is why I trust you enough to share this significant matter, he affirmed. Bai Li Ao Shui found herself momentarily speechless, her throat constricted. As Song Zhan settled beside her, enveloping her in an embrace, he continued, I need your father's assistance. But this is crucial. Our families have some misunderstandings. I wish to personally address these with your sister to resolve them, enabling us to collaborate on this grand endeavor. Seeing the sincerity in Song Zhan's expression, Bai Li Ao Shui felt compelled to believe him. Then I shall summon my elder sister tomorrow. Yes. But do not mention that I called for her. I fear she may refuse to come, he urged, gazing intently into her eyes. The intensity of his gaze caused Bai Li Ao Shui's cheeks to flush, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Observing her reaction, Song Zhan noted her entrapment in his web of persuasion, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Ao Shui, this is for you. He presented her with a small box. What is inside? She inquired. Excellent bird's nest. I know you must have some at home, but this gift represents my heartfelt intentions. With the chill in the air, have your servants prepare it for you. It will be beneficial for your health. Bai Li Ao Shui perceived it as a commonplace gift and accepted it without hesitation. Song Zhan personally assisted Bai Li Ao Shui into her carriage.
Ao Shui.
You must trust me, do you understand? Bai Li Ao Shui nodded. Watching the carriage depart, Song Zhan's expression darkened as he instructed Luo Yun. Immediately send someone to inquire at the princess residence about Bai Li Gu Lan's business there. Furthermore, if she has not returned, set an ambush along her route and act at once. Understood. News of a leak had reached Jiangping City, and Song Zhan's foremost suspicion fell upon Bai Li Gu Lan. He had initially planned to act against her at the Minister of Works banquet, but her absence and visit to the princess residence forced him to confront Bai Li Ao Shui instead. However, Bai Li Ao Shui remained entirely oblivious to Bai Li Gu Lan's intentions, proving to be of little use. Yet, he took solace in the fact that she believed his words and had taken the bird's nest back with her. Once Bai Li Gu Lan consumed it, he would be assured of her demise. The thought of eliminating Bai Li Gu Lan's threat to the Prime Minister's residence darkened Song Zhan's expression. Heaven had granted him rebirth but also returned Bai Li Gu Lan to this world. He wondered if it was merely a jest at his expense. Just as Song Zhan turned to leave, Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage appeared at the end of the street. Inside, she felt an unsettling twitch in her eyelids, causing her to frown in agitation. Miss, what troubles you? Asked Ying Yin. Bai Li Gu Lan rubbed her brow. It is nothing, merely a sense of unease. Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. Shall I brew you a calming soup upon our return? Yes, Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. The carriage made its way toward the Northern Duke's manor. At the Prime Minister's residence, Song Zhan entered his father's study and greeted him with a bow. Father. Observing Song Zhan's demeanor, the Prime Minister sensed that matters had not progressed favorably. Did you fail to resolve the situation? With his lips pressed tight, Song Zhan felt a twinge of frustration at his repeated failures to eliminate Bai Li Gu Lan. Today's risks in confiding his plans to Bai Li Ao Shui were born from a hope for positive news. Father, she visited the princess residence today. If she informs the princess, what of it? Who within the royal family is capable of undertaking such responsibilities? Even if the princess possesses some abilities, what does it matter? Can she procure evidence? Even if it reaches the emperor, I have no fear. At the Northern Duke's manor, Bai Li Gu Lan succumbed to the calming soup and fell asleep. Learning of her return, Bai Li Ao Shui instructed Xiaoyu to prepare the bird's nest. By the time the nest was ready, Bai Li Gu Lan had yet to awaken, prompting Bai Li Ao Shui to indulge first. I want some too, Bai Li Qing declared. As he reached out his hand, Bai Li Ao Shui swiftly struck him with a sharp slap. This is food meant for women. What purpose does it serve for a rugged man like you? Bai Li Qing frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was deemed unworthy of such delicacies. Bai Li Gu Lan was stirred from her slumber by their quarrel. She donned her clothing and ventured out of her chamber, inquiring, "What is all this commotion about?" Bai Li Ao Shui set down her bowl, a look of triumph upon her face, as she approached Bai Li Gu Lan, entwining her arm with hers. "Sister, I had the maid prepare bird's nest soup for you." She personally scooped a bowl of the delicacy for Bai Li Gu Lan. "Sister, this bird's nest is truly delectable." However, her action struck Bai Li Gu Lan as somewhat unusual. She scrutinized Bai Li Ao Shui intently. The latter felt a pang of guilt under her gaze but masked it with a forced smile. "Sister, why do you look at me like that? What transpired at the Ministry of Works today?" "Nothing much," Bai Li Gu Lan replied, her brow furrowing. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. And she remained skeptical. Under Bai Li Gu Lan's watchful eyes, Bai Li Ao Shui recalled the incident of her dress being splattered with tea. "The maid spilled tea on my dress. Does that count?" Bai Li Gu Lan pursed her lips in silence. Bai Li Ao Shui nudged the bird's nest closer to her. "Sister, this soup is quite tasty. You should eat it while it's hot." At that moment, Bai Li Qing sat beside Bai Li Gu Lan, complaining, "Elder sister, I want to eat, but second sister won't let me." Bai Li Gu Lan, feeling a bit lightheaded and uncomfortable, rubbed her forehead. Observing her distress, Bai Li Qing asked with concern, "Elder sister, what is wrong?" With a long sigh, Bai Li Gu Lan waved her hand, signaling to Ting Yin to remove the bird's nest. "Sister, are you not eating the bird's nest?" Bai Li Ao Shui inquired. "I have no appetite." "Perhaps due to a poor night's sleep," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Bai Li Ao Shui pouted. Since Bai Li Gu Lan refused to eat, she planned to indulge herself. As the year-end approached, the couple from the northern town king sent numerous gifts. Knowing that the three siblings were at Bai Li Gu Lan's residence, Uncle Li instructed the servants to deliver the items. Upon seeing the boxes filled with provisions, Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing joyfully rushed over to select their favorites. The Grand Princess, having received news from Bai Li Gu Lan, promptly dispatched someone to Jiangping City for investigation. The report returned, indicating that the clandestine weapons manufacturing site was now deserted, likely having sensed the exposure of their activities and evacuated both goods and personnel. The Grand Princess hurried into the palace to inform the Emperor, "Your Majesty, we have discovered illicit weapon production in Jiangping City, and I suspect the Chancellor is involved in a rebellion. You must cease your indulgences and reclaim authority." The Emperor appeared unconvinced. How could the Chancellor possibly stage a rebellion? He possesses no military power beyond his few hundred loyal guards. Bai Li Gu Lan interjected. "He may lack formal military authority, yet he could privately maintain troops. With the vast resources of the Diyu Kingdom, how can we ascertain the extent of his control?" Sensing the Emperor's dismissive attitude, the Grand Princess grew increasingly anxious. "Your Majesty, the Chancellor's power is formidable. We must remain vigilant." When it came to matters of state, the Emperor felt a headache coming on. Subconsciously, he wished to avoid such discussions with the Grand Princess. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, I understand. I will have someone investigate." Noticing the Emperor's impatience, the Grand Princess felt helpless and exited the palace. The following day, Bai Li Ao Shui returned to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard. Her frequent visits were unusual, prompting Bai Li Gu Lan to wonder, "What is the matter?" Bai Li Ao Shui smiled, her mind racing with excitement over her conversation with Song Zhan. The prospect of one day becoming the most esteemed woman in the realm thrilled her. "Sister, I wish for you to accompany me to the market to purchase some items." "What do you need to buy?" "We lack nothing in the estate." Bai Li Gu Lan pondered what Bai Li Ao Shui could possibly desire. As the new year approached, she planned to return to the Jinghua Duke's residence for a few days and return for the New Year's Eve festivities. "I heard that the spice shop on East Street will have new sachets for sale today. Since I aim to attend the palace banquet, I thought you could help me select one that suits me." Such a request was uncharacteristic of Bai Li Ao Shui, making her reasoning seem rather flimsy. Bai Li Gu Lan scrutinized her sister, sensing there was something left unsaid. "Sister, why do you look at me like that?" I must return to the Jing Guo Duke's residence today, and I lack the time to accompany you. You can purchase the sachets yourself. Bai Li Gu Lan pouted, visibly displeased. Why must you return to the Jing Guo Duke's residence? Bai Li Gu Lan replied, I am married into the Jing Guo Duke's household, and it is only fitting that I visit. Bai Li Gu Lan understood that Bai Li Gu Lan, now wed, could not constantly reside at the northern town king's residence. She must occasionally pay her respects to her in-laws. Sister, accompany me to buy the sachets today, and you can return tomorrow. Bai Li Gu Lan frowned. Having never been one to cling to others like this, what exactly is going on? Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of anxiety. She hesitated to divulge her dealings with Song Jian, fearing Bai Li Gu Lan's reprimand and the potential repercussions for Song Jian if their matters were revealed. Enough. If it is merely for a sachet, you may go alone. I am too busy, Bai Li Gu Lan stated firmly. Bai Li Gu Lan relented, thinking that perhaps she could devise a plan with Song Jian or wait until the palace banquet to discuss it further. Since elder sister will not accompany me, I shall go by myself. Observing Bai Li Gu Lan's petulant departure, Bai Li Gu Lan found it rather normal. The streets of East Street were bustling today, with small vendors braving the cold, their smiles bright despite the shivers. Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage halted beneath the tea house, where a servant peered out from behind the window, spotting Bai Li Gu Lan and promptly reporting to Song Jian, Young master, Miss Bai Li has arrived. Song Jian's hand stilled mid-sip, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. Take them to the private room next door.
Yes.
As Bai Li Gu Lan departed the northern town king's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan also made her way back to the Jing Guo Duke's residence. While passing East Street, the coachman spotted Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage. Miss, the second young lady's carriage is ahead. Upon hearing this, Ting Yin lifted the curtain to take a look. The tea house was a clear indicator that they had arranged a meeting over tea. Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow, recalling that Bai Li Gu Lan had claimed she was going to buy sachets. It struck her as odd that they had barely left before heading to the tea house to socialize. With whom is the second young lady having tea upstairs? Ting Yin inquired of Bai Li Gu Lan's coachman. With the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works. The coachman confirmed he had indeed seen Yang Ruyu enter with Bai Li Gu Lan. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered this. The Minister of Works was aligned with the Chancellor, though their interactions had not yet been made public. It was not unusual for young ladies to associate with one another. Bai Li Gu Lan chose not to halt the carriage, and the coachman continued toward the Jing Guo Duke's residence. Inside the tea house, Yang Ruyu and Bai Li Gu Lan ascended the stairs. Whom did you arrange to meet for tea? Yang Ruyu asked. Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze flitted about, scanning for any familiar faces. Because she was well aware of the nature of clandestine meetings with men like Song Jian, she hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Yang Su called out from the fence, Miss Bai Li. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruyu abruptly looked up. Brother, what are you doing here? Yang Su had accompanied Song Jian with the intention of collaboratively dealing with Bai Li Gu Lan at the tea house. However, upon seeing only Bai Li Gu Lan, he realized their plans had faltered. I came with young Master Song. The mention of Song Jian stirred a flutter in Yang Ruyu's heart. If young Master Song is here, then I shall pay my respects to her. With Bai Li Gu Lan's absence, it was unnecessary for Bai Li Gu Lan to wait in another private room. Yang Su guided Bai Li Gu Lan to the room where Song Jian was. Yang Ruyu, witnessing her brother escorting Bai Li Gu Lan, was perplexed, uncertain if Bai Li Gu Lan had formed a connection with her brother or with Song Jian. As Yang Su opened the door for Bai Li Gu Lan, his various gestures of deference led Yang Ruyu to speculate. Upon entering and not finding Bai Li Gu Lan, Song Jian realized their plans were once again thwarted, causing him to lose patience with Bai Li Gu Lan. A fleeting thought crossed his mind to seize Bai Li Gu Lan and use her as leverage against Bai Li Gu Lan. Yet, a remnant of rationality reminded him that the power of the Prime Minister's residence was insufficient for such bold actions. What brings you both here? Song Jian inquired, casting a discontented glance at Yang Su for bringing Yang Ruyu along. Yang Su clasped his hands and replied, My sister knows you are here and wishes to pay her respects. Yang Ruyu stepped forward and bowed. This humble girl wishes to greet young Master Song. Song Jian's expression remained inscrutable as he offered a curt acknowledgement, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Observing the others, Bai Li Gu Lan took a seat before Song Jian. Yang Ruyu, realizing that Song Jian awaited Bai Li Gu Lan, widened her eyes in disbelief. Song Jian's marriage was not yet determined, and he had no favored woman. She assumed he held high expectations for someone on the other side. Yet, judging by Bai Li Gu Lan's qualifications, which were rather mediocre, despite her decent background and promising dance skills, she possessed nothing particularly commendable. With her foolish and ignorant disposition, how could she aspire to be the head of the Prime Minister's residence? Moreover, was there not a conflict between the Prime Minister's residence and the Duke of Northern Town? How could they be so closely intertwined? As Bai Li Gu Lan settled into her seat, the Yang siblings had yet to withdraw, prompting Song Jian to cast an irritated glance at Yang Su. Yang Su hurriedly pulled Yang Ruyu away. "Brother, why are you dragging me out?" Outside the corridor, Yang Ruyu shook off Yang Su's hand. "Did you not see that young Master Song has matters to discuss with Miss Bai Li?" Yang Su replied. The affairs of the Duke of Northern Town were entirely under Bai Li Gu Lan's purview, and Yang Ruyu was not convinced that Song Jian and Bai Li Gu Lan had anything substantial to discuss. It would be more credible to state that they were clandestinely meeting. "Brother, is it not true that the Duke of Northern Town and the Prime Minister's residence are at odds? How can young Master Song?" "Do not inquire further," Yang Su interjected coldly. Yang Ruyu was taken aback. Yang Su's expression conveyed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. What could they possibly entail? Observing Yang Ruyu's pensive expression, Yang Su cautioned, "Do not speak of young Master Song and Miss Bai Li's affairs. If anything were to happen, no one could protect you. Is it truly that grave?" Yang Ruyu's heart sank, and she felt a vague sense of foreboding. "What brings you to the tea house today?" Yang Su inquired. Regarding Yang Ruyu, "I was invited out for tea by the princess." "Then you must hurry along, lest you keep her waiting."
Oh.
Yang Ruyu cast one last glance toward Song Jian's private room before reluctantly departing. Inside the private room, Chu Qing and Feng Chu Yao had already arrived. Upon seeing Yang Ruyu enter, Chu Qing's expression soured. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Yang Ruyu approached and bowed. "I encountered my brother, which delayed me. I apologize for keeping the princess waiting." Chu Qing shot a glance at Yang Ruyu, responding curtly, "Take a seat." Yang Ruyu settled across from Chu Qing, as their previous interactions had been minimal and outings for tea were rare. She lifted her teacup, exchanging a glance with Feng Chu Yao, who also appeared perplexed, unaware of the purpose behind Chu Qing's invitation. "Why are you both so silent?" Chu Qing expressed her dissatisfaction. Previously, when she had not fallen out with Feng Ro, it was Feng Ro who relentlessly sought to please her, initiating conversations and offering suggestions. However, since their quarrel at Tianxianglu, Feng Ro had not approached her again. With each day dragging on in tedium, she longed for someone to alleviate her boredom, but found none. Now, having summoned the two, they were as mute as statues, which left Chu Qing feeling quite displeased. "What is the purpose of the princess summoning us?" Yang Ruyu inquired. This question, however, was deemed rather ill-timed. Chu Qing cast a glance at the two, but refrained from stating her intentions directly. She aimed to deal with Bai Li Gu Lan during the upcoming palace banquet. Ideally, she hoped to ruin Bai Li Gu Lan, thus ensuring that Tang Yu would remain without a wife. With Tang Yu's current position as a military officer, the prince and princess would undoubtedly facilitate her marriage to him. It is nothing serious, merely that the new year approaches and the emperor will host a palace banquet. "So I invited you both for tea to discuss matters concerning the banquet," Chu Qing stated. Yang Ruyu and Feng Chu Yao exchanged another glance. They had not attended previous palace banquets, but this year they would be presented, as they had come of age. Furthermore, they had heard much about it, and the conversation began to flow naturally. In another private room, Song Jian inquired of Bai Li Gu Lan, "Why has Bai Li Gu Lan not arrived?" Bai Li Gu Lan felt a sense of unease at Song Jian's direct reference to Bai Li Gu Lan's name. She frowned and replied, "My sister is returning to the Jing Guo Gong residence. You may speak with her when the palace banquet arrives." "You did not inform her that I was seeking her."
Did you?
"No, I understand that until the misunderstandings between our two families are resolved, my sister will not meet with you. However, once the misunderstandings are cleared, it will be a different matter." As long as Bai Li Gu Lan remained unaware of his intentions towards Bai Li Gu Lan, it sufficed. Song Jian personally poured tea for Bai Li Gu Lan, saying, "You are quite the understanding one. Have you offered her any bird's nest?" Chapter 78. Pretending to understand, Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head and smiled sweetly. "My sister's not, but I have, and it was quite delicious." "Thank you, young Master Song." Observing Bai Li Gu Lan's demeanor, Song Jian felt an overwhelming sense of her foolishness, realizing that her capacity to handle even minor tasks was sorely lacking. Were it not for Bai Li Gu Shue's potential usefulness, he would not waste his time on her. Fool, he mentally chastised. What is Bai Li Gu Lan returning to the Jing Guo Gong residence for? Song Zhan queried. If other endeavors failed, he could still glean information regarding the Duke of Northern Town and the Jing Guo Gong residence through Bai Li Gu Shue. Oh, it is nothing significant. She mentioned preparing for the new year and needed to return for a few days. Song Zhan remarked, what difference does it make whether she says this or not? Surely, she must return to the Duke of Northern Town upon her marriage. Do the Jing Guo Gong and his wife have no objections? Hee hee. Bai Li Gu Shue laughed. You are unaware, are you? When my parents were still in the capital, they already informed the Jing Guo Gong that our Duke of Northern Town has no elders. Thus, she must frequently return to care for me and Heir. But how can a married woman frequently visit her family? Moreover, you have come of age. It is time for you to learn to manage household affairs, Song Zhan advised, gazing at Bai Li Gu Shue. Bai Li Gu Shue was taken aback by his words, sensing a deeper meaning in his gaze. Did this imply that he wanted her to learn household management in advance, to eventually become a capable mistress of the house? Or perhaps to prepare her for managing his harem in the future? Upon this thought, Bai Li Gu Shue could not help but blush. When I return, I shall have the matron teach me, she declared. Song Zhan was greatly pleased by her response. He smiled tenderly at her and remarked, Gu Shue, you understand me best. When I achieve great things in the future, I shall not let you down. Bai Li Gu Shue's cheeks flushed deeper, and she shyly lowered her head, unaware that at that very moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Song Zhan's eyes. The matrons of the Northern King's residence were brought from Jinzhou. Although they might lack knowledge of court etiquette, would you like me to send two of them to you? Bai Li Gu Shue shook her head. They understand everything. Her main concern was the inexplicable need to bring two people back, which was unreasonable, fearing Bai Li Gu Lan would discover it. Very well. If you encounter anything unclear or unreasonable, you may come to me. For instance, the guarding arrangements for every sentinel in the residence and how to position them to fortify the entire estate's defenses. These matters are crucial, and I am well versed in them. Bai Li Gu Shue was taken aback. Did the steward really need to understand such things? The Grand Princess had waited all day without any sign of the Emperor. This was a matter of the dynasty and required caution, thus she entered the palace once more. By noon, the Emperor was still sound asleep, which displeased the Grand Princess. She ordered eunuch Fu Shun to rouse him. However, Fu Shun hesitated. Last night, concubine Zhao and noble ladies who attended to the Emperor, and they only rested at dawn. Grand Princess, the Emperor has yet to have proper sleep. He suggested, perhaps you could return for now. When the Emperor awakens, I shall inform him to summon you. The Grand Princess was incensed and scolded Fu Shun sternly. The Emperor only slept at dawn? How do you serve as a servant without knowing to advise him? If anything were to happen to the Emperor, you would not have enough heads to lose. Fu Shun bowed and apologized. Yes, I failed in my counsel. However, the Emperor was quite spirited last night, and I could not intervene. The Grand Princess glared at Fu Shun. Noting the time, she realized 3 or 4 hours had passed since dawn. She decided not to delay any longer and strode into the Emperor's chamber, an act Fu Shun could not prevent. Inside, the Emperor was nestled between concubine Zhao and Su Yao. Thankfully, it was winter. Otherwise, the lack of attire would have been quite revealing. Your Highness, Grand Princess. Fu Shun trailed behind her, unable to step in front of her for fear of offending her or witnessing something inappropriate. Royal brother. The Grand Princess called out twice. The Emperor did not wake, but both concubines stirred at the sound. Upon seeing the presence of others, concubine Zhao and Su Yao screamed in unison. Their cries finally roused the Emperor, who opened his eyes groggily and scolded, "How dare you make such noise?" Upon seeing the Grand Princess, he froze in shock, realizing the impropriety of her entering his chamber while he and the concubines were undressed. "What are you doing here?" he asked, fully alert now, noticing Fu Shun behind her. The Emperor rebuked, "You wretched servant. Did you not inform the Grand Princess that I was still in bed?" Fu Shun quickly knelt, lowering his head. "Your Majesty, I did mention it, and even suggested the Grand Princess return, but she..." The Grand Princess shot Fu Shun a fierce glare. Observing her fearsome expression, he swallowed the words he nearly uttered. "Royal brother, do you not recall the matter I spoke of yesterday?" she inquired. The Emperor, struggling to recall, took a moment before remembering. "This is a matter of great significance. You cannot ignore it. It's better to be cautious than to regret later. We must clarify the situation. The emperor scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. He could not fathom what would happen if the chancellor were to rebel. Who would handle state affairs for him then? The grand princess recognized his reluctance. If you do not wish to manage this, then grant me the imperial authority. I possess the capability to govern the country effectively. The emperor was taken aback, beginning to doubt the grand princess's motives. In all dynasties, how could a woman wield power? The grand princess, frustrated, replied, "You again use this argument against me. I detest this oppressive rule. Why must women be denied such responsibilities?" She believed her abilities matched that of the emperor, carrying aspirations and ideals, yet was constrained by her gender. She longed to be a man to pursue her ambitions unimpeded. "When will you investigate the matter of privately manufactured weapons?" She pressed, her tone laced with discontent. The emperor, realizing it could not be ignored any longer, conceded, "Very well. I shall investigate it today." He then instructed Fu Shun, "Go, summon the left and right censors." "Yes, your majesty." Seeing the emperor finally take the matter seriously, the grand princess withdrew. "Your majesty, you startled me just now," Su Yao exclaimed as she rushed into the emperor's embrace. Her sudden action caused concubine Zhao to wish to kick her off the dragon bed. "Do not fear, I am here," the emperor comforted, gently stroking Su Yao's back. The silky sensation enchanted him. Seeing this, concubine Zhao, unwilling to be outdone, similarly lunged forward. Chapter 79. Keeping one in suspense. The embrace of two beauties stirred the emperor's heart once more. However, having been wearied by the previous night's exertions, he gently pushed them away. "Do not be afraid. I shall grant you both a pair of jade bracelets and a pair of hairpins." "Thank you, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty." The censors were summoned to the palace, and the chancellor, naturally, received the news promptly. He remained unfazed, even instructing someone to wait at the palace gates to invite the two censors for drinks. In the emperor's study, the two censors, accustomed to the emperor's sporadic visits, greeted him with bows. "We pay our respects to your majesty." "Rise, my esteemed ministers," the emperor said, sitting on the dragon throne and addressing them seriously about the grand princess's suspicions. The grand princess has learned of privately manufactured weapons in Jiangping City, suspecting it to be the chancellor's doing. Hence, I have summoned you both to investigate him. Your majesty, does the grand princess possess any other evidence against the chancellor? Asked the left censor, Tian Quan. The emperor pondered for a moment and realized apart from the incident in Jiangping City, he had not heard the grand princess mention anything else. Shaking his head, "It appears there is none." The two censors exchanged glances, having already formed their conclusions. Upon exiting the palace, they arrived at a villa on the west side of the city, where the chancellor awaited with a feast prepared. Upon returning, Bai Li Gu Lan first visited the couple of the Duke of Jingwa. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to the Duke and Duchess.
"Ah,
"Please sit," the Duke of Jingwa said. "How is the Northern King's residence faring?" the Duchess inquired. As there were no elders in the Northern King's residence, and with the two families now allied, it was only right for her, as an elder, to show concern. "All is well. Qing Heir is quite sensible, and Ao Shui has given me no cause for worry." "Thank you for your concern, dear matron," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. The conversation turned to the events at the jewelry pavilion. "Has Yu sought justice for you?" the Duke of Jingwa asked, having already been informed by Tang Yu upon his return, yet he felt the need to inquire further to ensure the truth. Bai Li Gu Lan offered an awkward smile. "My lord has procured 2,000 taels of silver as compensation for me." The Duke of Jingwa nodded. "That is what you rightfully deserve. Should there be a next time, 2,000 taels will not suffice." He understood that if the Northern King did not intervene, he would. He had come to realize that power and influence were the true foundations of authority. In recent days, he had summoned some old soldiers back, preparing to protect both the Northern King's residence and the Duke of Jingwa's estate. If anyone dared to provoke them, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. After spending some time in the Farong courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the Qingzhou courtyard. Tang Yu was nowhere to be found. As she sat on the soft couch, she contemplated her future plans and eventually dozed off. In a drowsy state, she sensed someone stirring beside her. Heightened by her rebirth, her vigilance surged, and she abruptly opened her eyes, kicking the intruder to the ground before leaping onto them. "What do you intend to do? Are you plotting to murder your own husband?" Tang Yu firmly grasped Bai Li Gu Lan's hand, which was poised to choke him. Upon realizing it was Tang Yu, Bai Li Gu Lan's subsequent actions were merely playful. She smiled. Murder my own husband? Delightful. Then I would be with child and seize control of the entire Duke of Jingguo's estate. Tang Yu, aware of the northern king's grand ambitions, doubted she would go to such lengths for a mere estate. Why did you touch me while I was asleep? Bai Li Gu Lan remained seated atop Tang Yu, leaning closer to his face. Tang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment. Her words made him sound like a lecher. I saw you asleep and intended to carry you to bed. Oh, is that so? Bai Li Gu Lan replied with a teasing smile. Her striking features were tantalizingly close, her enchanting eyes resembling a captivating abyss that invited exploration yet intimidated direct gazes. Of course, Tang Yu insisted, pushing Bai Li Gu Lan away with force. Given her demeanor and position, it was easy to misinterpret her intentions, and he feared losing control. Bai Li Gu Lan stood to adjust her attire and casually inquired, "Where has my lord gone? I haven't seen him." Tang Yu took a seat beside the soft couch. I received a report from the horse farm that the trade of horses has become increasingly tense. I asked Lin Bo and to investigate. Can you guess what I uncovered? Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow. There had been no wars in the Great Yu Kingdom recently, and even if the economy improved, it would not significantly affect the market if a few wealthy families purchased additional horses. She gazed intently at Tang Yu, who seemed to be savoring the suspense. She approached him and demanded, "What did you find out?"
Speak.
The second son of the Prime Minister's residence has been feigning attendance at the Imperial Academy, but has secretly left after arriving there. Can you guess where he went and what he did? This revelation piqued her curiosity. Bai Li Gu Lan knew that Song Wei harbored ambitions. Otherwise, he would not have poisoned her in her past life, leading to her and Song Zhan's demise. Yet, he presented himself as a cultured, gentle, and filial individual. After her rebirth, she had not paid much attention to him, as he had merely studied at the Imperial Academy until Song Zhan's rebellion succeeded without taking any action. Reflecting on this, she wondered if she might exploit his hidden ambitions to incite conflict between the brothers. "What are you thinking?" Tang Yu inquired, observing her contemplative silence. Bai Li Gu Lan snapped back to reality. "What did you say about the second son of the Prime Minister's residence?" Tang Yu sighed. "I was hoping to leave you guessing, but very well." After sipping his tea, he continued, "He has been secretly recruiting talents in several nearby towns and intends to gather soldiers. However, this is merely the initial phase. Ultimately, he aims to consolidate these soldiers for the Prime Minister's use." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan realized that Song Wei's current trajectory diverged from her past life. Could it be that he had also been reborn? Yet, when she and Song Zhan succumbed to poison, he had been just fine. What had transpired after her death? Bai Li Gu Lan felt increasingly perplexed, letting out a sigh. It seemed the situation was far more complicated than she had initially perceived. Fortunately, Tang Yu had informed her of Song Wei's actions. Otherwise, she might have overlooked him. "How many soldiers do you think he has recruited?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Tang Yu shook his head. "I am not sure, but to concentrate them, there will need to be a substantial barracks to accommodate them. Yet, newly recruited soldiers are not very effective without extensive training. Does Song Zhan possess the patience for that?" Bai Li Gu Lan seemed to speak to herself. "From what I understand of Song Zhan, these newly recruited soldiers are only part of his forces. The rest will likely involve courting capable generals. The general of cavalry is stationed in the northern border, and there has been no interaction between the Prime Minister's residence and him. Which of the two remaining generals will he seek to ally with? Or will he employ both for Song Zhan's cause?" Chapter 80. A sudden intrigue. Hearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words, Tang Yu contemplated as well. Regardless of which general the Prime Minister's residence seeks to ally with, their forces would still be insufficient for a rebellion. However, with my father-in-law commanding 300,000 troops, he may devise a means to undermine my father-in-law's military power. And the only way to dismantle military strength is through war. In other words, after the new year, conflict is inevitable, Bai Li Gu Lan added. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, his lips pressed together. While war might offer military commanders the opportunity to gain merit, for the common folk, it spelled disaster. As night fell, Yin Duan brought in the evening meal. Ever since Bai Li Gu Lan expressed her desire for roast chicken, the kitchen had prepared one for her whenever she was at the Duke of Jingguo's estate. Tang Yu gazed at the roast chicken, recalling that day when Bai Li Gu Lan had not shared the chicken leg with him. He cast a sidelong glance at her. Bai Li Gu Lan, catching his gaze, asked, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" She took a bite of the roast chicken leg, and a sudden thought struck her. "Do you wish for a roast chicken leg?" Tang Yu remained silent, his expression resembling a sulk, deliberately withholding a response. Bai Li Gu Lan tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. If you want a chicken leg, just say so. It's not as if I'm denying you. Tang Yu replied. Go ahead and eat. The more you eat, the better your health will be. The memory of Tang Yu's untimely demise in her past life lingered in Bai Li Gu Lan's heart. She wished for him to nurture his health. Even if he could not live for a century, she hoped for a few more years of his company. Yet, her words sounded to Tang Yu like those of a child being coddled. His face darkened as he returned the chicken leg to Bai Li Gu Lan's bowl, saying, I am in good health. Rather, it is you who appears frail and must eat more. Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback. I appear frail? I have a well-proportioned figure. Though not voluptuous, I am certainly a graceful lady. Bai Li Gu Lan fixed her gaze on Tang Yu and asked, Do you prefer plump beauties? Tang Yu nearly choked on his rice, casting her a sidelong glance before hastily drinking some soup. When did I ever say I liked other women? Then why claim I am frail and urge me to eat more? Bai Li Gu Lan returned the chicken leg to Tang Yu's bowl.
Eat.
Stop acting like a little wife. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression darkened further. He almost stormed off, but Bai Li Gu Lan's unwavering gaze held him back. Leaving at that moment would indeed make him seem like a petty husband. In the end, he consumed the chicken leg and even finished an extra bowl of rice compared to Bai Li Gu Lan. After finishing her evening routine, Bai Li Gu Lan sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the already reclining Tang Yu with a sigh. Hearing her, Tang Yu opened his eyes and asked, What is it? I came to Kue Shui, she replied. Tang Yu, perplexed, remarked, She came to Kue Shui, but he doesn't understand. He sat up and inquired, Should I summon a maid to attend to you? Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head, gently pushing him back into the covers, and then joined him on the bed, placing his hand on her abdomen. The warmth radiating from him was soothing, and she mused, This time it didn't happen. Next time, put in a little more effort. Tang Yu suddenly realized that her concern was about not being pregnant. But was it truly his lack of effort? After several encounters in one night, was that not sufficient? As he looked at Bai Li Gu Lan, she met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and while Bai Li Gu Lan sought a response, Tang Yu was filled with confusion. Husband, did you hear my words? Next time, try harder so that I may conceive earlier and bear you a child, she urged. Tang Yu pondered, child. It seems Bai Li Gu Lan has mentioned this to him multiple times already. While having children is indeed essential, they have only been married for a little over 2 months. Why is she so eager to conceive? On New Year's Eve, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the town North King's residence, aware that Song Wei was making moves, and felt the need to keep a close watch on him. Miss, the second young lady has recently begun learning to manage the accounts and has inquired about the guards in the residence, reported Uncle Li. Bai Li Ao Shui had always lived a life of ease, finding the minutiae of bookkeeping to be the most tiresome of tasks. Therefore, when she announced her desire to learn account management, Uncle Li and the others were taken aback. Believing she had undergone a transformation and was ready to take on the responsibilities of managing the town North King's residence. Upon entering Bai Li Ao Shui's courtyard, Bai Li Gu Lan found the nurse teaching her to read the account books. The young lady appeared utterly perplexed, as if she were engaged in a futile staring contest with the account book, which had no eyes to meet hers. Observing her struggle to comprehend the calculations, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a sense of curiosity about what could possibly drive her to subject herself to such a challenge.
Ao Shui.
Bai Li Gu Lan called her name. Bai Li Ao Shui looked up, her gaze somewhat vacant from the effort of deciphering the account book. The eldest young lady has returned? The nurse greeted Bai Li Gu Lan respectfully. Yes. Nurse, you've taught my younger sister for so long. You should take a break now. Thank you, young lady, the nurse replied and took her leave. Seeing Bai Li Ao Shui's distressed expression, Bai Li Gu Lan furrowed her brow. She sat beside her and picked up another account book from the table. I heard you've taken an interest in learning to manage the household. What prompted this sudden enthusiasm? Bai Li Ao Shui set down the account book and took a large sip of tea. You got married and still don't trust me and Jing Heir to manage things while you flit between the two residences. Now that I've reached my coming of age, I should learn to manage the household affairs. The true reason was one she dared not confess, so she had concocted an excuse. Bai Li Gu Lan flipped through the account book, which was filled with daily records that were clear and straightforward to her. Surprised by Bai Li Ao Shui's apparent maturity, she realized why the people in the residence believed she had undergone a change of heart. So, how much have you learned? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired.
Oh, dear.
Bai Li Gu Lan lamented, reclining wearily against the soft couch. This bookkeeping is far too difficult. I have to account for every single item. Even a stalk of green onion. Were you able to account for it? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. This month's purchases of fabric and jewelry have exceeded the usual amounts, making it even trickier to tally. I wonder if I can figure out where all the silver has gone. Bai Li Gu Lan sighed, recalling Song Zhan's expectations of her. She straightened up, declaring, I may not understand it all yet, but I will certainly learn. Bai Li Gu Lan was taken aback by her sister's determination to master the art of household management. Having enjoyed the New Year's Eve dinner at the town North King's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the Jing Guo Gong residence. As a married woman, she was afforded leniency by the Jing Guo Gong and his wife, yet certain customs still required her adherence. That evening, the Jing Guo Gong's lady had invited a troupe to perform, and the entire household joyfully celebrated the new year together. The eldest daughter of the Jing Guo Gong, Tang Xian, was approaching her coming-of-age ceremony, prompting concubine Su to mention her marriage prospects to the Jing Guo Gong and his wife. Lord Duke, madam, don't you think Xian Heir is getting a bit old? She is the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence. Isn't it time to select a suitable husband for her for the palace banquet? Concubine Su suggested. In truth, she hoped the Jing Guo Gong's lady would take Tang Xian to the banquet, but since Tang Xian was not the legitimate daughter, she hesitated to voice her desire. Tang Xian, hearing concubine Su's words, lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat bashful. She glanced at the Jing Guo Gong, who was generally kind to her. But the Jing Guo Gong's wife, not being her biological mother, was somewhat distant towards her. The Jing Guo Gong observed Tang Xian, noting her slightly plump stature, which resembled his own, and he felt quite pleased with her. It was hard to believe she was soon to come of age and marry. The Jing Guo Gong entrusted Tang Xian's marriage arrangements to his wife, stating, Madam, I leave Xian Heir's marriage to you. On the day of the palace banquet, ensure she meets some fine young gentlemen and invite their families over for tea to get to know them better. The Jing Guo Gong's wife surveyed the room, aware of her role as the matriarch. She understood that the marriages of concubine-born children fell under her purview, yet she could not take it all upon herself. Instead, she would select several candidates for Tang Xian to choose from, to prevent any future grievances should her life not turn out well. Very well. On the day of the banquet, I shall certainly help the young lady find several suitable suitors, she assured. Thank you, madam. Tang Xian expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. Tang Xian was quite obedient, and since the Jing Guo Gong's wife had no daughters of her own, she often doted on her, which explained why Tang Xian had grown rather plump under her care. The Jing Guo Gong's wife casually handed Tang Xian a platter of fruits from the table, saying, What thanks? I will choose more suitors for you, but ultimately, you must use your own discernment. Tang Xian, blushing, accepted the platter with both hands, having grown accustomed to the lady's generosity. She placed it down next to the nearly empty platter shared with her sister, Tang Rui, who eagerly snatched a handful of melon seeds. Both girls at a tender age had hearty appetites and relished the delight of enjoying snacks while watching the performance. As Bai Li Gu Lan observed the two sisters, she was reminded of her own childhood in Jinzhou, when she and Bai Li Gu Lan shared innocent joy in each other's company, sharing treats and laughter in the presence of their parents. After her rebirth, however, she felt a growing distance between herself and Bai Li Gu Lan. Perhaps it was unfair to blame her sister. It was she who had become consumed by worry, losing the carefree spirit of youth, always preoccupied with something. The characters on stage sang and danced, expressing endless sorrows and life philosophies, yet the story would ultimately culminate in a joyful reunion. As the curtain fell and the audience dispersed, Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu walked side by side through the covered walkway, returning to the Qingzhou courtyard. The lanterns hanging from above cast elongated shadows of the pair. Bai Li Gu Lan slowed her pace, tugging at Tang Yu's sleeve as she gazed at him, pondering how many more New Year's Eves they would traverse together. What troubles you? Tang Yu inquired, assuming she was cold, and took her hand in his. Bai Li Gu Lan, holding a hand warmer, felt her palm was warm, leading Tang Yu to question her actions. Husband, I'm tired. Could you carry me back? Bai Li Gu Lan requested. Tang Yu paused for a moment, then stepped forward and said to Bai Li Gu Lan, Climb on, with a cheerful smile. Bai Li Gu Lan nestled onto Tang Yu's broad back. Observing this tender act of affection, Yin was genuinely happy for Bai Li Gu Lan and promptly lifted her lantern to illuminate their path more brightly. My husband, are you tired? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired after they had walked a short distance. Tang Yu carried her effortlessly, his breath steady, as if he were bearing a child, showing no signs of fatigue. With your slight weight, I still possess the strength to carry you, he replied. Having trained in martial arts for many years, endurance was crucial. Otherwise, how could he fight on the battlefield after a few swings of a spear? My husband, if we have children in the future, what names would you like to give them? Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Tang Yu was taken aback. Was it too early to ponder names for children? I haven't thought about it, he admitted. Then from today onward, you should consider it and note down 2 names you like, Bai Li Gu Lan insisted. Tang Yu was perplexed as to why Bai Li Gu Lan was so eager about having children and naming them. He carried her back to the Qingzhou courtyard in one breath, and this incident quickly spread throughout the residence of the Duke of Jingguo that night, causing the maids and old women to envy her greatly. The Duke and Duchess of Jingguo were already resting and heard the news the following morning. Humph. The Duke chuckled softly. I said this young man is satisfied with the marriage. Fortunately, we didn't break off the engagement. Otherwise, he would have blamed us. The Duchess of Jingguo paused, recalling the rampant rumors from before. She had indeed felt that Bai Li Gu Lan was unworthy of being the family matriarch. However, after interacting with her, she discovered that Bai Li Gu Lan was not frivolous at all. She handled matters with remarkable composure and treated others with grace and propriety. Although she lacked political knowledge, she had witnessed the struggles of the court. Upon deeper reflection, it might be that the royal family or the grand princess were wary of the northern king, leading to actions that tarnished Bai Li Gu Lan's reputation. Today was the first day of the new year, and Bai Li Gu Lan was to pay her respects to the Duke and Duchess of Jingguo. She arose early to groom herself. Clad in a set of exquisite garments adorned in shades of azure and crimson, her attire was embroidered with auspicious clouds and peonies in gold and silver threads, exuding vitality and auspicious meanings. Complemented by an exquisite headpiece encrusted with precious gems, she appeared dignified and elegant, akin to a flower atop a lofty peak, strikingly beautiful yet distant. My husband, Bai Li Gu Lan called out after completing her attire, turning to flash Tang Yu a radiant smile. This smile momentarily captivated Tang Yu.
All right.
Let us go. I suspect my parents are already waiting, he responded, stealing a glance before diverting his gaze. However, his furtive glance did not escape Bai Li Gu Lan's keen observation. She walked over with a smile and took his hand. His hand, rough yet warm, felt like a portable heater, making it hard to let go on a winter's day. Upon their arrival at the Farong courtyard, they found the Duke's 2 concubines had already arrived with their children. As Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu entered side by side, concubine Su observed the expressions of the Duke and Duchess of Jingguo. Realizing they bore no disapproving sentiments towards Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan's actions, the heir and his wife standing together are indeed a match made in heaven, concubine Su remarked with a smile. Everyone caught her compliment, and while the Duke and Duchess were pleased, the rest followed suit in their praise. Bai Li Gu Lan graciously expressed her thanks before she and Tang Yu proceeded to bow to the Duke and Duchess. After their formalities, they made their way to the ancestral hall to pay homage to their ancestors. As the crowd walked towards the hall, a servant from the Farong courtyard hurriedly rushed to the kitchen. Chapter 82. Observing her fortunes following the customary rites of ancestor worship, they sat down for breakfast together. The morning meal included auspicious congee and rice cakes, symbolizing good fortune. Just as Bai Li Gu Lan settled down, Granny Wang brought over a bowl of specially prepared congee for her, which contained extra lotus seeds and lilies compared to the others. With a smile, Granny Wang placed the congee in front of Bai Li Gu Lan, saying, "This is prepared for the young lady, with lotus seeds to wish for early offspring, and lilies for harmony and longevity, together." Bai Li Gu Lan assumed this was the Duke and Duchess's intention and instinctively glanced at them. However, she noticed their expressions were somewhat bewildered, indicating they were unaware of this arrangement. Hence, the congee was likely not something they had instructed to prepare. Bai Li Gu Lan looked back at Granny Wang, who wore a somewhat strained smile, as if she was forcing it. "This congee was prepared by you?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired.
Ah.
Yes. I thought it would be nice to add auspicious items since the heir and his wife are newlyweds. And today is the first day of the new year. So, I took the liberty of adding some. I hope the masters won't mind, Granny Wang explained. This action was indeed audacious. As a long-serving member of the Farong courtyard, she had crossed the line by unilaterally altering the meal without consulting the matriarch. Especially on such a significant day. Everyone turned their gaze to the Duchess of Jingguo. The Duchess, slightly displeased but unwilling to reprimand a long-serving maid on this special day, felt her authority as the matriarch was undermined by the maid's boldness in taking such liberties. She cast a sidelong glance at Granny Wang, though you've added auspicious items. Next time you must consult me first. This was an indication that the matter would not be pursued further. Granny Wang smiled gratefully and bowed. Thank you for not blaming me. I shall take my leave now. The Duchess nodded, and Granny Wang breathed a sigh of relief as she quickly exited the dining hall. Once in a private space, Granny Wang looked back and sighed helplessly as she departed the Duke's residence. Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at the kanji before her. Although it bore auspicious meanings, the fact that Granny Wang had taken it upon herself to prepare it caused her to feel a sense of resistance. She didn't wish to eat it, but found no suitable reason to refuse. Looking around, she noticed everyone had lowered their heads to consume the kanji. So she merely took a token sip. Today was the day of the temple fair, and after breakfast, Bai Li Gu Lan accompanied the Duchess of Jingguo. However, in the carriage, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a turbulent sensation in her stomach, desperately wanting to vomit. She turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. The Duchess of Jingguo, sitting beside her, was speaking about the incense offerings at the temple when she suddenly noticed Bai Li Gu Lan's discomfort and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you?" I don't know, I feel like I might vomit," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Upon hearing this, the Duchess assumed she was pregnant and her face brightened with joy. Realizing the misunderstanding, Bai Li Gu Lan explained, "I still have my monthly cycle." The Duchess of Jingguo, seeing Bai Li Gu Lan in such distress, immediately ordered the coachman to divert to the medical clinic. Hearing the mention of a medical clinic, Ting Yin, who was seated on the carriage floor, became concerned and raised her voice to ask, "Miss, what is the matter?" At that moment, Bai Li Gu Lan felt dizzy and leaned against the Duchess of Jingguo. This alarmed the Duchess, who urgently supported Bai Li Gu Lan while calling out, Lanner, please wake up." Hearing the Duchess's anxious voice, Ting Yin lifted the curtain and rushed inside. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan's pale face, devoid of color and her eyes closed, resting against the Duchess, Ting Yin was frantic. She immediately knelt in the carriage, grasping Bai Li Gu Lan's arm, and shouted, "Miss, what has happened?" Yet, no matter how they called out, Bai Li Gu Lan showed no response. Fortunately, the medical hall was not far off. As the carriage came to a halt, Ting Yin hurriedly grasped Bai Li Gu Lan's hand, swung it over her shoulder, and lifted her up. Outside, the coachman had already set up a stool. Ting Yin carried Bai Li Gu Lan down from the carriage and briskly made her way towards the medical hall. "Doctor, please come quickly to save my lady," Ting Yin shouted. Luckily, the medical hall was not crowded that day, and the doctor was leisurely reviewing medical cases. Upon seeing Ting Yin enter with someone in her arms, he promptly set aside his records and rushed over. "Place her down here," the doctor instructed, guiding Ting Yin to lay Bai Li Gu Lan on a small bed. Noticing the bluish tint on Bai Li Gu Lan's lips, the doctor immediately understood she had been poisoned. He placed his fingers on her pulse and found it erratic, indicating a dire situation. He quickly administered an antidote and then pricked her fingertip to draw blood. Bai Li Gu Lan was not entirely unconscious. She vaguely felt the pain from her fingers, struggling uncomfortably but unable to awaken. Soon, the Duchess of Jingguo entered and, upon seeing the state of Bai Li Gu Lan, grew increasingly anxious. "Doctor, what has happened to her?" The doctor furrowed his brow. "She has been poisoned." Hearing the word poisoned, the Duchess nearly fainted. Ting Yin, feeling weak, suddenly knelt before the doctor, pleading, "Doctor, I implore you, you must save my lady. I will pay any amount of silver you require." The doctor looked troubled. "I have already given her the antidote, and will do my utmost to treat her. However, whether she can be saved depends on her own fortune." It was evident that the doctor's skills were limited, and with Bai Li Gu Lan's life at stake, Ting Yin made a decisive choice. She rose and addressed the Duchess. "Your Grace, I must take the lady back to the Prince of Jinbei's residence. The court physician there should be able to save her." The court physician at the Prince of Jinbei's residence was known to be the most skilled doctor in Jinzhou. If he could not cure her, then it would indeed be a hopeless case. The Duchess, recalling the physician's abilities, having previously treated Tang Yu's injuries, nodded in agreement and instructed a servant to summon the court physician to the Prince of Jinbei's residence, preparing for all possibilities. Additionally, she ordered someone to return to the Jingguo Duke's residence to inform the Duke and Tang Yu. The carriage sped through the bustling market, knocking over a few pedestrians, but the coachman was too preoccupied to care, leaving the aftermath to those trailing behind. In the tea house, Song Jian had been waiting for news. When he learned that Bai Li Gu Lan was accompanying the Duchess to the temple, he thought it was yet another miscalculation.
Now,
Seeing the urgency of the Duke's carriage hastening towards the Prince of Jinbei's residence, he realized something had happened to Bai Li Gu Lan. A smirk crept onto his lips as he finished the tea in his cup. At the Prince of Jinbei's residence, the doorman was taken aback by the hurried arrival of the carriage. As it came to a stop, Ting Yin descended with Bai Li Gu Lan in her arms. Seeing her unconscious state, the doorman recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily opened the gate for Ting Yin. News of Bai Li Gu Lan's predicament spread like wildfire throughout the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Servants gathered outside her courtyard, all of whom had been sent to attend to Bai Li Gu Lan and her siblings, acutely aware of the current crisis. If anything were to happen to Bai Li Gu Lan, it could lead to a significant upheaval in the power dynamics of the entire Duyu kingdom. Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing rushed over, both in their teens, their faces paling at the alarming news of Bai Li Gu Lan's poisoning. Elder sister. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan lying pale and lifeless on the bed, Bai Li Qing's tears streamed down her cheeks. In the capital, Bai Li Gu Lan was the backbone of the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Her misfortune sent ripples of distress throughout the household. Inside the chamber, the resident physician, Zhang Bo, remained calm and composed as he examined Bai Li Gu Lan's pulse and administered acupuncture, dissolving the pills in water for Ting Yin to feed to her. Zhang Bo, how is my elder sister? Bai Li Ao Shui asked anxiously. Zhang Bo replied, her life is no longer in danger, but the poison has invaded her organs. She will require careful recuperation. When will she awaken? Ting Yin inquired. Once the antidote takes effect, she should regain consciousness. Zhang Bo's brief reassurance alleviated the tension in everyone's hearts, particularly the Duchess of Jinghua, who felt a sense of relief upon hearing this news. Knowing that if anything were to happen to Bai Li Gu Lan while she was in her company, she would be held accountable. Just as the court physician arrived at the Prince of Jinbei's residence, he was informed his services were no longer needed. This revelation irked the hastily arriving physician. However, contemplating the situation, he reasoned that perhaps the crisis had been averted, hence his services were unnecessary. With this thought, he hoisted his medical kit back onto the carriage. At that moment, Tang Yu arrived, observing the court physician leaving without even entering the premises, and a sense of frustration welled up within him. He swiftly dismounted and asked the doorman servant, "Why has the physician departed?" The servant glanced towards the direction the physician had gone. "My lady no longer requires the court physician." This response was nearly as good as none. Tang Yu frowned and shot a glare at the servant. The servant hastily explained, "Zhang Bo said the lady's life is no longer at risk, so the court physician need not enter." Understanding, but still anxious, Tang Yu hurried to Bai Li Gu Lan's courtyard. "Mother," he called out upon seeing the Duchess of Jinghua seated in the reception area, his voice laden with questions. "She will be fine. She just needs to recuperate," the Duchess assured him. Tang Yu nodded and proceeded towards the chamber. Bai Li Gu Lan had yet to awaken, and seeing her pallid face caused Tang Yu considerable distress. She had appeared well when leaving the Jinghua Duke's residence, and in just over an hour, she had deteriorated to this state. "Brother-in-law, how could my elder sister have been poisoned?" Bai Li Qing voiced the question that plagued everyone's mind. Tang Yu had been pondering this as well. Bai Li Gu Lan had shown no signs of distress when departing, if she had not consumed anything on the carriage. The issue must have stemmed from the bowl of wufu porridge prepared for her that morning. After all, both he and the Duchess had been with Bai Li Gu Lan throughout, and aside from the porridge, everything else she consumed was identical to theirs. She faced an incident at the Jinghua Duke's residence. "Although I do not yet know who has harmed her, I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation," Tang Yu promised, his tone heavy with regret. Bai Li Qing was dissatisfied with Tang Yu's response but, lacking life experience, could not articulate her feelings. Just as she was about to speak again, Bai Li Gu Lan stirred awake. Tang Yu was seated by the bedside, and at her first glance, she met his handsome visage, his expression filled with concern for her well-being. Feeling the warmth of Tang Yu's affection, Bai Li Gu Lan was touched. Yet the aftereffects of the poison left her feeling suffocated, prompting her desire to rise. She gazed at Tang Yu and called out weakly, "Husband." Tang Yu heard her despite her feeble voice. "Wife," he replied, bending down to grasp Bai Li Gu Lan's hand, his heart aching at her pallid complexion. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head, straining to pull Tang Yu's hand, indicating her wish to sit up. Understanding her intent, Tang Yu supported her back with one hand while swiftly retrieving a pillow with the other to prop her up. Elder sister. Elder sister. Bai Li Ao Shui and Bai Li Qing called out simultaneously, their hearts nearly overflowing with joy upon witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan finally awaken. Reclining slightly, Bai Li Gu Lan felt considerably better, yet remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Observing the multitude of concerned faces around her, she surmised that she had indeed traversed the threshold of death. "My lady, you terrified me beyond measure," Ting Yin exclaimed. Recalling the harrowing sight of Bai Li Gu Lan succumbing to poison, a shiver of dread coursing through her. What exactly happened to me? Bai Li Gu Lan could only recall faintly collapsing in the carriage, followed by a hazy recollection of feeling as though someone had pricked her with a needle. Ting Yin recounted the perilous events that had unfolded during Bai Li Gu Lan's unconsciousness, leaving everyone present with a sense of foreboding. "Big sister, how could you have been poisoned?" Bai Li Qing inquired once more. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered for a moment and then turned her gaze towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu, understanding her unspoken thoughts, deduced the source. Was it that bowl of wufu porridge? Bai Li Gu Lan nodded, recognizing it as the only item that differed from what the others had consumed, leaving her unable to contemplate any other potential clues. Lu Mama, who had been stationed at the door, overheard Tang Yu's words and promptly relayed the information to the Duchess of Jingguo. The residents of Farong Courtyard had now become suspects, a grave matter indeed. The Duchess of Jingguo entered the chamber and approached Bai Li Gu Lan. "Lana, if Wang Mama is indeed guilty, I shall not show her any mercy." Hearing the Duchess address her as Lana, Bai Li Gu Lan felt somewhat uncomfortable, as it was a name used by her parents. She straightened her posture, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. Let Ayu accompany you at the Prince of Jinbei's residence to recuperate properly. I shall return immediately to apprehend the culprit and ensure that the matter of your poisoning is thoroughly investigated." With that, the Duchess of Jingguo departed alongside Lu Mama. At a tea house on East Street, upon receiving news from a servant about the royal physician's findings, Song Zhan felt a surge of excitement mixed with an inexplicable unease. Gripping his teacup, his gaze remained unfocused as he contemplated the implications of his decision to eliminate Bai Li Gu Lan in this lifetime. In his previous life, he had never contemplated taking her life, even after exterminating her entire family, opting instead to confine her to the cold palace. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would procure poison while imprisoned, leading to their mutual demise. Consequently, he understood that if Bai Li Gu Lan were to survive, he could never fulfill his ambitions. Only her death would allow him to more easily achieve his goals without fear. Now that the news had reached him, he awaited the official morning from the Prince of Jinbei, only feeling at ease once he witnessed Bai Li Gu Lan laid to rest. Chapter 84. She is unscathed. The carriage of the Duchess of Jingguo traversed the street, stirring up a flurry of gossip among the onlookers due to the recent events. However, given the Duchess's esteemed reputation, the comments remained relatively restrained. As the news spread to the medical establishment, it became known that Bai Li Gu Lan had been poisoned. Many sent servants to the gates of the Prince of Jinbei's residence, eager to glean information about the situation. Yet the gates remained tightly shut, and the servants, dispatched from Jinzhou by the prince, could not be swayed with bribes, leaving the curious bystanders to wait in vain. Upon returning to the Duchess of Jingguo, she immediately sought out Wang Mama, only to discover that she had already departed through the side gate and had yet to return. The implications were clear. The Duchess ordered Lu Mama to search Wang Mama's quarters and examine the food that she had given to Bai Li Gu Lan earlier that morning. Unsurprisingly, remnants of the food had been discovered in the slop bucket, revealing traces of poison. The servants, witnessing the steward brandishing a tarnished silver needle, felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that today was a festive occasion with ample food, sparing them from potential poisoning. "My lord, what should we do?" the Duchess inquired, gazing at the Duke of Jingguo, knowing that the situation was beyond her control. Bai Li Gu Lan had been poisoned within their residence, and the culprit was one of her own. She felt a heavy burden of guilt, unsure how to account for this to others, particularly to those at the Prince of Jinbei's court. "Report to the Ministry of Justice. We must apprehend the perpetrator," the Duke commanded. The steward, upon hearing this, swiftly turned to make arrangements. Those stationed at the Prince of Jinbei's residence had waited for quite some time without any sign of activity, only to hear news from the Duchess of Jingguo's estate regarding the mysterious disappearance of one of their maids on this festive day. The Duchess of Jingguo reported to the Ministry of Justice and dispatched search parties throughout the city, even issuing a reward of 10,000 taels for anyone who could locate the missing maid. Such a generous bounty could buy 100 maids, igniting rampant speculation among the populace. The Grand Princess also received word and, unable to contain her impatience after waiting, personally arrived at the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. Upon her arrival, neither Bai Li Gu Lan nor Tang Yu were surprised. However, Bai Li Gu Lan, still weak in health, could not venture out to greet her. So she sent Bai Li Ao Shui to attend to the Grand Princess. In the flower hall, Uncle Li instructed a young maid to serve tea to the Grand Princess and brought over a brazier. Xiao Yu lifted the windscreen for Bai Li Ao Shui, who then entered the flower hall. Your servant greets the Grand Princess.
Rise.
The Grand Princess replied. I heard that the Duchess of Jingguo's daughter was poisoned, so I came to see for myself. Is this indeed true? Indeed, Your Highness. My elder sister has been cured of the poison, yet she remains quite weak. So she is unable to meet you. I hope for your understanding, Bai Li Ao Shui replied. With Bai Li Gu Lan's predicament unfolding in the Duchess of Jingguo's residence, Bai Li Ao Shui considered beseeching the Grand Princess for justice. However, upon reflection, she realized that the Grand Princess was not a paragon of virtue either. It would be better to seek assistance from Songzhan later. Considering the immense power of the Prime Minister's residence, they were likely to provide the help they needed. Have you uncovered who poisoned the Duchess of Jingguo's daughter? The Grand Princess inquired. Bai Li Ao Shui shook her head, unwilling to divulge any information to her. The Grand Princess had primarily come to ascertain Bai Li Gu Lan's condition, and upon learning that she was safe, she took her leave. Bai Li Ao Shui escorted the Grand Princess to the door and then called for a servant to summon the carriage. Is the second young lady going out? The servant asked. Given the recent poisoning incident, the servant felt that besides the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, nowhere in the capital was safe. Thus, he was understandably worried about Bai Li Ao Shui's intention to leave. However, single-minded in her pursuit of Songzhan, Bai Li Ao Shui found the servant's concerns irksome. Just go call the coachman and bring the carriage here without all this chatter. Seeing Bai Li Ao Shui's displeasure, Xiao Yu scolded the servant. Did you hear that? The second young lady asked you to call the coachman. Why are you still standing here? After being reprimanded, the servant dashed off to the stables like the wind. The coachman, upon hearing that Bai Li Ao Shui was in a hurry to leave, wasted no time in bringing the carriage to the entrance. Bai Li Ao Shui was unaware of Songzhan's whereabouts, but knew that the tea house he frequented was affiliated with the Prime Minister's residence. So she instructed the coachman to take her there. Upon arriving at the private room of the tea house, she inquired with the manager only to learn that Songzhan had just departed and was unlikely to return today, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. At the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan noticed that Bai Li Ao Shui had not returned for quite some time and suspected that the Grand Princess had detained her for questioning. She then instructed Ting Yin to find out what was happening. Ting Yin had barely stepped out when she quickly returned. Miss, after sending off the Grand Princess, the second young lady left the residence. Bai Li Gu Lan, observing her sisterly concern for her younger siblings, remarked, she is quite grown, capable of making her own decisions. You need not hover over her. Focus on nurturing your own health first. Yin nodded in agreement, affirming, the son-in-law is right. Dear girl, your well-being should be your priority. Bai Li Gu Lan closed her eyes, feeling drained and unable to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the servant stationed near the Duke of Zhenbei's residence awaited news. Witnessing the arrival and departure of the princess without any visible activity from the Duke's household, Bai Li Ao Shui, having ventured out for tea, surmised that Bai Li Gu Lan must be safe and sound. Chu Qing and the royal couple had just returned from the palace after paying their respects to the emperor and empress. Initially, Chu Qing felt a thrill upon hearing the news of Bai Li Gu Lan's poisoning. Yet, just a few hours later, news broke that Bai Li Gu Lan was unharmed, igniting her ire towards the perpetrator for not having succeeded in their lethal intent. However, she was not alone in her desire for Bai Li Gu Lan's demise, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within Chu Qing. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She welcomed the prospect of having an ally in her schemes against Bai Li Gu Lan. Thus, she dispatched individuals to uncover the identity of the one who had attempted to harm her. After a prolonged search, they discovered only that a certain wet nurse from the Jingguo Duke's residence had gone missing, with no further leads. Unable to locate anyone, Chu Qing reluctantly abandoned her inquiries. The Dali Temple and the Jingguo Duke's household had spent several days searching for the missing Wang wet nurse, who had seemingly vanished without a trace. Since the incident involving Bai Li Gu Lan, both the Jingwo Duke-s and the Duke of Junbei's residences had closed their doors, refusing any visitors or celebratory calls. The couple had conducted a thorough investigation of their household, uncovering several spies planted within their ranks. These individuals, realizing their exposure, had taken their own lives. Their actions hinted at the presence of a powerful and ruthless master behind them. In the capital, only a select few possessed such audacity. Without a doubt, it was either the prime minister or the princess. On the following day, Bai Li Gu did not encounter Song Jian, so she ventured out once more. Knowing of her presence, Song Jian awaited her at the tea house. The second daughter of the Duke of Junbei has returned, reported Luo Yun, who had been watching from the window. Upon seeing Bai Li Gu's carriage halt before the tea house, he promptly informed Song Jian. A cold smile crossed Song Jian's face, for he had indeed assessed Bai Li Gu as a useful pawn. As Bai Li Gu entered, the attendant greeted her, "Miss Bai Li, our young master has been waiting for you in the private room." Following the attendant upstairs, Bai Li Gu cast glances towards the room frequently occupied by Song Jian, recalling his dignified and elegant demeanor as he sipped tea, stirring feelings within her heart. "Young Master Song," she said, approaching him and offering a slight bow. "I heard you were looking for me, so I prepared tea in advance. Please, have a seat," he said, pouring tea for her personally. Bai Li Gu took her place opposite him. "I heard your sister encountered trouble. What transpired?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on her. Bai Li Gu began to explain. "My sister was poisoned by a wet nurse at the Jingwo Duke's residence and nearly succumbed. However, they cannot seem to locate the wet nurse. Therefore, I seek your assistance in uncovering her whereabouts and revealing the true mastermind behind this." Internally, Song Jian scoffed. Uncovering the true mastermind was not a simple task. The wet nurse was a spy planted by his father years ago, intended to act when least expected. Regrettably, sacrificing a pawn did not equate to taking Bai Li Gu Lan's life. "Young Master Song," Bai Li Gu called, noticing his prolonged silence. He maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. "The wet nurse you speak of, is she not the one the Jingwo Duke's household is currently seeking?" "Indeed, but how could a living person simply vanish?" "Someone must have hidden her," she replied. Song Jian cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li Gu, acknowledging her perceptiveness. "Who do you think is most likely to have concealed her?" he asked. After a moment's thought, Bai Li Gu shook her head. "I do not know. Could it be that someone from the Jingwo Duke's household is engaging in a deceptive ploy?" he suggested, leaning closer to her, his face filling her vision. His proximity stirred an inexplicable sensation within her. However, his words sent a chill through her. "Are you implying that the very people from the Jingwo Duke's household wish to take your sister's life?" He nodded, a knowing expression on his face. "Indeed, it is said that the wet nurse has long been part of the Jingwo Duke's household. Who could command her to commit such an act? Moreover, your sister's forced marriage of the Duke's heir was a grave insult. Do you not think they harbor resentment toward her?" Bai Li Gu found herself ensnared by Song Jian's insinuations, momentarily at a loss for words. At the Duke of Junbei's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan had taken her medicine and fallen asleep when Zhouwen returned with news. "Young master, we have traced the last sighting of the wet nurse to an alley in the southern part of the city, where only common folk reside. The wet nurse had served the Jingwo Duchess for many years, having neither children nor a husband. Her willingness to resort to poison indicated she was likely a pawn of someone else infiltrating the Jingwo Duke's household. With her current disappearance, the chances of locating her were nearly non-existent. Bai Li Gu Lan had previously inferred that aside from the Prime Minister, only Song Jian desired her demise. Return to inform the Duke. Summon back those sent out. There is no need to search further," she commanded. Zhou and hesitated. "Does the young master know who is behind the plot against the young mistress?" "Yes," she replied. "Go back to the Jingwo Duke's residence." Shortly after Zhou departed, Bai Li Gu returned. Noticing Tang Yu reading on the couch, she guardedly refrained from speaking to him and headed straight to her chamber. "Sister?" Bai Li Gu called as she approached Bai Li Gu Lan's bedside. Awakened by the sound, Bai Li Gu Lan sat up, bewildered.
"What is it?"
Bai Li Gu took a seat beside her, casting a furtive glance outside. Following her gaze, Bai Li Gu Lan peered out, seeing Tang Yu seated on the couch. "What is troubling you?" she inquired. "Sister, I heard that the wet nurse who poisoned you has been with the Jingwo Duke's household for a long time. Have you considered that the person behind your poisoning might originate from there?" Bai Li Gu whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Without hesitation, Bai Li Gu Lan shook her head. "That is impossible. With that, she lay back down, pulling the blanket up to her chin, leaving only her head exposed. Why is it impossible? Bai Li Gu fretted, concerned that her sister might be swayed by Tang Yu's charms and lose sight of the truth. Leaning down, she whispered to Bai Li Gu Lan, recounting her conversation with Song Jian. Bai Li Gu Lan dismissed her sister's concerns, assuring her, "Rest easy. It is not the Jing Guo Duke's people. As for who it is, I have my suspicions. There is no need for you to guess." "Who is it?" Bai Li Gu pressed. "The Prime Minister," Bai Li Gu Lan revealed. Bai Li Gu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how her sister could suspect the Prime Minister. However, she soon recalled the discord between the Chancellor and her father. Yet, that was merely a matter of court disputes and did not warrant poisoning Bai Li Gu Lan. Moreover, that old woman was indeed affiliated with the Jing Guo Duke's residence. Bai Li Gu could not fathom why Bai Li Gu Lan harbored suspicions against the Chancellor. You must exercise caution when you are out and about and encounter individuals from the Chancellor's household. They are quite cunning, so do not fall prey to their schemes. Bai Li Gu Lan advised earnestly. Bai Li Gu opened her mouth, intending to inform Bai Li Gu Lan of Song Jian's past assistance. But upon witnessing Bai Li Gu Lan's evident bias against the Chancellor's household, she hesitated, fearing her words might provoke the opposite effect. Song Jian had mentioned that he would help identify that old woman. Once they had a witness, Bai Li Gu Lan would discern who was virtuous and who was not. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, and it was now the 7th day of the new year, the day of the spring festival banquet.
Today,
a ceremony was to be held to honor the heavens, praying for favorable weather throughout the year. Thus, the banquet was set in the royal gardens, which featured an altar. Bai Li Gu Lan attended this occasion alongside Bai Li Gu. On this day, Bai Li Gu Lan opted for a more understated appearance, donning a delicate ensemble of pink and purple silk, complemented by a modest set of hairpins. Tang Yu draped a cloak over her shoulders and handed her a warming stove, stating, "You have only just recovered. Do not let yourself get cold." Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently. "Thank you, my husband." The tenderness in her eyes stirred something deep within Tang Yu. Chapter 86. A foreboding sense. Bai Li Qing saw them off at the entrance. With her two sisters attending the banquet, he found himself rather despondent. "I will bring you some delicacies when I return," Bai Li Gu said, patting Bai Li Qing's shoulder. Her spirits were high today, her face radiating joy. Bai Li Qing cast her a sidelong glance, displaying an air of indifference. "I am not a child. What delicacies could there possibly be in the capital that I have not tasted?"
Oh,
"Have you tried the delicacies from the palace?" "I doubt you have," Bai Li Gu retorted. "Humph, did father not say? What the emperor can enjoy, our Duke of Jinbei's residence is not lacking."
well,
"If you do not appreciate it, then I shan't bring you any," Bai Li Gu declared defiantly. Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu exchanged bemused glances at the banter between the two. "It is getting late. Let us be on our way," Bai Li Gu Lan urged. The carriage for Bai Li Gu Lan awaited at the entrance of the garden, ready to enter alongside the Jing Guo Duke and his wife. Despite her understated attire, Bai Li Gu Lan's figure exuded a natural elegance, and as she walked gracefully, she overshadowed the other noblewomen. Bai Li Gu trailed behind her, scanning the surroundings for Song Jian, and at last, she spotted him on the path to the main hall. With the Duke of Jinbei absent from the capital, Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Gu represented their family in bowing to the emperor. The two sisters followed the Jing Guo Duke and his wife to greet the emperor and empress. The empress glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan, noting her modest makeup, which did not diminish her grace, and felt a twinge of jealousy. Casually, the empress remarked, "The lady following the heir must be the second daughter of the Duke of Jinbei, I presume?" "Indeed, it is my younger sister," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Called out. Bai Li Gu stepped forward to pay her respects. "This humble daughter greets Her Majesty, the Empress." The Empress's gaze flickered towards the Emperor.
today,
Seated beside the Emperor was a newly arrived beauty. Though her appearance was unremarkable, she possessed a curvaceous figure that was quite appealing. "Your Majesty, there are many ministers awaiting their audience. My sister and I shall take our leave," Bai Li Gu Lan observed the Empress's demeanor, sensing a foreboding feeling. In her past life, the Empress had harbored ambitions regarding the marriages of the two sisters, but at that time, she had the marriage with Song Jian to protect her. Now, with her enmity towards the Chancellor, one could not guarantee that unexpected events would not arise. Bai Li Gu Lan quickly took Bai Li Gu's hand, urging her to depart, her haste leaving Bai Li Gu perplexed. "Sister, are you truly afraid of the Empress?" Bai Li Gu Shui inquired. Have you forgotten why father had me select a husband when we first arrived in the capital? Bai Li Gu Shui was momentarily taken aback, for she had not forgotten. Recalling the emperor's lecherous demeanor, she shuddered at the thought of sharing a bed with such a man. Contemplating this, she deemed it necessary to resolve the grievances between the chancellor's household and that of the Duke of Jinbei, and to prompt Song Zhan to propose sooner rather than later. Upon exiting the main hall, Chu Qing followed closely behind. Today presented a splendid opportunity for her, and she was determined to act. Otherwise, once her marriage was settled, the chance would slip away. The royal gardens were expansive, with a vast grove of plum trees on the eastern side. As the time for worship had not yet arrived, many people were heading towards the plum grove. Due to the crowd, Tang Yu refrained from following Bai Li Gu Lan closely, as it might invite gossip. Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Gu Shui made their way to the plum grove, where the winter plums were in full bloom. A gentle breeze stirred the petals, creating an enchanting scene. Noble women strolled through the grove in small groups, and Bai Li Gu Shui spotted Yang Ruyu and her companions. Sister, I shall go greet them, she stated, and before Bai Li Gu Lan could respond, she dashed off. Bai Li Gu Lan sighed helplessly, observing her sister's childlike enthusiasm. Seeing Bai Li Gu Lan alone, Chu Qing smirked coldly, contemplating how to ruin her reputation. However, she soon noticed Bai Li Gu Lan turn a corner and encounter Lu Hua, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Bai Li Gu Lan recognized Lu Hua and approached her with a friendly greeting, Miss Lu. This was Lu Hua's first attendance at a palace banquet, and as a concubine's daughter, she had few acquaintances. With her legitimate sister married off, the minister's wife had brought her to the palace to seek a suitable match, hoping to secure a strong husband to bolster their family's influence. Bai Li Gu Lan's friendly salutation took Lu Hua by surprise. I have met the heir's wife, Lu Hua stammered, bowing awkwardly. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled and helped her rise. You are too courteous. Are you here alone? Yes, Lu Hua nodded. Shall we go together, then? Bai Li Gu Lan suggested. It can be rather awkward to be without a friend at a banquet. That sounds wonderful, Lu Hua replied. Pleased to have Bai Li Gu Lan's company. Not far away, Chu Qing watched Bai Li Gu Lan and Lu Hua walk away, feeling a surge of annoyance towards Lu Hua. However, she quickly considered that with Lu Hua by Bai Li Gu Lan's side, perhaps if she were to act, Lu Hua could take the blame. As Chu Qing plotted in her mind, she was unaware that on the other side of the plum grove, Feng Ro was also devising her revenge against her. Bai Li Gu Shui followed Yang Ruyu and Feng Chu Yao deeper into the grove, where there were fewer people and a more tranquil atmosphere. A small artificial hill stood there, and Feng Chu Yao curiously explored the area. Yang Ruyu leaned closer to Bai Li Gu Shui and whispered, Ao Shui, are you quite familiar with the eldest son of the Chancellor's household, Song de Gongzi? Since the last encounter where Bai Li Gu Shui was seen sharing tea with Song Zhan, Yang Ruyu had long wanted to ask, but opportunities had been scarce. Upon hearing Song Zhan's name, Bai Li Gu Shui felt a hint of shyness. However, since Yang Ruyu had already witnessed her with Song Zhan, there was no need to deny it. He has assisted me on numerous occasions, so we naturally became acquainted. Is there something more between you two? Yang Ruyu probed cautiously. After all, they had been alone together in a private room last time, and Yang Ruyu found it hard to believe their relationship was merely platonic. Yet, her feelings for Song Zhan made her reluctant to accept this possibility. Nevertheless, she could not bear the uncertainty of her suspicions lingering unanswered. Since the conversation had begun, Bai Li Gu Shui seized the opportunity to share her relationship with Song Zhan with Yang Ruyu. Indeed. However, our families have some disagreements, so he cannot come to propose just yet. Did the young Master Song express his desire to marry you? Yang Ruyu's eyes widened in surprise, astonished that Bai Li Gu Shui and Song Zhan had reached such a level of intimacy. Bai Li Gu Shui shyly nodded. She regarded Yang Ruyu as a close friend, which prompted her to reveal her feelings. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently become Yang Ruyu's rival in love. Have you not considered that this may be a private agreement for life? Yang Ruyu inquired. Bai Li Gu Shui chuckled and replied nonchalantly, what of a private engagement? If my elder sister can choose a husband in the streets, then it is only natural for Song Gongzi and I, who share mutual affection, to be together. Yang Ruyu was taken aback by the notion of mutual affection. It was hard to believe that the noble and aloof Song Zhan would take an interest in someone as seemingly frivolous as Bai Li Gu Shui. Noticing Yang Ruyu's change in demeanor, Bai Li Gu Shui asked, Ruyu, what troubles you? Your expression seems quite off. It's nothing. Yang Ruyu quickly turned her face away to mask her emotions. Bai Li Gu Shui found her behavior peculiar. Yet her lack of life experience prevented her from discerning Yang Ruyu's true feelings. Seeing the two girls standing still, Feng Chuyao called out, "Hey, what are you doing over there? Come here. A beautiful orchid has bloomed. It's quite enchanting." Yang Ryu glanced back at Bai Li Gu Shui and, now aware of her connection with Song Zhan, felt an urge to distance herself from Bai Li Gu Shui. Hearing Feng Chuyao's call, she hurriedly walked over. Bai Li Gu Shui, puzzled by Yang Ruyu's sudden departure, wondered why she did not wait for her.
Meanwhile,
Bai Li Gu Lan and Lu Hua had left the Mei Lin and settled in a cool pavilion. A little maid who had been following them promptly reported the situation to Chu Qing.
go.
Be discreet, and do not let anyone discover you, Chu Qing instructed. Yes, the maid replied, hastening towards the small kitchen to prepare tea and snacks. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being observed by Fong Ro, who was silently trailing them. Soon, a palace maid approached the pavilion, carrying tea. The maid personally served tea to Bai Li Gu Lan and Lu Hua, placing it before them. As the steam still rose from the teacups, Bai Li Gu Lan refrained from drinking immediately. Lu Hua conversed with Bai Li Gu Lan about family matters. She was born of a concubine and was the only child. Although the Minister of Revenue and his wife were not particularly kind to them, they had what they needed. Now that her legitimate sister was married, her task was to find a suitable match from a prominent family to strengthen their influence in the minister's household. Just as Bai Li Gu Lan was about to take a sip of tea, another palace maid entered the pavilion, carrying more tea. "My lady, please do not drink." The maid quickly interjected, blocking Bai Li Gu Lan's action. Bai Li Gu Lan paused, her expression turning icy, as she fixed her gaze on the maid. It was said that unusual occurrences often concealed ulterior motives. Either the tea was tainted, or this maid was up to no good. The maid appeared somewhat familiar. Yet Bai Li Gu Lan could not place her. She set down her teacup and inquired, "Why should I not drink?" Lu Hua, equally bewildered, stared at the maid, perplexed by her intentions. The maid lowered her voice and explained, "Esteemed lady, I am a servant of the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. This tea was specially prepared for you by the princess, so you must not drink it." Saying this, the maid exchanged the tea she brought with the one on the table. Upon hearing that it was prepared by Chu Qing, Bai Li Gu Lan believed her and, with a cold expression, remained silent. Lu Hua understood the implication. The tea was indeed suspicious. She recalled the events at the banquet at the Northern King's residence and pondered why Fong Ro would assist Bai Li Gu Lan if there was animosity between them. Additionally, why would Chu Qing resort to such nefarious actions against Bai Li Gu Lan? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Hua felt a chill run down her spine, her complexion paling. She glanced at the teacup, relieved that she had not drunk from it, lest she become embroiled in danger. After the maid replaced the tea, she addressed Bai Li Gu Lan. "My lady knows she has wronged you in the past and sent me to convey her apologies, seeking to atone for her previous misdeeds." With that, the maid departed, leaving both Bai Li Gu Lan and Lu Hua reluctant to partake in the tea. "Ian approached, my lady. Allow me to fetch a fresh pot." "No need. Even if we get another pot, we cannot guarantee it one tea be tampered with. Thus, this tea is not essential," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Seeing Lu Hua's bewildered expression, Bai Li Gu Lan chuckled. "Did I frighten you?" Lu Hua offered an awkward smile. After the maid exited the pavilion, she followed Fong Ro's instructions and delivered the tea to Chu Qing. Fong Ro's motivation for this act was her disdain for Chu Qing's satisfaction. If Bai Li Gu Lan were harmed, it would bring Chu Qing a sense of delight. Fong Ro harbored resentment towards Chu Qing for seeking her help while conveniently distancing herself when trouble arose. Thus, Fong Ro intended to create chaos, aiming not only to disrupt but also to ruin Chu Qing's reputation. Chu Qing, anxiously awaiting news from Bai Li Gu Lan, was caught off guard when the maid served her tea, and she drank without hesitation. In the distance, Fong Ro observed with a cold smile before turning to leave. As Chu Qing grew impatient, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "My lady, what troubles you?" Her close maid noticed her flushed complexion and inquired. Chu Qing was at a loss for words, feeling an indescribable discomfort and an uncontrollable urge to find an outlet for her emotions. With a swift motion, she knocked the tea set off the table, shattering it on the ground. The maid, scalded by the hot tea, nearly cried out. But believing Chu Qing was merely throwing a tantrum, she quickly knelt. "My lady, Please calm down. Gazing at the shattered porcelain, Chu Qing felt a fleeting rush of satisfaction. Yet it failed to quell her deeper desires. She began to contemplate tearing off her garments, but a sliver of remaining rationality held her back. Quickly, take me to the chamber and summon the imperial physician, Chu Qing commanded her maid. The maid hesitated for a moment, then realized that Chu Qing was indeed unwell. She hastily rose from the ground and assisted Chu Qing toward the chamber. It was nearly time for the midday sacrificial rites, and palace maids and eunuchs were calling out in the gardens for attendees to gather at the altar. As Chu Qing's maid helped her into the chamber, she hurried off to find the physician. In her haste, she collided with someone and fell to the ground. Watch where you're going. You've knocked down my young master, a young servant scolded. Master Bai. The maid recognized Bai Zhe, her anxiety dissipating as she feared causing trouble. Bai Zhe, familiar with the maid as one of Chu Qing's attendants, inquired, Why are you in such a hurry? Where is your lady? My lady is unwell, and I need to find the physician, the maid replied, scrambling to her feet in urgency. Upon hearing that Chu Qing was seeking a royal physician, Bai Zhe did not inquire further and forbade the maid from leaving. Where is your lady? How could she be unwell? The maid informed Bai Zhe of Chu Qing's condition. Understanding her discomfort, Bai Zhe instructed the maid to fetch a royal physician while he turned towards the side chamber. As he approached the door, Bai Zhe could already hear Chu Qing's distress sounds. He pushed the door open and strode inside. Lady. He was taken aback to find Chu Qing attempting to remove her garments, her delicate shoulders exposed. He instinctively turned to exit, but was halted by Chu Qing's alluring call from behind. Help me. Her voice was laced with seduction, compelling Bai Zhe to pause. In that moment of hesitation, Chu Qing embraced his waist from behind. Bai Zhe's body stiffened, and with a glance at the attendant still lingering at the door, he swiftly shut it. Help me. Chu Qing's hands roamed over Bai Zhe's form, and with a swift motion, she unfastened his waist sash. Do you know who I am? Bai Zhe turned to face her. Chu Qing nodded. You are Bai Zhe. Then, do you still wish for my assistance? Chu Qing nodded again, her distress palpable, indicating that any man would suffice at this moment. Bai Zhe, no longer hesitating, lifted Chu Qing and carried her to the bed. When the maid arrived with the royal physician, she found Bai Zhe's attendants covering their ears outside the chamber. Inside, the sounds of Chu Qing's gasps were unmistakable, leaving little to the imagination regarding their activities. The physician's face flushed as he glanced at the maid. It seems the lady no longer requires my services. The maid was panic-stricken. Given the gravity of the situation, would her life still be spared? Bai Li Gu Lan located the Duke of Jing Guo and his wife. Along with Tang Yu, Bai Li Ao Shui had also returned, standing beside them, yet her demeanor was far from cheerful. What troubles you? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Noticing Bai Li Ao Shui's discontent, concerned about Chu Qing's intentions, she worried that Bai Li Ao Shui might suffer collateral damage. Bai Li Ao Shui shook her head, indicating that all was well. Her gloom stemmed from Yang Ruyu's cold demeanor towards her. The Prime Minister and Song Zhan stood behind the Duke and Tang Yu. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a brief glance at Song Zhan, who was fixated on the altar, displaying no other actions. This near brush with death had imparted a lesson to Bai Li Gu Lan. From now on, she would remain vigilant, regardless of her surroundings. Bai Li Ao Shui discreetly observed Song Zhan, feeling a pang of disappointment as he seemed oblivious to her presence. As the sacrificial rites commenced, the royal couple grew anxious upon noticing Chu Qing's absence. This was a significant event, and her absence as a princess was becoming increasingly displeasing to the Duke. The Duchess promptly instructed a nearby matron. Quickly find out why the princess has not arrived. Yes, came the reply. Standing beside the Duke and Duchess, Bai Li Gu Lan speculated about Chu Qing's absence as the Duchess's matron departed. Her brow furrowed, she glanced towards the position of the Minister of Revenue. There. Fong Rou appeared unfazed, displaying no signs of concern. Aware that Chu Qing had not returned, Fong Rou felt a surge of vindictive pleasure welling up within her. Yet, it was insufficient. The news had yet to spread. Fong Rou signaled to her maid, who discreetly slipped away. The ritual proceeded normally, with the newly appointed head of the Astronomical Bureau presiding over the ceremony, while ministers and their families knelt alongside the Emperor and Empress in reverence. Midway through the rites, a matron hurried in and whispered urgently to the Empress's confidant. The maid's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively glanced at the Duke and Duchess. Approaching the Empress, she relayed the information she had received. Fury ignited within the Empress as she cast a scathing look at the Duke and the General's wife. However, as the ceremony could not be interrupted, she merely issued a few instructions before allowing the matron to depart. 2/4 of an hour later, the sacrificial rites concluded. Leading into the banquet segment, guests took their seats as rows of palace maids brought forth an array of dishes and beverages. Before the feast commenced, the emperor recited his memorized speech to the ministers, officially marking the beginning of the meal after his address. Music began to play, and the dancers gracefully entered the grand hall, enlivening the day's festivities. Feng Rou, glancing towards the hall's entrance, grew increasingly anxious as no news arrived. Just as her heart raced, the maid returned. "Miss, the Empress's matron is aware. They have detained them." Feng Rou could not help but glance at the Empress. After all, she was her aunt, and such actions would not have been possible without her support. She pondered the Empress's motives for detaining them, questioning why the matter was not made public. "Go, inform the matron to convey to the Empress that I was harmed by that wretched Chu Qing last time. I urged the Empress to disclose her clandestine meeting with men to the public," Feng Rou commanded. "Yes," the maid responded, quietly making her way towards the Empress to relay Feng Rou's message. The matron, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. Fearing Feng Rou's impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences, she scrutinized the maid. "Is everything clean? Has anyone discovered anything?" The maid assured her that the tea was prepared by the princess herself, leaving no trace behind. Sighing in relief, the matron waved the maid off and approached the Empress to report the developments. The matron's comings and goings drew the attention of the Emperor and others present. The Emperor turned to the Empress. "What is amiss?" The Empress hesitated, torn between royal dignity and her beloved niece, both weighing heavily on her conscience. She glanced towards the Minister of Revenue's table, noticing Feng Rou's pleading gaze, which swayed her heart. "Your Majesty, the princess was indeed present. However, during the sacrificial rites, I did not see her. Concerned for her safety, I sent someone to search for her yet." The Empress's words trailed off, leaving the Emperor curious. "What is it?"
Speak.
The princess, as a member of the royal family, represented their honor. Any misfortune befalling her within the royal gardens would tarnish the family's reputation.
She
is clandestinely meeting a man." The Emperor paused, momentarily incredulous. "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, the princess is in the side chamber, meeting a man." The Empress repeated. This time, the Emperor comprehended her words, instinctively glancing towards the eldest princess. Was it true that the women of the royal family were so inclined towards vice? Following the Emperor's gaze, the Empress also looked at the eldest princess, realizing that he might not pursue Chu Qing's case. However, as Feng Rou was her niece, she felt compelled to assist her. "Your Majesty, today's sacrificial rites are meant to beseech the heavens for favorable weather for the kingdom of Dayu this year. Yet, the princess engages in such scandalous behavior today, risking divine displeasure. I believe she and her lewd companion should face severe punishment to seek forgiveness from the deities." The Emperor had not intended to intervene, viewing the affair between men and women as a commonplace occurrence. However, upon hearing the Empress's words, he began to find her reasoning compelling. Due to the significance of today's occasion, even he must practice restraint, yet Chu Qing behaves so recklessly. Should she truly offend the heavens, the repercussions would be dire. The Emperor slammed his wine cup onto the table with a resounding thud, startling the beautiful companion by his side. Noticing the Emperor's apparent anger, the dancer in the center of the hall immediately ceased her movements and knelt on the ground. Chapter 89. The situation escalates. The ministers and their families were taken aback. Yet seeing that the Chancellor and Songzhan showed no reaction, they remained seated. "Your Majesty, what has transpired?" the Chancellor inquired. The Emperor cast a sharp glance at the Duke and Duchess. "Humph. Duke, I ask you, where is the princess?" At this question, all eyes turned towards the Duke and Duchess. The Duchess felt a surge of panic. Her personal maid had just informed her of Chu Qing's situation.
Now,
faced with the inquiry, she wondered if there was still time to concoct an excuse for Chu Qing. The Duchess anxiously glanced at the Duke, who stood and respectfully addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the princess did not return during the sacrificial rites. I am unaware of her whereabouts." When the maid had reported earlier, the Duchess was certain the Duke had heard. Was he truly abandoning Chu Qing? The Duchess was stunned. After all, she was his legitimate daughter. "My lord!" the Duchess exclaimed in disbelief. The Duke shot her a cold glance, his icy demeanor sending a chill down the Duchess's spine. At that moment, The Empress interjected. If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. You have raised a fine daughter indeed, on such an important day, during our sacrificial rites. She dared to rendezvous with a man in the side chamber. The Empress's words sent shockwaves through the hall. The crowd began to murmur and exchange glances. And the Duke felt utterly humiliated. Previously, he had held the esteemed position of the Imperial Academy's Chancellor, enjoying great respect from the scholars. Now, with such a scandal tarnishing his reputation, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Chu Qing. The Duke fell to his knees, pleading, I beseech your Majesty and Her Majesty to forgive me. I had no idea the princess would act so boldly and commit such a ludicrous act. The Duchess knelt beside him, her heart racing with fear, unsure of the punishment that awaited them. From her seat, Feng Rou could not suppress a smile at the unfolding drama. After this incident, it seemed Chu Qing would face severe consequences. However, everyone was curious about the identity of the man with whom Chu Qing had been meeting. The crowd's gaze swept the hall until it landed on an empty seat. The wife of the general, feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, was also anxious. She had noticed Bai Li's absence, but had grown accustomed to his independent nature and had refrained from inquiring. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, she too felt trepidation. At that moment, both the Emperor and Empress, following the crowd's gaze, noted Bai Li's vacant seat. Madam General, where is your son? The Emperor asked. Your Majesty, I do not know, she replied, quickly regaining her composure. The favored concubine, Hui Guifei, was the general's sister and mother to the third prince. With their support, she felt confident that nothing could befall Bai Li. The Empress coldly scoffed within, lamenting her lack of opportunity to deal with Hui Guifei. Today's events seemed to present her with a weapon to wield. She would not let the chance slip away. Bai Li has yet to return, hasn't he? I have received word that he and the princess were engaged in a clandestine meeting in the side chamber, committing an act of disgrace. Does he truly believe he can act so brazenly, relying on Hui Guifei and the third prince for protection, disregarding the dignity of the royal family? The Empress's words escalated the situation further. The general's wife stepped forward, kneeling down. Your Majesty, I implore you to investigate. Hui Guifei, the third prince, and all from the general's household have always held great respect for you. Today, perhaps Bai Li had indulged in drink. During the sacrificial rites, there was no alcohol served. Why would he have drunk? The Empress countered, recalling that she had personally organized the banquet. The excuse of drinking would not deceive her. Bai Li has always enjoyed drinking. Perhaps he simply forgot about the sacrificial rites today. How convenient it is to forget, the Empress retorted, leaving her no room for rebuttal. The matter at hand inevitably entailed the competition for the throne. Previously, Tang Yu had been unable to enter the military camp, partly due to Bai Li's machinations and partly due to the Chancellor's influence. Having unraveled the situation, he would not let this opportunity pass. Tang Yu rose and bowed respectfully to the Emperor and Empress. Your Majesty, there have been rumors that the Duke sought to ally with the General's household, suggesting he harbors disloyal intentions. Now, with the princess and the general's eldest son behaving so recklessly, one might fear the rumors hold truth. Upon hearing this, the Duke repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I harbor no disloyalty. The Emperor glanced at the eldest princess and the Chancellor, recalling that the Duke's dismissal had been reported by them. The Chancellor looked to the Empress. Your Majesty, as speculation abounds, perhaps we should summon the princess and the general's eldest son to hear their explanations directly. Such a request for direct explanation would inevitably lead to an admission of guilt. The Duke and Duchess grew increasingly anxious, while the general's wife could not maintain her composure. However, the assembly favored the idea of summoning Chu Qing and Bai Li for questioning. The Empress instructed a maid, who promptly departed. Soon, Chu Qing and Bai Li were brought into the grand hall. Though Chu Qing was dressed, her hair was disheveled, and her expression appeared dazed. As she passed by Bai Li Gu Lan, who sat composedly at her seat, Chu Qing could not help but entertain a thought. Could it be Bai Li Gu Lan who had conspired against her? With venomous eyes, she glared at Bai Li Gu Lan and accused, It was you who harmed me, wasn't it? Bai Li Gu Lan merely smiled faintly. But her smile was not one of malice. Rather, it was the satisfaction of witnessing someone oblivious to their own downfall. Now, as Chu Qing faced the consequences of her actions, she bore the weight of her choices. The smile on Bai Li Gu Lan's face pierced Chu Qing's heart. How could she know that the tea had been tampered with? Chu Qing and Bai Li knelt in the center of the hall, the fresh marks on their necks making it difficult for others to avert their gaze. The Empress addressed them. "Princess, I ask you, during the sacrificial rites, were you and the general's eldest son engaged in a private meeting in the side chamber? Did you commit lewd acts?" Forced to confront the truth before the public, Chu Qing felt utterly humiliated. She glanced towards Tang Yu, but could not bring herself to admit it, tears streaming down her face. "Princess, the Empress is addressing you," Eunuch Fu Shun urged when Chu Qing remained silent for too long. Chapter 90. The Last Laugh. Bai Li, feeling deep sympathy for Chu Qing, addressed the Emperor and Empress. Your Majesty, the Princess and I share mutual affection. I humbly request your blessing for our union." Mutual affection was merely a flattering phrase. However, to request marriage under such scandalous circumstances was utterly shameless. The power of the General of Cavalry's household has become excessively formidable, and the Chancellor is unwilling to see a marriage alliance formed between the General's residence and the Duke's household. However, now that events have unfolded to this point, it is no longer possible to avert the situation. Nonetheless, it is still feasible to prevent the Emperor from bestowing the marriage. Your Majesty, such a union must not be sanctioned, the Chancellor asserted as he rose, casting a glance towards the Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights comprehended the Chancellor's intent immediately and also stood, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I concur with the Chancellor. This marriage should not be permitted. But they must also face punishment." Following the Chancellor and the Minister of Rights, the rest of their faction also rose in agreement. The supervisors on either side took the opportunity to censure the Duke and Duchess for their failure in raising their offspring, asserting that as parents, they too should bear the consequences for this debacle. With the Duke stripped of his authority, any further punishment could only lead to exile or demotion to commoner status. The Duke's complexion paled, his ire directed at Chu Qing, who had unwittingly entangled him in this predicament. Noticing the Duke's piercing gaze upon her, Chu Qing turned to meet it, her heart trembling at the malice she perceived. She yearned to explain, yet she had no evidence to support her claim that Bai Li Gu Lan had drugged her. "Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, even if the marriage is not sanctioned, I am still willing to take the princess as my wife," Bai Li boldly proclaimed. "Even if a union is formed, to act so recklessly on such an important occasion warrants punishment," the Empress replied. "I willingly accept the consequences," Bai Li stated. Upon hearing his words, Chu Qing felt no joy. While she had succumbed to the effects of the drug, Bai Li remained lucid. She resented him for not having the resolve to leave her. What punishment shall be meted out? Someone inquired within the hall, and all eyes turned to the Emperor, who had always been indifferent to affairs of state. He looked to the Chancellor, who was deep in thought, contemplating how to strip the General of Cavalry of some of his power to gain an advantage for himself. At that moment, Tang Yu rose once more. "Your Majesty, I believe Bai Li has committed such a grave error that he is no longer fit to oversee the military stationed in Jingdu. His authority should be revoked to prevent any disloyalty." Bai Li shot him a venomous glare, akin to that of a venomous serpent ready to strike. The princess then interjected, "I believe the heir of the Duke of Jingwa speaks wisely. Bai Duwei is indeed unfit to manage the military in the capital. Once he is wed, he should be dispatched to the northern borders, where the General of Cavalry can teach him properly." This was an utter insult. Bai Li had not anticipated that his moral indiscretion with Chu Qing would escalate to such proportions, with even the princess weighing in. The General of Cavalry, being the uncle of the third prince, would naturally support the Chancellor and Bai Li Gu Lan in this endeavor, leaving no room for opposition. Ultimately, Bai Li was stripped of his position, and Chu Qing was deprived of her title as princess, both condemned to kneel before the altar for a day and night. The Duke and the General of Cavalry faced a reduction in their salaries for 6 months. Upon hearing the leniency of the punishment, the Duke exhaled in relief. After dealing with the matters concerning Chu Qing and Bai Li, the banquet came to a close. Feng Ro was summoned to the side hall by the Empress, accompanied by the Minister of Revenue, where they finally learned the full context of the events. As Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu exited the Grand Hall, Chu Qing called out to Tang Yu, "Brother Tang Yu." He paused and turned back. Chu Qing glared fiercely at Bai Li Gu Lan before addressing Tang Yu. "Brother Tang Yu, I was wronged by her. Can you truly tolerate such a venomous woman in your midst?" Bai Li Gu Lan scoffed, casting a glance at Tang Yu, who remained expressionless, before stepping closer to Chu Qing. After locking eyes, Bai Li Gu Lan dismissed her with a mere 2 words, "Foolish." This nearly infuriated Chu Qing, prompting Bai Li to grasp her hand, interjecting, "Madam, Do not celebrate prematurely. This is merely a fleeting triumph. Bai Li Gu Lan did not refute his words. Indeed, only those who laugh last are the true victors. Bai Zhe paused, sensing an underlying implication in her statement. With that, Bai Li Gu Lan offered them no further glance and followed Tang Yu and the Duke of Jingguo's couple back to their residence. In the carriage, Bai Li Gu Lan turned to Tang Yu and inquired, "My husband, who do you believe is responsible for Chu Qing's plight?" She desired to understand his perspective on the matter. "I am uncertain, but I can assure you, it is certainly not you," Tang Yu replied with conviction.
Oh.
Bai Li Gu Lan felt warmth swell within her at his certainty. "Why are you so sure?" This inquiry led Tang Yu to a moment of reluctance. If you were truly intent on dealing with her, you would not resort to such underhanded tactics as you did against the Duke. Instead, you would extinguish their ambitions for power, demote them to commoners, or exile them from the capital. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled, for she indeed harbored such thoughts, but only if Chu Qing were to provoke her again. However, with Su Qing's reputation tarnished and her title stripped, it seemed her retribution had already commenced. Bai Li Gu Lan shifted the topic. "My husband, with the position of the military officer in the capital now vacant, do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Tang Yu pondered briefly. "The Chancellor will not allow this authority to fall into the hands of others. If the Chancellor desires it, we too can strive for it," Bai Li Gu Lan remarked, and Tang Yu understood her intent. The journey to the Duke of Jingguo's residence continued, with Bai Li Gu Lan resting her head on Tang Yu's shoulder, closing her eyes to repose. Observing her delicate face beneath those long lashes, Tang Yu felt a pang of guilt. If only he were stronger, he could protect her. Bai Li Gu Lan soon fell asleep against a shoulder, and Tang Yu carried her from the main gate to the chambers. This time he cradled her, evoking envy from those who witnessed the tender scene. Bai Li Gu Lan slumbered until evening, when the kitchen sent over roasted chicken and ginseng soup to nourish her. This time, Yin and Nurse Chong were particularly cautious, employing silver needles to test for poison. Although the Duchess of Jingguo had already purged the household, one could never be too careful. "Miss, I have tested it, and there is no poison. You may eat with confidence," Yin said, serving a bowl of ginseng soup before Bai Li Gu Lan. At that moment, a servant approached Qingzhou courtyard bearing a letter. "Madam, a letter from the Duke of Jinbei has been delivered from Jinzhou. It is from the Lord." Yin exclaimed with joy. "Bring it here at once," Bai Li Gu Lan commanded. While her parents often sent letters, this one had to be forwarded to their current residence, indicating that the contents were likely more significant than mere pleasantries. Chapter 91. Do not deceive me. Yin hurriedly lifted the curtain and returned with the letter. Presenting it to Bai Li Gu Lan, she opened it to reveal a simple message. "The financial matters have been resolved. Do not worry. The entire Jinzhou is under the Duke of Jinbei's authority, never lacking in funds." Thus, the mention of financial matters undoubtedly referred to the previous bribery incident. It seemed there was indeed a traitor among them, and her father had penned the letter so succinctly, likely to avoid disclosing too much information. "Burn it," Bai Li Gu Lan instructed, handing a letter to Yin. Yin promptly discarded it into the charcoal burner. However, although the traitor in Jinzhou had been dealt with, the individuals in the capital who had been sending various valuable items to the Duke of Jinbei required a resolution. Bai Li Gu Lan directed Yin to arrange for a servant to deliver a message to Uncle Li at the Duke's residence, informing him that he may proceed with his plans. Tang Yu placed a chicken leg into Bai Li Gu Lan's bowl. "Eat well first. Only then will you have the strength to contend with our adversaries." Seeing Tang Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Li Gu Lan could not help but inquire, "Are you not afraid? Afraid of being implicated by the North Town King's manor?" Upon asking, she felt a twinge of unease. After all, she had been severely poisoned and nearly lost her life. If Songzhan decided to act now, it would indeed be the opportune moment. Even if her father's trusted aides in the capital could lend assistance, the charges of corruption against her father would remain undeniable. So, why has Songzhan refrained from taking action until now? "Have you done something of which I am unaware?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked, gazing intently at Tang Yu. Tang Yu replied, "No." "Really? Do not deceive me," Bai Li Gu Lan warned, her expression turning stern. Tang Yu responded, "I merely executed actions that instilled fear in them." "What actions?" Tang Yu replied with a mysterious smile, "They can frame and slander, attributing the crimes of corruption to my father-in-law. They have already committed those acts. We need not fabricate evidence, merely unearth the truth." "You have gathered evidence of their crimes?" "But the person behind this is the Prime Minister," Bai Li Gu Lan noted. "I am aware. We cannot confront the Prime Minister directly. However, We can first eliminate his right-hand men. Bai Li Gu Lan had previously contemplated this, but her lack of experience in political affairs necessitated a cautious approach. Yet, even if she possessed evidence of the imperial censor's wrongdoing, with the emperor absent from court, the political power remained firmly in the prime minister's grasp, making it exceedingly difficult to dismantle his support. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. What magnitude of influence can the evidence you have wield? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. They will face exile or severe punishment, but the prime minister currently holds the reins of power, and the time is not yet ripe. Timing can be orchestrated. We can give it a try. Tang Yu paused. Do you have a clever plan? Bai Li Gu Lan smiled slyly. I must first ascertain what evidence you possess against them. Chu Qing had knelt before the altar for quite some time, and ultimately succumbed to her faintness. Lady Bai Zhe approached and assisted her to her feet, feeling a pang of guilt upon seeing her pallid face. The eldest son of the general's manor and the legitimate daughter of the county king's manor are no longer to be addressed as county princess, a matron left by the empress reminded. Bai Zhe shot a furious glare at the matron. The matron, having witnessed numerous individuals, dismissed his ire. Even if she is no longer a county princess, she remains the emperor's niece. She has fainted, and you stand there indifferent. Do you not fear repercussions for your negligence? Bai Zhe challenged. With someone stationed to guard, he dared not leave without permission. Yet, if Chu Qing were neglected, he feared she might truly risk her life. The two matrons exchanged glances. After all, Chu Qing hailed from the royal family, and any misfortune befalling her under their watch would implicate them as well. They conferred quietly, and one matron departed. Upon her return, she brought along the imperial physician. Chu Qing could not leave the altar's vicinity, so Bai Zhe had no choice but to request the physician to examine her there. Master Liang, what ails her? Bai Zhe questioned anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Master Liang noted the sun had set and the temperature had dropped. Given Chu Qing's frail state, she desperately needed rest. However, she was currently undergoing punishment and could not leave. Master Liang inwardly sighed. She is merely too weak. If she were to drink a bowl of ginseng soup and keep warm, she would awaken. His capabilities were limited, and whether Bai Zhe could procure the soup and warmth depended on him alone. Quickly, fetch a bowl of ginseng soup, Bai Zhe instructed the matron. The matron nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Young master, we are but servants. Where would we find ginseng soup? Bai Zhe faltered at the response. Yet he knew they were in the empress's employ and could not possibly be incapable of obtaining even a bowl of ginseng soup. He removed a jade pendant from his waist. This pendant is quite valuable. It should suffice to acquire a bowl of ginseng soup and a charcoal stove. The matron smiled broadly, eagerly accepting the pendant. Of course, as long as the young master is generous, anything you desire can be arranged. Before long, the charcoal stove and ginseng soup were delivered. Bai Zhe fed the warm soup to Chu Qing, and shortly thereafter, she awakened. Seeing Chu Qing regain consciousness brought Bai Zhe relief, yet she still had to remain kneeling. Knowing he could bribe the matron, he offered her 1,000 taels of silver to procure 2 bedding sets for Chu Qing to use on the floor. Thus, they endured the night. The next day, Left Censor Tian Quan visited the southern city to see his elderly mother and the orphans left behind after his brother's passing. He took a keen interest in his 2 nephews' education, mentoring them as if they were his own sons. Does the left censor only concern himself with the children after so long without a visit? Tian Quan's sister-in-law, Lady Yu, remarked with discontent. Of course not, left censor replied, pulling a hairpin from his pocket and adorning Lady Yu's hair. Lady Yu smiled as she touched the hairpin atop her head. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Left censor glanced back at the 2 children, observing them diligently studying, and then led Lady Yu into the house. He remained in the courtyard until the afternoon before departing. Lady Yu and her 2 sons saw left censor off at the door. As the carriage exited the alley, it was abruptly halted by an unknown individual. Who dares to obstruct the left censor's carriage? Are you not afraid of death? The coachman shouted. Zhouwen approached from the front of the carriage to its side, ignoring the coachman, and addressed the occupants. Left censor, my lord has summoned you. Those who could be deemed my lord were either from the Duke's manor or the Marquis's manor. Left censor lifted the curtain, recognizing Zhouwen as a messenger from Tang Yu. What does your lord require of me? Left censor's tone was less than cordial. The marriage alliance between the Duke of Jingguo's family and the North Town King's manor had effectively made them political adversaries of the Prime Minister's household. As a member of the Prime Minister's faction, he certainly would not treat Tang Yu with kindness. Zhou cast a glance down the alley. Everyone is waiting here for you. Why then do you inquire? Left censor was taken aback. Yet, reflecting on Tang Yu's youth and apparent lack of power, he dismissed the notion that he could have uncovered any of his secrets. Chapter 92. The cunning strategist, however. Despite his thoughts, he felt compelled to investigate. What if, indeed, Tang Yu had discovered something, or perhaps the Duke of Jingguo was aware? He needed to comprehend the situation to prepare an appropriate response. Left censor followed Zhou and into a courtyard with two entrances. Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan were seated in the parlor, sipping tea. Upon left censor's entrance, they should have risen to pay their respects as juniors. Yet neither did. Left censor sensed the cold reception. Had it not been for his concerns, he would have turned to leave. Left censor, please have a seat. Tang Yu offered politely, albeit with a hint of formality. A maidservant presented hot tea, which left censor glanced at but did not drink. Why did my lord summon me? In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you that your many secrets have long been laid bare to others. I wonder what will transpire if your lady wife learns of them? Left censor gasped as the precariousness of his situation became apparent. Just moments ago, he had clung to a shred of hope, but now Tang Yu had made the matter explicit. His wife was the prime minister's sister, Song Ji. If she were to uncover his secrets, it would spell disaster. When he was reassigned to the capital, he had already been betrothed to another. Yet Song Ji had taken a liking to him and insisted on marrying him. With no choice, he had become a heartless man for the sake of his future. However, the prior engagement needed resolution, and breaking it would tarnish Lady Yu's reputation. Thus, his mother proposed that his brother, Tianzheng, marry Lady Yu instead, allowing for a resolution that benefited all parties involved. The plan was well crafted, and he had persuaded Lady Yu to marry Tianzheng, making everything proceed smoothly. After Song Ji gave birth to a daughter, she could no longer endure the pains of childbirth and refused to bear more children, forbidding him from taking a concubine. However, he could not sever his lineage. His mother suggested that he secretly support a mistress to bear children, promising that when he grew older, he could bring them back to acknowledge their ancestry. As time passed, both Song Ji and the chancellor would be powerless against him. He indeed entertained this notion, but unbeknownst to him, his conversation with his mother was overheard by Yushi. Seizing the opportunity while Tianzheng was away and Song Ji returned to tend to her ailing mother, Yushi entered his chamber, declaring her intent to bear him a son. That night, he lost control and consented, entering into a murky relationship with Yushi. Later, Yushi indeed proved her worth by giving him a son, bringing immense joy to the family. Not long after, she conceived again, but this pregnancy proved especially arduous, causing him much anxiety, leading him to visit her frequently. On one occasion, while she nestled in his embrace, Tianzheng returned unexpectedly and witnessed the scene. Unable to accept the reality, Tianzheng threatened to expose him. Should such an accusation arise, the entire Tian family would face ruin. He could not allow this to transpire. In a desperate plea for silence, he took Tianzheng's life. To avoid detection by the chancellor, he had Tianzheng's body disposed of in the river, creating the illusion of drowning. The left censor, pale-faced, stared at Tang Yu, asking, "How do you know this?" The left censor was taken aback, fearing that he was about to fall from grace. He recalled recent events involving Tang Yu. Could it be that you have unearthed our bribery scandal? If so, does that imply that more than just Tang Yu is aware of my deeds? The left censor's anxiety deepened. No, I witnessed your men disposing of Tianzheng's body, and based on your behavior and that of your family, I pieced it together. However, the Jingguo Duke's mansion has always steered clear of court intrigues and refrained from meddling in others' affairs, so I merely acknowledged what I learned. Upon hearing this, the left censor understood that Tang Yu possessed substantial evidence of his crimes. What do you wish for me to do? He recognized that this clandestine approach aimed to coerce and manipulate him. The left censor was acutely aware of his value to Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan. Assist us in dealing with the chancellor, Bai Li Gu Lan calmly proposed. Impossible. The chancellor wields immense power, and the king of the north is not in the capital. Even if I risk my life, I cannot aid you, the left censor retorted. Perhaps you should first hear my strategy before dismissing it. Bai Li Gu Lan replied with unflappable composure, her cunning demeanor leaving the left censor momentarily speechless. Half an hour later, the left censor departed the inner courtyard. At that moment, Bai Zhe and Chu Qing exited the royal gardens, yet outside, they found no carriage from the duke's residence. Chu Qing realized she must have been deliberately slighted by the Duke, prompting him to refrain from sending someone to fetch her. I shall escort you home, Bai Zhou offered. Given the circumstances, Chu Qing had no choice but to accept his carriage. Inside, she could no longer contain her tears. Observing her distress, Bai Zhou vowed, I will ensure that I marry you with all due ceremony. Chu Qing wiped her tears, unmoved by his assurances. At the Duke's residence, the doors remained tightly shut, and no one came forth to greet her. With the Duke absent, a timid maid hesitated upon seeing Chu Qing's return. As her emotions settled, Chu Qing sensed something was amiss. Speak if you have something to say. Miss, the Duchess has been struck by the Duke again and no physician has been summoned. The maid stammered. Chu Qing's expression faltered. This marked the second time the Duke had harmed the Duchess. All of this was due to Bai Li Gu Lan. She had brought ruin upon her and her family. Filled with hatred, Chu Qing silently vowed to confront Bai Li Gu Lan to the bitter end. Chu Qing did not seek the Duchess, who, aware of her return, did not even glance in her direction, leaving her heartbroken. The previous day, the Duke had wished for her to discuss marriage matters with the wife of the General of Cavalry, only for the General's wife to leave abruptly, resulting in punishment from the Duke. He had even considered sending Chu Qing to a convent to spare the Duke's residence further disgrace. But it was her persuasion that quelled his intentions. To her dismay, Chu Qing did not even check on her after she had been beaten. The following day, Bai Zhou invited a matchmaker to propose marriage, a joyful occasion that felt overshadowed by the oppressive atmosphere at the Duke's residence, leaving the matchmaker in an awkward position. Bai Zhou addressed the Duke. Once married, I will enlist the help of concubine Hui and my father to restore your position as the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. Regaining that title was a matter of great concern for the Duke. Realizing the General of Cavalry possessed the capability to assist, the Duke's gaze towards Bai Zhou shifted significantly. Yet, the position was already filled. How could it be reclaimed? A title once held could easily be lost or, alternatively, a rival eliminated. The Duke had not anticipated Bai Zhou's ruthlessness. However, as long as he could regain his former glory, he cared not the means employed. Although today marked the proposal, the news of Bai Zhou and Chu Qing had already spread throughout the capital, thus skipping the customary exchange of betrothal gifts and directly settling on a wedding date. Chapter 93. Then let it not be forced thus. The wedding date was set for a month hence. In the court, the Chancellor was engaged in reviewing edicts for the Emperor, yet he noticed a conspicuous absence of petitions from the censors accusing the King of the North of corruption. This puzzled and dissatisfied him. After leaving the palace, he summoned the censors to his villa. However, the right censor was notably delayed. Why have neither of you presented the charges against the King of the North? The Chancellor inquired. The censors exchanged glances, and Tian Quan presented a prepared edict. I have been ready to submit this, but I awaited the right censor. The right censor, Lin Rongda, sighed helplessly. Chancellor, I wish to submit, yet someone has been covertly investigating me and has left evidence in my study as a threat. I suspect it is the King of the North's doing. Until we can apprehend those responsible, we cannot proceed. If I submit now, my own crimes will be revealed, and the King of the North will remain unscathed while I face ruin. His words prompted Tian Quan to scoff. The King of the North is far away in Jinzhou. Even if his men have dirt on you, it is too distant to affect you. Why fear? That is not entirely accurate. While the Chancellor may control the court, the Grand Princess is still watching. If I am accused, my position will be in jeopardy. Lin Rongda protested. Tian Quan countered. You have just stated that the Chancellor governs the court. Even if someone presents evidence against you to the Grand Princess, would the Chancellor not seek to protect you? Lin Rongda replied, the Chancellor has many capable subordinates. If the evidence against me is compelling, he would not risk offending the Grand Princess or expend energy to absolve me. He would simply replace me with a more competent aide to conspire in greater schemes. Enough of this bickering, the Chancellor interrupted, returning Tian Quan's edict. Since the right censor is being watched by the King of the North's men, let us first deal with that matter to prevent any unforeseen consequences. This was a tactic employed by the Chancellor to consolidate his officials. Tian Quan gazed at Lin Rongda and inquired, does Lord Lin happen to know who those individuals are? They appear and vanish with such elusiveness that I have yet to lay eyes upon them. Lin Rongda replied, though they are all in the service of the Chancellor, it is not uncommon for them to quarrel amongst themselves. With a dismissive glance at Tian Quan, Lin Rongda stated, enough of this. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. You should continue to keep a close watch on the other officials in the court. After leaving the Chancellor's residence, Lin Rongda returned to the censorate. There, he was visited once more by the former deputy censor Lin Wenxi, who presented him with a gift of Biluakan tea. Your Excellency, I believe your tea supply is running low. I have brought you some new leaves to savor. Lin Rongda knew that Lin Wenxi was sent by the Chancellor to bribe those associated with the Northern King, and thus he accepted the gift without suspicion. He had lost count of how many times Lin Wenxi had brought him gifts, but customarily, each offering included a sum of silver notes. Upon opening the box, he found, as expected, 1,000 taels in silver notes. Your Excellency, after this matter is resolved, may I remain in my position at the censorate? Lin Rongda replied, of course. Once the Northern King is dealt with, it will be a simple matter for the Chancellor to retain anyone he wishes. The following day, Lin Wenxi invited Lin Rongda to a meal at the Zui Xianglu, where they fortuitously encountered Tang Yu and Bai Li Gu Lan in the corridor on the second floor. What a coincidence, Your Excellency! They exclaimed, blocking Lin Rongda and Lin Wenxi's path. Lin Rongda, wary of the Chancellor's investigation into his affairs, sidestepped to allow them passage. Bai Li Gu Lan lingered, posing a question to Lin Rongda. Some time ago, the Grand Princess wished to arrange a match between my sister and your esteemed son. I wonder if Your Excellency is aware of this? Lin Rongda was taken aback, suspicious that Bai Li Gu Lan was attempting to entrap him. Surely the Lady of the Heir is jesting. My son Qi Yuan is already married, a fact well known to all. How could the Grand Princess propose such a match? Bai Li Gu Lan smiled gently. I initially thought the Grand Princess was jesting as well, but the lady of the house was present at the time. The Grand Princess stated that your son and his wife have remained childless for years, suggesting my sister take on the role of a secondary wife. Lin Rongda's expression darkened. He had heard his wife express a desire to find a secondary wife for their son, but never did he expect this to reach the Grand Princess. The match she sought was with the daughter of the Northern King. He felt as if struck by lightning, nearly petrified. Your Excellency, I initially refused, but upon reflection, given the current instability in the court, a union between our families could be beneficial. Would you not agree? Lin Rongda recognized the clear intent behind her words. The Lady of the Heir has pointed out the precariousness of our situation, and as such, I must ensure that I supervise every official on behalf of His Majesty. As for the matter of marriage, I fear that the designation of a secondary wife would be a disservice to your esteemed daughter, and thus, I cannot endorse it. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, the title of a secondary wife is a compromise. Since Your Excellency has no interest, then let it be. With that, she and Tang Yu departed, leaving Lin Rongda in a state of bewilderment. Please, this way, Lin Wenxi urged, guiding him into a private room. It was only upon hearing Lin Wenxi's voice that Lin Rongda regained his composure. As they entered the room, unbeknownst to them, their conversation in the corridor had been observed by the Chancellor's spies lingering in the tavern. After Bai Li Gu Lan and Tang Yu left, they parted ways. As spring approached and the weather warmed, Tang Yu prepared to return to the military camp. Before parting, he anxiously advised, my father has summoned his former subordinates back to service. If you need anything in the capital, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Do not bear your burdens alone. Rest assured, you have mentioned this before. Someone as fearful of death as I am would certainly seek the Duke's aid when necessary, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Tang Yu remarked, is he not concerned for her? To speak further would be to burden her. Do not focus solely on me. Baizha has lost his position as deputy general. He will surely harbor resentment, so be cautious in the camp. At that moment Lin Bowen rode by on horseback, assuring sister-in-law, do not worry. I shall keep an eye on matters in the military and ensure that Tang Yu does not face danger alone. With Lin Bowen's presence, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a measure of reassurance. The Chancellor, upon hearing news from the tavern, was furious. What audacity from the right censor to act as a turncoat under my watch. Investigate thoroughly to uncover what treachery he has committed behind my back. Yes, my lord, came the swift response as the attendant departed. Chapter 94. A dire situation. Lin Rongda remained oblivious to the Chancellor's scrutiny, continuing to drink with Lin Wenxi at the Zui Xianglu until nightfall. As Lin Wenxi assisted the right censor into his carriage and watched him depart, he climbed into his own sedan. In the process, an object slipped from his bosom, unnoticed by both him and the bearers due to the encroaching darkness. Once the figures were out of sight, a tavern attendant retrieved the fallen item. Within moments, it was in the hands of the Chancellor, a small bamboo tube sealed with wax, often containing secret correspondence. Upon opening it, the Chancellor's pupils dilated in shock at the revelation of secrets between him and the Empress, written in the unmistakable hand of the right censor. Rather than displaying anger, the Chancellor quietly incinerated the letter, reducing it to ash. He then tossed the bamboo tube to a kneeling subordinate, instructing, "Go, forge a letter to place inside, but do not alarm the snake." The letter should state that the Emperor requests the Northern King send another beauty to the palace. Moreover, conduct a thorough investigation into the newly appointed Lin Zhongxing. Ensure we ascertain everywhere he has been, and everyone he has met. Yes, my lord. Early the next morning, as the Chancellor dressed, his secret guard emerged from behind the beaded curtain to report on the previous night's findings. My lord, after departing the tavern, Lin Zhongxing visited the Northern King's residence. When he discovered the item was missing, he returned to the tavern to retrieve it before heading back to the Northern King's residence. Continue the investigation, commanded the Chancellor.
Yes.
2 days later, in the court, Tian Quan accused Lin Rongda of accepting bribes, presenting a complete record of when and where he had received gifts. Lin Rongda was taken aback, pointing a finger at Tian Quan and exclaiming, "You slander me." Tian Quan snorted coldly. "The evidence is before us. How could I possibly slander you?" A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Rongda. Both he and Tian Quan were in the Chancellor's employ, and Tian Quan's willingness to expose him could only signify two possibilities. Either Tian Quan was a spy for the Northern King lurking in the capital, or he had been cast aside by the Chancellor, prompting Tian Quan to reveal his misdeeds. Yet Lin Rongda had diligently served the Chancellor without significant error. It was inconceivable that he would be dismissed without cause. Thus, only the first possibility remained. With a look of alarm, Lin Rongda turned to the Chancellor, declaring, "My lord, I understand now. Tian Quan is the traitor." The court fell into confusion at Lin Rongda's abrupt statement, leaving many bewildered. Only the Minister of Personnel and the Chancellor grasped its meaning. The Minister of Personnel, contemplating, turned to Tian Quan and asked, "What traitor? Is the right censor accusing the left censor of treason?" Lin Rongda, the Minister of Personnel, is a man of the Northern King, and this has become an open secret. He knows that his actions, seemingly aimed at leading Tian Quan to his doom, are in fact a facade to deepen the misunderstanding of the Chancellor towards him, ultimately seeking his life. I did not say this. At this moment, Lin Rongda also suspects Tian Quan of treason, yet he possesses no evidence. Thus, he must deny it. Are you afraid of offending the left censor? Did you not just claim he slandered you? Why then do you still fear him? Since you have declared him a traitor, surely you possess incriminating evidence against him. Why not present it for all to see? Indeed. Indeed. The crowd echoed the Minister of Personnel's words. Lin Rongda glared at the minister, his earlier impulsive remarks now exploited against him. He turned away from the minister and the other officials, addressing the Chancellor. "My Lord Chancellor, you must trust me." "Humph." The Chancellor coldly replied. "What do you wish for me to believe? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you expect me to disregard the laws of Du and turn a blind eye?" Lin Rongda fell to his knees. "My Lord Chancellor, I am unwaveringly loyal to the court. I have been wronged by the left censor. Whether it is slander can be confirmed by an inquiry at your residence,"
Tian Quan said.
Over the years, relying on the Chancellor, Lin Rongda believed himself secure, with all he received stored at home. How could he withstand a search? Yet before he could further defend himself, the Chancellor ordered him taken away. The right censor's residence was searched, and its occupants were imprisoned. To substantiate his ties to the Northern King, Bai Li Gu Lan even had the Minister of Personnel convey news to the Emperor, seeking leniency on his behalf. However, the Emperor, disinterested in court matters, merely perfunctorily summoned the Chancellor for a brief inquiry. Upon hearing the Minister of Personnel plead for Lin Rongda, the Chancellor became even more convinced that Lin Rongda was the Northern King's confidant planted beside him. Upon returning to the Chancellor's residence, a subordinate hurriedly reported, "My lord, it is dire. Lin Zhong has learned of the right censor's arrest and has vanished from the capital." The Chancellor, enraged, slammed the table, cursing the ineptitude. Lin Rongda, in prison, continuously proclaimed his innocence, clamoring to meet the Chancellor, yet the Chancellor would no longer believe him. He was compelled to write a blood oath, which caused the Chancellor to waver slightly. The Chancellor summoned his subordinates, arranging a test. The right censor was charged with accepting bribes, and his entire family was exiled to the northern borders. The officials escorted them out of the capital. After passing through Jiangpingcheng, they encountered a group of masked men who emerged to rescue the prisoners. Witnessing the clash between the guards and the masked men, Lin Rongda was bewildered. Who could possibly be so benevolent as to save him? But then he thought, no. He had no such close friends. How could anyone come to his aid? Moreover, the escorts were the Chancellor's men. Who would dare oppose the Chancellor in the court? Wait, the Northern King is indeed at odds with the Chancellor. Thus, these masked men must belong to the Northern King. Realizing this possibility, Lin Rongda shouted, those masked men are from the Northern King's residence. Yet, regardless of how he called out, it was futile. The women and children of the Lin family, witnessing the violent scene, were terrified, huddling together and crying out louder than him. At that moment, arrows rained down, and the masked men swiftly shielded the prison cart, protecting Lin's family. Another group approached from a side path, quickly flanking the position from which the arrows had been fired. The archers hiding in the trees had not anticipated that while they were preying on the guards, there were indeed hidden dangers behind them. The guards and the Chancellor's secret guards were swiftly eliminated by the masked men. However, Bai Li Gu Lan intentionally spared some to return and report to the Chancellor. The masked men approached the prison cart, brandishing their weapons, and struck down with a mighty blow. The lock of the prison cart fell to the ground with a clatter. The Lin family expected the masked men to slay Lin Rongda, but instead, they shattered the lock. Lord Lin stepped down. At that moment, 2 carriages arrived from the side path. You are from the Northern King's residence, aren't you? Lin Rongda asked anxiously. If that were true, the Chancellor would surely believe he had been betrayed, thus sending men to shoot at him. Chapter 95. Where is the way out? What use is it now to ask such a question? The masked man retorted. Indeed, his charges could not be undone. What was the purpose of such an inquiry? Lin Rongda's heart sank into despair, his mind clouded, unable to see a path forward. Then where do you intend to take us? After a moment's pause, Lin Rongda asked, looking at the approaching carriage. Naturally, to Jinzhou. And upon reaching Jinzhou, will the Northern King kill us? It depends on your value. Lin Rongda understood now. They desired him to divulge what he knew about the Chancellor, which meant he might still negotiate terms with the Northern King. At the Chancellor's residence, an injured secret guard returned. My lord. The guard entered the study and knelt before the Chancellor. Seeing the situation, Lin Rongda's betrayal was now undeniable. Is he dead? The Chancellor asked, not lifting his gaze from the confidential letter from Jinzhou. No. Please punish me, my lord. With a loud slap, the Chancellor slammed the letter onto the table. Why have we failed again? The guard, suppressing his pain from the wound, gritted his teeth and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the Chancellor felt deep regret. He should have anticipated this, having attempted to assassinate Bai Li Gu Lan twice. How could she not be wary of his treachery? Leave. The Chancellor, disheartened, sat back in his chair, refusing to speak.
Yes.
At the Duke of Jingguo's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan's recent operation involved half of the Duke's men. This was insisted upon by Tang Yu, who was uneasy and vehemently urged Bai Li Gu Lan to proceed in this manner. Upon receiving a report from the servants, the previously tense atmosphere in the hall dissipated suddenly. Lanner is truly brave and resourceful, the Duchess of Jing Guo remarked with a smile. She greatly admired Bai Li Gu Lan's ability to devise such a scheme, admitting that she herself could not have accomplished it. Indeed, the Duke nodded, increasingly pleased with his daughter-in-law. My lord, now that matters in the capital are resolved, what about you? The Duke of Jingguo understood that the Duchess was referring to the position of the commandant. With the news of Bai's transfer, those qualified to vie for the position in the military had already begun to make their arrangements. However, the final decision rested with the Chancellor. Yet how could the Chancellor possibly grant Tang Yu an opportunity? Thus, a plan must be devised. That evening, Song Zhan, who had quietly left the capital for several days, returned. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, he immediately suspected that this could be Bai Li Gu Lan's handiwork. Father. In the study, Song Zhan respectfully bowed to the Chancellor. How did the matter proceed? The Chancellor inquired. Given the turmoil in the capital, he hoped to hear good news from Song Zhan to alleviate his spirits. This time, I found a very secret location. I believe no one will discover it. The envoys from Zhao are also arriving soon. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The Chancellor nodded, massaging his temples. Just as his mood began to lift, he heard Song Zhan say, Father, you may have fallen into the Northern King's trap regarding the right censor's case. The Chancellor was taken aback. What do you mean? I have already heard about the right censor's situation. Father, Think about it. The Northern King is not in the capital. And the right censor rose to power relying on you. How could he possibly be a man of the Northern King? Thus, this is a trap set by the Prince of the North. The evidence gathered by those below indicates his collusion with the prince. Moreover, with the Lin family having been exiled and reduced to nothing, it is quite evident that the prince's men have also come to abduct prisoners. Is that not enough to confirm the situation? The chancellor's resentment grew with each passing thought, lamenting his years of manipulation by Lin Rongda and the prince, as well as his failure to eliminate Lin Rongda. Yet, despite his musings, Song Jian remained convinced that this was merely the prince's last gambit, sending men to abduct prisoners. The chancellor gently shook his head. I understand that our repeated confrontations with the prince have left you disheartened, but we still possess power. Regardless, one must not allow others to gain glory at the expense of one's own spirit. Song Jian responded, that's not it. He understands Bai Li Gu Lan. In my previous life, although she remained in the inner quarters, she harbored ambition and intelligence. Had I not been deceiving her and later caused her to become pregnant, she would have seen through my ruse upon ascending the throne. Seeing the chancellor dismiss his words, Song Jian felt a sense of resignation. Very well. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Furthermore, he had another individual to leverage. An envoy from the southern Yan kingdom had arrived in the capital, seeking grain from the Dayu kingdom. With the snow melted and surrounding nomadic tribes encroaching, the people suffered from last year's poor harvests, leading to diminished tax revenues for the court. As certain border towns were plundered, the court could not afford to remain idle. However, engaging in battle would require vast resources, and their granaries were nearly empty. They could barely last until the harvest this year without conflict. Thus, confronting external enemies would not suffice. After receiving the Southern Yan envoy, the chancellor convened several ministers to discuss the matter and agreed to lend out the grain. When Bai Li Gu Lan received the news, she was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, the Southern Yan had sought grain around this time, but due to the flooding in Jinzhou, resources were already scarce. And since Song Jian relied on the military might of the Prince of the North, he did not lend the grain. Now that the chancellor had agreed to the request, Bai Li Gu Lan began to suspect that he had colluded with the Southern Yan. If this were true, what would the chancellor do next? The position of right imperial censor was currently vacant and needed prompt filling. However, the chancellor and the princess royal were thinking along the same lines. Over the past few days, the three factions had been embroiled in heated debates in the court regarding this matter. The Prince of the North's influence in the capital was still overshadowed by that of the chancellor and the princess. Bai Li Gu Lan instructed Uncle Li to inform the Minister of Personnel to withdraw. However, this withdrawal was not a genuine concession. After the Prince of the North stepped back from the competition, the candidates endorsed by the princess and the chancellor began to meet with unfortunate accidents. Some fell at night and broke their legs, while others drunkenly drowned. Even more shocking, some succumbed to madness in their beds, resulting in a notorious reputation. Both the chancellor and the princess were aware that these incidents were likely orchestrated. Yet, no evidence could be found, leaving them powerless to act. After a few such events transpired, the court's disputes temporarily subsided. At this juncture, Bai Li Gu Lan disguised herself to meet with Tian Quan. In the same courtyard as before, upon entering, Tian Quan was met with the sight of Bai Li Gu Lan clad in male attire, accompanied by a host of masked guards. Approaching alone, he felt a twinge of fear at the sight of their weapons, apprehensive that Bai Li Gu Lan might turn against him. Lady of the Air, why have you summoned me? Tian Quan inquired, cupping his hands in greeting. The position of right imperial censor is vacant, and both the princess and the chancellor wish to place individuals under their control into that role. Thus, I have invited you to discuss the arrangement of this position. Are you suggesting that I also put forth a recommendation? Tian Quan asked. Chapter 96. Where is the evidence?
No.
Tian Quan was taken aback. If he was not summoned to recommend someone from the Prince of the North's faction, then for what purpose? The chancellor must trust you quite a bit by now, Bai Li Gu Lan noted, observing the confusion on his face, but she did not rush to clarify. I am, after all, his brother-in-law, and have been by his side for many years. He should indeed trust me, Tian Quan replied, puzzled by Bai Li Gu Lan's inquiry. Is she perhaps hoping to leverage my connection with the chancellor to eliminate him? He thought. That would be unthinkable. If he killed the chancellor, he would also be sealing his own fate. What does the imperial censor think? If you were to propose the abolition of the right imperial censor position, would the chancellor agree? Tian Quan's expression faltered. It seemed she was not urging him to eliminate the Chancellor, which meant he was safe. Imperial censor. Bai Li Gu Lan called, noticing Tian Quan lost in thought. He came to himself. That should be possible. He lacked certainty, however. I believe if the censor desires it, it can certainly be accomplished. After all, it would benefit you as well. Upon hearing Bai Li Gu Lan's words, Tian Quan pondered deeply. If he were the only censor in the court, it indeed seemed advantageous for him. He glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan, a cunning scheme suddenly bubbling to the surface. With the Prince of the North and the Chancellor at odds, and only he remaining as the sole censor, if Bai Li Gu Lan could utilize him, could he not also take advantage of her? The answer was an emphatic yes. Once stability returned to the situation, he could leverage the prince's influence to systematically eliminate the Chancellor and his allies. Once the Chancellor fell, he could openly bring his two sons back to the manor, and no one would be able to challenge him. The more Tian Quan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He should have conceived this plan earlier, otherwise, he would not have been forced to leave the censor's residence with his mother, the Yu family, and his two sons. I believe Lady of the Heir is correct. Having one censor in the court is sufficient. When we convene tomorrow, I will certainly urge the Chancellor to abolish the right imperial censor position. Bai Li Gu Lan smiled. The censor is indeed astute, having navigated the court for many years. After leaving the southern city, Tian Quan grew increasingly impatient and went directly to the Chancellor's residence. He shared his thoughts with the Chancellor, who initially found them unconvincing. Observing the Chancellor's hesitation, Tian Quan continued to advocate, "My lord, consider this. If the right imperial censor position is abolished, neither the princess nor the Prince of the North will be able to place anyone within the court. This would indeed be a favorable development for us." The Chancellor mused. This does seem somewhat flawed, yet it is not without merit. Allow me to contemplate it further. Tian Quan, uneasy, feared the Chancellor might still seek to promote others, so he quickly interjected, "My lord, we are family. I will undoubtedly stand by your side. The absence of a right imperial censor will bear no adverse effects for you. If there is an additional right imperial censor, and that person is not under your control, it becomes a potential threat." The Chancellor observed Tian Quan's anxious demeanor and found merit in his words. If the position were to fall into the hands of someone from the princess or the Prince of the North, it would indeed be detrimental to him. The Chancellor nodded. "You are correct. Both the Prince of the North and the princess are eyeing the vacant right imperial censor position. This role must not fall into their grasp. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall anyone else. When we convene tomorrow, we will proceed as you suggested and abolish the right imperial censor position." Upon hearing this, Tian Quan breathed a sigh of relief. As the weather warmed, the first spring rain of the year fell. The rain continued for several days, and soon the day arrived for Bai Zhe and Chu Qing's wedding. The entire capital buzzed with excitement. The vibrant festivities had captivated everyone to the point where they nearly forgot the clandestine dealings of Chu Qing and Bai Zhe within the garden. Bai Li Gu Lan did not attend the ceremony, yet upon hearing from a servant that the rumors had resurfaced, she felt a sense of vindication. Standing by the window of the tea house, Fang Ro watched Chu Qing's bridal sedan pass by on the street below. Although she had succeeded in her revenge, no joy filled her heart. 3 days after their marriage, Bai Zhe departed from the capital. Though Chu Qing had lost her title as princess, her royal lineage remained, and she could not return to her family without her husband by her side. As Chu Qing's carriage traversed the thoroughfare, onlookers noted its unchanged adornments and began to hurl insults at her. They declared that she was no longer a princess, her reputation irreparably tarnished, and demanded the removal of the jade pendants that hung from the corners of her carriage. The crowd swelled with voices of discontent, effectively blocking the thoroughfare. Inside the carriage, Chu Qing listened to the barrage of vitriol, her sobs escaping her lips. Bai Zhe, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of compassion. "Do not weep. Those outside are merely a rabble. I shall drive them away," he assured her. Chu Qing's face turned pale as she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Her frailty only deepened Bai Zhe's concern, prompting him to embrace her tenderly. After a moment, he released her and stepped out of the carriage, standing high upon the carriage board, surveying the crowd. As a man who had faced the battlefield, his gaze, imbued with a fierce intensity, instilled trepidation among the masses. He swept his eyes across the assembly and declared, "Seize this unruly mob and take them to the Dali Temple." His words hung in the air, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Ordinary folk could hardly withstand the might of authority. They exchanged glances, murmuring discontent before gradually dispersing. At the gates of the Duke's residence, Chu Qing felt a surge of grievance as she recounted her recent humiliation on the streets to the Duke. He scoffed. "Is this not your own doing?" The Duchess interjected, calling out to her husband to halt, for Bai Zhou was still present. She wished to shield him from witnessing the Duke's reprimand of Chu Qing, fearing it might lead him to regard her with disdain, much like the Duke himself did. Yet, Chu Qing remained oblivious to the Duchess's well-meaning intentions, her agitation rising as she implored, "I told you, I was drugged by Bai Li Gu Lan. Why does father refuse to believe me? Where is your evidence?" The Duke retorted, not doubting her, but insisting on proof. His frustration stemmed from knowing that she had been wronged yet remained powerless to retaliate. Chu Qing opened her mouth, knowing she possessed no evidence. Had she been able to provide it, she would have dismantled Bai Li Gu Lan without hesitation. With her gaze cast down, she wept softly. Bai Zhou approached and wrapped his arms around her. "Regardless of the Northern Duke's power, he is merely a prince of a different surname. Fear not, one day, I shall help you avenge this disgrace." Chu Qing lifted her head to meet his gaze. Though he was not the man she had longed to marry, if he could assist her in vanquishing Bai Li Gu Lan, she would willingly stay by his side. Leaning against his shoulder, she found solace. Nearby, a child of around 10, unaware of the unfolding drama, overheard Chu Qing mention Bai Li Gu Lan's wrongdoing.
Bai Li Gu Lan?
That was the elder sister of Bai Li Qing. Currently, Bai Li Qing was favored at the Imperial Academy, and the child had long harbored a dislike for him. If his sister had wronged Chu Qing, revenge seemed only fitting. After Bai Zhou's departure, a new officer was assigned by the Chancellor, preventing the Grand Princess and Bai Li Gu Lan from asserting their influence, thus allowing the Chancellor to consolidate power. Following a recent grain loan from the Southern Yan Kingdom, the people of Zhao Kingdom began to harass the borderlands. The court dispatched envoys to negotiate, only for them to be slain in Zhao. Historically, envoys were not harmed during negotiations, making this a blatant provocation. After much deliberation in the court, it was deemed that a general should be dispatched from Panling to allocate 10,000 troops from the Northern Duke to quell the turmoil instigated by Zhao. Once the decision was made, Tian Quan discreetly sent a letter to the Northern Duke's residence. The letter explained that, while he could not publicly support the Northern Duke, he hoped Bai Li Gu Lan would understand. After reading the letter, Bai Li Gu Lan burned it. In a previous life, Zhao had invaded Panling but had not harmed the envoys sent by the Great Yu Kingdom. With this recent incident, it was clear that Song Zhan was the culprit. Her father commanded 300,000 troops, and the Chancellor would undoubtedly seek to undermine that strength. Thus, Bai Li Gu Lan found the situation unsurprising. However, even after allocating 10,000 troops, her father would still retain 200,000 to preserve the Northern Duke's influence. Any forces sent to Panling must be under his control. Bai Ao Shui extended invitations to Yang Ruyu and Feng Chu Yao for a spring outing, only to be met with refusals. Alone in the courtyard, she sat despondently on a swing, feeling quite dejected. As fate would have it, Bai Li Gu Lan happened upon her. "Sister, what brings you here? I heard that the other ladies from your residence sent invitations. Why are you alone?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. Bai Ao Shui sighed, furrowing her brow, and recounted her predicament to Bai Li Gu Lan, omitting the incident involving Yang Ruyu encountering her and Song Zhan at the tea house. "Why have they suddenly turned cold toward me?" she lamented. Bai Li Gu Lan pondered. Perhaps it relates to the Chancellor. He currently wields significant power, with the ministers of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights under his command. Given the conflict between our Northern Duke's residence and the Chancellor, it is only natural they would hesitate to associate closely with you. Is it truly so? Bai Ao Shui recalled the palace banquet when Yang Ruyu had seemed amiable, only to abruptly become distant. She sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint the reason. Just then, Uncle Li hurried in. "Miss, a message has arrived from the palace." Noticing the urgency in Uncle Li's demeanor, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a sense of foreboding. "What is it?" she asked. "The noble lady Su has been cast into the cold palace," Uncle Li reported. "How can this be?" Bai Li Gu Lan questioned. Su Yao was closely allied with the Northern Duke's residence, and logically, as long as the Northern Duke remained intact, her situation should not have deteriorated to such an extent unless she had committed a grievous offense. Reports suggested it was a struggle for favor, as the Emperor's new favorite had developed a rash. The new favorite? Bai Li Gu Lan mused, realizing that this was the Chancellor's doing. Both the consort Zhao and the empress were aligned with the chancellor, who had employed various tactics to keep the emperor enthralled and maintain control over the court. But why would Lady Su vie for favor? Bai Ao Shui asked, puzzled. My father has 2 concubines, and neither my mother nor the concubines feel the need to compete for the emperor's affection. She found it incomprehensible. The emperor was hardly handsome, and they could enjoy their lives without strife, especially in the beautiful imperial garden. Bai Li Gu Lan regarded Bai Ao Shui with mild surprise, but then recalled that she had never witnessed the intrigues of the household. Women too would fiercely contend for status and reputation, just as men would employ any means necessary to achieve glory. Uncle Li glanced at Bai Li Gu Lan before addressing Bai Ao Shui from a paternal perspective, explaining, My dear second young lady, in the palace, lacking the emperor's favor renders one akin to a servant. Are not all of them the emperor's consorts? Surely the palace servants must show them respect? Li Shu shook his head, remarking that even though they were all concubines, those who fell out of favor would soon be forgotten. Bai Li Ao Shui looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend Li Shu's words. How much longer until the people sent from Jinzhou arrive? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired, turning her gaze to Li Shu. It will likely take another 2 or 3 days, he estimated. Are the preparations for the rest of the matters in place? Rest assured, miss, everything is ready, Li Shu assured her. What do you intend to do with that young lady in the palace? He asked. Let her stay in the cold palace for a while, Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Understood, this old servant will take my leave. After Li Shu departed, Bai Li Ao Shui turned to Bai Li Gu Lan and asked, Sister, what did you just have Li Shu prepare? Bai Li Gu Lan pondered for a moment before answering, It's nothing, just arrangements for newcomers entering the palace. By the way, how did your studies with the steward go? Bai Li Gu Lan queried. A look of embarrassment crossed Bai Li Ao Shui's face. There were so many affairs during the new year, so I got delayed. Bai Li Gu Lan sighed, knowing she hadn't been diligent and was merely making excuses.
Oh.
I will study diligently, Bai Li Ao Shui insisted, seeing the doubt in her sister's eyes and reaching out to shake her hand.
Sigh.
This sister of mine has never engaged in serious matters since childhood. She truly leaves me at a loss. Today was a day of rest. And Bai Li Qing had returned as well. Unlike usual, he did not seek out Bai Li Gu Lan but instead went straight to his own courtyard. Bai Li Gu Lan found it puzzling, wondering if Qing Heir had grown up and no longer clung to his sisters. During dinner, Bai Li Gu Lan and Bai Li Qing discussed their studies, but he only responded briefly without elaboration. When Bai Li Gu Lan inquired about his experiences at the National Academy, Bai Li Qing smiled and said, The instructor praised my handwriting, and my poetry and prose are acceptable. Do you have any close classmates or friends? Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. Bai Li Qing hesitated, reflecting for a moment. Noticing his silence, Bai Li Ao Shui interjected. He certainly doesn't. Bai Li Gu Lan shot her a glance and retorted, with so many students at the National Academy. How could he not have any friends? If he did, he wouldn't be cooped up in the estate all day. He'd have gone out to play long ago. In the capital, the upbringing of children was quite strict. Not every young master from a noble family was allowed to roam freely. Bai Li Gu Lan defended her brother, feeling he was no longer as cheerful as before and hoping he could make a few friends to alleviate his solitude. Bai Li Ao Shui turned to Bai Li Qing and asked, So, who do you get along with? Bai Li Qing admitted, I haven't really made any friends. At the National Academy, those from well-off families are reluctant to associate with me, and those of average backgrounds keep their distance. He suddenly felt a wave of dejection, recalling the events that transpired earlier that day in the dormitory, along with the lingering pain from his hidden injuries, making him feel utterly helpless and on the verge of tears. However, in front of Bai Li Gu Lan, he managed to suppress his emotions. Sister, don't worry. I have a few acquaintances, but they're not particularly close, so I won't mention them. Once our relationship improves, I will invite them to the estate, Bai Li Qing said, feigning nonchalance. After saying this, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Eldest sister, I'm full. I'll head back now. Bai Li Gu Lan acknowledged with a nod. As Bai Li Qing left the dining hall, he pressed a hand against his ribs at the corner, his expression suddenly contorting in pain. Observing his discomfort, his attendant Shin Mu suggested, Young master, why not inform the eldest young lady and have her handle that little prince? Let us see if he dares to rally others against you again. Bai Li Qing shot him a fierce glare and whispered sharply, Be quiet. He then glanced back towards the dining hall, ensuring there was no commotion, before glaring at Shin Mu again. If you dare to speak of this, You can return to Jinzhou and stop following me. Shenmu, chastened, lowered his head and fell silent. Back in his courtyard, Bai Li Qing finally applied the ointment. He had been holding off since his return, fearing Bai Li Gu Lan might catch a whiff of the medicinal scent and, even more, that she would worry about him if she found out. He understood that as the eldest sister, Bai Li Gu Lan had already faced significant challenges to shield the Jinbei Wangfu from the malice of powerful officials. He did not wish to burden her further. The next morning, Bai Li Qing, citing heavy coursework, asked Shenmu to bring breakfast to his courtyard, avoiding breakfast with Bai Li Gu Lan and the others. Bai Li Shui noticed this and muttered, "When did he become so diligent?" Second young lady, since arriving in the capital. The young master has been diligently practicing and studying. Perhaps you were unaware, the old maid said with a smile as she arranged the food. Bai Li Shui stirred her bowl of soybean milk with a small spoon. What exactly is he studying? The old maid chuckled, placing the last plate of dumplings on the table. This old servant does not know, but if the second young lady is curious, you can go to the young master's courtyard and see for yourself. With that, the old maid bowed and exited. Bai Li Shui pouted, feeling that life had become exceedingly dull, as she was the most idle one in the estate. She thought of Song Zhan, who had not come to see her for quite some time.
Why?
Did he not wish to meet her? After finishing breakfast and leaving the dining hall, Bai Li Shui instructed Xiaoyu, find an excuse to leave the estate and go to the Prime Minister's residence to ask if Brother Song is available. If he is free, we can go to the tea house to listen to music. Do you wish to see young Master Song? Xiaoyu inquired. Bai Li Shui felt a bit shy. Just go when I tell you. Don't ask so much. Yes, I won't ask. I'll go find young Master Song and ask him to meet us at the tea house, Xiaoyu said with a smile as she left. Bai Li Shui returned to change into a new outfit and had the old maid redo her hairstyle. Once ready, Xiaoyu returned. Leaning close to Bai Li Shui's ear, she whispered, young Master Song will take a little longer before heading to the tea house. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Shui's heart inexplicably raced at the thought of seeing Song Zhan soon. Second young lady. We could stroll around the streets first before heading to the tea house, Xiaoyu suggested. Bai Li Shui touched the hairpin in her hair. She had put considerable effort into her attire today, making it quite formal, and she did not wish to go anywhere else. Especially not to the bustling market, as it would make her feel out of place. No, let us wait a bit longer before we head out. At the Prime Minister's residence in the study, the Prime Minister, Song Zhan and Song Wei were engaged in a discussion. Brother, are you truly confident that you can utilize the second young lady of the Jinbei Wangfu? Song Wei asked. Song Zhan's expression darkened. Of course. Once Bai Li Gu Lan is dead, the entire influence of the Jinbei Wangfu will be at our disposal. In his previous life, Bai Li Shui had been infatuated with him, and controlling her in this lifetime would be a matter of utmost ease. Why must she die for this to happen? Song Wei questioned, puzzled. To him, Bai Li Gu Lan was merely a woman of low status, despite her martial prowess. She could not surpass a man. Moreover, family power was traditionally inherited by males, so what relevance did she have? Rather than her death, it would be simpler to take Bai Li Qing's life, thus eliminating the legitimate heir of the Jinbei Wangfu and making it easier to dismantle their power. Song Zhan shook his head. There are many things you do not understand. All I can say is that she must die, or our grand ambitions will be hard to achieve. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister and Song Wei exchanged glances, both perplexed by Song Zhan's reasoning. The Prime Minister assumed that Song Zhan still harbored resentment from Bai Li Gu Lan's insult upon her arrival in the capital last year. Since you have your own thoughts, go ahead and act on them. However, I must remind you, my son, that while it is permissible to approach the second daughter of the Northern Town King, do not allow yourself to become ensnared, lest you find yourself tender-hearted when it is time to sever ties, the Chancellor advised, gazing at Song Zhan. Understanding the Chancellor's intent, Song Zhan clasped his hands and pledged, rest assured, Father, I shall prioritize the greater good and will not be swayed by romantic sentiments. The Chancellor nodded in acknowledgement. That is good to hear. With that, Song Zhan departed from the study. Song Wei observed that Song Zhan, who was clearly captivated by feminine allure, spoke with such righteous fervor. It was the Chancellor's excessive favoritism towards Song Zhan that allowed him to act so brazenly. Many times, he resented himself for not being the legitimate firstborn. He believed he was not inferior to Song Zhan in any aspect, yet due to his status as the second son, he found himself overshadowed. In the tea house, Bai Li Gu Lan had already arrived and instructed the musicians to play. The melody was indeed enchanting. Yet her heart yearned for the arrival of someone special, leaving her disinterested in the music. Periodically, Bai Li Gu Lan glanced towards the entrance, even asking Xiaoyu to keep an eye on the door from the windowsill. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she heard Xiaoyu exclaim with a smile, "Second miss, I see Master Song's carriage." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan straightened her posture. "Please check if my makeup is in disarray." "Do not worry. It is perfectly intact," Xiaoyu replied, promptly positioning herself by the door to prepare for Song Zhan's arrival. Soon, Song Zhan arrived outside the elegant chamber. "Master Song, our second miss has been waiting for you. Please enter," Xiaoyu said with a smile, inviting him in. Song Zhan nodded and cast a glance over Xiaoyu, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet, she thought to herself, as a servant with a tarnished reputation, she could never be worthy of someone like Song Zhan. All she could wish for was that Bai Li Gu Lan and Song Zhan would become a couple, allowing her to remain nearby to serve them. "Brother Song." Bai Li Gu Lan stood to greet him, her smile radiant like a flower. "Have you been waiting long?" Song Zhan inquired. "Not at all." Once they were seated, Xiaoyu approached to pour tea for Song Zhan. "How is your study of household management progressing? Are you familiar with the layout and safety concerns of the estate?" Song Zhan asked. Chapter 99. Daring not to speak, Bai Li Gu Lan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question right upon their meeting. Noticing a fleeting hint of discomfort on her face, Song Zhan clarified, "I have heard that the legitimate daughter of the estate faced an assassination attempt. Hence my concern for your safety." His words brought a sweet warmth to Bai Li Gu Lan's heart. I have yet to master household management. Do you think I am of no use, Master Song?" Bai Li Gu Lan cautiously probed. She understood that Song Zhan would not utter disparaging words. Yet she longed to hear more of his endearing compliments. Upon learning of her lack of progress, Song Zhan instinctively felt a wave of disdain towards her perceived foolishness. He began to question whether his decision to involve Bai Li Gu Lan was indeed the right one. "Brother Song." Seeing his silence, Bai Li Gu Lan gently called out to him. Song Zhan smiled lightly. "Certainly not. I heard that you dazzled everyone with a dance at the Minister of Works residence. It is a pity I was not present." Dance was indeed Bai Li Gu Lan's forte. Glancing at her attire, she thought to herself that had she dressed more modestly, she would have performed a dance right then and there. "Thank you for the praise, Brother Song. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall dance for you." Bai Li Gu Lan thought of the moment after their marriage when she could perform for him in their private quarters. With that thought, she shyly lowered her head. At the Northern Town King's residence, Bai Li Gu Lan learned that Bai Li Gu Lan had gone out again, meticulously adorned. Assuming she was attending another banquet, she did not inquire further. During lunch, Bai Li Qing had still not joined her, causing Bai Li Gu Lan to frown as she gazed at the uneaten meal. She sensed that Bai Li Qing must be occupied. Otherwise, he would not remain in his quarters, neglecting to join her for a meal. Rising from the table, she stepped outside the dining hall. "Miss, is today's meal not to your liking?" asked Ting Yin. "No, I simply wish to see what Qinger is up to," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. Ting Yin turned to glance back at the table laden with food and immediately followed Bai Li Gu Lan. In the civilized courtyard, Shenmu had just delivered a meal to Bai Li Qing and was preparing to eat when a servant on duty announced, "The eldest miss has arrived." Coughing slightly, Bai Li Qing nearly choked on the soup. "What brings my elder sister here?" He widened his eyes, momentarily forgetting the pain in his ribs as he hastily instructed Shenmu, "Quickly, bring me a change of clothes." The medicinal ointment's odor was too strong, and he hurriedly stripped off his garments while moving towards his room. Moments later, Bai Li Gu Lan entered Bai Li Qing's courtyard. As she approached the door of the main room, she caught a whiff of the medicinal ointment. The table was set with food, yet Bai Li Qing was nowhere to be seen. "Where is the young master?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired of the servant. In response to the eldest miss, "The young master is in his chamber changing clothes," the servant replied honestly with a smile. Bai Li Gu Lan frowned. "What is wrong with him? Why is he changing clothes at this time?" The servant awkwardly chuckled, unable to respond. "You're being asked a question," Ting Yin chided. The servant, merely a boy of around 10, felt intimidated by Ting Yin's reprimand and lowered his head, casting furtive glances at Bai Li Gu Lan. "Why are you still silent?" Ting Yin pressed. The servant fell to his knees, appearing quite troubled. It was not that he did not want to speak, but rather that he dared not. Just then, Bai Li Qing emerged from his room, having changed clothes, and upon seeing Bai Li Gu Lan, he beamed, "Sister, what brings you here?" Bai Li Gu Lan scanned him from head to toe. "You haven't gone anywhere during the day. Why then are you changing your clothes?" Bai Li Qing scratched his head, noticing the soup on the table, and quickly fabricated a reason. "I spilled soup on my clothes while drinking." Bai Li Gu Lan regarded him with suspicion, furrowing her brows as she observed the bowl of soup on the table. "Then why does it smell so strongly of ointment?" Bai Li Qing froze, stammering as he struggled to provide an explanation. Bai Li Gu Lan stepped closer, the scent of the ointment growing more pronounced. She realized it emanated from Bai Li Qing himself. He must have been injured, which explained his constant reclusiveness since returning. "Qing, if something is wrong, you must not conceal it from me. You must tell me," Bai Li Gu Lan said, placing her hands on his shoulders, gazing at him with deep concern. Feeling Bai Li Gu Lan's care, Bai Li Qing felt a swell of emotion. "Sister, I am also very troubled," he expressed. He had not intended to keep her in the dark. He simply believed he could handle it and did not wish to burden her. "Has someone bullied you?" Bai Li Gu Lan asked. Bai Li Qing, still struggling to control his emotions, could not hold back upon hearing her question. "Sister," he choked out, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Bai Li Gu Lan. "Who has laid hands on you?" Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. "It was the young prince. He said his father would soon regain the position of ritual minister and, with a few others, beat me in the study, and no one dared to speak up for me." In truth, Chu Jiwen had also claimed that Bai Li Gu Lan was responsible for harming his sister, and he was seeking vengeance for her. However, Bai Li Qing did not reveal this to Bai Li Gu Lan. Upon hearing his words, Bai Li Gu Lan's expression darkened significantly. The Duke appears to be leveraging the power of the General of Cavalry to attempt a resurgence. Since he is so eager for his demise, she is willing to assist him. Bai Li Gu Lan's mind shifted, formulating a strategy to deal with the Duke. "Are you gravely injured?" Bai Li Gu Lan inquired of Bai Li Qing. Uncertain of the seriousness of his injuries, Bai Li Qing hesitated to respond, when Shen Mu interjected, "Miss, the young master has sustained a rib injury. A rib injury should not be taken lightly." Bai Li Gu Lan immediately commanded the servant waiting at the door, "Quickly summon the physician." "Yes," the servant replied, fearing reprimand, and promptly dashed away. "Miss, is the young prince from the Duke's residence?" asked Ting Yin. Having been in the capital for some time, Bai Li Gu Lan rarely attended gatherings at others' residences, leaving her unfamiliar with many noble youths. However, since that individual had bullied the legitimate heir of the Northern Guardian Prince's residence, it was imperative to ascertain the matter, so she could seek vengeance for Bai Li Qing at an opportune moment. Indeed, Bai Li Gu Lan guided Bai Li Qing to a table, noticing the dishes had likely cooled, and instructed Shen Mu to warm them. There are truly no decent individuals in the Duke's residence. The Duke still aspires to reclaim the position of the Grand Scholar. "Miss, you must not allow him to succeed. Otherwise, who knows how he might further torment the young master?" Ting Yin continued. "There is no rush," Bai Li Gu Lan replied. She would not overlook anyone deserving of retribution. But for now, her foremost concern was ensuring Bai Li Qing's safety, as well as the situation at the borders. Chapter 100. So this is how he deceived you. Physician Zhang Bo soon arrived to examine Bai Li Qing's injuries. Bai Li Qing's body bore numerous bruises, a distressing sight. After taking his pulse, Zhang Bo pressed on the area of the bruise on Bai Li Qing's chest, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. After the examination, Zhang Bo reassured Bai Li Gu Lan, "Do not worry, young miss. The young master's rib is fractured, but his internal organs are unharmed. With medication and a period of rest, he shall recover." Bai Li Gu Lan nodded. "Thank you, Physician Zhang." Bai Li Qing redressed himself, and Shen Mu brought the dishes back to the table. "Let us eat." As noon approached, Bai Li Gu Lan also had lunch with Bai Li Qing. With Bai Li Qing injured, Bai Li Gu Lan arranged for him to take leave and intended to return to the residence of the Duke of Jingguo to check on matters. After all, having married into the Jingguo Duke's family, it was unreasonable for her to remain at the Northern Guardian Prince's residence, as it might invite unwarranted gossip. At the entrance, she spotted Bai Li Ao Shui's carriage returning. Bai Li Gu Lan paused, wanting to learn of her whereabouts that day. The carriage halted, the driver set out a stool, and Xiaoyi stepped out to assist Bai Li Ao Shui down from the carriage. Just as Bai Li Ao Shui emerged, she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. "Wait. I haven't retrieved the rouge that Brother Song sent." Saying this, she turned back to fetch the item, failing to notice Bai Li Gu Lan watching her from under the eaves. Bai Li Gu Lan caught her words, precisely noting the mention of Brother Song. Her gaze turned icy, fixating on Bai Li Gu Shui behind the carriage curtain. Sister, what brings you here? Bai Li Gu Shui, surprised, stared at Bai Li Gu Lan. When had she arrived? Why hadn't she noticed? Moreover, had she overheard her previous words? Bai Li Gu Lan cast a cold glance at the rouge box in Bai Li Gu Shui's hands. The beauty pavilion, indeed, was a property of the Prime Minister. Is that item in your possession a gift from Songjian? Bai Li Gu Shui feigned calmness. Aware that her relationship with Songjian would eventually be public, she thought it best to address it now that Bai Li Gu Lan was aware. Yes. Dispose of it immediately.
Why?
Bai Li Gu Shui cradled the rouge box protectively and stepped down from the carriage, approaching Bai Li Gu Lan. Sister, I understand that there are some conflicts between the Northern Guardian Prince's residence and the Prime Minister's estate, but they are not insurmountable. They can be resolved. Since you have seen it today, I will be direct. Brother Song and I are mutually affectionate, and no one can tear us apart. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Gu Lan felt as if a heavy stone had settled upon her chest, nearly robbing her of breath. Miss, what troubles you? Ting Yin hurriedly supported Bai Li Gu Lan. Observing the pained expression on her face, Bai Li Gu Shui felt a twinge of guilt. Yet she remained convinced of her righteousness. Clutching the rouge box tightly, she stared blankly at Bai Li Gu Lan. After a considerable moment, Bai Li Gu Lan regained her composure and looked at Bai Li Gu Shui, saying, You do not truly understand Songjian. Let us discuss this in the house. Bai Li Gu Shui followed Bai Li Gu Lan into the main hall, where Bai Li Gu Lan dismissed the servants. Do you know what schemes the Prime Minister's estate is plotting? Under Bai Li Gu Lan's intense gaze, Bai Li Gu Shui recalled Songjian's words and nodded. The emperor is inept, so why not replace him with a wise ruler? Brother Song said that once he ascends the throne, he will make me empress and treat me well. Bai Li Gu Lan scoffed. A man who devours his own kin cannot possibly be a wise ruler. He lacks even the most basic morals. How could he treat others kindly? All his sweet talk is merely a ruse to ensnare those he wishes to exploit. You are indulging in foolish fantasies. Bai Li Gu Lan could not help but deride her. Sister, what do you mean by that? Bai Li Gu Shui stared at Bai Li Gu Lan, bewildered. Bai Li Gu Lan sneered. Do you truly believe that once he achieves great success, he will make you empress? No, he will utilize you to ascend to a position above all, then annihilate the entire Bai Li clan. No, he won't. Bai Li Gu Shui shook her head in terror, disbelieving Bai Li Gu Lan's words. Sister, I know you harbor biases against Brother Song, but he treats me very well. As she spoke, Bai Li Gu Shui presented the rouge box to Bai Li Gu Lan. Look, this is a gift from him. He saved me last time when I was in danger outside the city. The memory of nearly losing her purity made Bai Li Gu Shui feel that Songjian was her destined partner. Without him, she could not fathom what her life would have been like. When were you in danger outside the city? Bai Li Gu Lan inquired. She had not heard of this, and thus was suspicious it was a scheme devised by Songjian.
I.
Will you not speak the truth? Bai Li Gu Lan pressed. Observing Bai Li Gu Shui's hesitance, she was certain that her sister was concealing something. Unable to withstand Bai Li Gu Lan's oppressive demeanor, Bai Li Gu Shui divulged the entire story. Sister, young Master Song saved my life. I know your prejudice against him stems from misconceptions following the rumors about male favorites. He has explained it all to me. It was the Emperor's scheme, fearing the Northern Guardian Prince's residence, to tarnish our reputation, lest father harbor treasonous thoughts. Upon hearing Bai Li Gu Shui's words, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a deep disdain for Songjian's eloquence. So this is how he deceived you. Bai Li Gu Lan gazed at Bai Li Gu Shui, scarcely believing her sister could be so gullible as to trust such a flimsy lie. You know the Emperor is inept. Do you genuinely believe he possesses such capabilities? Bai Li Gu Shui was momentarily taken aback by Bai Li Gu Lan's words. Songjian was the best man she had ever encountered, and she was unwilling to accept the implications of Bai Li Gu Lan's assertions. Fearing that Bai Li Gu Shui might become further entangled with Songjian, Bai Li Gu Lan continued, In any case, you must cease all contact with Songjian, otherwise it will endanger the entire Bai Li family, do you understand? Bai Li Gu Shui felt as if the sky had fallen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bai Li Gu Lan paid no heed to her sister's concerns. The matter at hand involved the lives of many from the Bai Li family, and she could not afford to be lenient. She stepped out of the front hall and summoned Uncle Li. From this day forth, ensure someone keeps watch over the second young lady. She must report to me every person she encounters and every event she experiences. Uncle Li, unsure of the circumstances, surmised that Bai Li Gu Shui must have angered Bai Li Gu Lan. Miss, the second young lady is inexperienced in the ways of the world. Perhaps she simply did not consider all aspects in her actions. If she has upset you, I implore you to show some forbearance. The Prince of North Town has no relatives in the capital. Apart from the servants in the manor, it is only the three siblings who rely on one another. Having accompanied the Prince of North Town for many years, Uncle Li had watched Bai Li Gu Lan and her siblings grow up, and he wished to avoid any discord among them. Chapter 101. No evidence. Bai Li Gu Shui emerged from the front hall, having overheard Bai Li Gu Lan's words. Sister, you have yet to investigate Brother Song's affairs. You cannot simply condemn him based on speculation. Bai Li Gu Lan cast a glance over her shoulder, feeling utterly disheartened by her sister's naivety.
I am certain it is he.
Otherwise, who else would know about the birthmark on her body and harbor such hatred towards her? Wishing her dead? Bai Li Gu Lan's gaze fell upon the rouge box that Bai Li Gu Shui still clutched, its ornate inscription of Beauty Pavilion glaringly obnoxious. Throw it away. Bai Li Gu Shui shook her head, clutching it even tighter. Enraged, Bai Li Gu Lan approached and snatched it from her sister's grasp, smashing it to the ground. Do not! Bai Li Gu Shui cried out. The box shattered, scattering the rouge across the floor. All present were taken aback by Bai Li Gu Lan's impulsive behavior, their eyes wide with shock. Miss, Ain timidly called out, attempting to urge her to calm down.
Miss, do not act rashly.
Uncle Li added his voice of caution. Sister, that is my property. You are being unreasonable. Bai Li Gu Shui wept. I have already told you. He is an enemy of the Prince of North Town. His approach to you is nothing but a calculated scheme. Why do you refuse to listen? You have no evidence. Bai Li Gu Shui retorted obstinately. The arrows used to ambush my father and me were crafted by the Prime Minister's estate. What further evidence do you require? Bai Li Gu Shui fell silent, aware of the assassination attempt on Bai Li Gu Lan and the peril their father faced upon returning to Jinzhou. Yet, Bai Li Gu Shui buried her face in her hands and wept. Seeing her sister's distress over Song Zhan, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She strode away, heading for the manor's entrance. Miss, shall we return to the Duke of Jingguo's residence now? Ain inquired once they were in the carriage. First, we must inquire where Gu Shui encountered that man named Song. I wish to see him, Bai Li Gu Lan declared through clenched teeth. Understood. The carriages belonging to the Prince of North Town and the Prime Minister's estate were quite conspicuous. A casual inquiry on the street revealed that Song Zhan had headed towards the western part of the city. At Taiming Lake, the ice on the surface had melted, and pleasure boats began to glide across the water. As spring arrived, it was the perfect time to enjoy the blooming scenery, with several boats leisurely drifting about. Bai Li Gu Lan recognized the Prime Minister's designated boat, having previously shared moments of scenic enjoyment and music with Song Zhan. She hired a boat and maneuvered it close to his. As the two vessels drew near, she leaped across with an imposing presence that deterred anyone aboard from intervening. The other attendants of Song Zhan, upon spotting Bai Li Gu Lan, hastily reported her arrival. Bai Li Gu Lan strode into the cabin, confronting Song Zhan directly. Madam, let us speak calmly, Yang Zhiyuan interjected, fearing she might resort to violence. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Bai Li Gu Lan had come to vent her anger. She seized a cup of wine from the table and splashed its contents onto Song Zhan's face. Madam, he is the eldest son of the Prime Minister's estate. Are you not afraid of retribution? Yang Zhiyuan urged. Humph. Bai Li Gu Lan shot him a glance. Then go ahead and summon him for accountability. Song Zhan wiped the wine from his face, recognizing the implications of Bai Li Gu Lan's actions. It was clear that Bai Li Gu Shui had been discovered, otherwise, she would not be so agitated. Young Master Song, I never imagined that a person of your stature would possess such audacity, sending someone to ambush my father and yet attempting to seduce my sister. Do not think I am oblivious to your sordid tactics. The insults hurled at you in the streets are quite befitting. Song Zhan remained silent, neither denying nor confessing to having orchestrated the assassination. Yang Zhiyuan wished to defend him, but with Song Zhan offering no rebuttal, he felt powerless. After unleashing her tirade, Bai Li Gu Lan felt a sense of relief. She straightened her posture and adjusted her dress. If you approach Gu Shui again, I shall confront you every time we meet. With that, she glared at Yang Zhiyuan before striding out. Yang Zhiyuan was momentarily taken aback by her fierce demeanor. Once Bai Li Gu Lan departed the cabin, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. "Young master, shall I fetch you a change of clothes?" Luo Yin cautiously inquired.
Song Zhan,
Still damp from the wine, appeared somewhat disheveled. His expression darkened as he glanced at the cup Bai Li Gu Lan had used.
go.
Inform Tang Yu of her visit here. Tell him Bai Li Gu Lan has taken an interest in me and that we met privately on the boat. Luo Yun hesitated briefly. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. Song Zhan was in a foul mood, and Luo Yun hurriedly left to carry out his task. After departing Tai Ming Lake, Bai Li Gu Lan returned to the Prince of North Town's estate. She summoned Uncle Li, inquiring about the current situations of Bai Li Qing and Bai Li Ao Shui before proceeding to make arrangements regarding the Guozijian. Miss, pardon my impertinence, but the situation in the capital is tumultuous and fraught with danger. You must take care of your safety, Uncle Li cautioned. Since arriving in the capital, Uncle Li's hair had turned significantly grayer, a testament to his worries for them. Bai Li Gu Lan reassured him, do not fret. After our past experiences, I am cautious whenever I go out. Uncle Li nodded. By the way, the beauty sent from Jin Zhou has arrived. When do you plan to send her to the palace? Is everything arranged? All is prepared. Let it be tomorrow. She felt it was imperative to act swiftly, wishing to eliminate the Song family and rid herself of the constant fear. At the Duke of Jingguo's residence, Tang Yu had returned as well. After bathing, he donned a clean outfit and tied his hair anew. After bidding farewell to the Duke and Duchess, he exited their gates, heading towards the Prince of North Town's estate. As he mounted his horse, a man approached him, calling out, "Young master of the Duke of Jingguo, your lady wife is currently in a private meeting with another man at Tai Ming Lake. You should hurry." With that, the man took off running. Clearly, he was intent on stirring trouble. Zhou and immediately pursued, shouting, "Stop! Do not run." The man fled with remarkable speed, clearly not an ordinary citizen. "How dare you spread rumors about the young master's wife? You must not wish to live." Zhou scolded as he chased after him. Whether the man's words bore truth or not, Tang Yu found himself inexplicably riding towards Tai Ming Lake. At Tai Ming Lake, several pleasure boats drifted about. Tang Yu scanned the lakeside, but saw no sign of Bai Li Gu Lan's carriage. As he was about to depart, he overheard passers-by discussing, "The wife of the heir to the Duke of Jingguo has hired a pleasure boat merely to meet with young Master Song. What do you think is going on?" Chapter 102. What is this? Alas, how could I possibly know the affairs of highborn families? However, it is reasonable to presume that a solitary man and woman aboard the same vessel must have some business. The latter man emphasized the phrase "some business" with significant implication. As for what that business might entail, anyone with a discerning mind would easily grasp it. "What are you talking about?" Tang Yu dismounted and approached them. The two men inspected him from head to toe, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure etched on his face. One of them smiled and replied, "We're speaking of the wife of the Duke of Jingguo. She has ceased to keep a male companion and has turned her attention to seducing the young masters of other households." He then burst into laughter. Tang Yu, infuriated, kicked out. "Without evidence, you dare to slander a lady of noble birth? You must be tired of living." The man was knocked to the ground, clutching his chest in discomfort, and said, "I did not slander her. She boarded young Master Song's boat all alone, and everyone saw it." Tang Yu, now fuming, turned to the other man. The latter, frightened, took a step back. "What he said is true. Where are they now?" Tang Yu demanded loudly. "They have already left." Furrowing his brows, Tang Yu realized he might have been deceived. He immediately mounted his horse and rode to the residence of the Prince of Northern Town. Zhou, unaware of Tang Yu's whereabouts, caught up with the man he had confronted earlier, giving him a beating before arriving at the prince's residence himself. After inquiring with the doorman, the servant informed him that Tang Yu had not arrived, causing him to feel anxious. Just as he was about to leave in search of him, a carriage stopped in front of the prince's residence. "Who goes there?" "What brings you to the prince's residence?" the doorman inquired. "We are from the chancellor's residence, here to deliver something." As they spoke, two young servants unloaded items from the carriage and placed them in the doorman's area. "Pray tell, what have you brought?" the doorman pressed. "Our young master said it is a gift for the legitimate daughter of the household, and he asked us to convey that he acknowledges his mistakes and will make amends in the future." This statement left the doorman and Zhou bewildered. Bai Li Gu Lan, the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Northern Town, was already married. Surely, they must have made a mistake.
Wait.
The doorman called out, "Our legitimate daughter has long been married. You must have misheard young Master Song's message. If it were a gift for Bai Li Gu Lan, I would not question it, but for Bai Li Gu Lan, something is certainly amiss. No mistake, it is indeed for the legitimate daughter of the household." After this, the two young men climbed back into the carriage and departed. Zhou and the doorman exchanged glances, the doorman scratching his head as he attempted to explain. "Our eldest lady has no connections with the Chancellor's residence. They must be mistaken." Zhou would have believed him under different circumstances. But he had just beaten someone who had been spreading rumors about Bai Li Gu Lan and Song Zhan. Thus, the credibility of his words significantly diminished. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves grew nearer. Zhou turned to see Tingyu approaching. "Your Grace." The horse's hooves kicked up dust as it came to a halt, and Zhou stepped forward to take the reins. "Is the lady of the house within?" Tingyu inquired, gazing at Zhou. "I just arrived as well. So, I am unaware," Zhou explained. Tingyu then turned to the doorman, asking, "What of your eldest daughter? Is she at home?" "Yes, she is." The servant hesitated, worried about the items left in the doorman's area. He feared Tingyu might misinterpret the situation regarding Bai Li Gu Lan. "She is indeed home. Why do you hesitate?" Tingyu pressed. The servant's unnatural demeanor irked him. Zhou then informed Tingyu, "Your Grace, earlier, someone from the Chancellor's residence delivered gifts for the lady." "What gifts?" Tingyu felt a surge of discomfort, the earlier calmness fading away. Zhou pointed to the doorman. "I am not certain. They are inside."
Dismounting,
Tingyu ascended the steps two at a time and opened a box to find an array of feminine adornments, discovering a letter within one of the boxes. He picked it up casually, reading, "In the past, there were misunderstandings. My feelings for you have remained steadfast, and I am grateful to repay them in this life." Tingyu ripped the letter into shreds. "Dispose of these items." The doorman's servant stood in shock, eyes wide. "But those are golden and silver ornaments. They are quite valuable. Surely you jest?" "Those are gifts from the Chancellor's residence for the eldest lady," the servant stated delicately. While Tingyu was indeed a half-master, he was still a servant of the Prince of Northern Town. How could he dispose of such important items without consulting his superior? Tingyu glared. "I said to discard them. If there is a matter, I will explain to the lady myself." The servant hesitated, noting Tingyu's sudden temper. He wondered if the young lord was becoming arrogant now that the lady was his. Observing Tingyu, the servant gathered the boxes and carried them into the residence. The young lord may have lost his senses, but he himself was not foolish enough to discard such precious items. The servant hurried into the courtyard to find Uncle Li. Watching the servant depart, Tingyu suddenly lost the desire to seek out Bai Li Gu Lan. He wished for her to come to him for an explanation. He mounted his horse and began his return journey. "Your Grace." Zhou called out behind him, but Tingyu was in no mood to respond, spurring his horse onward. In a private room of the Tianxiang building, Tingyu drank alone. After consuming an entire jar of wine, he appeared slightly tipsy. Zhou, having followed him to the establishment and sensing his foul mood, stood guard at the entrance, afraid to enter. "Is your young master inside?" A woman's voice suddenly came from behind Zhou, causing him to turn around quickly. "I'm asking you a question. Is your young master inside?" Upon seeing Fong Rou, Zhou hesitated, struggling to recognize her, which made Fong Rou impatient. "May I ask who you are?" "I am the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue." Fong Rou cast a glance at Zhou before bypassing him.